transmigrated into the son of a wealthy man. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw my father holding a stick and smashing it towards my head. Without time to think, you quickly rolled to avoid the attack, shouting to stop. The man beside you suddenly froze, furrowing his brows and staring at you intently. You stared blankly at the scene before you, the smooth floor, luxurious furniture. In front of you, there was a man and several women, glaring at you with anger on their faces. Where am I? Wasn't I just boxing in the MMA ring? Suddenly, there was a loud bang in your head, a wave of memories not your own rushed into your mind. The person in this body is called Chen, currently 19 years old. Stolen right after birth. Raised in an orphanage, only reunited with biological parents 4 years ago. However, he is insecure, cowardly, and afraid of trouble, only excessively pleasing family members who dislike him. Instead, the adopted son Suja receives the family's love. Afraid of losing his position, Suja uses various means to plot against him, repeatedly stealing items like black silk stockings and small ornaments from the house, stuffing them under his pillow, causing his parents to despise him. All 3 stepsisters want him to leave immediately, preferably to die. However, he can't bear to leave, so after futile explanations from relatives, he reluctantly endures and stays at home. It wasn't until Suja was set up by Zhao Lily at a class reunion that they had a brief romantic encounter after drinking. Using this as leverage, Zhao Lily demanded to marry into the wealthy Su family, threatening to send Suja to jail otherwise. To protect Yang Zi, the Su family surprisingly had their own son marry Zhao Lily in place of Suja. It was at this moment that he finally showed some backbone and refused the Su family's request. As a result, he was beaten to death by his furious biological father, Su Deshan. After figuring out what happened, you are completely dumbfounded. At this point, your biological mother Meng Jelly spoke up, "Don't be so impulsive, dear Su. Even if he doesn't agree for now, don't resort to violence. Although Su Chen may seem unreliable, I believe he will come around." Following that, the third daughter of the Su family, Su Chie, spoke out, "Why waste words on this little hoodlum? Make him choose, either marry Zhao Lily in place of Xiaoxia, or sign the disownment papers and get out of our Su family." Frowning, Meng Jelly said, "But Su Chen seems to be stubborn this time, refusing to agree no matter what." The eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Shi, coldly snorted nearby, "Then keep hitting him until he agrees." At that moment, Suja put on a brilliant performance. "If my brother is unwilling, so be it. I can't bear to see him take the blame for my mistake and end up like this." As he spoke, he knelt heavily at the feet of his father, Su Deshan, his voice choked up, "Dad, please don't hit my brother anymore. Let me bear the mistakes I've made alone. After all, he is your only biological son. Xiaoxia, what are you doing? Get up quickly, the ground is cold. Mom, you are not allowed to say that Su Chen is my biological son in the future. You are the one I've raised with hardship, closer to me than him." Meng Jelly hurriedly bent over to pull Suja up. Immediately, in a stern voice, he said to Su Deshan, "Old Su, continue to beat him until Su Chen agrees, just as Shirshir said." Hearing this, Su Deshan muttered under his breath, "Useless trash, not willing to make this sacrifice. What use are you keeping him for?" After speaking, he raised the rolling pin in his right hand again. Just before Su Deshan's rolling pin came down heavily, you raised your right hand in time and shouted loudly, "Stop." Su Deshan was startled by your loud shout, causing him to stop the movement of his hand, the hand holding the rolling pin freezing in mid-air. Seeing this, Su's second daughter, Su Si, looked down disdainfully and sneered, "Some people are just born stubborn. They need a good beating to learn some sense." At this moment, you slowly got up amidst sarcasm, stretched out a big lazy yawn, your joints crackling as you stood up straight. As you put your hand down, you reassured that wish in your heart, "Rest assured, I will definitely help you live your life." Just as you thought this, you suddenly felt relaxed all over. Looking at you stretching lazily, Su Deshan and the others were stunned, feeling that you were different from before. You licked the blood on the corner of your mouth, then spat out some blood, lowering your head. Seeing this, Meng Jelly frowned, and Su Chen said, "How can you spit anywhere like that? You have no manners." You used the gaze you usually use to look at beautiful women, scanning the beautiful Mrs. Meng Jelly and the 3 elder sisters. In your heart, you secretly marveled, "These 3 girls are all beauties, but unfortunately, they are the original owner's elder sisters, so I can only look." Unable to hit the 3 people of the Su family, all of them keenly caught your lecherous gaze, their faces all turning pale, just about to erupt. You have already looked at Su Deshan, asking him, "Tell me again, if I don't marry Zhao Lily in place of Suja, you either kill me or banish me from the Su family." Upon hearing this, Su Deshan immediately raised his hand violently, and the rolling pin fiercely smashed towards your head. "You just called yourself old man to me." With a snap, you raised your hand and grabbed the rolling pin, but due to this body being extremely weak, you staggered a few times before steadying yourself. You stared at Su Peishan, chuckling, "You heard me right. Tell me again, if I don't marry Zhao Lili in place of Suja, you either kill me or banish me from the Su family, right?" The scene before the eyes shocked everyone in the Su family, each looking as if they had seen a ghost, mouths gaping open suddenly. Suja was the first to react, laughing wildly in his heart. "Su Chen, even if you're not beaten to death this time, don't expect to stay in the Su family anymore. The billions of family wealth in the Su family are mine, along with your 3 beautiful sisters. Don't even think about escaping from my grasp." Just as Suja was secretly pleased with himself, with a snap, you spit a mouthful of bloodstained saliva into Suja's open mouth. Suja immediately retched, bending over and covering his mouth. He started vomiting uncontrollably. Meng Jelly hurriedly supported Suja, turning to you and shouting, "What are you doing? Don't you know that Xiaoxia has a strong aversion to dirt? How could I have given birth to someone like you back then? You sneered, you made me bleed all over my mouth, I spat on the ground, and you say I have no manners. I had no choice but to use his mouth as a spittoon, and you still say such things." Then you looked at Meng Jelly with a mocking expression. "Back then, when you and Su Desan gave birth to someone like me, wasn't it just for your own pleasure at the time?" With these words, everyone in the Su family was once again shocked, not expecting you to say such things. While Su Desan was distracted, you raised your hand and snatched the rolling pin from his hand. As you reached the sofa, with a bang, you lifted the rolling pin and slammed it heavily on the table. The Su family's 3 sisters were instantly frightened and exclaimed in unison. Others were also startled, shaking, and coming back to their senses once again. You ignored them, casually sat on the sofa, picked up the printed estrangement letter, glanced at it, and then laughed foolishly and threw it aside. Then you picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, skillfully lit it, and took a deep drag. You exhaled smoke, looked at the Su family. "After being brought back by your family 4 years ago, what kind of days I lived through, I don't want to say anymore. After all, your eyes are not blind, you can tell from my skinny figure." Seeing you like this, Su Desan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "You little beast. After I brought you back, I sent you to the best school, lived with us, and gave you 30,000 yuan pocket money every month. If you turned out like this, it's because you are picky with food. Giving me 30,000 yuan every month?" Your eyebrows raised. "Su Desan, are you sure, for the past 4 years, you've been giving me 30,000 yuan pocket money every month? Isn't it true?" Su Desan shouted at his wife, "Jelly, pull out the payment records for this little beast every month. I want this little beast to see it for himself." Meng Jelly was stunned and blurted out, "For the past 4 years, I have never transferred money to him." Hearing his wife's reply, Su Desan was stunned, just staring at him fixedly. You impatiently waved your hand. "Enough, stop acting. Even if you never gave me a penny, only letting me eat leftovers, I haven't starved to death. Let's forget about this matter." Then you continued, "Let's talk about business. Suja can't control his belt, that's his own business. I won't take the blame for that. If anyone pushes me again, I'll fight them." After speaking, you lifted the rolling pin and slammed it heavily on the table again, causing the Su family members to shiver in fear. Then, you picked up the document of disownment, saying, "I won't take the blame for this idiot. You want me to sign the document of disownment to kick me out of the Su family? Ha, dream on. I refuse to sign. I will make a big fuss about how you mistreat your own son. I won't let you, as adoptive parents, have peace in your home." These words made Su Desan tremble with anger, pointing at you with trembling hands, unable to utter a single word. Similarly, Meng Jelly and her 3 daughters were also gritting their teeth in anger. Just as the Su family was raging in incompetence, you suddenly changed your tone, saying, "If you are willing to give me 5 million, I might consider severing my blood ties with you." Hearing your words, Su Desan did not hesitate at all. Chen Sheng instructed his wife to give the brat the money to sign. After quickly leaving for more than 10 minutes, you took out the cracked phone and confirmed the arrival of the 5 million. Without delay, you immediately took the pen and signed on the disownment document. Su Desan observed your twists and turns while signing. When he saw you finally sign, he felt secretly delighted. With no threat from you, the Su family's vast wealth now belonged to him. After you finished signing, you stood up and looked at them, saying, "Farewell, dear patrons. May we never meet again." Just as you were about to leave, you suddenly remembered something. You said to Su Desan, "Oh, before I go, there are some things I need to tell your daughter, Yang Zi." Su Desan glanced at you, snorted coldly, and you said what you, looking at Suja, smilingly said, "Yang Zi, these sisters, they are all your type, have fun. In the future, not only can you inherit your foster parents' wealth, but you can also dominate these beautiful sisters." And these two old folks should be sent to paradise early, because sooner or later they will find out that you tried to drive out their biological son, frame me for stealing the sister's black silk stockings. Your words made Suja's face turn pale, screaming, "Nonsense, I didn't frame you to drive you out. If you didn't do that, why are you trembling with fear?" You sneered at Suja. Then you looked at the blushing three sisters with a disdainful face and said, "And you three fools, you three idiots, why don't you use your brains? If I really stole your Lilith black stockings, how could I have put them under the pillow for you to easily find?" Hearing this, the three members of the Su family's gaze sharpened, as if they had suddenly realized something. "All right, I've said what needed to be said. Mr. and Mrs. Su, after you pass away, I will, in consideration of being your biological son, pay my respects to you on your memorial days. Farewell, I wish you a joyful death." Ha, you laughed heartily and walked out briskly. After you left, the Su family living room remained silent. The words you said plunged the Su family members into contemplation. At this moment, as you step out of the house, you are understanding the world through the memories of the original host. An hour later, you arrive at the square in the city center. Watching those internet-famous girls in cool attire, dancing and singing in front of their phones, you realize you haven't heard a familiar melody after a long time. Next, you walk to the fountain pool, wash away the blood mist from your face, and take out your phone to open the front camera, carefully admiring your handsome face in the reflection. Just then, a girl's voice suddenly comes from behind. "May I disturb you for a moment?" You turn to look at the girl, and within just 3 seconds, her basic information flashes through your mind. Height around 163 centimeters, weight around 45 kilograms, standard internet-famous face, no plastic surgery, but unfortunately flat-chested, and thin legs. Feeling uncomfortable under your scrutinizing gaze, the girl clears her throat nervously and says, "I'm Ma Shoma, a music blogger. You must have heard of me." You were about to instinctively shake your head, but memories of the original host surfaced in your mind, so you replied, "I have heard of you." Hearing your response, Ma Shoma smiles and says, "I'm live streaming right now. My fans want me to interact with a stranger and sing a song. Can you sing in front of the camera? Any song will do." You hesitate and ask, "I can sing, but what's in it for me?" Hearing this, Ma Shoma's expression turns displeased, thinking you might be trying to extort something from him. You then smiled and said, "After you finish the live broadcast, would you mind treating me to a dinner at a roadside stall? Is that okay?" Ma Shoma was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, "Of course, no problem." Afterwards, you asked Ma Shoma for a guitar and sat down by the edge of the fountain. Ma Shoma aimed the camera at you, said, "Don't be nervous, I'll cheer you on," and gestured for you to start singing. You thought for a moment and decided to sing, "Dusk," to reminisce about your past self and the earth. You cleared your throat, gently strummed the guitar, looked at the camera, and started singing. Ma Shoma, who was prepared to intervene at any time, was stunned when he heard the song. "What song is this? Why have I never heard it before?" In the live broadcast room, after you started singing, the previously active comments seemed to freeze. However, a minute later, the over 100,000 fans in Ma Shoma's live broadcast room finally woke up, all amazed by the song you sang, instantly becoming excited and flooding the screen with gifts. Not only Ma Shoma and his staff, but also many nearby tourists and even live stream celebrities, all widened their eyes and gathered around, quietly watching you. As the song ended, you put down the guitar, took out a cigarette from Su Joshuan, and lit it. After exhaling a puff of smoke, you looked up at Ma Shoma, only to realize that he and the onlookers were still staring blankly at you. So you asked Ma Shoma, "Was my singing not good?" "Sounds great, sounds great." Ma Shoma nodded vigorously, tremblingly asked, "What song is this?" Once you've confirmed your guess, you answer that the name of this song is Twilight. Immediately, Ma Shoma eagerly asked, "Is this your original creation?" You couldn't tell, and inquired back, "None of you have heard this song, have you?" After saying that, in your heart, you silently apologized to Teacher Zhou. Ma Shoma nodded vigorously and asked again, "May I ask what your name is, big brother?" You smiled faintly. "In the vast world, we meet by chance. Once we part ways, we become strangers. Why bother asking for names?" Ma Shoma smiled kindly, about to apologize for prying into your name. You looked up at the sky and said, "My name is Su Chenyen, not part of the grand banquet." The fans in the live broadcast room, seeing your appearance, flooded the screen with comments, "Damn, this dude is really good at pretending, but this Twilight song is really good." Ma Shoma glanced at the screen, then excitedly asked Su Chen, "You still own the copyright to this song, right? What do you mean by wanting to buy the copyright to this song?" You had a thought, made up your mind, and chuckled, "Xiaomo, I'm a bit hungry. Singing really takes a lot of energy, don't you think?" Ma Xiaoma immediately understood and said, "I'll end the broadcast now and take you out to eat." On the other side, the Su family received a call from the company assistant. The assistant excitedly said, "Mr. Su, have you watched Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast today?" As the CEO who looks down on entertainment, Mr. Su thought for a moment and understood the assistant's question. "Are you saying that in his live stream room, there is a new song worth your attention?" The assistant asked Mr. Su, "I will send you a video clip on WeChat now. After you finish listening to that song, please give me a call." "Alright." Mr. Su, whose mood was not great, nodded. He didn't think a music internet celebrity could find any good songs. With a notification sound, the female assistant sent the video file over. Mr. Su clicked to play it and casually placed his phone on the bedside cabinet. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly froze because he heard a song he had never heard before, and the lyrics were also amazing. Mr. Su quickly picked up his phone and looked at the video. In the video, a pale-faced young man sat by the fountain, holding a guitar in his arms, singing this song earnestly to the camera. Thump, 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 the sound of Mr. Su's heart pounding rapidly, all because the young man in the video was none other than Su Chen, who had almost been beaten to death by Su's family a few hours ago. It's impossible. This young man looks similar to a hoodlum. Just based on that hoodlum, even if he were to be remade 100 times, he couldn't sing this kind of song, Mr. Su stared at the video intently, shaking his head repeatedly. As the song ended, the video intentionally kept a conversation between you and Ma Xiaoma after singing. "I'm Su Chen, the feast without Su Shengyan." When Su Chen said this in the video, Mr. Su finally confirmed that the person singing this song at dusk was indeed the hoodlum. Then, Su Shi quickly opened the phone book, found the number that had never been dialed in 4 years, and clicked to call. Meanwhile, you and Ma Xiaoma had just finished eating and drinking, when the phone suddenly rang. You picked up the phone and saw the caller ID. Upon seeing it, you frowned and muttered, "What does this idiot want calling me?" You were about to reject the call, but after some thought, you decided to answer, curious about what Su Shi wanted to talk to you about. "Su Chen, you sang a song in Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast room, is this Su's straightforward question? You asked in return, "What's the matter?" Su's cold tone also asked, "Did you write that song?" You chuckled twice and replied, "No, I didn't write it." "Did you write it in classical Chinese?" Su Shi straightforwardly said, "I don't care where you are now. Come home immediately and hand over all the copyrights of that song to me. Don't underestimate the entertainment industry." "What, did my ears malfunction?" You quickly raised your hand to scratch your ear and asked, "What did you just say?" Su Shi once again used an arrogant imperative tone to repeat the previous sentence. Su Chen confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his ears. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, laughed, "You fool. Who the hell do you think I am? Who gave you the confidence to demand my things so boldly?" Su Shi angrily said, "Su Chen, how dare you curse at me? You're crazy." Su Chen cursed again, ended the call, and directly blocked Su Shi's phone number. Oh. Also, the eccentric parents of the original owner, the other 2 beautiful sisters, and the dear brother, all blocked. By the way, check again to see if there are the original owner's 7 aunts, 8 aunts, 3 uncles, and 4 nephews in the phone book. If there are, block them directly. If not, in the original owner's phone, besides this eccentric family, there are only 2 outsiders. One is Ma Xiaoma, who just exchanged numbers with Su Chen. The other is his high school homeroom teacher, Teacher Chen. He originally wanted to delete Teacher Chen, but after some thought, he decided to keep it. According to the original owner's memory, a charming face floated into Su Chen's mind. It's one of Su Chen's favorite types, a high-quality housewife. Chen Yuzhen, the full name of Teacher Chen, not only was the original owner's high school homeroom teacher but also provided great help to the original owner in life, study, and even psychological counseling during the 3 years of high school. Especially after the original owner was admitted to the prestigious Tiandong University this year, Teacher Chen was transferred from high school to teach at Tiandong University in the city. Despite Su Chen's lack of interest in going to college as an extraterrestrial, he still left her contact information out of gratitude for the help Teacher Chen provided to the original owner. Finished the call? Ma Xiaoma, who was avoiding suspicion, came back. Yes, a harassing call from a lunatic. Su Chen casually placed his phone on the table, picked up a glass of wine, and said, "Here, Xiaoma, I toast to you. First, thank you for helping me register on Weibo and uploading the original Dusk lyrics to the copyright library, protecting my rights in a timely manner. Second, thank you for being able to come up with 100,000 to purchase the online singing rights for Dusk, solving my urgent financial needs. Third, after this glass of wine, you and I will go our separate ways, maybe we'll meet again someday." Ma Xiaoma helping him register on Weibo and upload Dusk to the copyright library to protect the original rights was just a small effort. With just 100,000, she could obtain the singing rights for Dusk online. She made a big profit. And he still wants to thank her? Especially Su Chen's fondness for saying we'll meet again someday always made Ma Xiaoma feel strange. Unable to help herself, she asked, Su Chen, are you sure you just got admitted to Tiandong University as a freshman? Why do I feel like you have a strong air of the underworld all over you? Especially with your age and appearance, your behavior is completely mismatched. Freshmen are supposed to be naive, right? But you smoke, drink, and talk dirty. You're just an old hand in the underworld. Su Chen put away his smile and said seriously, actually, I have a severe personality disorder. Sometimes I'm just a campus heartthrob, and sometimes I'm an old hand in the underworld. I didn't expect my secret to be seen through by you at a glance. I admire you, so I'll drink to that. Ma Xiaoma, seeing Su Chen put down the empty glass and stand up to leave, hurriedly said, Hey, Su Chen, think about it seriously. If you really won't go to college, why not join my team? You can write songs like Dusk, which shows you have great musical talent. Come on, I'll take you to fly together. I won't go to college, not in this lifetime. Su Chen shook his head and said, but I won't join your team and let you take me flying. Ma Xiaoma looked puzzled. Do you think my number of fans is not enough, and I'm not famous enough? Ah. Su Chen looked at Ma Xiaoma and sighed, egg in a pouch, legs too thin, can't handle the fish body. In short, a woman who wants to take me flying must have a slim waist, long legs, and a big butt, giving it her all without breaking down. Ma Xiaoma blushed and watched Su Chen walk away, feeling like smashing a beer bottle over him. She had lived for more than 20 years and had never encountered such a weirdo like Su Chen. Clearly, he had a delicate and handsome appearance, resembling a Miss Su, but he wrote about Dusk in a way that only those who have experienced hardships could, and in his words and actions, he exuded the most mature rogue vibe. Su Chen didn't care how others saw him. After drinking 3 bottles of beer and eating 60 lamb skewers tonight, he was full and just wanted to find a place to sleep peacefully. With 510,000 in my pocket, which foot massage parlor is waiting for me? After strolling east for half an hour, Su Chen didn't see any foot massage parlors. A bit disappointed, but considering his weak body, just 3 bottles of beer made him stumble, so he gave up on searching for a foot massage parlor to spend the night. He happened to come across a small park, turned right, and lay down on a bench, covering his face with a shirt. Soon, Su Chen fell into a deep sleep. The Su family. Su Shi looked at the mess on the floor, her 36C breasts still heaving violently. She truly didn't expect she had put aside her past grievances, dropped her usual attitude of ignoring Su Chen, and personally called this little rogue who used to fawn over her instinctively upon seeing her. She took the initiative to ask for something he finally found appealing, giving him a perfect opportunity to return to the Su family. Instead of being overjoyed, Su Chen didn't come running to her, but instead called her a fool. You little rogue. Just wait, wait. Su Shi took a few deep breaths and closed her eyes. No matter what, she had to get that song. After all, she had made arrangements within the company and was more worried that other entertainment companies would find Su Chen and buy the song at a high price. In any case, she couldn't afford to offend Su Chen now. Phew! After completely calming down, she picked up the phone and called Su Chen again. A cold, emotionless mechanical female voice came through the phone. The person you are trying to reach, Mr. Saraway, is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Did this little rogue block me? Su Shi muttered darkly to herself when the phone rang. Her assistant Bai Jie called, General Su, I have already discussed with the artist department. Pang Jiayi will sing the song Dusk. After watching the video, she was ecstatic. She promised with her hand on her chest that she would not disappoint your kindness. As for the song, only understand after breaking up that she and Yan Qingshan were fighting over, it has been given to the company's newcomer, Lu Xiaoying. Okay. Su Shi said lightly. Bai Jie asked again, General Su, have you found that Su Chen? When Su Shi heard this name, her eyebrows and corners of her eyes twitched, and she said coldly, tell Pang Jiayi that by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I will bring Su Chen to her. Okay. Bai Jie ended the call and looked back at a glamorous woman. Jiayi, are you relieved now? Thank you, Bai Jie. After I release the song, I will treat you to a big meal. Bai Jie, it's getting late. You should stop working overtime too. Pang Jiayi smiled and thanked her repeatedly before leaving the assistant's office. Outside the building of Light Poetry Entertainment, Pang Jiayi walked up to a sports car, took out her phone, and dialed a number. The call went through. Hey, Yan Qingshan. Pang Jiayi's face was full of pride. If I'm not mistaken, you must have also seen that song Twilight on Douyu, right? Let me tell you some good news. Director Su has already obtained that song and specifically asked me to sing it. I don't care about that song only understand after breaking up anymore. I've already given it to Lu Xiaoying. Ah, what a pity, you are no longer part of light poetry entertainment. Otherwise, you could have gotten that breakup song. Please add to the bookshelf, thank you. Yan Qingxin just signed with the company at the beginning of the year, causing the biggest threat to Pang Jai, the top sister of light poetry entertainment. Isn't she just relying on her good looks, good figure, sweet voice, and high academic qualifications as a graduate student? What's so great about her? If she's really great, she should go be a scientist or an official, not enter the entertainment industry. Since she's here, she's here. She always wears a haughty face and never greets Pang Jai, the top sister, proactively. She has also repeatedly rejected the accompanying wine projects arranged by the company for her, making herself seem like a lotus flower untainted by mud. Disgusting. Pang Jai despises people like her the most. Otherwise, she wouldn't always be against her, especially after learning that she had gone to great lengths to obtain that song only understand after breaking up. Pang Jai said she must snatch it away. Squeezing Yan Qingxin out of light poetry entertainment is Pang Jai's biggest wish. Now she has finally succeeded. But she's not stopping there. She wants to rub salt in Yan Qingxin's wound. Ah, why did you leave? Pang Jai chuckled. Yan Qingxin, do you want me to plead with Director Su on your behalf to come back? Poof. Just as Pang Jai was saying this, the call was abruptly disconnected. A fake and pretentious B*TCH, pretending to be a pure goddess? Pang Jai sneered disdainfully, got in the car and drove off. 11 o'clock at night. In the residential compound of the Tiandongqing Mountain City Committee, a girl whose figure perfectly met Su Chen's go all-out standard, with an extremely cold and angry expression on her face. If her parents weren't there, Yan Qingxin would probably have slammed the teddy bear she was holding heavily on the ground. Old Yan. A middle-aged beauty glanced at her daughter and said to her husband, as a father, you just stand by and watch Qingxin being humiliated, indifferent? I'm not just standing by. Yan Mingdao picked up a glass of water and said calmly, should I, as the mayor of Qingshan City, abuse my power to suppress a small singer? Or, according to your suggestion, should I kick our precious daughter out of light poetry entertainment and wish her good riddance? Yan Qingxin's mother, Chen well, I think it's a good thing that Qingxin is being bullied. Yan Mingdao continued slowly, at least, it breaks the dreams of both of you wanting to be stars. Which family's daughter, after finishing her graduate studies, doesn't go on to pursue a PhD, or a proper job, but always wants to be a star? What's wrong with being a star? Singing, how is that not a proper job? Aren't Teacher Song and others also singers, respected by people? Yan Qingxin said coldly, if it weren't for you back then, forcing me to go to college and take the postgraduate exam, I might have become a star long ago. Now that I want to be a star, it's also following our initial agreement. You were very clear at the time, saying that after I finished my postgraduate studies, you would support me in pursuing my dream. Now, you're saying this. Yan Mingdao pursed his lips, unable to say a word. Qingxin. Seeing her husband being speechless in the face of their only beloved daughter's retort, Chen Yuru timely changed the subject. Anyway, you've been in the entertainment industry for half a year. It's been a thrill. Why don't we abandon our fantasies and face reality? Yes. Qingxin, I also think so. Yan Mingdao presented the best fatherly face in the world, speaking earnestly, whether you want to start your own business or join a company, just say it. If you need money, Dad will provide. If you need people, Dad will arrange. The key is that you are already 25 this year, it's time to find a partner, isn't it? Yes. Chen Yuru added, you're already 25. TSK, when I was 25, you were still a child. Consider it, the son of Uncle Song. Stop. Yan Qingxin, who was already in a bad mood, raised her hand immediately. Chen Yuru quickly shut his mouth. Even the mayor of Qingshan City, Yan Mingdao, subconsciously straightened his posture. When a precious daughter gets angry, who dares not to take it seriously? What's wrong with being 25? Am I too old? Just because I was excluded and kicked out of the company? Without a company, I'll start my own. Also, starting tomorrow, I've decided to move out. I don't mind you nagging at me all day, but I'm afraid you'll get tired. Give me another year. If I still can't make a name for myself in a year, I'll obediently come back home, whatever you decide. Whatever job you want me to do, I'll do it. Whoever you want me to marry, I'll marry. That's settled. No objections allowed, because objections are invalid. After saying this, Yan Qingxin picked up a teddy bear, stood up from the sofa, and walked back to her room in quick steps. Slam! She forcefully closed the door. Yan Mingdao and his wife were dumbfounded, looking at each other. Our daughter starting her own entertainment company is not a big deal. The problem is, she wants to move out tomorrow. How can we allow that? Chen Yuru muttered, getting up to go knock on the door and do her job as a mother properly. But Yan Mingdao stopped her. I think it's fine. Let her live outside for a year, experience the hardships of starting a business alone. It will be beneficial for her growth. This way, she can pursue her dream of becoming a star. Fine? How can it be fine? Chen Yuru became anxious. There are so many bad people out there, and our daughter is so beautiful. If something happens to her, how can I live? In the current prosperous era of China, where people live in peace and contentment, where are all these bad people? Yan Mingdao frowned. Moreover, countless girls like Qingxin are out there fighting alone. Can you protect her for a lifetime as a mother? When we get old, do we expect her to face life alone? The parents' debate could be faintly heard from outside the bedroom. Yan Qingxin, sitting on the bed, opened her phone and found a video. Closing her eyes, she softly sang, "After a whole summer, the sadness hasn't eased." This song is so beautiful, with depth and soul. If only I could get the copyright to this song. Sigh. The girl's soft sigh was soon diluted by the thickening night. The morning arrived. It was already 9:30 in the morning, the sun was high. Su Chen, still weak, was suddenly awakened from his deep sleep on a park bench by a series of vibrations. Ha! Was that an earthquake? Su Chen, startled, quickly sat up, opened his eyes. Where was the earthquake? It was a girl wearing a silver-gray dress, with a cold and somewhat disdainful expression on her face, using her small high heels to forcefully kick the bench legs. Su Sure. The girl who disturbed Su Chen's sweet dreams turned out to be the original owner's elder sister, Su Sure. When people are sleeping soundly and are rudely awakened, they tend to get grumpy. Su Chen was no exception. He cursed, "Damn, are you crazy?" Su Sure puffed her cheeks, suppressed her anger, and coldly said, "Come with me. Hand over all the copyrights of that dusk song to Light Poetry Entertainment. Hurry up." Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He laughed in anger. Hee, Su Sure, you want the full copyright of my song Dusk? Fine. But you have to agree to a condition. Go on. Su Sure no longer concealed her disgust, her face full of disdain. How much money? I don't want money, Su Chen yawned, pointing to the small park. Just run 3 laps around the park. I will give you the full copyright of Dusk for free. Please add to the bookshelf, thanks. What? I have to run to get Dusk from you? Su Sure was stunned. Then her face turned red with embarrassment, and she angrily rebuked, Su Chen, is this how you talk to people? I am your elder sister from the same mother. Luckily you still know that you are my elder sister from the same mother. Su Chen sneered and lifted his blood-stained shirt, revealing his rib bones like a skeleton. Su Sure, open your eyes wide. Are these ribs broken? Last night, did you use your leather shoes to kick me and break them? Ha! Your ribs are broken? Why are you so thin? Su Sure was stunned again, then instinctively shook her hands in panic. It wasn't me. I didn't use my hands last night, let alone my feet. No matter how you try to defend yourself, you cannot change the cruel reality of you cold-blooded animals almost beating me to death. Su Chen put down his shirt, took out the document of severed parent-child relationship from his pocket, and slapped it on the bench. Squinting, he asked, "Can you read? If you can't, I'll read it to you." Su Sure, of course, she could read. And of course, she understood that this document with a blood fingerprint had legal effect. From the moment you signed and sealed this contract, I have no more relationship with you fools. Su Chen put away the contract, lit a cigarette, and looked at Su Sure. Miss Su, what qualifications and power do you have to demand that I give you Dusk? Su Sure's mouth moved. Get lost quickly. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Su Chen was too lazy to talk to such a fool. He stood up to leave. He was awake and hungry. He would eat first, then find a place to stay. Sleeping in the park didn't fit his dream of a happy life with 1 million and living recklessly for 2 or 3 years. Wait. Su Sure, now pale, raised her hand to stop Su Chen. Su Chen, I'll pay for this song. Because I have made arrangements and I must get this song today. Name your price. As long as it's not outrageous, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Su Sure. Su Chen's face darkened. I'll say it one last time. Either run 3 laps around the park or get lost. Su Sure, tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes, and she cried out sharply, Su Chen, I am your elder sister. How can you treat me like this? Su Chen, he was also surprised that he didn't get angry after Su Sure said this ridiculous thing again. It must be because some beautiful memories related to Su Sure suddenly surfaced in his mind. He said softly, yes, Su Sure, you are my elder sister. 4 years ago, when I first went to the Su family and saw you, I felt proud to have such a beautiful and capable elder sister like you. Even though you never let me sit at the dining table. But when I found out you had a stomach problem, I still made stomach-nourishing porridge for you every morning according to the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge I learned from books. For over 3 years, as long as you were at home, it never stopped. But have you ever looked at me directly once? Su Shi, her eyebrows and corners of her eyes trembled nervously. She suddenly remembered that this morning when she got up for breakfast and didn't see the stomach-nourishing porridge she was used to, she complained to the housekeeper Wang saw a few times and didn't want to eat. Originally, over the past few years, she had long been accustomed to and enjoyed Su Chen's kindness, but she had never taken this kindness seriously or put it in her heart. Su Shi's heart suddenly ached fiercely. I have been cooking porridge for you for more than 3 years, without interruption, but you have never looked at me directly even once. Su Chen smiled. Oh, I have. That is when you guys always scold me for stealing your things over the years. Hey! Almost every month, I steal something from you to do that kind of thing. Almost every time, I get scolded by Su Desan. But why can't I change? Damn, I am really talented. Su Shi trembled. Su Chen. You tell me. Are you really framed and set up? Idiot. Find the things I stole from you yesterday, take them to a specialized agency for testing the dirty stuff on them, and you will know. Su Chen sneered, turned and quickly walked away, saying in a cold voice, remember, don't disgust me again in the future. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Su Shi stood blankly in place, not moving for a while. Noon. She returned home looking lost and disoriented. Besides the housekeeper couple Wang and Sa, there was no one else at home. Su Desan and Meng Jelly, along with Su Zhe, went to find Zhao Lily to deal with the drunken incident. The second son, Su Ci, the general manager of the subsidiary company Jin Ci Rental under Desan Group, had also gone to the company. The third son, Su Chu, was currently a student at Tiandong University and would go to school during the day. Su Shi stood in front of the living room door, silent for a while, and then walked quickly towards the miscellaneous room on the west side. This was Su Chen's residence. 4 years ago, when he returned home, he felt a strong sense of crisis because of Su Zhe. Desan and his wife also wanted Su Chen to gradually adapt to the noble family life, so they specially arranged this room next to the laundry room as his bedroom. Su Chen had been living here for 4 years. Su Shi remembered it very clearly. Yesterday evening, the reason why Desan took harsh measures against Su Chen, besides his refusal to take the blame for Su Zhe, was mainly because Su Chen had stolen Meng Jelly's clothes yesterday and did that disgusting thing. Su Shi hoped she could still see those socks in Su Chen's room. Su Chen's bedroom was messy even. On the wall, there were still traces of Dishan's anger, when he smashed his head with a rolling pin, splattering blood on the pillow. It was obvious. Due to Su Chen's change in attitude, the Su family was caught off guard, and even the housekeeper couple Wang and Sa did not dare to tidy up his room without permission. Soon, Su Shi found a pair of dirty socks at the foot of the bed. Looking at them, Su Shi's stomach churned uncontrollably. She endured the waves of nausea, wrapped the socks, along with the blood-stained pillowcase, in a plastic bag, and hurriedly left. She wanted to quietly find a professional agency to test the dirty stuff on them and see if it matched the DNA in Su Chen's blood. If it matched, if it didn't. Su Shi thought about it and then went into Su Zhe's room, where she found 2 of his hairs on the pillow. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting a haircut and buying clothes, he went to a bath center to freshen up. Feeling like a different person from yesterday, he felt it was time to go to a real estate agency and buy a house of his own. With 1 million in hand, as the real estate market was in a cold winter, with properties being slashed in price everywhere, buying a house of his own would allow him to live comfortably and dream without worries, right? Lobster Real Estate Agency. Su Chen walked in, smoking a cigarette, with his hands in his pockets. The house was not big, but there were 7 or 8 people handling business inside. There was a girl sitting on the sofa next to him, waiting to be served. Oh, this girl is quite attractive. Her face is elegant and she has a good figure. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he sat next to the girl. Yan Qingxin, who was watching a video on her phone, suddenly furrowed her brows. Looking up at Su Chen, with a cold voice, she asked, "Can you go out for a smoke? Please add to the bookshelf, thank you." Su Chen also knew that smoking in public places was uncivilized and immoral. But he liked it. When would a girl have a disgusted look on her face and nag at him? The disgust in Yan Qingxin's eyes wounded Su Chen's self-esteem. Immediately rolling his eyes to the sky, he coldly retorted, "Where I smoke, do I need your permission? Are you the boss of this real estate agency? Or is your dad the mayor of this city? You don't look good, but you sure like to meddle." Yan Qingxin secretly growled, "Who are you calling ugly? My dad is the mayor of Qingshan City." Hoof. Yan Qingxin lightly hummed, "This is a public place. Smoking here will harm my health. I have the right to criticize and condemn uncivilized behavior. Standing on a moral high ground to criticize others' behavior was what Chen detested the most, simply because he was indeed immoral and uncivilized. He felt embarrassed and angry. Looking at Yan Xingxin's collagen-filled face, he sarcastically said, "Auntie, are you going through menopause early? Or is this your 101st heartbreak? There are plenty of immoral things like dogs walking people on the street, old men falling without help, but you don't care about those. Yet you come to bother me about smoking. Are you just bored and have nothing better to do? You call me auntie?" Yan Xingxin never expected Chen to blindly call her auntie and say such things to her. Angered, she raised her hand, her slender fingers trembling as she pointed at Chen's nose, unable to say a word. But Chen had something to say. Sneering, "Auntie, please don't get angry. Because when women get angry, they age. You're already an auntie. If you get angrier, you might turn into a granny? You're just spouting nonsense." Yan Xingxin was so angry that her liver hurt. She really wanted to slap this pig-faced man hard. "What, you want to fight?" Chen leaned in, provoking her with his face against her spring onion-like finger. "Come on, auntie, hit me and see. I promise not to sue you." He kept calling her auntie. The aura of a little rascal was fully unleashed. Yan Xingxin had never experienced such a situation before, especially with all those people around conducting business, all looking over. "Little rascal." Yan Xingxin muttered under her breath, stood up abruptly, and walked quickly towards the door. She couldn't afford to provoke a little rascal, could she? Just as she was about to open the door to leave, she heard Chen imitating her voice from behind. "Auntie, your butt looks very charming when you twist it." Yan Xingxin really wanted to call a certain uncle at the police station and have this despicable little rascal thrown in. "I can't do that. Dad made it clear, from the moment he agreed to let me move out, I am no longer the mayor's daughter. I am just like countless girls my age, struggling alone in society. I have to face all the good and bad things in society on my own. If I seek help from home, it means I can't be independent and can only follow my parents' arrangements. This is what my parents currently hope to see the most. How can that little rascal be like this? He looks young, handsome, and delicate, but he doesn't behave well." These were Yan Xingxin's thoughts, which Chen couldn't hear. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. For a physically weak male god, one must fight in society alone, just like a little rascal. Otherwise, anyone could bully them. "Look, why are you smoking here?" The manager of this agency, Wang, was already busy serving those few customers from early morning until now, and they ended up giving up on buying a house, which made him quite unhappy. Now, seeing the young and carefree Chen drive away a beautiful woman who came sincerely to rent a house, his mood became even less beautiful. He walked over to Chen and scolded him, "Please put out the cigarette. Otherwise, please go outside to smoke." "Ha!" A puff of arrogant smoke sprayed directly onto manager Wang's face. With a sneer, he said, "I came here to buy a house. Are you sure you want to drive me away?" "What? You're here to buy a house? How old are you now? Just graduated from high school? A guy who hasn't even grown any hair wants to buy a house?" Manager Wang was stunned for a moment, then smirked. But the next moment, when Chen opened his mobile banking app, revealing the 5.1 million yuan he had, and brought the phone close to him, Manager Wang's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. Since a few years ago, the real estate market has entered a cold winter. Even in the second-tier cities, house prices have been incessantly chattering. The more house prices fall, the fewer people come to buy. Manager Wang's belt has shrunk by half a circle compared to a few years ago. Now, this young man who looks like a high school student directly slapped 5.1 million yuan in his face, saying he wants to buy a house. Smoke inside the house? Of course, it's allowed. If anyone dares to say otherwise, Manager Wang will definitely duel with them. "Xiaobo, quickly make tea for this gentleman, make good tea." Manager Wang shouted, with a face full of a fawning smile, saying to Chen, "Sir, what are your requirements for the houses you want to buy?" Without waiting for Chen to answer, Manager Wang suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. "Sir, you've come at the right time. We happen to have a 2-story small villa with a small courtyard here. It's located on Olympic Middle Road, right next to the Convention Center and Wandag Plaza. The total area is 200 square meters, and the small courtyard is included. The price is only 4.7 million. What's even more coincidental is that the homeowner is right here. To be honest, a few years ago, this small villa on Olympic Middle Road wouldn't have been available for less than 7 million. Plus, the homeowner is eager to sell due to emigration, hence the discounted price. The people Manager Wang just entertained were insisting on paying only 4.5 million, which annoyed the homeowner, so he decided not to sell. This place? It's not bad. Chen, smoking, legs crossed, drinking tea, looking at the photos. After a moment, he said to the homeowner, 6 million, final offer. If you agree, we can transfer ownership now. After all, I only have 1 million, and I still have to pay the transfer fee, so I need to save some for myself. If you don't agree, just pretend I didn't say anything. The homeowner gritted his teeth, sold. The sky gradually darkened. In the meeting room of Light Poetry Entertainment, Pang Jai was full of disappointment in her face, eyes, and heart. Last night, she called Yan Qingshan specifically and boasted about it. The result? Yan Shi, who had promised to bring Su Chen to her this afternoon, suddenly said the situation had changed and asked her to continue studying the song Understanding after breaking up. Damn it! Is he playing me? Pang Jai cursed inwardly but could only force a smile and nod on the surface. After all, Yan Shi is also the company's boss. Ding ding ding, when Yan Shi was about to adjourn the meeting, her phone on the table rang. It was an unknown call. She swiped and put it on speakerphone. Who is this? Is this General Su of Light Poetry Entertainment? Hee hee, I'm old Huang from Yellow Picture Culture. A man's laughter came through. General Su, I heard that the Su Chen who sang Twilight in Feng Shouma's live broadcast room last night is your younger brother? Ha, ha ha ha, don't ask me how I know. I just want to ask Mr. Su, did you get that song? If you haven't gotten it, hey, our Huangtu culture won't be polite. New book set sale, please collect and support, thank you. The video of Su Chen playing the guitar and singing quickly spread on the internet, immediately attracting the high attention of various entertainment companies. After urgently evaluating the market value of this song and confirming its explosive potential, they all began to search for Su Chen. It's obvious. Everyone will contact Ma Xiaoma for the first time. However, Ma Xiaoma kept his promise and only said that she and Su Chen were strangers who met by chance, and didn't leave any contact information at all. All the heroes won't be defeated. Everything is afraid of spending money to pull strings, take it seriously. Soon, the Huangtu culture in the Magic City was the first to find detailed information about Su Chen. It turns out that he is the younger brother of Su Shi, the CEO of Light Poetry Entertainment. Rough, is this worth fighting over? Their own big sister, who specializes in entertainment, naturally had to give the song to Su Shi after she accidentally got a good song. Wait, just when Lao Huang was feeling down, he received new news. The news came from the housekeeper of the Su family. Wang saw Lao Huang then learned that Su Desan almost killed Su Chen the night before, and Su Chen paid 5 million to sever their family ties and left in a chic manner. Suddenly, Lao Huang was revitalized as if he had been injected with chicken blood. It's not surprising that Lao Huang is so concerned about a song, because the Huangtu culture, which has several top composers, has not produced a hit in half a year. The two top singers in the company are now living off their savings. If another company gets the Twilight and becomes popular overnight, it will undoubtedly cause losses to Huangtu culture. Therefore, while Lao Huang sent people to search for Su Chen, he also decided to personally call Su Shi. After all, everyone is in the same circle. If you don't even say hello and settle the matter with someone's own younger brother, it will be very awkward to meet in the future. What? Su Chen is Su's younger brother? How is that possible? After hearing Lao Huang say those words on the phone, Bai Jia and others present were stunned. Ah! Su Shi sighed in her heart, but smiled faintly on the surface. General Huang, since you called me, it proves that you know a lot. To be honest, although Su Chen and I have misunderstandings, we are ultimately siblings by blood. Do you think he would refuse me and sell that Twilight to you? Before Lao Huang could say anything, Su Shi simply ended the call. Some things, it's best to stop at a certain point. Being too clear will only reveal your hand. Don't worry, difficulties are only temporary. That Twilight can only belong to my Light Poetry Entertainment. After hanging up the phone, Su Shi glanced at Pang Jia and others. Meeting adjourned, everyone can leave. Everyone could tell that Su Shi's mood was not high, so no one said anything more. They all nodded to Su Shi and took their leave. When Pang Jia reached the stairs, she suddenly thought of something and turned back towards the meeting room. She wanted to personally step in and find Su Chen. Inside the meeting room. Ding ding dong dong. When Su Shi picked up her bag and was about to go home, her phone rang again. She looked at the caller ID and her heart tightened. The person calling her was Miao, the head of the Kodak laboratory she had contacted through connections this afternoon. Considering their relationship and money, Lao Miao had worked overtime to get the results, so calling Su Shi now could only mean that the results were out. Those dirty things, they must not be Xiaoxia's. Otherwise what? Su Shi didn't dare to think further. She answered the phone with a forced smile. Director Miao, hello. Hello, General Su. The test results are out. Lao Miao went straight to the point and said, through rigorous and responsible scientific identification, there is a certain liquid on the stockings, which is completely consistent with the 2 hairs provided by Mr. Su. The blood on the pillow and the certain liquid on the stockings do not match at all. Boom. Su sure felt as if her head had been smashed with a sledgehammer. Her face turned pale instantly, and she staggered. She hurriedly reached out to hold onto the table. Mr. Su, the test results and items. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone mail them to Qingshi Entertainment. Goodbye. Director Miao finished speaking and promptly ended the call. So, the person doing disgusting things with our belongings turns out to be Xiao Suzha. How could he do this? Su Shi, with her mind blank, hoarsely growled. Outside the door, Pang Jai, who was about to come in, was struck by Su Shi's words. In the meeting room, Su Shi, full of pain on her face, did not notice a pair of eyes peeking at her through the door crack. She just bit her lip hard, holding her head in her hands. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to face the cruel reality. She recalled the words Su Chen said when he left the Su family that night. Suzha framed Su Chen because he was afraid he would take away what he had accumulated over the years. And due to our bias against Su Chen, we instinctively believed he was a dirty person and did not believe his explanations. Suzha, oh Suzha, you went to great lengths to get rid of Su Chen. You even went after Mom. Su Shi's murmurs made her feel nauseous. After a long while, she finally calmed down. Dad is on a business trip and won't be home for a few days. When he returns, I will immediately present the report from the Keita laboratory to everyone and confront Suzha. Let this true little beast get out of our Su family. Tomorrow, I will go find Su Chen. Apologize to him first, then beg him to come back home. Su Shi closed her eyes and planned her next move. Outside the door, Pang Jai quietly turned around and quickly walked to the staircase. She took out her phone, found a contact labeled Little Puppy in her phone book, and dialed, Little Puppy, I heard Mr. Su say something at the meeting room door just now. Time, like a pig rushing into a cabbage field, no matter how you pull, you can't hold it back. And then, the day broke. From now on, I finally have my own home. With the help of manager Wang, who was looking for a house for lobsters, Su Chen finally completed the transfer procedures. Standing in the small courtyard, Su Chen was full of emotion. Manager Wang asked, Mr. Su, are you living in this villa alone? Su Chen casually asked back, why, is that not okay? Manager Wang, who was good at doing business, chuckled after being choked for a moment, Mr. Su, this is what I think. The house is so big, and you are alone. The key is that the location of this house is excellent, you can totally rent it out. That way, you can have company and income. Ha! Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Heh, old Wang, you're damn right. Although I know you want to make money off me again. But as long as I can eat meat, it's fine for you to have some soup. Okay. Just put my house on your agency. But I have 2 requirements. 1. Do not rent to males, regardless of height, weight, wealth, or appearance. Isn't like repels like? 2. Do not rent to females under 18 or over 38, weighing less than 50 kilograms or over 60 kilograms, shorter than 155 centimeters or taller than 178 centimeters, with a natural beauty score below 90. After all, beautiful women are pleasing to the eye, while ugly women upset the stomach. I am still a child in the developmental stage and do not want to compromise my health for a little rent. Manager Wang, as the evening approached, thinking of Su Chen's words, he muttered to himself, damn, just renting a room, and there are still these requirements. With a creak, the door opened. Manager Wang looked up and suddenly felt a bright light in front of him. He quickly stood up and warmly greeted, Beauty, may I help you with anything? Yan Xinshin replied, I want to rent a house. Yan Xinshin had been here yesterday. However, at that time, Manager Wang was busy entertaining other guests. By the time he noticed her arguing with Su Chen, she had already left. Otherwise, Manager Wang would definitely recognize Yan Xinshin, and would not immediately think of Su Chen's small villa and enthusiastically start recommending it after hearing her rental requirements. Beauty, this small villa located on Olympic Middle Road perfectly meets all your requirements. Convenient transportation, elegant environment, away from the bustling downtown area prone to traffic jams. However, when Manager Wang talked confidently to this point, he said, you can only share the rent, because the owner of the house also lives there. Moreover, he is a single man. What? Looking at the photos of the villa, Yan Xinshin, who became more satisfied the more she looked, was stunned after hearing Manager Wang say this. Her eyebrows furrowed, Manager Wang, are you joking with me? I made it very clear that I want to rent a house alone. I don't like sharing, regardless of gender. Because I am in the creative industry and need peace and quiet. Moreover, the owner of the villa is a single man? Beauty, I have no intention of joking with you. Manager Wang quickly said, although the owner of this small villa is a single man, he is just a high school graduate. He is still a child in a way. And he also said he is an orphan without parents or siblings. Do you think such a single man would pose a threat to you? Ah, an orphan high school graduate? But he is still a male. Yan Qinshin's eyebrows twitched, about to shake her head, but then she thought of something. She had been running around for 2 days to find a desirable house. If it wasn't for the unsatisfactory environment, inconvenient transportation, poor lighting in the house, noisy neighbors, and so on, she wouldn't have been so picky. In short, after seeing the photos of this small villa, she fell in love with it. If she gave up again this time, who knows when she would find her dream house. Beauty, how about I take you there to have a look? It's not far from here, just a 10-minute taxi ride. Seeing Yan Qinshin hesitating, Manager Wang, who had excellent business skills, immediately said, if you are satisfied, we can sign the rental contract on the spot there. If you find it inconvenient, I will carefully select another option for you. Okay, fine. Yan Qinshin hesitated again for a moment, stood up and said, let's go, I drove here. Alright. You wait outside, I'll call the landlord now. Finally convincing Yan Qinshin, Manager Wang was overjoyed. After she left, Manager Wang immediately took out his phone and called Su Chen. 5 o'clock. Wandag Square. Su Chen was being warmly served by a beautiful service staff of a fitness brand, purchasing goods. Today he had to buy a lot of things. The original homeowner, eager to sell, left behind furniture, appliances, and other large items, so Su Chen could move in with just his bags. But he also needed to buy bedding, daily necessities, and other items. Blue Star also had online novels like Tomato, and Su Chen happened to enjoy writing novels, so he had to return to his old profession. Some dopa, mysterious, grave robbery, godslayer, and so on, were all on the list. If necessary, he would write a script, such as the TV drama Empresses in the Palace or the low-budget film Nameless. Anyway, the original authors of these works were far away, and Su Chen was not afraid of them coming to claim rights. Just based on Su Chen being single on Earth for 39 years, he has developed a typing speed that allows him to write 4,000 words in an hour without considering outlines or plots. Su Chen doesn't care about making money. He is simply fond of using typing to pass the time. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. A high-performance computer and a good mechanical keyboard are essential. In addition to these items, Su Chen also needs to buy a phone and some professional indoor fitness equipment. His body is too weak, he is afraid of even breaking a sweat, let alone boxing. Of course, even if Su Chen trains his body well, he will never step into the ring again. Just spending a few hours a day typing can support himself, so why would he foolishly go to the ring to get beaten up? As for making money by writing songs, Su Chen has no such plans. He just wants to live a low-key life. Writing novels, soaking his feet, exercising at night, isn't that enjoyable? Why bother entering the chaotic entertainment industry and exposing oneself? He is still a child, of course, he should stay at home and enjoy life. He was in a good mood. But his good mood was suddenly ruined by the appearance of a woman. Su Chen, I finally found you. Su Shi, with a somewhat haggard face, grabbed Su Chen's arm and said, come with me to a place. Damn it! Are you never going to stop? Su Chen was furious after being dragged down by her. He angrily shook off her hand, grabbed her by the back of her neck, and slammed her head hard on the counter. He scolded in a low voice, idiot. I warned you before. If you bother me again, I will break your legs. What, do you think I won't dare? He was truly fed up with this woman. When a fierce light flashed in his eyes, he picked up a strengthener from the counter, raised it towards Su Shi's left leg, and was about to smash it down hard. Don't! Su Shi screamed in horror. Su Chen, after all, I am your sister. The beautiful waitress also reacted quickly, hurriedly raised her hand and held his arm. She said repeatedly, sir, please calm down. Hitting someone is illegal. Even if you must hit someone, please settle the bill first. Su Chen, what the girl said was right. After all, she had spent a lot of effort to serve Su Chen. If Su Chen really injured someone, he probably wouldn't be able to pay the bill, and she wouldn't get her commission. Damn it! Su Chen reluctantly put down the strengthener, released Su Shi, and said to the waitress, alright, I'll settle the bill first. Su Shi, who survived the ordeal, quickly stood up and retreated a few steps, looking at Su Chen with fear in her eyes, because she had just felt that Su Chen really wanted to break her leg. At that moment, the aura emanating from Su Chen was not filled with hatred or affection, only extreme disgust at being entangled by a mangy dog. Ding! Payment successful. The waitress breathed a sigh of relief and, for the sake of her commission, began to advise Su Chen earnestly, sir, is this lady really your sister? I think. What do you think? Su Chen interrupted her, impatiently saying, what sister? I'm an orphan. Many years ago, my parents and siblings all died. This woman probably lost her parents and went crazy, claiming to be everyone's sister. The waitress, beside her, Su-Shi, closed her eyes in pain. Ding ding. Su Chen's phone rang, and it was manager Wang calling. He answered, "Old Wang, what's up?" "Mr. Su, here's the thing. Didn't you put your house up for sale?" "After searching hard in the vast sea of people, I finally found a beautiful female tenant who meets all your requirements." Manager Wang chuckled. "I'll take her to see the house in 10 minutes. "Are you going home now?" "Hee hee, I'm not well educated, don't deceive me." Su Chen sneered, but then said, "I'm outside now, can't go back for a while. How about this, you take her to see the house first. I'll tell you the password for the lock, there's nothing to steal inside anyway. When I get home, I'll change the password." Su Chen didn't care if the house could be rented out, but he couldn't bear to ignore manager Wang's enthusiastic service heart. After dismissing manager Wang in a few words, Su Chen hung up the phone, ignoring Su-Shi next to him. With the help of a waiter, he moved all the things he bought today out of the mall. Because he bought too many things, Su Chen had to hire a pickup truck to send them home. He was loading the truck. Su-Shi timidly watched from a distance, looking at him. After loading the truck, Su Chen was about to get in the car but sighed. He took out a box of cigarettes he had just bought and threw it to the pickup driver. "Buddy, please wait here. I'll talk to that woman for a few minutes, at most 5. "Wow. A box of cigarettes that cost over $100. "No problem." The pickup driver's eyes lit up and he nodded. With a snap, Su Chen lit a cigarette, put his left hand in his pocket, and walked up to Su-Shi. Taking out his phone, he checked the time and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes, 300 seconds, to say what you want to say. Countdown, start." Looking at the cool and extremely unfamiliar Su Chen, Su-Shi felt like she was dreaming. But she quickly adjusted her state because she realized that this unfamiliar brother was not joking with her. If he said 5 minutes, he wouldn't give her 301 seconds. She hurriedly said, "Su Chen, when I got home the day before yesterday, I found our mother's pair in your room." Su Chen coldly said, "That old woman is your mother. If you dare to call her our mother again, I'll knock out all your teeth." Su-Shi bit her lip. "Following your advice, I took my mother's things, your pillowcase, and Xiaojia." "No, it's Sujia's hair, to the relevant unit for DNA testing." The conclusion was that it's Sujia. He framed you to get you out. As for this result, haha, Su Chen didn't feel surprised at all, just sneered. "And, I carefully recalled." Su-Shi continued, "You said that the 3 of us sisters have always failed in our attempts to find boyfriends over the years, and Sujia did play a decisive role during that time. Well, you finally have some brains." Su Chen nodded. "Actually, you can't blame that idiot. If you want to blame someone, blame the 3 of you sisters for being identified by that idiot as playthings to help him make money. It's quite normal." Su Chen glanced at his watch again, reminding, 2 more minutes. Su-Shi hurriedly said, "I plan to wait. When my dad comes back from his business trip, I'll bring out the report and expose Sujia's true face to everyone. But, I entrusted Director Miao this morning to mail something to Qingshi Entertainment, and someone pretending to be from our company took it early." She wasn't lying. Today at the company, Su-Shi was waiting for the test report and other evidence that Director Miao was supposed to mail, but she hadn't received it by the afternoon. She called Director Miao to ask about it. Director Miao told her that he had shipped it at 8 a.m. and even provided Su-Shi with the tracking number. Su-Shi immediately contacted the courier. The courier said that the package had already been signed for by the receptionist at Qingshi Entertainment. Su-Shi went to find the receptionist again. The receptionist claimed not to have seen anything. The loss of the lab report, Su Chen and Sujia's belongings didn't matter. But without the pair of black stockings with Sujia's dirty stuff on them, it would be impossible to prove that he was up to something disgusting and frame Su Chen. The loss of evidence is definitely related to Sujia. Su-Shi's eyes turned red as she said, "I can't understand how he knew about my secret plan to take the evidence for testing. Without solid evidence, if I come clean, no one will believe me, and it might even provoke their resentment. Su Chen, I'm sorry. We have wronged you before." With that, Su-Shi placed her hands on her abdomen and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Tears streamed down as she choked out, "Su Chen, please forgive me. I will treat you even better in the future. Actually, I have never blamed you. After all, it's normal for a fool to do anything to me. Therefore, I don't need to forgive you. As for you being extra nice to me? I don't need a fool to be nice to me. Because I'm afraid of being associated with your stupidity." Su Chen sneered disdainfully. "Time's up." "Oh, right. Seeing that you shed a few crocodile tears, I'll give you a reminder. Since you can analyze that it might be your dear brother who took the lab report, you should be careful, he might plot against you. For example, poisoning your food, hiring someone to run you over on the road, and so on. With that, Su Chen turned and left. From behind came Su Shi's cries, "Su Chen, please, come back home with me?" Su Chen didn't even look back, extending his right hand behind him and raising a finger. In a certain villa community on Aoti Middle Road, under manager Wang's guidance, Yan Qingxin visited this small villa. After the on-site visit, Yan Qingxin was more satisfied with the transportation, environment, and other conditions. Especially, manager Wang repeatedly brainwashed her by emphasizing two things. 1. He had already communicated with the homeowner, and the tenant could dominate the west side of the second floor, and the homeowner would not take a step beyond the tenant's permission. The west side is a secondary bedroom with a separate study, bathroom, and other spaces. 2. The homeowner is not only a simple-minded high school graduate but also a poor orphan. Especially with the homeowner's delicate appearance, it is easy to associate with the character Lin Nini. The homeowner might be slightly interested in Yan Qingxin's beauty, but the possibility is minimal. A poor orphan? Yan Qingxin finally felt moved and nodded. "Okay, I'll rent it. Can we sign the contract now?" "Of course." Manager Wang, who was all smiles, secretly delighted, immediately took out a tablet from his bag and quickly processed the rental contract for Yan Qingxin. He also casually persuaded Yan Qingxin that the place had a good environment, the homeowner was safe, and most importantly, the rent was really high. No, it was really economical, it would be best to rent for the whole year. Yan Qingxin, who was a novice in this regard, agreed in a daze. Done. After Yan Qingxin made the payment, she was eager to buy daily necessities. She would stay here tonight. Finally, she didn't have to live with the nagging ghosts at home, and Yan Qingxin felt relieved all over. Humming a tune, she started the car. As the car just left the community gate, a delivery van came towards her. A person sitting in the passenger seat, smoking a cigarette and humming a tune, happened to make eye contact with Yan Qingxin as both vehicles slowed down. "Oh!" Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Isn't this the unique quality auntie? Auntie! In the vast sea of people, our chance encounter is definitely fate. I am not talented. I would like to invite the quality auntie to a night of intimate conversation tonight. No, to hold a candlelight discussion on the beautiful life. Please, accept my sincere invitation." Yan Qingxin, her face blushed instantly. Clenching her silver teeth, she spat out, "You little rascal. If you want to die, just cough. Cough. Cough." Amid Su Chen's incessant coughing, the small pickup truck slowly entered the villa community. "Damn little rascal, why do I keep running into him? Such a young age and not studying well, he should really be sent in for a few years of reform. Forget it. Considering he might be a delivery worker, and especially since I'm in such a good mood today moving into my new home, I'll forgive him again. After all, ruining my good mood for a little rascal is just not worth it." Yan Qingxin muttered to herself, lightly stepping on the gas, and her mood quickly became cheerful. Building 58. This is the small villa building number bought by Su Chen, located in the northwest corner of the entire community. There is an artificial lake in front, offering a wide view. This is also why Yan Qingxin likes to rent here. When the pickup truck slowly stopped in front of the small villa, manager Wang had just locked the door and was about to call Su Chen to inform him that the house had been rented out. The electronic contract was already settled. When manager Wang handed it to Yan Qingxin, the girl who was immersed in the joy of finally finding her ideal house didn't carefully read the contract, nor did she look at the name of the landlord, just looking extremely naive, she paid the agency fee. Compared to this naive Yan, Su Chen was much more experienced. He also didn't carefully read the contract, he just paid the agency fee. "Mr. Su, the tenant Miss Yan is out shopping, I don't know if she will come tonight. Anyway, when she arrives, according to the contract, she will pay you the total annual rent of 60,000 in person." Manager Wang clicked his tongue, TSK, that Miss Yan is indeed beautiful, and not short of money, Old Wan, what's so funny? Su Chen said, "You don't think I, this child, am lecherous, do you? Hurry up, help unload the car." Manager Wang, seeing that he had completed another deal just before closing time, immediately rolled up his sleeves. Seeing that he had indeed helped, after finishing, Su Chen deliberately took him to a nearby restaurant, and the two of them had a good drink. 8:40 in the evening. The slightly tipsy Su Chen returned home. The installation of the fitness equipment can wait until tomorrow. Tired from loading and unloading, covered in sweat, he decided to take a shower first. 9 o'clock in the evening. Yan Qingxin, who had done a big shopping at Wandar Square, finally finished buying the basic daily necessities before the mall closed in the evening. She drove to the front of Villa 58. "I'll move the piano and other instruments tomorrow. My independent new living environment officially begins. I'm so excited. I hope this landlord little brother is really as honest as manager Wang said." It's best if no one pays attention to anyone else. After all, no matter how young he is, and how simple-minded, he is still a man. Yan Xingxing carried her bags to the door, entered the password on the keypad lock, and walked into the courtyard. The living room was lit. It was obvious. The landlord's younger brother had already returned home. How should I introduce myself to him? Struggling with her bags, Yan Xingxing gently pushed open the slightly ajar living room door with her toe and walked in. There was no one in the living room, but a light could be seen through the frosted glass of the bathroom. Some unopened items were placed on the floor, apparently fitness equipment. In the ashtray on the table, there was a cigarette butt. On the sofa, there were also a shirt and pants. The air was filled with the smell of tobacco and the unique odor of a man's sweat. Yan Xingxing immediately frowned. She didn't like the smell of tobacco, right? When she was at home, her father, Yan Mingdao, had to avoid smoking around her. We must set some ground rules. Absolutely no smoking in the living room. Even though this is his house, I am also a tenant who has paid rent. Yan stared at the ashtray on the table, frowning and muttering to herself, when she heard the creak of the door. She instinctively turned her head at sister. You sit at the bow, brother, I walk on the shore. Su Chen, with a towel on his shoulder, humming a tune, opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. Then, why did the air in the living room freeze instantly as he and Yan locked eyes? But within a few seconds, both of them came to their senses. Damn! How did the etiquette ant end up at my house? Damn it! She even saw the nationally protected rare bird. Su Chen hurriedly reached out to cover. In that instant, Yan also let out a scream, making the window glass buzz and scream, "Ah, little hooligan." Then Yan, whose face suddenly turned red, threw aside the bag she was carrying, covering her face with both hands. Goodness! So, the etiquette ant is the tenant that Lao Wang found for me. What a small world. No, she has to get out. Su Chen also understood what was going on and quickly rushed to the sofa, frantically putting on his clothes. With 39 years of living alone experience, Su Chen had developed a habit of not wearing clothes when coming out of the shower at home. Bad habits can kill. Besides, Lao Wang didn't mention that the tenant would come back to stay tonight. This situation, a 19-year-old kid was exposed by this ant. What a shame. So this little hooligan is the owner of Villa 58. No wonder he went to the real estate agency that day. Turns out he was renting out the house. I can't stay here anymore. I have to find manager Wang tonight and get the agency fee back. Yan, squatting on the ground with her hands covering her face, thought to herself, when she heard the voice of the little hooligan, etiquette ant, you are the tenant introduced by Lao Wang, right? Well, take your things and get out. I can even help the real estate agency refund your agency fee. In any case, my house will never be rented to you. What? You, an uncouth little hooligan, have the nerve to tell me to get out? Ha! The more you tell me to leave, the more I won't. Su Chen's bad attitude successfully triggered Yan's rebellious factor. After confirming through her fingers that the little hooligan had put on his clothes, she let go of her hands. Blushing, she stood up, crossed her arms, and looked down at Su Chen with a contemptuous look. Slightly sneering, little hooligan, you want to kick me out? Ha, no way. I am the authorized agent of the real estate with you, signed the lease contract. From the moment I paid the agency fee, I am half the owner of Villa 58. As long as I don't destroy the building furniture or engage in any illegal activities, within the next year, you have no right to kick me out. If you dare to force me out, see you in court. Ah, damn. This girl knows the law. The key is that this girl seems to have a thick skin. Bullying me as a child, Su Chen stared at Yan with wide eyes, feeling a sudden headache and his cheeks twitching. And another thing. Yan, the mayor's daughter, who had seen the world, quickly took control after calming down. In the future, if you deliberately show off your pitiful little body, or bring any friends home without my consent, see you in court. The usually eloquent Su Chen stared dumbfounded at Yan, looking completely foolish. Damn it! Who is the real owner of this small villa? Click, click, click. Yan, with her small high heels, swaying her slender waist, exuding a mature aura, walked to the sofa. Reaching out, she said to Su Chen in a calm tone, where is your ID card? Give it to me. I want to take a picture and send it to my family. To prevent any harm you may cause me in the future, I want to be able to find you immediately. The request made by Yan Xingxing, although harsh, was quite reasonable. But Su Chen, hurry up. Seeing Su Chen staring at her with wide eyes, looking visibly flustered, Yan Xingxing, who had been bullied by him twice in just a few days, felt a sense of relief and her voice turned colder. The aura of a mature woman is even stronger. Especially seeing Su Chen's weak appearance, it even gave Miss Yan an urge to give him a strong left hook and knock him down. When a beautiful girl is too weak, men can't help but want to bully her. Similarly, when a delicate-looking young boy is too weak, Even a woman who considers herself strong will have this urge, right? Chen, in this world, after all, it's not Earth. Women on Blue Star are either not fools or shameless. If he wants to live here, he has to learn to adapt. So he silently took out his ID card. Yan Xingxin was about to take it, but then she had a thought, took out her phone, opened the camera, and clicked on the video. Commanding proudly, hold the ID card to your chest. I will ask questions, you answer. Please do not lie, because every word you say now will be considered as evidence in court. Damn! Are you never going to stop? Do you believe me? Chen was really annoyed, about to turn hostile, but then he calmed down in time. It's obvious. Looking at this shameless girl with thick skin, she had a strong aura, definitely not an ordinary person. Before Chen's body became too weak, especially if she resorted to violence, it would definitely ruin his grand plan. Therefore, he had to maintain enough composure. Fine, you win. Chen said coldly, suppressing the humiliation in his heart, and held up the ID card to his chest. Yan Xingxin began questioning him like interrogating a suspect. Name. Chen answered, Chen. Chen? This name seems familiar. The key is, looking at his face, it also seems familiar. Subconsciously, Yan Xingxin thought, and asked in a procedural manner, gender. Chen answered, has a bird. Has a bird? What does that mean? Ugh. A little rascal is always a little rascal. Never expect anything good from their mouth. Yan Xingxin was stunned, her face turned red, but she didn't want to argue with him about this answer, whether it was right or wrong. She continued, age. Chen answered, 28 beauty plus 3 years. Yan Xingxin to 28 beauty is 16, plus 3 years is 19. Okay, that can be considered a correct answer. She continued, occupation. Chen answered, landlord. Landlord? Yan Xingxin was once again surprised, but she found this question quite reasonable. Continuing, she asked, home address. Chen answered, there is no silver here, 300 taels. Ha! The way the little rascal answers questions is quite unique. Yan Xingxin realized that Chen was deliberately beating around the bush, but she didn't mind and continued, family members. After asking this question, Yan Xingxin suddenly realized something was wrong. Because manager Wang had mentioned many times while brainwashing her that the homeowner was an orphan. Although the little rascal was despicable, but now asking him this question was like exposing his wound. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you this question. After realizing the mistake, Yan Xingxin was about to instinctively apologize. Then she heard Chen calmly reply, my biological father was struck by lightning, my mother died in a car accident. 3 sisters were abducted and sold, my half-brother from another mother has AIDS. They are all dead, and I am currently a lonely man. Yan Xingxin, her first reaction was that Chen was lying. How could 6 family members all have died in such tragic ways, with 3 sisters abducted and sold, and 1 with AIDS? However, she thought to herself, in this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. Besides, who would curse their own family member to such a tragic death? Ahem. Yan Xingxin cleared her throat and whispered, I'm sorry, little rascal. I didn't mean to expose your scar. TSK. Chen sneered indifferently and slammed his ID card on the table. No wonder he's only 19 but living alone in a villa, with a rough and tough demeanor. It turns out, he doesn't have the care of parents. He had to turn himself into a little rascal to protect himself effectively. Yan Xingxin thought to herself, feeling a surge of self-righteousness. She felt ashamed for her earlier domineering behavior. Without asking anything further, she just used her phone to take a picture of the ID card and then turned off her phone. Then, she bent down proactively, extending her fair hand. In a sincere tone, she said, Chen, hello. I'm Yan Xingxin, 25 years old this year. I'm a local from Qingshan, and both my parents are civil servants. I've always loved entertainment since I was young, dreaming of becoming a singer, actor, or director. I moved out from home and rented a place because my parents don't support my music career. In the future, please take care of me as your tenant, Mr. Landlord. Ha! This shameless girl seems to have good manners. Surely, it's because of the tragic fate of her father, mother, 3 sisters, and foster siblings that she pities me. Well then, since she's still somewhat normal, I'll forgive her for the annoying behavior of watching rare birds for free. Chen thought to himself, extending his right hand and lightly touching Yan Xingxin's fair hand before letting go. She showed him enough respect. Therefore, Chen should reciprocate. From the handshake, he could tell that Yan Xingxin's perception of him as a little rascal was just a way of self-protection. Yan Xingxin thought she understood something. She slowly sat down in front of Chen, crossing her slender legs and leaning on the sofa. With her hands interlocked on her abdomen, she said, Chen, please don't call me Ann anymore, okay? I'm only 25 years old, and I won't call you a little rascal anymore. Just call me by my name, and you can call me by yours. Or, you can call me sister. After all, I'm 6 years older than you. I think I have the right to be called sister by you. If it weren't for the tragic fate of Su Chen's family that triggered Yen Xingxin's maternal instinct, she would never have asked Su Chen to call her sister. Young, orphaned, weak, pitiful. These 4 words had a strong impact on Yen Xingxin, who had been well protected and sheltered from the harsh realities of society. How would Su Chen react? With 21 years of experience in the entertainment industry since he was 18, he could easily see through Yen Xingxin's thoughts. He found it somewhat amusing. But he also felt that the term little rascal was indeed unpleasant. As long as Yen Xingxin didn't offend him, he didn't want to lower himself and treat her as an elder. Although Yen Xingxin had thick skin, she was simple-minded and well-mannered, unlike the 3 sisters of the Su family who were hypocritical. The key point was that she was indeed beautiful and pleasing to the eye. As for calling her sister? Cheesy. Okay, Su Chen nodded. Yen Xingxin, I wish us a happy cohabitation in the future. Happy cohabitation? Yen Xingxin was stunned, her face suddenly blushing. However, considering his status as a poor orphan and the habit he developed from wearing the mask of a little rascal for self-protection, Yen Xingxin forgave him generously. Ahem. Yen Xingxin lightly coughed. Su Chen, can you please not smoke in the living room in the future? Smoking is harmful to health. Besides, I don't like the smell. The key is your age. You are still young. You should study hard, graduate from university, and find a good job. Only then will you have hope of getting a girlfriend. Damn. This woman, just because she's a few years older than me, starts lecturing me. Su Chen frowned and coldly said, Yen Xingxin, I only rented out the 2nd floor guest room and facilities to you. The living room is mine, you can walk through and sit for a while for free. But I didn't give you the authority to control me and smoke here. As for my age and future plans for studying and working, you have no right to interfere. Because you are neither my wife nor my mother. I was just trying to help him, but I ended up provoking him again. He showed his little rascal side to me once more. Yen Xingxin sighed inwardly. She nodded, okay. Besides what's written in the contract, can I request that you wear clothes when coming out of the bathroom downstairs in the future? Of course, no problem. Su Chen put away his ID, leaned back on the sofa with his head tilted back, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. I'm still a child, cough. Do you think I would let you see? Yen Xingxin changed the subject. Do you have any requests for me? The requests are simple. Su Chen said straightforwardly. 1. Don't go to the east side of the 2nd floor without my permission. 2. Inform me before bringing your friends over. 3. No sanctimonious women, female boxers, or dogs allowed inside. 4. No loud noises after 10 p.m. 5. Pay the water and electricity bills monthly. 6. You can now pay the annual rent. Yen Xingxin nodded. Although Su Chen's words were harsh, they were reasonable. Anyway, she didn't have many friends, wouldn't delay the water and electricity bills, liked peace and quiet without pets, and wouldn't enter a man's room. Let's exchange contact information on WeChat. Yen Xingxin opened her phone. You send me your bank card number on my WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you. A few minutes later, 60,000 yuan was transferred. Oh, one more thing. I won't touch your things, and you shouldn't touch mine either. Su Chen extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and quickly went upstairs. Good night. This little guy is quite interesting. Watching Su Chen's back, Yen Xingxin unconsciously smiled. Good night. She stood up and carried all her belongings upstairs. Midnight. Yen Xingxin, who had finally tidied up her room and taken a shower, sat on the bed cabinet in a pink robe, revealing a pair of beautiful legs. Leaving my parents' home is really not bad. Yen Xingxin sighed contentedly and picked up her phone. Su Chen. This name, I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Yen? Isn't that my surname? My surname, his name. Hey, it seems like fate. Ugh. Yen Xingxin, what are you thinking about again? He's just a child, not a mature adult like you. When Yen Xingxin felt her face heating up, she realized that while she was showering, she received many messages from her mother, who was worried. The last message read, Yen Xingxin, if you don't reply, I'll call the police. You haven't even called, why would you call the police? Yen Xingxin replied quickly, slightly pursing her lips. Dawn broke. Su Shi, who had only fallen asleep after 3 in the morning, looked even more haggard than yesterday. She had a nightmare while sleeping. In the dream, Su Shi killed her parents, locked the 3 sisters in a room, and trampled on them in various ways. The unprecedented fear jolted Su Shi awake from the nightmare. She realized it was already dawn, with cold sweat soaking her pillow. Downstairs in the living room outside the door, there was a faint sound of conversation. It was Su Dishan's voice. Didn't Dad say he would only be back the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing her father's voice, Sushir instantly perked up and sat up. But the next moment, she felt dejected again. She had already lost the evidence, so even if her father came back, what could she do? If she had no proof, it would only make her father, who doted on Suja more than her mother did, resent her. I must not act impulsively, and I cannot move out just because I fear being plotted against. I have to pretend that nothing happened, stay at home cautiously, and carefully search for evidence against Suja. I have to influence Cici and Chu through my own words and actions, making them both suspect Suja. With these thoughts in mind, Sushir walked out of the bedroom. Sure, why did you just wake up? Su Desan, sitting at the dining table, looked at his eldest daughter walking over. What's wrong? Are you sick? Your face looks so bad. Meng Jelly and others also looked over. I've had severe stomach pain these past few days, can't sleep at night. Sushir rubbed her chest and casually said, when Su Chen was here, he would make porridge for me every morning. Now that he's gone, I can't have stomach-nourishing porridge in the morning, and the pain has started again. She had a stomach problem a few years ago, and the Su family had long known about it. Of course, since Su Chen came, he had been making porridge to nourish her stomach every day, and her stomach had already improved. By saying this, Sushir hoped to remind the family, except for Suja, of Su Chen's kindness. Humph. Su Desan snorted coldly. What's so miraculous about the porridge made by that little animal? Sushir didn't say anything, quickly glanced at the others. Meng Jelly remained calm, Cici and Chu both looked disdainful. Suja, on the other hand, looked despondent, lowered his head, and said softly, Big sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I made my brother think that I was competing with him for the family property. As a result, it led to the separation of your parents, siblings, and relatives. I think I should leave. After I leave, you can bring my brother back. Oh, Xiaozhe, why do you say that again? In my heart, you are my own son, my only son. Meng Jelly quickly raised her hand and embraced Suja sitting beside her, comforting him. Then she looked displeasedly at Sushir and said, Sure. From now on, you are not allowed to mention that little animal's name at home, especially at the dining table. Exactly. Second son Su Ci looked disgusted. Just hearing his name makes me sick. Suchu also said slowly, that night, I should have kicked him a few more times and kicked him to death. In the past, Sushir would have subconsciously nodded in agreement with their words. But now, Sushir felt that they were really foolish. Not mentioning it is not an option. I came back early from the Magic City this time because of that little animal. The behind-the-scenes boss of Huangtu Culture personally found me because that little animal sang a song called Dusk Online, catching the attention of Huangtu Culture. The big boss said that as long as we can get this song, he will cooperate with our company. Su Desan looked at Sushir and ordered, Sure, after eating, go find that little animal. Make him hand over all the copyrights of that song to Huangtu Culture for free. The behind-the-scenes boss of Huangtu Culture was not the old Huang who had called Sushir. He was a real scion of a wealthy family. After old Huang greeted Sushir, he immediately contacted Su Chen. But Su Chen, in order to maintain peace, changed his phone settings to only receive calls from numbers in his contact list. Apart from Ma Xiaoma, Aunt Chen, Manager Wang, and the Yangzi Yangsen who exchanged numbers last night, no one else could reach him. Moreover, he had been kicked out of the Su family's house, and he was not like Ma Xiaoma, who could go live broadcast. Where could they find him? If you can't find it, forget it, no way. Because a top singer in the yellow culture was promoted by the company's behind-the-scenes big boss. She loves Dusk super much and wants to revive the declining popularity with this song, so she exaggeratedly praised the big boss. The big boss, happy to please the beauty, found out that Su Dishan's father, Su Desan, happened to be in the Magic City, so he personally found him. Su Desan listened. Oh, a broken song can get a collaboration with the big boss? What a joke. Hurry home. And so, Su Desan returned home overnight. What? Meng Jelly was stunned when she heard it. A song written by a little animal can play such an important role for our company? Su Shur and others were also surprised. Suja, who was lying in Meng Jelly's arms like a good baby, frowned subconsciously amidst the surprise. He, isn't it? Su Desan raised his hand, patted his big bald head, looking calm and composed. When I heard the big boss say that, I thought he was joking with me. After confirming that he was serious, my surprise was even greater than yours. After all, as long as our company collaborates with the big boss, we can enter the Magic City market. It is even possible to go public. Our company's total assets could easily exceed 100 billion, or even more. Do you think that song is important? Really? Can our Desan group still go public? The family's wealth is rapidly expanding. This is too good. Meng Jelly and others quickly exchanged glances, with a look of longing joy on their faces. Su Desan continued, in view of the fact that this little animal has accidentally made a contribution to the family, I can be merciful and let him come back. But when he comes back, he must be disciplined properly. Suja, the good baby, trembled slightly, but he clapped his hands eagerly, looking happy. Dad, you must keep your word. Will you really allow my brother to return to the Su family? Looking at Suja's appearance, Sushir suddenly felt a chill, as if a sudden gust of wind had risen from the soles of her feet. Yes, he can come back, but he is still not allowed to eat at the dining table, and he is not allowed in the living room. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will be disgusted. Suchu said, why not just rent him a house outside, give him a few thousand yuan in living expenses every month. Let him finish college, find a woman to marry casually. Is it necessary to let him come back home? Well, Shuchu's method is feasible. Su Desan nodded. Sushir suddenly asked in a faint tone, why do you think Su-chen will come back? Will Su-chen give away the song he wrote for free according to Dad's wishes? Silence. The air in the room suddenly solidified. Su Desan and others all looked incredulous, staring at her with eyes wide open. It was as if Su-shir had suddenly told the most ridiculous joke, but couldn't laugh. In the 4 years that Su-chen has been with us, do we not know what kind of life he has lived? Su-shir lowered her eyes, not to mention compared to Su, our adopted son Xiaojia. It seems that even the cat raised by our mother is not as good as him, right? The cat eats imported cat food every month, costing several thousand. When he left our house that day, he had broken ribs and a broken head. With 5 million in hand, plus the copyright fee for that song, he can completely live a comfortable life without being bullied. Why should he come back home and be unwelcome? When she talked confidently, she emphasized the 6 words Xiaojia, this adopted son, very clearly. Suja, who was lying in Mang Jelly's arms, had a hint of malice in his eyes, fleeting. The third brother Suchu also noticed this sentence. Frowning, big sister, Xiaojia indeed has no blood relationship with us. But, you don't need to say it in public to give that scoundrel extra credit, right? Sushir immediately retorted, you say he's a scoundrel, where did he act like one? Susiai quickly interjected, stealing from us, even things our mother wore, doing such disgusting things. Isn't that considered being a scoundrel? Mang Jelly's face blushed again instantly. Su Dishan's face clearly darkened. Sushir remained expressionless. Cici, Shu-chu. Which one of you actually saw Su-chen stealing those things? Do we need to see it with our own eyes? He has stolen from us so many times, never learning his lesson, and we have found the items in his room, right? Su-ci and Su-chu were stunned. Just as they were about to say something, Suja choked up in time. Big sister, do you really think that I stole your things, did something disgusting, and then put them in my brother's bedroom? If you really suspect me like that, I won't ask you for evidence. I'll leave. I'll prove my innocence by leaving and never coming back. Mom, Dad, please take care of yourselves after I leave. Second sister, third sister, please take good care of our parents. Hypocritical. Disgusting. Looking at Suja, who was in tears, Sushir felt that only these 2 sets of words could describe him. And only the word despair could describe the reactions of the parents and 2 sisters. They also hated themselves for losing the evidence. Bang! Su Desan slammed the table abruptly, interrupting Mang Jelly, who was hastily comforting Suja, and reprimanding Sushir for being crazy, all with faces full of indignation, accusing the eldest sister of groundlessly suspecting Suja. Stop arguing. Su Desan, with a dark face, glared at Sushir. From now on, don't say these things again, they disrupt the unity of you siblings. Indeed, that's how it is. I was just testing the waters a bit and got scolded by them. Sushir sighed in pain secretly. No matter what, we must help Huang Tuan culture and get that song. Seeing the redness in his eldest daughter's eyes, Su Dishan's tone softened. Sure, after you eat, go find him. He even blocked my number. Truly an uncultured person. Dad, please tell me. Sushir quickly wiped the corner of her eye and said, Suja signed a severance agreement with you that night. He's no longer part of our family. Why would he give it to me? Su Dishan's mouth moved, not knowing how to answer Sushir's question. Where is he now? I'll go find him. Mang Jelly spoke up. Even if he signed a severance agreement, he is still a piece of flesh that fell from my body. I don't believe he would refuse my request. Mom! Sushir looked at Mang Jelly and said very seriously, I advise you, never use your identity as a mother to approach Su-chen, because you will be subjected to his unreserved and natural humiliation. What? You say he will humiliate me? Mang Jelly widened her eyes, looking at her eldest daughter. Sushir smiled bitterly and said, Mom, on the night of the song audition and the next day, I went to find him, because our entertainment company was also interested in that song. But guess what? What request did he make to me? What request? Su Xiai interjected disdainfully. Cut, it's nothing but asking for a huge copyright fee from you, right? Actually, he doesn't care about money at all. Su Shi bit her lip and said, he told me twice in person. As long as I run 3 laps around the park naked, he will give me that song. I can guarantee that if you go to find him, he will definitely insult you without any hesitation. What? Su Dishan's cheeks trembled suddenly. Meng Jelly and the 2 daughters also widened their eyes. Suja was ecstatic in his heart. Good, good. Su Chen, do it like this. This way you can die faster. However, I need to figure out a way to get that song. After all, that song plays a crucial role in my future business empire. Bang! Su Desan woke up, slammed the table fiercely, and roared, Beast! How dare he speak such nonsense to his own blood relatives? Is it possible? Suja was startled and instinctively exclaimed, Brother, how could he say such unethical things? He and the eldest sister are milk siblings, but he wants the eldest sister to be exposed like that. No wonder he has been stealing these years. After saying this, Suja realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Beautiful! Suja, with the help of this incident, completely confirmed that Su Chen had been stealing the black silk from the Su family women to clean his gun over the years. Even if Su Shi could produce the lost evidence, the Su family would not believe it. Meng Jelly and the 2 daughters finally woke up. Immediately, they were filled with shame and anger, wishing to tear Su Chen to pieces with their teeth and fingernails. Ah! Suja, at such a young age, how could he be so cunning and adept at seizing opportunities? How did I not see it before? I should really gouge out my eyes. Glancing at Suja from the corner of his eye, Su Shi bravely asked Su Desan, Dad, please tell me, in these 4 years, have we treated him as a blood relative in front of everyone? Ha! Su Desan was stunned. Su Shi continued, if we treated Suja as a blood relative, please tell me, why has the family not given him a single penny in these years? Never celebrated his birthday? Why not let him sit at the table to eat, or even care about his studies? And all the clothes he wears are hand-me-downs from Little Jia? This Su Dishan's mouth moved, and he looked at his wife and children. Su Chen's biological parents, 3 milk siblings, sisters. They did not treat him as a blood relative. So, Su Shi looked at the family members other than Su Zhou and asked softly, why should he treat us as blood relatives? Su Desan and the others remained speechless. Whoever wants to go can go, I'm not going. Besides, I can't find him anywhere. I'm not hungry this morning, I'm going to work. Su Shi stood up and walked quickly towards the living room door. As she put on her shoes, she suddenly turned back, looked at Suja and smiled. Maybe Little Jia, who has had no blood relation with him for 4 years and has always been ignored by him, can go find him. Little Jia, maybe he will really give you face. Ha! The word Shi said seemed to make sense. Su Shi walked for a long time, and Su Desan and the others still looked pensive. Dad, Mom, second sister, third sister. Suja felt it was time to speak up. His face was full of determination. Actually, even if the eldest sister didn't say anything, I was planning to step forward and find my brother. As long as it's for our Su family, even if my brother humiliates me, or even kills me, I don't care at all. Su Desan immediately looked relieved. Su Xiai and Su Chu also nodded repeatedly. Meng Jelly was even more excited, tears welling up in her eyes as she hugged her foster son, my little Jia. You are the only hope of our Su family, a true man. Much stronger than Su Chen, this unethical little beast who has ignored us. However, Su Desan thought of something. Little Jia, that little beast has blacklisted all of us, and the Qing mountain is so vast. Where will you go to find him? I just need to find teacher Chen Yuzhen, who has just been transferred to Tianda, to find my brother. Suja confidently said, in the 3 years of high school, teacher Chen showed great care for my brother. Even though my brother has cut off contact with us relatives due to a misunderstanding, he would never cut off contact with teacher Chen. As he said this, a person's face suddenly appeared in his mind. She had a superb figure, an exceptionally charming face, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and every strand of hair exuded a seductive aura of a top-notch beauty. This made the already budding Suja unable to help but swallow nervously in secret. Both Su Chen and Su Zhou attended Qingshan No. 2 high school, and they were even classmates in the same class. However, for some reason, no one knew that Su Chen was actually the biological son of the Su family. Over the past 3 years of high school, Chen Yuzhen had shown special care for Su Chen, which Suja naturally noticed and resented in his heart. After all, Suja considered himself more delicate and handsome than Su Chen in appearance, especially no matter how hard he tried, his academic performance could not match Su Chen's. Moreover, he was the only son of the billionaire Su Desan, the heir of the Desan group, an absolute rich young man. But why couldn't he receive the special care from Chen Yuzhen? Su Desan and others had no idea what Suja was thinking at this moment. They only heard him say that he could find Su Chen, and they all nodded with joy on their faces. Xiaozhe, when you find that little beast, Mom will accompany you to meet him. I want to see it with my own eyes. When the little beast faces me, his own mother, dare to say anything disrespectful. Meng Jelly was really afraid that Su Chen would take the opportunity to harm his stepson, so she had to accompany Suja. As for Meng Jelly's decision, Su Desan and his two daughters all nodded in agreement. In fact, even if Meng Jelly did not actively say so, Suja would find ways to make her go with him. 1. He was truly afraid of being harmed by Su Chen. 2. He wanted Meng Jelly to see with her own eyes how he endured humiliation for the sake of the entire Su family's interests. 3. Of course, it was to provoke Su Chen and make him take action against himself, further tarnishing Su Chen's image in the hearts of the Su family. Oh, by the way, Xiaozhe. Su Desan suddenly remembered something and smiled. I have already arranged for someone from Tian University to get you an admission notice. Although you had a setback in your studies due to health reasons and your college entrance exam results were not ideal, you are the heir of the Desan group. Even if you can't go to Tsinghua University, it is necessary for you to go to Tian University and be classmates with your third sister. Really? Suja's eyes lit up instantly. Full of excitement, he thanked his father repeatedly. His college entrance exam score was 100 points lower than Su Chen's, so he did not qualify for Tian University, the only 985 university in the East. This was a pain in his heart. Why thank me? Actually, I arranged it for you a long time ago, but I never told you because I wanted to surprise you. Su Desan waved his hand. Alright, go contact teacher Chen. Xiaozhe, remember, whether you can get that song is crucial for the future development of our Su family. Bang! Suja patted his chest firmly, with a determined look of facing death with equanimity. Please rest assured, Mom, Dad, second sister, and third sister. I firmly believe that I can persuade my brother to get that song. True to his words, after making a promise to Su Desan, Suju immediately returned to his room. He opened his phone, found Chen Yuzhen's phone number, and dialed it. After a moment of waiting, a slightly lazy but pleasant female voice came from the phone. Hello, may I ask who was calling? Teacher Chen, Suja politely said. I am Suja from class 6 of Qingshan No. 2 High School. Qingshan No. 2 High School was a provincial key high school, with as many as 18 graduating classes in the senior year, each class having 50 to 60 students. Even though Chen Yuzhen was the homeroom teacher of class 6, she did not have the phone numbers of all students stored. At least, she did not have Suja's phone number. After Suja reported his family background, Chen Yuzhen immediately thought of his appearance. So it's Suja. When Chen Yuzhen spoke again, his voice became much warmer. I heard that your dad sponsored a sum of money to Tsinghua University and got you an admission notice. What's up? Calling me, is this an early kowtow? Hey, there is indeed such a meaning. After all, you also transferred to Tsinghua. Whether you can teach me like you did in high school or not, we still have a teacher-student relationship. Suja politely said a few words, then changed the subject. Teacher Chen, do you remember our classmate Su Chen? Su Chen? Hearing this name, Chen Yuzhen, who was alone at home, wearing only a black nightgown that covered her hips, lazily sitting on the bed, was visibly stunned. She thought to herself, how could I not remember Su Chen? Even if I forget, since I started teaching, I would never forget Su Chen. If it weren't for him, I would have died in the river long ago. That summer 3 years ago. Heavy rain obscured visibility, causing Chen Yuzhen, who was driving, to plunge into the rapidly rising river. She would never forget. Even though she managed to roll down the car window in time, she couldn't open the seatbelt and could only be quickly submerged by the river, feeling the terrifying sensation of sinking into the gates of hell. She wouldn't forget. She could faintly see many people on the shore, but because of the swift river flow, no one dared to jump in to save her, leading to a sense of despair. She also wouldn't forget. Just as Chen Yuzhen helplessly drank her last breath, her consciousness about to fade completely, she saw a thin and weak teenager jump down amidst the exclamations of many people. And she wouldn't forget. In a state of semi-consciousness, she could see the teenager pressing on her chest, pinching her nose, and the strange sensation of being kissed by him. And that teenager was Su Chen, who grew up in an orphanage since childhood, already skilled in various tasks at the age of 15, laundry, cooking, swimming, fighting, etc. What surprised the rescued Chen Yuzhen even more were two things. 1. After saving her, Su Chen didn't even have time to look at her carefully and hurriedly left. 2. Su Chen, who didn't see her clearly, but Chen Yuzhen, who saw his face clearly, would become his homeroom teacher after the new school year started. Whoever Chen Yuzhen was, she wouldn't forget Su Chen. When she discovered that Su Chen, the person who saved her life, was actually her student, she would give him as much care as possible. However, for various reasons, Chen Yuzhen not only didn't tell her family about the near-drowning incident but also didn't mention it to Su Chen. But, when Chen Yuzhen confirmed that Su Chen could be admitted to Tsinghua University, she immediately found the most suitable reason, used her family's influence in advance, and transferred to Tsinghua to become a teaching assistant. She not only wanted to be Su Chen's homeroom teacher from high school but also wanted to accompany him through college. Chen Yuzhen wouldn't tell anyone about all of this. Not even Su Jia. Su Chen, of course, I remember him. Chen Yuzhen pursed her lips, as if the taste of Su Chen still lingered. She said softly, "It's just that his family conditions are a bit worse, so he had to work part-time in all his spare time, which delayed his studies. Otherwise, he would have no problem getting into Tsinghua University. Ah, it's a pity for this good student. If Su Chen's college entrance exam scores were high enough to get into Tsinghua University, then Chen Yuzhen wouldn't have rushed to transfer to Tsinghua, but would have gone to Tsinghua." This shows how influential this middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses is. After hearing Chen Yuzhen's words, Su Jia suddenly felt sour. Damn it, despicable person. If it weren't for you at school, giving him meticulous care, sacrificing your lunch break time to help him, just based on Su Chen's weak foundation in junior high, how could his college entrance exam score be 100 points higher than mine? Su Jia cursed silently. Smiling on the surface, he said, "Teacher Chen, I called you this time to ask for a favor." "Go ahead." Chen Yuzhen lazily replied, casually opening her phone album. Habitually flipping through, she found the photo of Su Chen after the college entrance examination. Chen Yuzhen and all the students in the class took individual graduation photos. However, she kept the photo of her and Su Chen after the incident. Su Jia and others' photos with her were all deleted. Isn't it a waste of phone memory? Looking at the woman with her left hand casually resting on Su Chen's shoulder, appearing graceful and generous with the opportunity to take a photo, and then looking at the visibly uncomfortable and timid skinny boy, a gentle expression appeared on Chen Yuzhen's face. But soon after, as Su Jia narrated, her eyebrows furrowed. Su Jia briefly recounted how Su Chen, whom he called his brother, had a psychological disorder and would steal things from the Su family women. After being caught and beaten, he was kicked out of the house. Finally, he said, "Teacher Chen, I know this is a family shame and should not be disclosed. This is also why I can't call him brother at school. Maybe it's because he grew up in an orphanage, that's why he's a bit twisted." Nonsense. Just because when we took graduation photos, he was so nervous that he couldn't breathe when I casually put my hand on his shoulder, how could he be such a disgusting person? Chen Yuzhen shouted in her heart. "Teacher Chen, Su Chen's abnormal behavior made my parents very angry, so they don't allow him to claim to be part of the Su family outside. But after my persistent persuasion, my father finally agreed to let him come back home." Su Jia continued, "But my brother has blocked all of our contact information. We can't find him. I thought maybe you could reach him by phone. That's why I called you. Please help me contact my brother, arrange a time and place to meet, so we can have a good chat. I hope my brother can realize his mistakes, go home and apologize to my parents and sisters. In the future, we can live happily together." "All right. I'll call him right away and see if I can reach him. If I can, I'll call you back." "Well, that's it, no need to thank me. Goodbye." After nodding gently, Chen Yuzhen ended the call with Su Jia. "Su Chen, how could you do such a disgusting thing?" Looking at the skinny boy in the phone album, Chen Yuzhen furrowed her brows, raised her long leg, shook her foot, tilted her head and thought for a while. She found Su Chen's contact information and dialed the number. At that moment, she suddenly became nervous, because she was afraid that she might not be able to reach Su Chen by phone. The ringing of the phone woke up Su Chen, who was still asleep in the midday sun. Yawning, Su Chen reached out and picked up the phone from the cabinet. It was from Teacher Chen. Su Chen, who inherited all the memories of the original owner, also quickly recalled the appearance of Teacher Chen with golden-rimmed glasses. Why would she call me out of the blue? Su Chen sat up and answered the phone leaning against the head of the bed. Considering the special care Teacher Chen had shown the original owner during the 3 years of high school, Su Chen spoke politely and even with a hint of excitement, "Teacher Chen, hello." Phew. Chen Yuzhen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just so she could reach Su Chen by phone. She laughed. Speaking in a gentle and friendly tone, she asked, "Su Chen, where are you now?" "Oh, I'm at home now." Su Chen asked, "Teacher Chen, is there something you need from me?" However, Chen Yuzhen did not answer but asked back, "You're not at the Su family, right?" "Ha?" Su Chen was stunned. Teacher Chen continued, "Just now, I received a call from Su Jia." She used the most concise way of expression, with an extremely tactful tone, to recount to Shu Chen what Su Jia had said to her. Dear foster brother, do you want to meet me alone and have a good chat? Damn it, in front of teacher Chen, accusing me of being a pervert. Rough. Foster son wants to meet me, is it to help that stupid Susher? To work for me to get the copyright of that song? Impossible. Susher's evidence was stolen, it is very likely that the foster son is behind it. He clearly knows that Susher is wary of him, how could he possibly help her? Shuchen held his chin with his left hand, analyzing why Suju approached him. Shuchen. Chen Yuzhen's way of speaking was even more tactful, is what Suju said true? Shuchen couldn't be bothered to explain to anyone about the incident where the foster son blamed him. Anyway, the Su family had hurt his heart so much that he would never associate with them in the future, so he casually replied to Chen Yuzhen, if he said it's true, then let it be true. Chen Yuzhen's heart suddenly felt a slight sting, and a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Unable to resist, she asked, Shuchen, do you really enjoy doing that kind of thing? What? Shuchen was stunned for a moment, then casually smiled and said, Teacher Chen, I am an adult now. He has changed. When he was in school, he dared not speak in this tone to me, or even to others. It seems that after being kicked out of the house, he has decided to break the mold. Chen Yuzhen furrowed her brows again and changed the subject. Shuchen, can you tell me where you are living now? Why do you ask where I live? Are you worried that the foster son won't be able to convince me, so you will come find me yourself and persuade me to return to the Su family? It's really nosy Shuchen, who now enjoys peace and quiet, just wants to stay at home, secretly muttering to himself but smiling as he replied, of course. I used the severance fee given by the Su family to buy a small villa in the Spring Garden on Olympic Middle Road. Oh, it's Building 58. It's near Wanda Plaza, I've walked past there a few times. Chen Yuzhen nodded and asked again, Shuchen, I think no matter what, you should meet with Suja and have a careful chat. After all, you are relatives connected by blood. Who are the bone-breaking relatives with the Su family idiots? This teacher Chen really has nothing better to do. Shuchen furrowed his brows again. But still, he had to give her face because of the special care she showed to the original owner. Suja smiled silently and said, since teacher Chen said so, then I will meet my dear brother. But I am very busy these days, after all, I just bought a house and have a lot to do. How about this, let's meet at noon 3 days later at the A gate of Wanda Plaza. Oh, by the way, teacher Chen, please don't tell anyone about my residence. Okay, no problem. Chen Yuzhen agreed readily. The call ended. She lifted her foot off the ground, her fair foot stepping directly on the ground, and walked to the window. How did he become like this? There is no longer the cautiousness in his tone, exuding a carefree attitude that is extremely incompatible with his age, playing in the world. Could it be that the way he was in high school was all an act? His mentality is unhealthy. If that's the case, Chen Yuzhen murmured to herself, determined, I must do my best to help him get back on the right track. She returned to the bed, picked up the phone, and called back Suja. She told Suju about the conversation where Shuchen agreed to meet at the A gate of Wanda Plaza 3 days later at noon. Suja, he couldn't wait to see Shuchen today, right? After all, the sooner he gets that song, the sooner the Su family, who will only be able to work for him, will benefit. Shuchen had already made up his mind, and Suja had no choice. He could only curse a few words in secret and quickly thank Chen Yuzhen. Suja's cursing, of course, Shuchen did not know. He did not put the matter of meeting his adopted son and younger brother in his heart. He was so busy, how could he have the mind to think about playing with a group of fools in the palm of his hand? After washing up, Shuchen walked out of the bedroom. When he reached the stairs, he remembered that there was a shameless idiot living to the west. But she seemed to be not at home. Shuchen didn't care, he whistled his way into the kitchen. After eating and drinking his fill, he stewed the pork leg bones he bought yesterday. This body is too weak, it needs a good supplement. While simmering the bones over low heat, Shuchen began to assemble the fitness equipment. Indoor fitness equipment such as treadmills were placed under the window. Equipment like pull-up bars and sandbags that were not afraid of rain were placed under the west wall in the yard. He was busy until 4 in the afternoon. Shuchen finally finished setting up all the fitness equipment and tried basic exercises like pull-ups, sit-ups, and punching and kicking the sandbag. Rough. He quickly got tired and started sticking out his tongue. What kind of body is this? Too weak, climbing stairs is exhausting. Not to mention encountering those experts in society. For my own safety, especially for the happiness of the majority of girls, I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Shuchen drank another bowl of bone soup, gnawed on a few large bones, deftly cleaned several crushing carp, and simmered soup over low heat for dinner. Then he returned to the study, turned on the computer. He found the Tomato Novel website and began to register as an author. As for the pen name, is the pen name Sunshine in the Wind too tacky? Can't use it. Kushuchin lit a cigarette, thought carefully, and registered the pen name I Am the Beauty. This name is good. He changed the gender to female, expecting to attract a wave of attention from the guys. What kind of book to write? Kushuchin's 10 fingers flew on the mechanical keyboard. Tomb rating. Out of the ordinary, Kushuchin started a book, not Dopa, not Zhan Shen. He didn't even open the widely loved Xiaofu by Jia. He chose Tomb rating because last night when he read novels on his phone, he found that there were few books of this genre on launching, and the quality is worrying. 50 years ago, at Changsha Dart Ridge, for Earth scholars were squatting on a mound, no one spoke, all staring at the Luoyang shovel on the ground. Kushuchin's 10 fingers flew, muttering to himself, third uncle of the Southern School, Buddy is going to plagiarize your work to make a living. Extremely sweeping, please forgive me. If you are angry, come to launching with Teacher Joe and sue me for infringement. I'll cover the round-trip expenses. Shocked. Kushuchin was shocked, not by how thick his face was, but shocked by his speed, especially his memory. Speed, as a 39-year-old single driver, let's not talk about how many times per second, just talk about memory. When Kushuchin read Tomb rating on Earth, it was many years ago. He only remembered the approximate plot and main storyline. But now, as rows of words appeared on the screen like L's at lightning speed, Kushuchin realized that he could remember every sentence of this book, even every punctuation mark, clearly. Super high speed and the ability to remember things seen and heard on Earth. Could this be the benefit of a time traveler? The more Kushuchin thought about it, the more it seemed so. The more he typed, the more addicted he became, shaking his head and humming the classic song 18 Touches in his mouth. Bang! When a sound faintly came from outside the study, Kushuchin, who was completely immersed in the joy of typing, was startled. Subconsciously looking up, it was already night outside the window, with the lights coming on. Looking at the number of words he typed, in just over 2 hours, he had typed over 20,000 words. What chow, so awesome? Chen was startled by his speed of over 8,000 at this moment. But then he suddenly remembered that there was a crucian carp stewing slowly in the kitchen. He quickly saved the file, got up and hurried out. There were 4 or 5 people carrying a large item, slowly walking into the living room. The one wearing a white baseball cap, a white belted long skirt, white sneakers, standing vivaciously at the living room door, like a shy lotus flower, was Su Chen's beautiful tenant, Yin Qingshan. What's going on? Seeing these people brought in by Yin Qingshan without his permission, Su Chen instinctively frowned. Forget it. Seeing that they were carrying a high-end piano, Su Chen decided to forgive Yin Qingshan this time. A delivery man, watching Su Chen walking downstairs quickly, casually asked Yin Qingshan, "Is this your brother or your boyfriend?" "What brother, boyfriend? Nonsense." Su Chen glanced at the delivery man, couldn't be bothered, and went straight into the kitchen after going downstairs. He is Yin Qingshan hesitated and replied, "My brother." Okay, everyone put the piano under the west window. She didn't mind others knowing she was a tenant in Building 58, but she cared a lot if others knew about her cohabitation relationship with a young boy. After all, a single, pretty, and wealthy girl like Yin Qingshan would never share a place with a stranger man. If people found out that she and Su Chen were cohabiting, what would they think? They would definitely think she had a crush on the young boy. She couldn't afford to lose face. She wouldn't even acknowledge a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so a sibling relationship was the best explanation. Your brother is really handsome. You two, truly look like siblings. The chatty delivery man said another sentence, then, according to Yin Qingshan's instructions, placed the piano under the west window. In addition to this grand piano, Yin Qingshan brought many other things today. Guitars, basses, drums, eras, flutes, and speakers. Is she planning to have a concert at my place? Or is she in the music instrument business? Su Chen in the kitchen frowned as he looked at the living room. He wouldn't say anything in front of the delivery man. After the delivery man left, he would ask Yin Qingshan what she was up to. After all, he had made it clear last night that he liked peace and quiet. His place was not a warehouse for storing goods. The crucian carp soup that had been stewing slowly for over 2 hours was really fragrant. Especially the tofu inside, it looked appetizing. As the saying goes, stewing tofu and fish 1,000 times each. This saying is indeed reasonable. Coupled with Su Chen's 39 years of single life, his cooking skills were quite good. The aroma wafting into the living room made the delivery men unable to resist their appetites. Yin Qingshan subconsciously sniffed her delicate nose and turned her surprised gaze towards the kitchen. Finally, the delivery men left. The delivery man, who loved to chat, before leaving, said to Yin Qingshan, "Miss, your brother's cooking skills are really good. Just based on this fragrance, I dare say it's better than many hotel chefs." TSK, no wonder you look so fresh and pretty. Having a brother who can cook at home has a lot to do with it. Yan Xingxian, would this delivery man suffocate if he didn't talk? But what he said was not wrong. Just based on that fragrance, Yan Xingxian, who was too busy to eat lunch, started to feel hungry. Although my body is a bit weak, I'm fortunate not to have this illness or that illness, accepting all the ups and downs. TSK, this little life is really beautiful. Su Chen brought the fish soup to the table and returned to the kitchen. Forget it, I won't drink alcohol. Su Chen opened the fridge, glanced at the canned beer inside, and reluctantly closed it. He took 2 steamed buns bought from the entrance of the residential area at noon. The staple food on the east side of the sky is mainly steamed buns and noodles, and rice is not eaten much. He came to the table, but was stunned. Yan Xingxian was holding a spoon, scooping fish soup into the small bowl she had just bought, and her mouth kept making noise. Su Chen's face immediately darkened, but the next second, his phone made a ding sound. Yan Xingxian transferred 100 yuan to him. He specifically noted meal money. Are you treating me like a cook? This is simply unreasonable. But, $100 for a meal, it seems like I'm not losing out either. Su Chen grumbled secretly, but on the surface, he remained calm and handed a steamed bun to Yan Xingxian at the table. Although Su Chen didn't care about $100, even a small mosquito was meat. Since he unceremoniously accepted the red envelope, he had to make sure she ate well. Eat happily. Su Chen, your cooking skills are not bad. Yan Xingxian ate while playing with her phone, saying, I've decided, when I'm at home, I'll eat the meals you cook. Damn it. What do you mean you've decided? Bringing out the food I cooked is just giving me face. What do you think of me? Su Chen secretly smirked and picked up his phone, which made a ding sound again. Yan Xingxian transferred 1,000 yuan to him again, with a note, 1 week's dining expenses. 3 meals a day, that's 21 meals a week. Dividing 1,000 by 21, it's not even $50. However, considering she's a tenant, Su Chen decided to give her a 50% discount and accepted the deal. Oh, by the way, Su Chen. Yan Xingxian put down her phone and looked around the living room, saying, those pianos and instruments, you don't know how to play. Don't mess with them. If you damage them, you'll have to compensate according to the price. The landlord's younger brother is not only young but also an orphan. Yan Xingxian was not surprised by what Su Chen could do, such as cooking a good meal or swimming well, as these are survival skills. After all, these are all survival skills. It's normal for an orphan without parents to learn these when taking care of themselves. However, playing the piano is not a survival skill. It's purely a waste of money, a detour for orphans. Therefore, Yan Xingxian didn't think Su Chen could play instruments and was afraid he would mess with them when she wasn't home, so she warned him in advance. Just some broken instruments, even if you invite me to play, I won't. Su Chen didn't even lift his eyelids and said, whether you play these instruments yourself or you're in the instrument business, they're taking up space that doesn't belong to you, so you have to move them. Yan Xingxian frowned, the piano is so heavy, why bother moving it upstairs? Besides, it's just taking up a little space, the living room is not small, why are you so stingy? Look, this is a woman. After being rejected for taking advantage of someone, she complains that the other person is stingy, completely forgetting the warning she just gave Su Chen. What kind of person is she? Su Chen wouldn't indulge her. My biggest advantage is being stingy. 1. Either you move out. 2. Either you pay rent. Yan Xingxian suddenly wanted to pick up the small bowl and hit this little rogue on the head. She was fuming, but Su Chen didn't care and continued to eat his meal quietly. Eat your fill. Su Chen walked to the stairs. I'll give you 24 hours to consider. Either move those things out or pay rent. Yan Xingxian could only ask angrily, Su Chen, do you think I'm a fool just because I have money? This statement was true. Su Chen completely ignored her and quickly went upstairs. Yan Xingxian could only swallow her anger. How much? Su Chen turned back, roughly, 1,000 yuan per month. Yan Xingxian angrily shouted, I'm just taking up that little space, and you're asking me for 1,000 in rent. You little rogue, you're robbing me. Su Chen spoke sincerely, Auntie, robbery is illegal. No matter what I say, I have graduated from high school and have some knowledge of the law. She called him a little hooligan. He respectfully called her auntie. Fair. Yan Xingxian's expression changed for a moment and asked, Su Chen, if I do the cooking and washing in the future, is that considered as paying rent? How about that? Deal. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all, agreed in one breath, and went upstairs again. TSK. Just by giving up a little space to allow her to place pianos and other musical instruments, she could exchange for her cooking and washing. This deal is simply too good. If my wallet wasn't empty, I wouldn't have the face to ask my family for money. Would I do the cooking and washing? Little hooligan, you wait. I owe you the next week's, the week after next, and the week after that's meal money. My dad said, those who owe debts these days are the masters, and those who collect debts are the grandsons. The more I owe you, the less you dare to do anything to me. Oof, oof, oof. With a few coquettish hums in a row, Yan Xingxin looked at the leftovers on the dining table, feeling a bit troubled. She has never washed pots or dishes since she was young, right? But, as long as she can move out to live, away from the nagging ghosts at home, Yan Xingxin can still learn to cook and wash dishes. It's not like it's a technical job anyway. In the study, Su Chen started a new book, wrote a synopsis, uploaded 20,000 words, and waited for review. After everything was settled, Su Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of sleepiness. He enjoyed the feeling of writing like a spring, and continued to type away. Outside the door, the sound of the piano and a pleasant singing could be heard. Her piano skills are good, and her voice is quite nice. Is she singing Twilight? Su Chen listened for a moment, but didn't pay much attention, and continued typing. He only stopped typing when his body really couldn't take it anymore. Over 30,000 words were freshly produced. I'm simply amazing. Su Chen praised himself, saved the file, and shut down the computer. Yan Xingxin had already returned to her room, but the lights were still on in the bedroom. She must be playing with her phone, wasting her youth. Su Chen naturally ignored her, walked out of the living room, and started doing sit-ups and pull-ups in the yard. It was indeed tiring, but he had to persevere. In the second bedroom on the west side, Yan Xingxin yawned, walked out of the bathroom, and stood casually by the window looking outside. By the light of the street lamps, she saw someone doing pull-ups. It was tough, but he persisted. With that skinny body, no matter how much you exercise, it's useless. If you dare to ask me for debt in the future, with one left hook, your parents won't even recognize you. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned your deceased parents. After quietly apologizing to Su Chen, Yan Xingxin gently closed the curtains. Ding dong, when Yan Xingxin was awakened by the alarm clock, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. No need to go to work, and the feeling of not being nagged was simply too good. But it couldn't go on like this. After all, Yan Xingxin had made a promise to her parents that if she couldn't make something of herself within a year, she would have to follow their arrangements, so she couldn't just waste this precious time. At least sleep a little longer? After all, there was still plenty of time in a year. After turning off the alarm clock, Yan Xingxin closed her eyes again. Suddenly, there were banging sounds coming faintly from outside the window. Who is it? What are they doing? Disturbing her sleep, Yan Xingxin, with sleepy eyes, opened her eyes and lifted a bit of the curtain. Under the west wall, Su Chen was sweating profusely, hitting the sandbag. Seeing his appearance, he must have just come back from running outside. I didn't expect this little hooligan to be so persevering. If even a little hooligan like him can be so persistent, what reason do I have not to work hard? Get up! Those who refuse to be slaves. Yan Xingxin sat up, put her feet on the ground, and quickly walked into the bathroom. Today's breakfast. Su Chen made golden millet porridge, stir-fried loofah with eggs, a delicious mixed vegetable dish, and bone soup stewed yesterday. Watching Su Chen drink bone soup, Yan Xingxin is really annoyed. She also wants to drink it, right? But she's afraid of gaining weight. This little rascal is really infuriating. The lunch provided at noon is even more tempting, with soy-braised pig trotters, mouth-watering braised pork elbows, and vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes and stir-fried Chinese yam that Yan Xingxin doesn't want to eat. Who made her hold back her saliva in the morning and say she doesn't like to eat meat? Su Chen, being considerate, made these two dishes for her. Watching Su Chen with oil all over his mouth, Yan Xingxin really wants to give him a standard left hook. Forget it. The poor little rascal has no parents, and Yan Xingxin really can't bear to bully him. But when he's out for a stroll, she quietly sneaks into the kitchen to steal a little bit. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chen opened the backstage of Tomato Novel. The tomb-robbing novel of 20,000 words was uploaded, approved, and ready for signing. Generally, it takes a few working days to review a new book. There won't be a dedicated editor to follow up. But this tomb-robbing novel quickly passed the review and prompted to add the editor Gage as a friend. A good book is a good book, and Tomato Novel knows how to appreciate it. Dusk. Why can't I write about dusk, or find someone who can write about dusk? Yan Xingxin, feeling a bit dizzy, walked out of the house. Just then, the delivery guy came over, glanced at the door number, and handed her a package to sign for. Yan Xingxin had purchased many things online, and the address was here. Without much thought, she took the light package and signed for it. What is this package? As Yan Xingxin turned back home, she casually opened the package. Inside, she found a letter. Dear Su Chen, this was the header of the letter. Who still writes letters these days? And the handwriting was elegant, clearly written by a woman. And Dear Su Chen, wait. This is the little rascal's delivery? Yan Xingxin suddenly realized, quickly checked the recipient on the package. Sure enough, it was written in black and white that the recipient was Su Chen. I actually opened the little rascal's delivery. Oh my, this is uncivilized behavior. Yan Xingxin lightly stomped her foot subconsciously, feeling regretful, but then thought, anyway, I didn't do it on purpose, and it's already opened. Whether I read it or not, it's the same. Knowing that this behavior was not good, Yan Xingxin couldn't resist her curiosity. She glanced back like a thief, but no one was there. So she read it. Dear Su Chen, ever since I met you a few years ago, I have fallen hopelessly in love with you, always dreaming about you. I can responsibly say that I am a beautiful person. Walking down the street, people can't take their eyes off me, wanting to pursue me. By chance, I heard about your life in recent years, and my heart ached. I don't want you to continue on the wrong path. Su Chen, I want to save you. As long as you can become a mentally healthy boy, I am willing to become your lover through the virtual network. You can add this ID. The rest of the content was all familiar online dating material to Yan Xingxin. Who would be willing to be Su Chen's online lover, able to have video chats with a mask on and such? The letter was signed by Lu Ruyan. A common name. Clearly not a real name. But there was a bright red lipstick mark on it. What kind of life would make this Lu Ruyan heartbroken? Willing to be his online lover, willing to do anything for him online? Yan Xingxin sneered, put the letter away, and walked out of the bedroom. Just in time, Su Chen came out of the study, ready to cook. After a few days of intensive recuperation, Su Chen's complexion has improved significantly. At least when walking, he no longer feels his legs going soft like that first night on Blue Star. As long as he can keep up with the nutrition, increase his weight, and add scientific fitness training, Su Chen believes that in 3 to 5 months at most, he will have the strong physique he had when competing on Earth. Tonight, shall we have braised pomfret or stewed chicken with vermicelli? Look at you, giving me less than $50 per meal, and I can make you enjoy the treatment of a 3-star hotel. You've made a big profit in this deal. Su Chen glanced at Yan Xingxin and casually asked as he stepped down the stairs. Braised pomfret without spicy, thank you. Here, this is for you. Yan Xingxin said, tossing the package into Su Chen's arms. What's this? Su Chen caught it and asked. Humph. Yan Xingxin snorted, turned around, and quickly walked back to her room, slamming the door loudly. Are you crazy? What are you giving me, and why are you looking at me with disdain? Su Chen leaned on the railing at the stairs, opened the torn package. Ha! Dear Su Chen? His eyes lit up. Moments later, his face was full of anger. Disregarding the promise not to set foot on the Western territory, he quickly came to the door of the second bedroom, kicked the door open. Ah! Startled, Yan Xingxin screamed, then scolded in a coquettish tone, who allowed you to come into my room? What do you want? Now, immediately, get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yan Xingxin, what's the meaning of this thing you gave me? Su Chen's face was full of inviolable righteousness. He rebuked, Yan Xingxin, what do you take me for? Trying to seduce me with online dating. I'm still a child, I have no interest in old ladies. Yan Xingxin blinked a few times, suddenly understanding what was going on. Ha! You little rascal. You think too highly of yourself. Would I use such low means to seduce a little rascal like you? Yan Xingxin sneered, look at the sender on the express package and the signature on the letter, then boast to me about how decent you are. The sender's information? Su Chen looked down at the express delivery. He understood, through the information on it, he confirmed that the cheesy letter was not from Yan Xingxin. What he didn't understand was, who is this nauseating woman, and why did she suddenly write to him? Could it be that idiot Su Jia has come up with a new trick to plot against me again? Su Chen's reaction was quite normal. 1. Chen Yuzhen learned Su Chen's address yesterday. Although she promised not to disclose his specific address, under Su Jia's persuasion, Chen Yuzhen, who didn't know what was going on, had a high probability of telling Su Jia the address in the hope that Su Chen would return home. 2. Now, Su Chen, who has come back to life, has left the Su family, but Su Jia still hasn't let him go, which is also normal. But no matter what, Su Chen looked at Yan Xingxin. He asked calmly, since it's my express delivery, why did you open it? Both husband and wife knew they couldn't casually open each other's deliveries. Not to mention the relationship between landlord and tenant. Faced with Su Chen's strong questioning, Yan Xingxin opened her mouth several times before cunningly saying, I thought it was sent to me. Su Chen immediately retorted sarcastically, your eyes aren't blind. You seem to be a literate person. The recipient's name on the package is so big, how could you not see it? Yan Xingxin really didn't know what to say. The arrogant attitude she had just shown Su Chen was completely gone. Yan Xingxin, I'll give you 2 options now. Su Chen's face was cold and indifferent. 1. I'll call the police. Let Officer Hat deal with you according to the relevant regulations. 2. Wash my clothes for a month. What? Yin Qingshan immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, almost taking off on the spot. You dare to let me wash your clothes? And for a whole month? Ha, your face is so big. Then you've chosen the first option. Fine, I'll indulge you. Su Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Yao Yao Ling? With a sudden movement, Yin Qingshan pounced like a cat, reaching out to grab his phone. No, I choose option 2. If she really ended up in the police station because of this, leaving behind a shameful record, how would Yin Qingshan live in the future? After all, she was the only beloved daughter of Mayor Yin Mingdao of Qingshan City. Fine, starting from today, it's for a month. Su Chen raised his hand in time, avoiding her attempt to snatch it. Yin Qingshan then realized that the little rascal hadn't actually called Yao Yao Ling. He was just scaring her, forcing her to wash his clothes for a month. Damn little rascal. I am the only beloved daughter of Mayor Yin of Qingshan City, and I have never washed clothes at home. Yet you make me your servant. Yin Qingshan felt like crying but had no tears, watching Su Chen turn around and walk away smugly. He piled up the clothes he wore during his morning run and workout, which had a strong smell of sweat, at the staircase, whistling as he went downstairs. He walked out of the yard, tore up the letter, and threw it in the trash can. He was a good young man, but had no interest in engaging in online relationships with someone who was mentally unstable, or simply put, Suja. If it weren't for me buying a house here and just wanting to live a carefree life, I wouldn't want to wander around aimlessly. The key is that my body is currently weak. Damn it, I have to castrate Suja no matter what. From that moment on, Su Chen had the idea of castrating Suja. And he couldn't forget it. In the yard, Yin Qingshan saw what he did and cursed to herself. TSK, the little rascal was caught by me keeping a secret, so he had to get rid of his online girlfriend. Bah! Even if you throw it away in front of me, it's hard to erase the fact that you're just a little rascal. Ah, why am I so impulsive? I didn't even check who the recipient was before opening the package. This gave the little rascal a chance to force me to be his servant. No matter how much she grumbled, she had to find a basin and hand-wash Su Chen's dirty clothes. Why didn't she use a washing machine? The answer was simple. She didn't know how. Miss Yen was like a bottle that had been knocked over in life, unable to pick herself up. Seeing that she was clueless about hand-washing clothes, and worried that she would deceive the landlord's silly son, Su Chen patiently taught her how to use the washing machine. You, who have been protected by your parents, a good-for-nothing in life, dare to move out and live alone. Is this courage given to you by Fish Liang? Su Chen looked down on her. Yin Qingshan immediately asked, who is Fish Liang? Love really needs courage to face rumors. Su Chen hummed a few lyrics and walked into the kitchen. But he didn't see Yin Qingshan's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes bright, whispering softly, love really needs courage to face rumors? Is this a song? What song is it? How come I haven't heard of it? How did the little rascal know how to sing it? Despite Yin Qingshan's poor composition and lyric writing skills, her appearance and voice were top-notch. The key was her immersion in music, with a high level of appreciation. Hearing Su Chen sing a few lines casually, she immediately realized that these lyrics were the climax of a certain song. But she couldn't figure out the lyrics, especially the melody, no matter how hard she tried, and had never heard it before. She even opened her phone, used a smart song search app, and hummed those 2 lines. Still, there were no matching songs. Could it be that the little rascal composed and wrote these 2 lines himself? Can I use these 2 sentences as a framework to compose a song myself? Yin Qingshan's inspiration surged in an instant, and she quickly went upstairs to her room. Soon, in her room, the sound of a guitar and intermittent singing could be heard. Su Chen listened attentively for a moment and chuckled, trying to sing a whole song with just 2 lines of lyrics? Admirable courage. But this life idiot does have a really good voice. He didn't pay much attention to it. Even though he had already noticed that Yin Qingshan might be into music composition, he never thought about helping her with a song. The reason was simple. Su Chen didn't want to get involved in the entertainment industry. He just wanted to stay at home to recharge and maybe write some original novels. After dinner, Su Chen pushed his bowl aside and returned to his study. Living a life where he didn't have to wash dishes after eating, didn't have to wash his clothes, and had a top-notch lady helping out, was simply too good. Holding the banner of the Southern School Uncle, Su Chen was once again flooded with inspiration. After writing tens of thousands of new words, he reluctantly closed his computer. Time for bed. At 5 in the morning, Su Chen, who had a customized fitness plan, was awakened by his alarm clock. He felt a bit off in his throat. His body was ultimately too weak, even low-intensity exercise was too much for it, causing a physiological reaction. But that was okay. Su Chen believed that a half-hour morning run and a good sweat would help alleviate some discomfort. After freshening up and putting on his sneakers to go out, the phone rang. Who's calling me so early? Su Chen took out his phone and saw that it was Teacher Chen calling. Strange, why is she calling me so early? Su Chen was puzzled, but out of gratitude for her care for the original owner, he immediately answered the call. Politely, he asked, Teacher Chen, hello. Why are you calling me so early? Well, there's something very important. Wearing a black hip-covering nightgown, her snow-white feet directly on the floor, Chen Yushin stood by the window, looking outside with obvious dark circles under her eyes, suddenly realizing something. She hurriedly asked, Su Chen, your voice sounds off. Did you overexert yourself last night? After noticing Su Chen's voice was off, Chen Yushin immediately thought of what Su Jia had said. It was Su Chen's hobby. So she realized and asked if Su Chen had overexerted himself last night. Did I overexert myself last night? Her question could easily be misunderstood. But what she said was not wrong. For this weak body, even moderate exercise was indeed a bit much. After thinking about this, Su Chen smiled. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Chen. I did overexert myself during exercise and caught a slight cold. But it's nothing, I'm young and will recover quickly. Exercise? You call that exercise? Chen Yushin was taken aback, her eyebrows furrowed. But Chen Yushin also knew it was best to stop the topic here. Continuing might actually trigger Su Chen's rebellious attitude. She hummed and smoothly changed the subject. School is about to start. Have you prepared everything you need, like a laptop? Just as she mentioned this, Su Chen interrupted. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Chen, but I'm not going to college. Ha? Chen Yushin suspected she had misheard and quickly asked, what did you say? Su Chen replied, I said I'm not going to college. You're not going to college? Chen Yushin heard it clearly this time, her face full of astonishment. Su Chen, are you joking with me? No. Su Chen shook his head, I'm being very serious. After confirming he wasn't joking, Chen Yushin became anxious. She sternly reprimanded, Su Chen, have you lost your mind? Otherwise, how could you give up the opportunity to go to college? This is what Su Chen didn't like to hear. Even though Teacher Chen had taken care of him meticulously during the 3 years of high school with the original owner, he couldn't just scold him for having a lapse in judgment for giving up the chance to go to college. Su Chen frowned, his tone turning cold. Teacher Chen, my judgment is not clouded. Giving up the opportunity to go to college is a decision I made after careful consideration. Chen Yushin suddenly remembered what Su Jia had said to her on the phone. She quickly asked in a gentle tone, Su Chen, did you give up going to college because of family reasons? Of course not. Even if the Su family treated my father that way, even if they worshipped my father like an ancestor, I wouldn't waste my youth on campus. Su Chen grumbled inwardly, but smoothly replied, yes. Teacher Chen, you've also heard from Su Zhu about my situation in the Su family. I have already been kicked out of the house by the Su family. Without a source of income, I have to find a job to make ends meet. How can I still have the energy to go to college? Chen Yushin blurted out, I'll support you. What? You'll support me? Su Chen's cheek twitched. Chen Yushin, however, did not realize that her spontaneous words could be misunderstood. She simply said, isn't it just the tuition fees for 4 years of college, living expenses? I'll cover all your expenses. I guarantee you'll eat well and dress well. You just focus on studying, preferably going to graduate school. If you don't want to pursue further studies and prefer to work, I'll help you find a job that suits you best. Wow. Are teachers on Blue Star all this good to students? It makes me really want to go to school. Su Chen was full of surprise, chuckled, and asked, Teacher Chen, can you tell me why you are so good to me? Ah. Chen Yushin sighed softly, feeling it was time to answer Su Chen's question. After all, in the past 3 years of high school, Su Chen had asked her several times. But she was worried that once Su Chen knew the answer, his attitude towards her would change, affecting his studies, so she never told him. Su Chen, do you remember that summer several years ago? Do you remember the woman you saved from the river after a heavy rain? Chen Yushin spent over 10 minutes briefly recounting the incident when she fell into despair and Su Chen risked his life to save her. I see. That's why. I knew it. How could Teacher Chen take care of the original owner like a mother, and even scold me for being crazy for not going to school? But this is the good karma of the original owner, nothing to do with me. Su Chen suddenly realized and said, Teacher Chen, thank you for telling me the answer. I am grateful for your willingness to sponsor my college education, but I must disappoint you. After experiencing a family tragedy, I have lost all interest in studying. Well, Teacher Chen, I have to go to the gym. Let's part ways here. The road ahead is long, we may meet again if fate allows. After habitually saying the road ahead is long, without waiting for Chen Yushin's reaction, Su Chen ended the call. On the other end of the phone, huh? He's going to the gym again? Chen Yushin frowned again. She called Su Chen with the intention of adding him as a friend last night, but he didn't respond. She wanted to subtly find out why Su Chen hadn't added Lu Ruyan. However, every time she tried to bring it up, Chen Yuzhen couldn't say it. She could only change the topic to his schooling, only to be shocked by Su Chen's decision not to go to college. I have given you my new card number. I have decided that when you have serious psychological problems, I will help you regardless of my own dignity. I just hope that you can have the best 4 years of university life at the best age. How could you abandon your studies because of family reasons? If you don't come to Tianda, what's the point of me being here? Chen Yuzhen muttered to himself. Su Chen naturally couldn't hear. He drank a cup of warm water, stretched his arms and walked to the door, opening the bedroom door. But he was startled, because outside the door, there was a mature lady with dark circles under her eyes. Su Chen's face immediately darkened. Yan Xingxin, are you trying to scare me to death, inheriting my credit card? Who allowed you to come to my territory without permission? Little hooligan Yan Xingxin couldn't wait to say, tell me quickly. The 2 lines of the song you hummed yesterday, are they your original creation? Yan Xingxin also stayed up all night last night. Sometimes she would write and draw on the staff paper, sometimes she would strum the guitar and sing softly, trying to find the melody that could continue the previous 2 lines of the song. Sometimes she would stand by the window in a daze. But the harder she tried, the more confused her mind became, the more she wanted to find the answer. Finally, she stayed up until dawn, waiting for Su Chen to leave at the stairwell. Left waiting, right waiting. Yan Xingxin couldn't wait any longer, couldn't help but cross the thunder pool and come to Su Chen's bedroom door. Just as she was about to knock, the door opened. She startled Su Chen. In fact, Su Chen, who suddenly opened the door, also startled her. But she didn't care. She ignored Su Chen's rude questioning and urgently asked the question that had been bothering her for too long. Ha! This life idiot came early in the morning with dark circles under her eyes just to scare me. It turns out it was for this matter. After Su Chen figured out what was going on, he laughed, slammed the door shut, brushed past Yan Xingxin's shoulder, and quickly walked to the stairwell. Ha, is it my original creation? What's it to you? You have no manners when you speak. Yan Xingxin, still wearing slippers, hurriedly caught up. Of course it concerns me. Because, I am also an original singer. You are also an original singer? Su Chen quickly walked downstairs. Well, please sing a song now, your original song, to enlighten my sentiments. Yan Xingxin was stunned, chased out of the living room. I haven't created it yet, but I believe that as long as I work hard enough, I will eventually become a super popular top-tier singer that everyone admires. Su Chen couldn't help but turn around and look at her. Suddenly, he realized that Yan Xingxin was not only a life idiot, but also not smart in other aspects. Otherwise, how could she dare to boast about becoming a top-tier singer without any original songs? Ah, I really don't know what sin I committed to attract such a foolish tenant. Su Chen sighed and started running around the small lake in front of Building 58. Pat, pat pat, the sound of slippers hitting the ground came from behind, the urgent sound of the soles being slapped. Definitely the model of eager for talent Yan Xingxin, catching up. Su Chen, tell me that original creation, okay? No. Su Chen replied without looking back. Yan Xingxin continued to chase. Su Chen, I really need a good original song to fulfill my dream. Su Chen opened his mouth to reply, your dream, what's it to me? Definitely, it will benefit you. Although Su Chen was jogging, Yan Xingxin, wearing slippers, found it difficult to catch up. What benefit? Su Chen turned to look at her and asked, how much money will you give me? Yan Xingxin was stunned. I have no money left. If you have no money, why do you say it will benefit me? Are you crazy? After conveying the above information with his eyes, Su Chen couldn't be bothered with her anymore and continued running. Pat pat, Yan Xingxin caught up again, panting, but I can use laundry, dishwashing, and cooking services as payment for the song. Hee, Yan Xingxin, you really treat me like a fool. Su Chen sneered, do you really think I don't know the value of a good original song? I can easily hire a housekeeper for 5,000 yuan a month. That's only 60,000 yuan a year. The key is, the housekeeper can not only help me with laundry, but also cook for me. Their skills are much better than yours, a life idiot. Yan Xingxin really wanted to retort, but she lacked the confidence. Gritting her teeth in secret, she caught up and said, in addition to washing dishes and doing laundry for you, every day, I will spend an extra hour giving you a back massage. How about that? After saying these words, Yan Xingxin felt a strong sense of humiliation in her heart. As the only beloved daughter of the mayor of Qingshan City, voluntarily giving a small hoodlum a 1-hour back massage every day was definitely the greatest humiliation. But so what? This was for her dream. And also to prove to her parents that when she moved out, her pledge of even if I don't ask for money from home, I can still achieve my dream was not a joke. In fact, isn't this also sacrificing for my dream? Thinking of this, the well-protected mayor's daughter suddenly felt moved by herself. What? This idiot is willing to provide me with 1 hour of massage every day just to get an original song? Su Chen was stunned and stopped in his tracks. To be honest, he was tempted. Although Yan Xingxin was a life idiot, but with her good figure and beautiful face, she exuded a mature charm. Providing 1 hour of massage every day was a temptation that not many gentlemen could resist. However, Su Chen was not just any gentleman. How could he indulge in pleasure before achieving his goal of luxury and extravagance? Enjoying the services of a mature beauty driven purely by desire too early would only hinder his progress. Ha! Su Chen smirked slightly. Sorry, I'm not interested in your massage service. Yan Xingxin, who thought he would be tempted, ding. Her phone rang loudly. Despite her best efforts, Yan Xingxin was rejected once again by the hoodlum, leaving her in a bad mood. She didn't show it, but answered the call with her trembling fingers, pressing the speakerphone button. Immediately, Su Chen heard a woman's voice clearly from the phone. Yan Xingxin, good morning? Yan Xingxin was taken aback. She glanced at the screen and replied calmly, Pang Jai, good morning. Yan Xingxin, although you have been kicked out of light poetry entertainment, I haven't forgotten you as a good friend. Pang Jai said leisurely, otherwise, I wouldn't have called you early in the morning to tell you that Qingshan TV will host a large graduation season farewell concert. I think you must have found an original song to replace understanding after breaking up. See you at the event. Ha. Anger and embarrassment immediately filled Yan Xingxin's eyes. Before she could say anything, Pang Jai, who deliberately provoked her early in the morning, ended the call with a smug laugh. She didn't give Yan Xingxin a chance to retort. Yan Xingxin was very angry. She spat on the ground at Su Chen's feet, turned around, and walked away. Hoodlum, do you really think I can't find a good original song without you? Su Chen, damn it. This mature beauty driven by desire not only was a life idiot, but also seemed to be the type to vent her anger on innocent people after being hit. Idiot. Wait. Watching Yan Xingxin turn around and walk back quickly in her small slippers, Su Chen said, 2 hours of massage every day, a 6-month service. I'll give you a song that will crush Pang Jai. If Pang Jai hadn't called and mentioned the name of the company Light Poetry Entertainment, even if Yan Xingxin was embarrassed and angry, spitting at this innocent person, Su Chen would not pay attention. Light Poetry Entertainment? Ha. Su Chen sneered secretly, immediately changed his mind and called out to Yan Xingxin. What? Angry Yan Xingxin was stunned at the words, then ecstatic, quickly turned around, you're lying to me. Talking big, inviting thunder to strike. Su Chen really couldn't understand how this idiot could grow up safely. Just an original piece, not a big deal. Su Chen sneered, looking up and down at Yan Xingxin, since you boast about yourself, dreaming of becoming a top-tier queen. Then, you should have seen the video of Twilight online, right? Although Su Chen had no intention of entering the music industry, he also paid attention to the influence of Twilight online. How influential is Twilight in the online music industry? The ironclad fact proves that a classic song is a classic song. In just a few days, it was covered by numerous music bloggers. Major entertainment companies were inquiring about the whereabouts of brother Jianghu Su Chen. Su Chen just laughed it off. With practical actions, he interpreted what it truly means to leave after finishing, hiding oneself and one's name deeply. Nonsense. Yan Xingxin retorted, of course, I've seen the video of Twilight. I also know the name of the young man who sang Twilight in Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast room. Su Chen asked, what's his name? Su Chen. He calls himself Yan Wu Su, the feast's Yan. When Yan Xingxin said this, she suddenly realized something. It seems that the little hooligan is also called by this name. Yan Xingxin's clear black and white eyes widened suddenly. Looking at Su Chen, she asked hesitantly, you mustn't say. It's you who sang Twilight in Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast room. That's right. Su Chen immediately looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, saying lightly, it's just a humble creation, precisely that Twilight. Yan Xingxin was completely stunned. Actually, she couldn't be blamed. After spending several days with Su Chen, she watched the video of Twilight every day, but still didn't connect the dots between the little hooligan and Su Chen in Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast room. Just because Su Chen's current mental state is completely different from that night's desolate appearance. After giving Yan Xingxin a huge mental shock, Su Chen, who felt a sense of accomplishment, turned around and continued running. Whether it's using Yan Xingxin's hand to strike against Light Poetry Entertainment or enjoying her massage every day in the future, it's all because Su Chen has trained this weak body to be strong. Half an hour of running in circles made Su Chen sweat profusely, breathing heavily like a bull. His 2 skinny legs were trembling even more. However, it was very clear. After several consecutive mornings, Su Chen could clearly feel that this body was adapting to scientific fitness exercises at the fastest pace. Meanwhile, Yan Xingxin sat by the small lake, hands propping up her chin, her gaze always fixed on Chen. Occasionally, she smirked like a spotted deer locked onto by a cheetah. This idiot, isn't he thinking about how to extract my maximum value? Chen glanced at Yan Xingxin, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and returned to the small villa. Shower. And cook for the idiot. What surprised Chen was that while he was cooking and having breakfast together, Yan Xingxin never mentioned the song. This shows that she still has some composure. After the meal, Chen sat back on the sofa, a cigarette in his mouth, and put his feet on the coffee table with a thud. Watching Yan Xingxin walk out of the kitchen after washing the dishes, he licked his lips. Yan Xingxin suddenly heard the sound of a string and understood the elegance. In just 2 seconds, she cursed 10,086 little hooligans in her heart, appearing calm and collected as she walked over in her small slippers, knelt in front of the desk, waved her small pink fists, and began to beat the legs of the little hooligans. In the instant when her small pink fist landed on the dog's leg, Yan Xingxin made up her mind. If the little hooligan was just playing with her, even if she had to give up her dream, she would make sure he paid for it. After dinner, a pure desire-type mature woman came to beat the legs. Is this considered a life of luxury and indulgence? It must be. Despite the idiotic leg-beating technique, it was really nothing to write home about. Especially when Chen, with a cigarette but that had long gone out, comfortably fell asleep. Yan Xingxin actually pinched his leg. Chen winced, opened his eyes, and angrily said, "What's this? Is this your massage service? Is this your attitude in asking me to help you achieve your dream?" Watching this little hooligan, who was clearly still wet behind the ears but acted like an old hand in the world, enjoying her leg-beating service so brazenly, Yan Xingxin really wanted to send him in and wear out the interrogation room. It's been 2 hours. Yan Xingxin bit her lip, her wrists sore from the activity. Today's service time is up. It's time for you to fulfill the promise you made to me. Ha! I just took a nap, and 2 hours have passed? Chen was taken aback and looked at his phone. Indeed, when he was ready to enjoy himself, it was 3 minutes to 8. Now, it was 4 minutes to 10. I never expected this idiot's self-discipline to be so excellent. For 2 hours, he has been calm and provided me with service. Chen secretly admired. This little hooligan fell asleep at 8:17. He definitely didn't notice that I also quietly sat on the sofa and enjoyed a good hour and a half of sleep. Yan Xingxin secretly gloated. Ahem. Chen cleared his throat, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and said, "First, tell me about your experience at Light Poetry Entertainment. I need to understand why you were kicked out of there before I can help you." This request, for Yan Xingxin, it was not difficult at all, and she had no reason to hide anything. On the contrary, after being kicked out of Light Poetry Entertainment, Yan Xingxin had been holding back her anger. She didn't want to confide in her parents. Now, she saw Chen as a trash can for negative emotions and poured them out freely. In summary, at the beginning of the year, Yan Xingxin signed with the Artist Department of Light Poetry Entertainment as a trainee. Because of her beauty, sweet voice, high cultural level, and the fact that she came from an ordinary intellectual family, she was quickly identified as a key talent to be nurtured. Yan Xingxin's stage name at Light Poetry Entertainment was Yan Ruyan. In just half a year, she had produced 2 original songs for the company's composition department, showing a good level of skill. After debuting online, she gained a certain level of popularity. However, this also put pressure on veteran singers like Pang Jiai, who began to see her as a rival. Last month, Yan Xingxin received another good original song. It was the excellent quality song Only Understand After Breaking Up. Just as she was preparing to use this song to reach new heights, Pang Jiai snatched it away. I argued my case, but the company's CEO, Su Shi, insisted that I had to give that song to Pang Jiai. Otherwise, I had to leave. And I had to keep the stage name Yan Ruyan, and I couldn't sing the 2 original songs produced by Light Poetry Entertainment. After saying this, Yan Xingxin snorted, "Humph. If I have to leave Light Poetry Entertainment, I don't believe my dream will be shattered." Chen understood. He didn't bother to delve into her issues with Light Poetry Entertainment. He said, "Go to the piano and sing Only Understand After Breaking Up for me. I'll listen to the style of music and then help you create a similar song." Little rascal. No. Chen, Master Su. Yan Xingxin's face was full of servile expression, and she consciously squatted by his leg, waving her small pink fists again. As if giving him an extra time, she said, "Can you give me that song Dusk? I don't want the copyright. I just want the authorization to perform it live. Please believe in my ability. I will definitely perform at the highest level and will not ruin that song." Chen looked down at her. "Are you sure the style of Dusk can match that breakup song?" Yan Xingxin thought for a moment and shook her head. "Definitely not the same. The style of Dusk carries a desolation as if welcoming the end of the world. while the breakup song is about reminiscing the bitterness of the past years after the couple has separated. Chen nodded. As long as you know, Yan Xingxin said, but I don't believe you have the ability to create another masterpiece like Dusk. He. Chen smiled disdainfully and looked towards the piano. Yan Xingxin could only put away her small pink fists, stand up and walk towards the piano, secretly cursing 10,086 little rascals again. Opening the piano, Yan Xingxin took a deep breath, closed her eyes slightly, her slender fingers immediately turned into elves, dancing on the keys. Ding dong, she hummed softly. Oh, surprisingly, this idiot not only had a good voice, but also decent singing skills, coupled with her outstanding image. No wonder she dreams of becoming a diva. Just like Yan Xingxin, who lacks creative talent but has a high level of appreciation, Chen also has a certain level of appreciation in terms of appreciating vocals and singing skills. However, soon, Chen focused on that song. After a moment, Chen figured out the style of the song only understand after breaking up and immediately found a similar song in the Earth Song library. He had to admit that this song was decent. But just decent, nothing more. Compared to the song he subconsciously selected from the Earth Song library, this song was trash. He hesitated a bit. Should I go all out from the start? But then he thought, after thinking a lot, I have no intention of entering the music industry, so why not use the classics from the Earth Song library to turn this idiot into a top-tier diva and help me make money? For example, partnering with the idiot to start an entertainment company or studio. She can sing all over the world and endorse products. I will be responsible for bringing classics from Earth to here, effortless. I don't have to show my face, I can make money lying down, enjoying my dream of luxury and wealth. Why not? The more Chen thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Thinking of this, he smiled foolishly with satisfaction. But there was a white figure flashing in front of him. Oh, what was this idiot's little hand gesturing in front of him? Smack! Chen raised his hand and slapped Yan Xingxin's hand to the side. Take your claws away, be careful not to poke my eyes. Are you stupid, or are you thinking of something sinister? You're smiling, it's so sly. After the song ended, Yan Xingxin, waiting for Chen's feedback, saw Chen's foolish and sly smile, but her eyes went blank. Feeling uneasy, she quickly came over and shook him. But she was slapped. The back of her hand was red from the slap. If it weren't for the fact that he was the original creator of Dusk, Yan Xingxin would never have forgiven him after shaking her hand and forgave him. Yan Xingxin, remember this. In the future, when you see me like this again, it means I am creating in my mind. Thousands and thousands of times. Do not interrupt my inspiration casually. Fortunately, before you disturbed me, I had already created an original song that matches that breakup song. Chen said calmly, taking out paper and pen from the desk. He began to write the musical notation. I am grateful to myself for learning the 5-line staff to show off on Earth, without hesitation spending tens of thousands. Tisk, with your dirty smirk, who would believe you are creating something? Yan Xingxin secretly despised, looking down at the letter. Suddenly stunned, in such a short time, the little rogue is about to create an original song with the same style as a breakup? Isn't this too exaggerated? Even more twisted. No wonder he just had that twisted look on his face. I wonder how the little rogue managed to write a song in just a few minutes. What is the quality like? Later? Is the name of this song Later? What does it have to do with understanding after a breakup? Heaven! The little rogue is composing music and writing lyrics at the same time? How did he do it? Yan Xingxin, standing in front of the desk, looked at Chen who was busy creating, or copying, music, secretly amazed. Subconsciously, she read the lyrics. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you had already gone far, disappeared in the crowd. Later, I finally understood in tears, shocked. Yan Xingxin was absolutely shocked. Regardless of the melody of this song for now, just the lyrics of this song alone. The lyrics seemed plain and straightforward, but when whispered softly, they caused a great emotional impact on Yan Xingxin. It quickly brought her into a realm of sadness and romance that she could not escape from. Clap. After Chen finished creating, writing lyrics and music, even arranging, he slammed the pen on the table, handed the letter to Yan Xingxin, and pointed to the piano, indicating for her to go over and play the piano while singing. Yan Xingxin's hands were trembling slightly. She turned and quickly walked to the piano. After carefully looking at the staff a few times, tapping the piano keys with her 10 fingers non-stop, finding the touch, she took a few deep breaths in succession, suppressing the shock and joy surging in her heart, and gently pressed the piano keys, playing and singing at the same time. As she listened to the raw but still beautiful melody flowing out of the piano, a layer of goosebumps suddenly rose on Yan Xingxin's arms. A song's quality is indeed important, with lyrics, arrangement, and the singer all playing crucial roles. But the most critical role is the composition. Otherwise, entertainment companies wouldn't refer to top composers as songwriting dads. Genius. The little rogue is definitely a genius in the music industry. Compared to those lyricists and composers in light poetry entertainment, he is far superior. They are all trash. Understanding after a breakup, compared to the future with the little rogue, it's like the difference between a lazy toad and a swan in broad daylight. The little rogue is definitely an angel sent by God to help me achieve my dreams. I must firmly hold on to him. I cannot let him escape. I want him to be by my side for the rest of his life, writing songs for me. But he is so unruly, he doesn't take the mayor's daughter seriously. What should I do to make him obediently follow me? Yan Qingxin repeatedly sang this song later. As the melody and voice became smoother and more gentle, her mind also raced faster than ever before. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She thought, I got it. Let's start a company together. Or a studio. He will be responsible for writing songs for me, and I will be in charge of singing and endorsements. When we make money, we split it 50-50. Humph, the little rogue is so greedy. I don't believe I can't win his heart. P.S. Later. Lyrics, Shi Runchen. Music, Yu Qingqianchun. Singer, Lu Ruoying. How much profit did Yan Qingxin make after singing those two songs at Light Poetry Entertainment? The answer is 0. Almost all trainees in entertainment companies are tools to make money for the company. For these tools, the profit distribution of a song is usually 70% or more for the company, with the lyricist and composer getting 30% or even less. If you encounter a good boss, or a kind-hearted composer, they may give 10% or 5% to the trainee. After all, there are plenty of new singers, but good original songs are hard to come by. This is also why Pang Jiayi and Yan Qingxin fought over that breakup song. Of course, those somewhat famous singers can share profits with the company and composers in proportion. Therefore, Yan Qingxin's sudden inspiration to start a company with a rogue and suggest a 50-50 split was purely a seemingly generous but actually shrewd move. The more she thought about it, the more pleased she became. Lost in thought, she didn't notice that Su Chen had been standing next to her for a while. Su Chen took a photo of the music score with his phone, then recorded a snippet of Yan Qingxin's back view. Everything else is fake. He had to quickly upload this song to the copyright library to prevent this idiot from stealing it. Blue Star's copyright review is much faster than on Earth, and you can even conduct copyright transactions online. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this. However, this idiot is playing and singing along, looping the single several times, still unable to stop, which is quite normal. After all, this is a classic masterpiece. But what does her dirty smirk mean? Su Chen tilted his head to look at Yan Qingxin, and after a long while, couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Ah! Yan Qingxin was startled, her delicate body trembling slightly, and she stopped playing the piano and singing. What dirty thoughts are you having? Are you thinking about how to steal the copyright of this song? Su Chen revealed his true villainous face, waving his phone in front of her and saying, use your brain a bit. I've already uploaded this song and the one Twilight to the copyright library. Yan Qingxin, hee, you think of me as what kind of person? She coldly snatched Su Chen's phone and looked down. When Su Chen registered and opened the copyright website, he used the catchphrase, the road of the martial arts as long as his name. In other words, Twilight and later were all created by the road of the martial arts. Are you disappointed to see me register first? Su Chen took the phone back and walked towards the sofa. Come on, idiot. Let's have a good chat about how to cooperate next. You're the idiot, rogue. Yan Qingxin cursed and followed him to the sofa. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate with me? Su Chen crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. Yan Qingxin didn't mind at all as long as the rogue could be her exclusive lyricist and composer. What's wrong with smoking in front of her? Ahem. Su Chen cleared his throat. First of all, I want to know if you want to cooperate with me for a short time or long term. Of course, it's long term. Yan Qingxin secretly cheered, but pretended to think before asking, what do you mean? Su Chen said lightly, I never do one-time deals, too tiring. Yan Qingxin was secretly delighted. She replied calmly, so it's a long-term cooperation? Okay, I agree. Su Chen immediately held up a finger. 10 years, how about that? 10 years is not enough. But I can't let the rogue see my sinister intention to use him for a lifetime. Let's talk about it in 10 years. Yan Qingxin pretended to think again and nodded. Okay, 10 years it is. Phew. In the next 10 years, this idiot will be my money-making tool. Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Secondly, we need to negotiate the way we cooperate. If you go to a certain entertainment company, we don't need to cooperate long-term. Because then, I might as well go to the composition department of a certain entertainment company. The key is, I've always been low-key and don't like to show my face. So, you understand. What do I understand? Yan Xingxin looked puzzled, but when she subconsciously frowned, she suddenly understood. Secretly delighted, the little rascal wants to partner with me to start a company, which suits me. She appeared uncertain. Are you suggesting that we start a studio or an entertainment company together? Su Chen nodded, yes. If you don't agree, there's no need for us to cooperate. Fine. So we're partnering to start a company? Okay, I agree. Yan Xingxin, secretly joyful, pursed her lips and asked, your final question is about discussing the investment and returns of opening a company, right? Smack, Su Chen clapped his hands in admiration. So, idiots can also have moments of intelligence. Yan Xingxin, with a kick of her left foot, her plastic slipper flew towards Su Chen's face. Smack! Su Chen caught it in time and casually tossed it outside the living room door. You! Poof! Yan Xingxin pouted, lifted her foot elegantly on the sofa, and asked, tell me, how to invest, how to profit. Let's start with a studio. Office space, finding a recording studio or building one, recruiting workers for departments other than the composition department, artist department, etc. Seeking resources for songs, participating in various activities, endorsements, etc. I won't be involved in any of that. Of course, I won't spend a penny. I'll only handle lyric writing, composition, and arrangement. Su Chen put on the face of a ruthless capitalist and said straightforwardly, but I will take half of the profits from your singing, participating in activities, endorsements, and those of other artists. What? Yan Xingxin immediately jumped up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A 50-50 split, she had no objection. But the little rascal didn't invest a penny and wanted to take half of the profits, which was too much. Who is exploiting whom here? Little rascal, do you know how much it costs just to build a professional recording studio and buy equipment? Do you know the salaries of professional staff like recording and editing personnel? Okay, let's say we rent a recording studio. But do you know how much effort it takes to release songs, promote, network, and secure endorsements? If I do all this alone, where will I get so much money? And more importantly, where will I find the energy for all this? You want to lie back and take half of all the profits, why don't you go rob instead? Hey, what are you doing? Angrily, Yan Xingxin saw Su Chen getting impatient as he got up and walked towards the stairs, so she quickly asked, Yan Xingxin, do you know the likelihood of this song becoming a hit? You should know, right? After your song becomes a hit, do you have an idea of how much revenue you'll earn from various music apps? How much money you'll make from endorsements after becoming famous? You must know better than me, right? And the key is, not only can you sing that song, I will also write more songs in the future. Su Chen turned to her and said, do you remember the 2 lines of lyrics I hummed yesterday? Without waiting for Yan Xingxin to respond, Su Chen started singing. Finally made this decision, I don't care what others say, as long as you are equally certain. Yan Xingxin was stunned. She murmured, so, this is how the song goes. This song sounds so good. It's a classic, another classic. How could that damn little rascal casually write such a high-level song? After singing half of it, Su Chen abruptly stopped and said, if you agree to my terms, you can also sing this song. If not, forget it. I'll give you 3 days to consider, and if you don't agree, I'll find someone else. After all, there are plenty of singers out there, not just you. Before he finished speaking, Yan Xingxin exclaimed, no need for 3 days. I agree now. P.S. Courage, singer, Fish Liang, lyricist, Rui, composer, Guang Liang. In fact, Su Chen was well aware that he was indeed being a bit ruthless in exploiting Yan Xingxin, especially when Yan Xingxin saw Yan Xingxin, who was almost on the verge of collapse, jumping on the ground, saying that she was willing to cooperate with him. Conscience inexplicably ached a bit, saying, how about this, I'll sell you this song later at market price, to help you save face with Pangjai. As for the studio, it won't be opened either. Ha! Yan Xingxin was stunned and asked, so, in the future, if you write a song, you can only give it to me, right? Ha, you're not my wife, let alone my mother. Why should I only give you the songs I write in the future? Su Chen sneered, wait until I save up some money in the future, open my own studio. As long as I can continuously release new hit songs, I'm not afraid of not making money to buy equipment. I'm not afraid of not finding new talents, nurturing them into kings and queens, to help me make money. Yan Xingxin, yes. Whether it's building a recording studio or networking for resources, it requires a lot of money and resources. But in this world, there is never a shortage of wealthy people or resources. What is lacking is hit original songs like Twilight, Later, and Courage. Unfortunately, this little rogue has the perverse ability to write songs, and not just any songs, but good songs, as simple as drinking water. If he wants to accumulate money to start a company, cultivate a dazzling new talent, it doesn't seem too difficult. When he really starts his own company, what does Yan Xingxin have to do with it? The most crucial thing is that Yen Qingshan can get money and resources, but lacks good songs. Yen Qingshan took a long breath and said seriously, "Little rogue, I want to cooperate with you for a long time. Let's split the profits 50-50 according to your suggestion." Ah, this idiot insists on crying and shouting to cooperate with me and give me money. I can't even refuse. It's really a headache. Su-Chen secretly sighed with concern for the country and the people, and walked back to the sofa. 1:30 in the afternoon. Yen Qingshan gritted her teeth and signed and stamped the contract that was printed out. After repeated negotiations between the two, the studio that was about to be established was finally named Qingshan Entertainment. The illusion that Yen Qingshan was the only big boss. Ms. Yen. Su-Chen looked serious and reached out his right hand. "To show my sincerity and cooperation, I voluntarily waive your rent, meals, and provide you with a 2-hour massage service every day. Of course, you still have to take on the duty of washing dishes. After all, I have to cook, right? And you must fulfill your promise to open my package without permission and wash my clothes. This is your just punishment. Mr. Su, I will behave well. Thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations." Yen Qingshan reached out her right hand, shook hands with him a few times, and when she tried to pull back, she pinched Su-Chen's hand hard, then turned around and stepped upstairs in her slippers. Begging to be exploited by the little rogue, Yen Qingshan went back to her room to cry for a while. Poor child, skipping lunch. "Good, you saved me 50 yuan. Su-Chen shook his right hand, which was pinched painfully, and walked into the kitchen. As for where Yen Qingshan would get money and resources, Su-Chen would not care. Even a fool can see that this pure and noble lady is not an ordinary child from an ordinary family, right? Su-Chen made a simple meal, ate and drank his fill, and returned to the study. He turned on the computer and logged into the Tomato backend. Oh, I forgot to add Gage's circle number. Successfully added as a friend, Gage was online unexpectedly, so he immediately greeted him. "Are you sure you're a girl?" "What a thing to say." Su-Chen replied, "Gage, why do you ask like that?" Gage asked, "How could a girl write such an immersive, emotionally engaging, and highly anticipated tomb-robbing novel?" Su-Chen replied, "Hee, maybe I'm an anomaly? All right, hurry up and sign the contract." Gage said, "Whether you're a man or a woman, human or ghost, as long as the novel is well written, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you have to use your ID to sign the contract." Su-Chen, "Okay. Ha, I knew you were definitely not a girl. But your pen name, My Original Beauty, is indeed quite bold." Brother Melon typed quickly, "The key is, you're only 19 years old. Did your ancestors work as tomb raiders?" Su-Chen replied softly, "Brother Melon, you know too much." Brother Melon quickly processed the contract for the slim-waisted and long-legged Su-Chen. With specialized editing guidance and Su-Chen's clear understanding of the process, the electronic version of the contract was quickly processed. After signing the contract, Brother Melon, who had high hopes for this book, wanted to discuss the future direction of the story with Su-Chen. However, Su-Chen simply typed, "Brother Melon, good night." "Brother Melon, it's only a little after 2 in the afternoon. How can you say good night?" Without waiting for Brother Melon to say anything, Su-Chen directly ended the chat. With the successful signing, who has time to chat with him? It's better to upload chapters first, get the word count to 80,000, and then start the most important debut. Evening. Su-Chen, who could be described as a prolific writer, uploaded 100,000 words directly and then started the debut verification mode. From this moment on, this book on tune rating would appear on various recommended positions such as Doudou and Book City. The next day's backend would also show various data on the 100,000 words. The most important data, besides how much money is made daily, is the completion rate of the 100,000 words, how many people actually finish reading it. Su-Chen felt that, based on his Nan Pai San Shu's level, the completion rate of 100,000 words should be at least 30%, right? And if the completion rate exceeds 25%, it basically indicates the potential for a bestseller. In addition, as long as tune rating becomes popular, with its unique subject matter, the future derivative rights income from movies, TV shows, animations, and games would also be quite substantial. I don't expect much more. If this book can help me achieve a small goal, I'll be satisfied. Actually, I'm not too concerned about money, I just enjoy the feeling of writing. Su-Chen muttered as he continued to write prolifically. As night fell, inside a luxurious apartment in CBD, Chen Yuzhen, who had just finished dinner outside, lazily curled up on the sofa and casually opened the Tomato Novel Network. Chen Yuzhen actually didn't like classics like Wuthering Heights. Instead, she preferred to read web novels known as fast food. Especially those involving sibling relationships, Chen Yuzhen could strongly relate to them. Tomb raiding? My Original Beauty? Ha, this author's pen name is interesting. Probably a greasy old man deliberately using this pen name to attract the attention of those LSPs. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yuzhen sneered disdainfully and, somewhat impulsively, opened a randomly recommended novel on the bookstore's homepage. Ha! This novel is quite interesting. Chen Yuzhen, who initially planned to just take a casual look, gradually became engrossed in it. Ding ding! Her phone rang. The caller ID showed her niece. Chen Yuzhen added tune rating to her bookshelf before answering the call, smiling. Darling, what's up? Auntie. A pleasant girl's voice came through the phone clearly. I'm in urgent need. Can you lend me some money? Starting a company requires money. This is a fact. Yan Xingxin, who had been exploited by Su Chen, locked herself in her bedroom, buried herself in planning, and racked her brains to figure out where to get the money to start a company. Ask parents, grandparents, uncles, and cousins? Forget it. They all don't support the only third-generation princess of the Yan family to enter the entertainment industry. Who else can she ask? Got it. Yan Xingxin slapped her forehead and realized she shouldn't forget her aunt Chen Yuzhen, who is only 3 years older than her and is currently in Qingshan. Despite her aunt's profession as a teacher, Yan Xingxin was well aware that she was a super rich woman. The key is that Yan Xingxin also knows that Xiui's fiancé, Zhou Xingyun, is the behind-the-scenes boss of the adult entertainment industry in Modu. He can be considered a kindred spirit of Yan Xingxin. When Yan Xingxin insisted on entering the music industry, her mother strongly recommended her to find Xiaoi and sign with Huaxia, which is definitely a top entertainment company in the adult entertainment industry. However, Yan Xingxin was proud and did not want special treatment. She just wanted to rely on her own talent to become a future queen and show the elders who looked down on her. So she signed with Light Poetry Entertainment. Thinking of Xiaoi, Yan Xingxin immediately called Chen Yuzhen. In need of help? Chen Yuzhen was surprised and smiled. Silly girl, why do you sound a bit like a Jianghu character now? Is that so? Oh, I must have been influenced by some rascals. Yan Xingxin thought of Su Chen and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Send me your account number. Chen Yuzhen said. 100,000 yuan, is that enough? She was indeed a wealthy woman with millions in her private funds, speaking generously. She didn't even ask her nephew what he needed the money for. Yan Xingxin chuckled. Xiaoi, 100,000 yuan is not enough. Chen Yuzhen didn't take it seriously. Then how about 500,000? Yan Xingxin cleared her throat. 500,000 is still not enough. Ha! Chen Yuzhen raised her eyebrows. Xingxin, what do you need the money for? Xiaoi. Yan Xingxin replied, I want to open an entertainment studio. I plan to set up my own recording studio and buy the best equipment. Ah? Chen Yuzhen was somewhat surprised. Yan Xingxin's dream was to become a queen, and Chen Yuzhen knew about her signing with Light Poetry Entertainment as a trainee after the Spring Festival. In her view, Yan Xingxin's actions were just a delayed rebellious phase, a minor disturbance. When she faces difficulties in society, she will naturally understand the harsh realities of society and return home as a good girl. But now, Yan Xingxin was borrowing a large sum of money from her to not only start a company but also purchase expensive recording equipment. This was no longer a minor disturbance. She was helping Xiaoi squander her money. Chen Yuzhen frowned. Xingxin, I don't support your reckless behavior. Her response did not surprise Yan Xingxin. She was prepared for it. Xiaoi, open the door, I'm coming to your building right now. Without waiting for Chen Yuzhen to say anything, Yan Xingxin ended the call. Chen Yuzhen looked at her phone, speechless, but lazily went downstairs. Even if Xingxin comes in person, with a determined attitude, I can't support her reckless behavior. Thinking this, Chen Yuzhen arrived at the door. Faintly, she heard the rapid tapping of high heels in the corridor outside. She looked through the peephole and opened the door. Yan Xingxin entered. After closing the door, she looked surprised. Wow. Xiaoi, it's been a while. How did you become even more beautiful? Especially those legs, so tender and pink. Even as a woman, I feel like drooling, right? Chen Yuzhen raised her hand to pull her niece's ear and said coquettishly, even if you flatter me, don't think you can convince me to support your nonsense. I'm pursuing my dream and doing something positive at the same time. How is that nonsense? Yan Xingxin broke free from Chen Yuzhen's grasp, hugged her, buried her face in her chest, and greedily breathed in, it smells so good. My future brother-in-law is lucky to have you. Just as Chen Yuzhen was about to push her away, a flash of disgust passed through her eyes when she heard the mention of future brother-in-law. She had money, family background, figure, face, temperament, she lacked nothing. But she lacked the power of autonomous marriage. Her fiancé, Zhou Xingyun, is outstanding in terms of physique, appearance, family background, and knowledge. He is also known as one of the 3 young masters in the Magic City. Standing next to Chen Yuzhen, even a fool would have to shout, what a perfect couple. However, Chen Yuzhen has no feelings for Zhou Xingyun. Every time she sees his refined and scholarly face, she feels an inexplicable disgust. Not to mention that Chen Yuzhen had secretly investigated and confirmed that Zhou Xingyun's private life was quite chaotic. Those female celebrities in the adult content industry who appear glamorous in public are actually just toys for Zhou Xingyun. In fact, Zhou Xingyun created the adult content industry just to play with women. This is why the two of them had already established a marital relationship 4 years ago, with Zhou's family urging for marriage multiple times while Chen Yuzhen kept delaying for various reasons. Even now, Zhou Xingyun has never had the chance to hold her hand. Unfortunately, despite Chen Yuzhen's strong opposition to this marriage, the Chen family in the Magic City forced her to marry into the Zhou family for the sake of family interests. Many people see this as a pure desire-driven elder sister type relationship, but they do not know that it is actually a child's heart. Auntie, you must support me. You are my last hope. Yan Xingxin raised her head and said seriously, if you refuse me, I will jump from the 20th floor. Chen Yuzhen remained silent. She just walked to the window in her slippers, opened the curtains, and opened the slanted window, saying, come, take a deep breath, you can probably jump from here. Yan Xingxin, like a child, kicked off her small high heels and rolled on the bed. Chen Yuzhen remained unfazed by her antics. She sat on the sofa, picked up her phone, and immersed herself in the tune-rating novel once again. After Yan Xingxin's failed attempt to act stubborn, she walked over to Chen Yuzhen, took her phone, and earnestly described her future plans. Chen Yuzhen also looked serious, her charming eyes fixed on her, listening attentively. After a long conversation, Yan Xingxin held Chen Yuzhen's hands and shook them vigorously. Auntie, invest in me. I will give you half of my 50% stake. Please believe me, my partner is an absolute genius who can lead our company to the top of the industry in no time. Aha, a genius? Even if your partner is a musical genius, I won't invest. Chen Yuzhen pulled her hand away, got up, and walked towards the refrigerator. Despite Yan Xingxin's best efforts, she couldn't convince Chen Yuzhen, which left her feeling frustrated. Opening the refrigerator, Chen Yuzhen handed Yan Xingxin a drink and casually asked, what's your partner's name? His name is Su Chen. Yan Xingxin replied listlessly. Who? Your partner is Su Chen? Chen Yuzhen, taking out a drink from the refrigerator, was momentarily stunned when she heard Yan Xingxin mention the name Su Yan. However, there were many people with that name. For example, someone like Su Yan. Chen Yuzhen remained composed, returned to the sofa, and handed the drink to Yan Xingxin, asking, what does the Su Yan do? Is it a man or a woman? How old is he, she? How did you meet him, her? He's just a kid preparing to go to college, a boy, and an orphan. Yan Xingxin, losing interest, took the drink and placed it on the table, then took out her phone to show a video. Here, auntie, watch this video of him singing. You'll see how amazing his talent in music is. Yan Xingxin was very clear. Don't look at the disaster caused by Xiaoyi's aunt. The future Xiaoyi's husband is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Yellow Earth culture, but she doesn't really like modern music. Even in Chen Yuzhen's phone, there is no video software like Douyin. Chen Yuzhen is disdainful of the works of music internet celebrities. The thing Chen Yuzhen likes to do most is to make a cup of jasmine tea, listen to classical music, read a book, and play chess by herself. Therefore, when Yan Xingxin handed her the phone and walked towards the bathroom, she didn't expect Chen Yuzhen to change her mind and invest in her after watching Su Chen's singing video of Dusk. The little guy preparing for college? Just as Chen Yuzhen heard Yan Xingxin say this, her eyes lit up. Because Su Chen is going to college. But when Yan Xingxin said that Su Chen was an orphan, Chen Yuzhen's eyes quickly dimmed. Su Chen is not an orphan. She casually opened the video. After a moment, Chen Yuzhen's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes sparkled again. In the video, Su Chen looked disheveled and embarrassed due to the events of the evening and being feasted by the Su family. However, Su Chen has been the only male lead in her dreams for the past 4 years. Therefore, even if Su Chen in the video looks disheveled, even if he turns to ashes, Chen Yuzhen can still recognize him at a glance. Yes, it's him. I will never be mistaken. The partner of Xingxin is actually Su Chen. Chen Yuzhen, who was staring blankly at the video, immediately started thinking quickly. Yan Xingxin, who was listless, walked into the bathroom. He can write songs? How is that possible? Chen Yuzhen lightly breathed out, focusing on listening to the song. This song is surprisingly good? Is there a feeling of scorching sun in the dimness? The lyrics are really poetic and melancholic. Chen Yuzhen, who never listens to modern pop music, tilted her head slightly and squinted her eyes, not moving at all. She had been brought by the music to a world she had imagined alone. The song ended long ago, but Chen Yuzhen was deeply immersed and unable to extricate herself. She only waited for Yan Xingxin's voice to come from beside her. Auntie, how do you like this song? Chen Yuzhen suddenly woke up. Seeing her aunt staring at the phone in a daze, Yan Xingxing knew that her ears had been conquered by this song dusk. Secretly delighted, there is a chance. However, Yan Xingxing also knew that even if her aunt's ears were conquered by this song, it did not necessarily mean she would invest in her dream because of this song. Therefore, before Chen Yuzhen could say anything, Yan Xingxing took the phone and opened another video. This video showed her sitting in front of the piano, playing and singing the entire process of the song later. It was for her aunt to see. Just now, because Chen Yuzhen was unyielding, Yan Xingxing forgot about this. The name of this song is Later, and the lyrics, music, and even arrangement were all done by Su Chen alone. Yan Xingxing said, and clicked play. The melody played, and Chen Yuzhen's eyes lit up again. She thought to herself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. For 3 years in high school, I took care of the little guy carefully. Countless times, I watched him absent-mindedly while giving him individual tutoring. How could I not know what kind of person he is? In Chen Yuzhen's heart, what kind of person is Su Chen? Tall and handsome, with a shy and stubborn look. Timid and cautious in his heart. Quiet and studious. How could such a boy create a song like Dusk and Later that could captivate Chen Yuzhen's ears? Could I have mistaken him? After Chen Yuzhen came here, he put his phone on the table and said to Yan Xingxing, Xingxing, tell me the whole process of how you met this Su Chen and how you ended up partnering with him. Oh, by the way, do you know where he lives? Yan Xingxing immediately became alert. Not afraid of Auntie asking, just afraid of Auntie not asking. If Auntie doesn't ask about the partner, it means she doesn't support it. The clearer she asks, the more chances Yan Xingxing has. Okay. Yan Xingxing quickly said, Su Chen lives in the Spring Garden on Olympic Middle Road, Building No. 58. Actually, I got to know him purely by chance. Olympic Middle Road, Spring Garden, Building No. 58. This address had long been firmly remembered by Chen Yuzhen. It is indeed him. Chen Yuzhen pursed his lips and listened attentively to Yan Xingxing's narration. 9 o'clock in the evening. In the living room of the Su family villa, Su Deshan lit a cigarette and looked at his wife Meng Jelly, asking, have you found the admission notice for the little animal? Before Meng Jelly could say anything, Suja placed Su Chen's admission notice on the table. Dad, this is my brother's notice. He didn't take it with him when he left, just left it on the bedside table. Su Deshan picked up the notice, glanced at it casually, and then put it aside. He said to Meng Jelly indifferently, tomorrow, if the little animal refuses to hand over the copyright of that song, tell him, don't even think about going to college. Whenever Su Deshan mentioned Su Chen, he would think of that night when he dared to call himself lousy. It made him itch with hatred. If it weren't for the fact that the song played a crucial role for the entire Su family, serving as the key for the Deshan group to enter the Magic City market, Su Deshan would never have yielded and actively sought out Su Chen. He was more worried that the unfilial little animal would ignore the overall interests of the Su family and refuse to hand over the copyright of that song. Therefore, Su Deshan suddenly thought of Su Chen's admission notice. Tiandong University, that was the only 985 university in Tiandong University. Even with the hard work of his adopted son Su Zhe, he was still more than 80 points away from the admission line. Su Deshan had to spend money and pull strings to get him an admission notice. So, after 3 years of hard work in high school, Su Chen, who had luckily been admitted to Tiandong, would definitely not give up the opportunity to study there. However, the drastic change in Su Chen's temperament, he didn't take this notice with him when he left that night. This happened to become Su Dishan's leverage to make him obedient. Of course, Su Deshan also knew very well that just an admission notice was not enough to have a fatal hold on Su Chen. The key was the household registration book. Although Su Chen had signed an agreement with the Su family to sever the parent-child relationship, his household registration was still with the Su family. If Su Chen wanted to go to Tiandong University, he had to use the Su family's household registration book. In short, Su Deshan continued, if the little animal doesn't behave, not only will he not get the admission notice, he won't even get our family's household registration book. I want to see what he will use to go to college without these two things. Right. Meng Jelly and the Su siblings nodded together. Suja secretly rejoiced. But a discordant voice suddenly came from the living room. Dad, Mom, if you deprive Su Chen of the opportunity to go to college because of this, isn't that too cruel? Ha! Suja's eyes immediately turned cold. Su Si and Su Chu both frowned. Meng Jelly instinctively made a light hum. Su Deshan looked displeased and turned to Su Shi. Dad! Su Shi looked at Su Deshan and said, even if Su Chen has fallen out with the family, due to the unfair treatment in the past, he may refuse to hand over that song. No matter what, Su Chen is your only son, carrying your blood. Bang! Su Deshan suddenly raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table. Staring at Su Shi, he roared in a low voice, "From now on, don't say that kind of thing about my own son again." Meng Jelly also scolded discontentedly, "Sure. He has humiliated you, his own sister, like that. Why are you still speaking up for him? When he said those words to you, he no longer deserves to be my son." Exactly. Su Xi and Su Chu sneered together. "He is just a rogue who tramples on ethics and morals, a beast. If we didn't have different standards from him, we wouldn't even allow him to have the Su surname." Su Xi did not add fuel to the fire, nor did he offer any more brilliant performances. He just glanced at Su Shi from the corner of his eye, thinking of a way to make this woman who had discovered something go away. Looking at the angry and disdainful parents and two sisters, and listening to what they had just said, Su Shi's heart was filled with endless sorrow and regret. Just because when Su Chen did not leave the Su family, her attitude towards him was completely consistent with theirs. They did not treat Su Chen as a family member, but as a stray dog. Looking at Su Zhe, who seemed to be speaking up for Su Chen but hesitated because he was afraid of angering his parents, Su Shi felt a strong sense of being alone with a venomous snake, and a chill rose from the soles of her feet. "Ah, I lost the evidence. I really should die." Su Shi sighed inwardly, stood up and walked towards the stairs. But she couldn't help but say, on one hand, we never treated Su Chen as a family member, and even almost killed him. On the other hand, we expect Su Chen to contribute to this family as a family member without compensation. I really don't understand how you can have such thoughts. What's even more pathetic is that I used to be like that too. I really should die. After saying this, the regret in Su Shi's heart reached its peak in an instant. Unable to control her emotions any longer, she raised her hand to her face and slapped herself hard several times. Smack! The sound of the exploding slap was unusually harsh in the Su family living room. Su Deshan and the others were stunned by Su Shi's actions. After giving herself a few slaps, Su Shi felt slightly better in her heart. But she didn't want to say anything more to her family, so she quickly went upstairs and slammed the door shut. It took a while for Su Deshan and the others to come back to their senses. Sure. Meng Jelly suddenly stood up and was about to walk towards the stairs. Perhaps because Su Shi was the eldest child among the three daughters, Meng Jelly liked Su Shi the most. Seeing her slap herself, Meng Jelly felt very sorry and just wanted to go to her room quickly to ask her why she was being so foolish. But as she took a few steps, Su Zhe knelt down with a thud, choked up and said to Su Deshan, "Dad, I beg you, please let my brother come back. After all, what big sister said is right, my brother is your and mom's real son. No matter how outstanding I am just an adopted son. Let my brother come back, and I will leave." Dad, Mom. Su Zhe's brilliant, poor performance was an irresistible force for the Su family. Sure enough, Meng Jelly, who was about to go see Su Shi, instantly forgot about her and hurried to Su Zhe's side, bending down to hug him and comforting him even more tenderly. Su Xi and Su Chu, the two sisters, also quickly comforted him in a soft voice, telling him not to think too much and not to say such things again. Bang! Su Deshan slammed the table heavily once again, pointing at the door of Su Shi's bedroom, angrily scolding, Shi, are you out of your mind? Ever since that little beast left, you have been mentally unstable. If you do this again, I will kick you out along with him. In the bedroom, Su Shi stood in front of the window, constantly laughing bitterly. He, for the sake of a foster son, not only almost killed his own son, but also kicked out of the house. Now, he treats me like this. Good. Su Shi, you deserve it. Even if it's true what Su Chen said, you still deserve retribution. In the living room, Meng Jelly and others persuaded and comforted Su Zhe's emotions after a long time. Dad, I will accompany Mom and little Zhe to meet that little animal tomorrow. Su Xi looked at Su Deshan and gritted his teeth. If he dares not to listen, I will kick him to death again like that night. Among the three sisters of the Su family, Su Xi has the most ruthless personality. It is also for this reason that Su Deshan let her manage the taxi company under the Deshan group. Okay, you go. Su Deshan nodded. Ci, you don't have to be polite to that little animal when the time comes. Dad, rest assured. Not to mention him, even those rascals who drive taxis in the company have all been dealt with by me. Su Xi subconsciously rolled up her sleeves, her face full of murderous intent. 10 o'clock in the evening. In the luxurious apartment of CBD. Yan Xingxin finally finished telling Chen Yuzhen about the whole process of him and Su Chun from accidentally meeting the real estate agent to signing a contract to jointly create Qingxin Entertainment. After speaking, with a pitiful look in his eyes, he looked at his dear aunt. You. Chen Yuzhen, who had already made up her mind, raised her hand and pinched her nephew's nose, looking helpless. Okay, Auntie will invest in you. Really? Yan Xingxin was overjoyed. With a bang, Yan Xingxin pounced on Chen Yuzhen on the sofa, and kissed her all over her face with red lips. Auntie, I knew you loved me the most. I love you so much, I love you to death. Smack! Chen Yuzhen raised her hand and slapped Yan Qingxin's buttocks, laughing and scolding, "You naughty girl, are you trying to take advantage of your aunt? Hurry up, get off me." After working at Qingshi Entertainment for half a year, Yan Qingxin, who was like an iceberg goddess all day long, appeared more like a child in front of Chen Yuzhen than in front of her mother. After all, their ages were close, there was no generation gap, and they got along more like sisters, relaxed and casual. Yan Qingxin got up and brought a bottle of red wine in a servile manner. "Shouldn't we have a drink to celebrate the successful investment?" Of course, Yan Qingxin only took a sip to protect her throat. On the contrary, Chen Yuzhen didn't care about these things, not only had a good alcohol tolerance, but also smoked. "Qingxin, the reason I invested is not only because Su Chen indeed has musical talent. There is another reason that made me determined." Chen Yuzhen propped up one leg, lightly swaying her foot, and the frequency matched the wine glass she was holding, and said to Yan Qingxin in a casual tone, "Your partner Su Chen was my student for 3 years when I was at Qingshan No. 2 middle school." "Ah?" Yan Qingxin was stunned and asked, "He was your student?" "Of course. I also know that child quite well. I think he is reliable, so I believe he won't deceive you." Chen Yuzhen, who didn't need to hide this relationship, briefly explained to Yan Qingxin her teacher-student relationship with Su Chen. However, Chen Yuzhen did not mention the incident 4 years ago when Su Chen sacrificed himself to save her. She didn't even tell her family, sister, or brother-in-law. Because when she left the Magic City and came to Qingshan to seek refuge with her sister at No. 2 middle school, both the Chen family and the Zhou family were very unwilling. The Chen and Zhou families saw that she was using this method to delay her marriage. If she mentioned the near-drowning incident, the Chen family would not only be scared but would forcibly take her back to the Magic City. More importantly, although Zhou Xingyun's private life was very bad, his possessiveness was extremely strong. "My woman, if any other man touches her, he will die. Even if you gave her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to save her. That's right, you took away my first kiss that should have belonged to me. You defiled my woman. Fine, die." "Wow, what a coincidence." Yan Qingxin raised his glass. "Come, auntie, we must toast for Xia, for Su Chen. Since he is my partner and also considered your proud disciple, cheers." Ding. The two drank together. Qingxin. After Chen Yuzhen put down his glass, he still looked casual. "Since you have been roommates with Su Chen for several days, what other characteristics do you think he has besides musical talent?" Yan Qingxin blurted out, "His characteristics, there are too many. Cunning, greedy, lecherous, foul-mouthed and uncultured." "Ha?" Chen Yuzhen was stunned, her mouth half open. Just because Yan Qingxin blurted out these characteristics, not a single one matched the deep impression Su Chen left on Chen Yuzhen. She had been Su Chen's teacher for 3 years at Qingshan No. 2 middle school, wouldn't she understand him? Chen Yuzhen doubted in her heart, but smiled and nodded along with Yan Qingxin's disdainful gestures. Happy. Yan Qingxin, who had secured a major investment tonight, was really happy. She didn't even care about protecting her voice, she had to drink to her heart's content. Could it be because she drank too much? Otherwise, how did Yan Qingxin notice the spring-like expression in her aunt's eyes and between her eyebrows? Chuckling, she said, "Auntie, are you missing my uncle at home?" Hee. I know that wine is a matchmaker." Chen Yuzhen was stunned. Then she blushed with anger, raised her hand and slapped him. "How dare you make fun of me? Auntie, spare me. Please don't silence me just because I see through you." When Yan Qingxin surrendered with her hands raised high, she lay down on the sofa. Yawn. So sleepy. And then she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside the window. She had completely forgotten what she had heard and seen in the middle of the night. "Auntie, my dear auntie, I love you so much. When I become a top-tier celebrity, I will thank you properly." "Ah, yes." At 10:30, after confirming a large sum of money in her bank account, Yan Qingxin hugged Chen Yuzhen without a care in the world and kissed her fiercely. Before Chen Yuzhen could laugh and scold him and raise her hand to hit him, he escaped. As she entered the elevator, she put on a noble and aloof celebrity face, warning people not to approach her. She thought to herself, although my aunt forbids me to tell the rascal about her investment, this is indeed worth celebrating. Well, I'll go to Wanda Plaza and buy a watch for the rascal as a gesture of cooperation. 12 noon. Su Chen, who had agreed to meet Su Zhu at Gate A of Wanda Plaza, arrived at the meeting point on time. From afar, Su Chen saw Meng Jelly, Su Ci, and Su Zhe. Su Zhe under the umbrella looked calm, but Meng Jelly was impatient, checking the time frequently. Su Ci, with his arms crossed, couldn't stop moving his mouth, probably cursing Su Chen for not arriving yet. Indeed, because that song was so important to the Su family, it directly affected whether Deshan Group could go public. So Su Ci and the others arrived at Wanda Plaza at 11:30. In Su Si's mind, the Su family took the initiative to meet Su Chen here, which was giving him a lot of face. No matter what, he had to arrive an hour early and wait here. But Su Chen didn't come early. Moreover, Su Si and the others waited in front of the treeless plaza for a full half hour, but they never saw Su Chen's shadow. This guy who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness is challenging my bottom line. After he arrives, watch how I deal with him. This kind of scum needs to be beaten to act like a human being. Checking his watch again and confirming that it was already past 12 seconds, Su Si was completely furious. She looked up to say something to Meng Jelly, but suddenly found a young man who had just stood in front of them, looking somewhat familiar. Ha! Why does he look like that scumbag? It's definitely not him. This young man looked tastefully dressed, with a neat hairstyle, and most importantly, a healthy complexion and bright eyes. Definitely not that spineless, submissive scumbag who never dared to look people in the eye. But he really does look like that scumbag. Su Si stared at Su Chen blankly, thinking all this in an instant. In her ear came Meng Jelly's impatient voice. CI, figure out a way to contact that little animal. The sun is so scorching, we've been waiting here for too long, and Xiaojia's skin is getting dark. Worried about her son's skin getting dark, Meng Jelly propped up the only umbrella over Sujia's head. Ah, truly filial. How much lard did this woman have to eat to do such a thing? Su Chen, who stood in front of the three of them for a full minute without being recognized, sighed quietly. He bent down and looked under the umbrella at Sujia, politely asking, "Idiot, speak up. Why did you ask me to come over here?" Su Si Meng Jelly only recognized him as Su Chen after hearing his voice. The mother and daughter were shocked. Just a few days of not seeing him, Su Chen seemed like a different person. Sujia, who was enjoying being shaded by Meng Jelly's umbrella and playing with his phone, heard Su Chen call him an idiot and his cheeks trembled as he looked up. You're Su Chen? Meng Jelly and Su Si both raised their hands and asked in surprise. Su Chen glanced at them and nodded. Because he had found a fool to make money for himself, Su Chen had been in a good mood since yesterday and couldn't be bothered to argue with these two women who insulted him. How did this little animal change so much? He doesn't speak, I can't even recognize him. Meng Jelly and Su Si quickly exchanged glances and thought together. Brother! Sujia, full of flesh and bloodkin joy, took a step forward from under the umbrella. He reached out to grab Su Chen's hand. I'm so happy to see you again. Come on, come home with me. As long as you apologize to Dad, he will definitely forgive you. With a snap, Su Chen raised his hand to open Sujia's hand and frowned. Speak up, or let go. If you don't speak, I'll leave. I don't have time to sit here in the sun with an idiot. Little animal. Meng Jelly, who saw Sujia with a face full of joy and wanted to pull Su Chen home, was immediately sternly reprimanded after being treated rudely. How dare you treat Xiaojia like that? Now! Apologize to Xiaojia immediately. Su Chen was truly speechless. Who knows what sins the original owner committed in his past life to become this woman's biological son? Didn't you hear what Mom said? What are you doing? You scumbag, you're just asking for a beating. Su Si was even more furious, lifted her black high-heeled leather shoes, and fiercely kicked Su Chen's ribs with the sharp heels. That night, it was her consecutive kicks that broke Su Chen's ribs. Just because last month, after Su Chen used a pair of Parisian shoes she personally purchased from abroad, she felt nauseous for several days. But she completely forgot. Just as she took over the rental company and was retaliated against by some troublemaking drivers, Su Chen fought desperately to get her back home in time to call the police. At this moment, Su Chen's left rib was throbbing faintly. It was as if that broken rib was telling Su Chen, Master, that night it was her who broke me with her heel. Good. Very good. Su Chen looked at the slender high heel flying towards him, easily dodged it with a step, and raised his right hand fiercely, slapping Su Si's delicate face. Crack! The sound of the exploding slap was particularly harsh under the bright sun, in the hot wind, at the bustling square entrance. Su Chen's slap was full of force. However, his body was still too weak. Otherwise, Su Chen was confident enough to knock out Su Si's back molar with a slap. But even so, Su Si's head was violently turned, blood splattering from her mouth. Due to her full-force kick missing, she ended up doing a split and squatting heavily on the ground. Fortunately, she had been practicing dance since childhood, so the split was a basic move for her. Otherwise, Su Si wouldn't be able to walk for 3 days just from this. Before Su Si could scream, Su Chen's left foot kicked heavily into her liver area. Liver shot. Having practiced free combat for so many years, Su Chen knew how painful it was to be hit in the liver area. Su Si, who was about to scream, turned red in the face, eyes almost popping out, mouth wide open but unable to make a sound or faint. All she could do was curl up on the ground, hands clutching her stomach, rolling back and forth. Everyone, including Meng Jelly and Sujia, was stunned. Even passers-by were shivering in fear at the sight. Su Chen's expression was blank as he watched the woman, who was sexy and attractive, rolling in pain on the ground. There was no emotion in his eyes. If it weren't for the self-defense clause in Article 20, Su Chen would have definitely gone for the kill. This kind of scum deserved a beating. Over there, a beauty is rolling on the ground. No. Someone is fighting, hurry and go watch. Passers-by quickly gathered around. Yan Qingxin also walked out of the gate. Carrying a small bag, clicking her heels, she secretly sneered, "Humph. If it weren't for Auntie persuading me to give a gift to the little rascal to congratulate on our cooperation, how could I possibly buy him a watch with that exploitative face of his? Ha! Why are there so many people at the door?" Outside the gate, Suja finally came to his senses and quickly stepped back. "Ci. Su Chen, you little beast, how dare you hit Ci. I'll kill you." Meng Jelly also regained consciousness, dropped the parasol, screamed and cursed, raised her sharp fingernails on her right hand, and fiercely scratched Su Chen's face. Su Chen raised his hand. Suddenly, a soft rebuke came from behind. "Stop. The original owner was the original owner, and Su Chen was Su Chen. The original owner had been beaten to death by the Su family a few evenings ago." As for whether the soul of the original owner would still consider Meng Jelly and others as family, Su Chen didn't care. He only knew that he had no relationship with the Su family. If Su Ci dared to lay a hand on him, he could use the pretext of self-defense to strike back with full force. Similarly, when the original owner's birth mother screamed and raised her right hand with 5 sharp nails painted with nail polish, fiercely scratching his face, Su Chen could take the opportunity to give this woman a big slap. Let her also taste the pain of a liver shot. Just as Su Chen raised his right hand, the idiot tenant, from who knows where, suddenly emerged, grabbed Su Chen's collar from behind, and pulled him behind her. Yan Qingxin faced Meng Jelly's 5 fingers without fear, scolding softly, "What are you doing? If you dare touch me, I'll make sure you rot in jail and extort everything from your family." Su Chen, the idiot, was indeed an idiot, almost getting her ghostly claws on his face and still saying these useless things. Are they really useless? Wrong. Otherwise, Meng Jelly's right hand, which was grabbed fiercely, how could it stop abruptly with Yan Qingxin's scolding, just like a mechanical arm that had been cut off? The reason is simple. 1. Yan Qingxin's face is too beautiful, even a mad dog would not bear to harm this face. 2. At this moment, Yan Qingxin burst out with the unique aura of the mayor's daughter. Ordinary people may not notice, but Meng Jelly, who is considered a billionaire and often interacts with the upper class, immediately sensed it subconsciously and pressed the pause button on the attack before her brain could react. Su Chen did not feel this aura. Just seeing Meng Jelly's hand stop abruptly in front of and behind Yan Qingxin's face, he was surprised in his heart. "Oh, is this okay? What a fool, a shrew is busy. Who is she? This girl is so beautiful. The 3 sisters of Su Shi combined cannot match her. The key is that her noble temperament is something Su Shi and her sisters cannot compare to." These are the first impressions Suja had after seeing Yan Qingxin. Immediately, a strong sense of jealousy and hatred rose in his heart, just because Yan Qingxin was actually protecting Su Chen. "Who are you?" Meng Jelly regained her senses, retracted her hand, and sharply questioned Yan Qingxin, "Who do you think you are to interfere in my business with this little animal?" He. "Who am I? Who are you to care? Why should I care about you and the little thug?" "Oh, right, why should I care about her and the little thug? Shouldn't I just hide on the side and watch the little thug who exploits me get a face full of flowers from her? But why did I rush out and pull in behind me? It must be because I got the investment, got too excited, and my brain short-circuited." Faced with Meng Jelly's sharp questioning, Yan Qingxin was full of frustration. But she had already stepped forward, and most importantly, she had already spoken harshly. She couldn't just back down and say it was none of her business, right? Miss Yan was full of frustration, but she looked directly into Meng Jelly's eyes, reached behind her and pulled Su Chen to her side, and said in a calm tone, "I am Su Chen's sister. You want to hit my brother in public, and as his sister, I am stopping you. Is there anything wrong with that? What? You are the little animal's sister? How come I don't know you?" Meng Jelly and Suja were dumbfounded. Su Chen, feeling all mushy inside, he was about to say, "What are you doing with me? Get lost, the farther the better. Don't delay my self-defense," but he felt a sharp pain in the back of his left hand that Yan Qingxin was holding, as if he had been pricked by a needle. So that's it. Yan Qingxin had already anticipated that the little thug might disrupt her plans, so she timely pinched his hand as a warning not to talk nonsense. Su Chen, who received the first warning, had to shut up. This lady, Suja, who looked gentle and refined, immediately stood next to Meng Jelly after confirming that Yan Qingxin had no aggressive intentions, trying to present a good demeanor and leave the best impression on Yan Qingxin. "Do you know who this lady is? This young man looks handsome, but he makes people uncomfortable to look at, not as good-looking as the little thug. Yan Qingxin looked at Su Jia and casually asked, "Who is this lady?" Before Su Jia could say anything, angry Meng Jelly shouted, "I am Su Chen's biological mother. This is his brother. The person he hit is Su Chen's biological sister." "What? You say you are the little thug's biological mother? Impossible." Yan Qingxin was stunned and blurted out, "You're lying. Su Chen is an orphan. Su Chen told me a long time ago that his father was struck by lightning and his mother died in a car accident. His 3 sisters all committed suicide after contracting AIDS. How come suddenly you guys show up?" Meng Jelly and Su Chen suddenly discovered that the idiot tenant was even more beautiful than before. Is it because of her words that she was exempted from the drudgery of washing her own clothes? No. Su Chen felt that letting Yan Qingxin wash clothes was helping her grow and doing a good deed. Giving up halfway on doing good deeds might get struck by lightning. "Okay, you little beast. How dare you slander your relatives like this in public?" Meng Jelly gritted her teeth and suddenly remembered something, taking out her household register from her bag. Opening it in front of Yan Qingxin, she shouted, "Look closely. Am I this little beast's real mother?" Yan Qingxin widened her eyes but was pulled back by Su Chen, who impatiently said, "Enough, don't cause trouble here." "Am I causing trouble? You little rascal, not only did you lie to me about being an orphan, now you're saying such shameless things. Do you believe I'll crush you?" Miss Yen was furious, but then Su Chen asked Meng Jelly, "Did you invite me here to help Su Shi's Light Poetry Entertainment get the copyright for that song Twilight?" "What? Did they invite you here to help Light Poetry Entertainment get the copyright for Twilight?" "Ha! How can that be? That song is mine. Any song written by a little rascal belongs to me." Miss Yen, who was furious, immediately lowered her raised sexy high heels gently. "Yes." Meng Jelly was too lazy to explain at this point and coldly said to Su Chen, "Now, immediately hand over the copyright of that song for free. Apologize to the lyricist, or let her slap you a few times. The incident of offending your real mother and hitting your real sister in broad daylight can be considered over." Su Chen raised his hand and pinched Meng Jelly's face. "Ah!" Meng Jelly was surprised and screamed. Su Chen quickly withdrew his hand, turned and walked away, muttering, "I knew this old woman couldn't help but say such things. Indeed, she has thick skin." After publicly mocking Meng Jelly, Su Chen was too lazy to waste any more words with her and turned to leave. Just like that? Yan Qingxin blinked and quickly followed. When Meng Jelly came to her senses, she was furious. "You little beast, stop right there." She was about to catch up, but was timely stopped by Su Jia. "Mom, calm down. I'm his real mother. Not only did he injure his real sister, but he also dared to publicly mock me. How can I stay calm?" Meng Jelly was almost collapsing, shouting hoarsely, "Xiaojia, let go of me and let me kill this little beast. Fool, the more you treat him like this, the less likely he is to give us that song. If that song wasn't crucial for my future business empire, I wouldn't have stopped you. I wish you all would just beat each other's brains out." Su Jia cursed inwardly. He could only hold her arm and whisper in her ear, "Mom, that song is crucial for our Su family. We must not fall out with our brother, right?" "Ha!" Meng Jelly was stunned, then quickly nodded, yes, you're right, Xiaojia. That damn Twilight is the key to whether our Su family can enter the Magic City market and allow the Shan group to go public smoothly. Hurry and go after him, don't let him leave like this. Mom, you stay here to take care of second sister, I'll go after brother. Don't worry, if brother wants to go to university, he must give us that song. After calming Meng Jelly down in time, Su Jia quickly chased after Su Chen. "Brother, wait. You damn little beast, after getting that song, I'll settle the score with you." Meng Jelly cursed through gritted teeth, then turned to the onlookers and said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Disperse." He. The onlookers who watched a good show for free, after being driven away by Meng Jelly, all laughed and left. "Ci, are you feeling better?" Meng Jelly squatted down, the pain in her liver finally subsided, but her face was still extremely pale. Su Ci, who was sitting on the ground, hugged her in his arms. "That little beast is really not a human being. Call the police." Su Ci thought of the fierce look on Su Chen's face when he kicked her, shuddered with fear, and took out his phone. Ci. Meng Jelly said, "Should we wait for us to get that song first, and then deal with him? What are we waiting for?" Su Ci collapsed and roared, "Mom, do you know how much it hurt when he kicked me? Just now, I thought I was going to die from the pain. That disgusting bastard actually dared to publicly beat me. If he dares to hit me this time, he will dare to hit you next time." Meng Jelly trembled at the yelling, but she also felt that Su Ci was right. She nodded quickly, yes, call the police. Let this disloyal and unfilial little beast suffer the most painful punishment. On this side, Su Ci was calling the police. On the other side, Suja caught up with Su Chen. "Brother, please wait, I have something very important to tell you." Su Chen, who had already reached the corner of the square and didn't want to pay attention to Suja, stopped his steps after a second thought. Yan Qingxin, who was following him with small high heels clicking, almost bumped into him and quickly dodged to the side. Su Chen turned to look at Suja, his expression cold. "Excuse me, miss." Suja looked at Yan Qingxin and politely bowed. "I want to talk to my brother about our family matters. Could you please step aside for a moment?" "No, because your family matters are directly related to my interests. What if the little rogue gives you that song?" Yan Qingxin decisively shook her head. Su Chen impatiently said to Yan Qingxin, "Do whatever you want. Are you nosy? So interested in other people's business?" "Yan Qingxin, little rogue, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe I can knock out all your teeth with a left hook?" Yan Qingxin roared silently, but could only spit out, turned around and walked away. "I spit on you. Who cares about your family's business? Brother, is this lady your friend?" Watching the angry Yan Qingxin, swaying her hips and walking quickly with a graceful figure, Suja suppressed his greed, and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What's her name and what does she do?" Anything that belongs to Su Chen, whether it's parents, sisters, family property, or beautiful friends, Suja wants it all. "Who is she and what she does? What's it to you?" Su Chen said bluntly, "Let it out if you have something to say, don't delay me from going home for lunch." Suja, since Suja doesn't want face, there's no need for him to pretend anymore. He. Suja smiled faintly and said, "Su Chen, I know that over the years, you have hated me to death." "Oh?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why should I hate you?" "Because I not only took away your biological parents and 3 biological sisters who should have belonged to you, especially since you are the only heir of the Su family. And..." Suja leaned close to Su Chen, his voice soft and sinister, "Over the years, I stole their stockings, left behind the good stuff, and framed you for it." Su Chen could see that Suja was going to confront him, but he had to admire Suja, who at the age of only 18, had such cunning. It can only be said that Suja's badness is inherent. He was born a schemer. The original owner, 1 year older than him, died at his hands, and it was not a loss at all. But when he met LSP Su Chen, who had lived on Earth for 39 years, he thought, well, I might as well accompany him in acting for a while since I have nothing else to do. So, Su Chen's expression changed. He, Su Chen, I'm sure you're thinking that you should have opened your phone and recorded our conversation just now. Don't regret it. I made sure that you couldn't possibly record our conversation before revealing the truth to you, because these 4 years have been tough for me too. Suja's voice turned cold. In order to ensure that I am the only heir of the Su family. In order to drive you, my own son, out of the Su family, even to the point of killing you. I rack my brains every day, acting with your Su family members. Damn, I'm tired too, you know? Su Chen's expression changed again. My dear brother, actually what you said when you were kicked out of the Su family that day was right. Suja said slowly, in the future, I will kill your parents, take over your 3 beautiful sisters, and make them my money-making slaves. Believe me, with my intelligence, I can definitely do it. Suja. Su Chen's voice was hoarse. They have been so good to you, why do you treat them like this? Because your parents shouldn't have brought you back home. Suja said with hatred, after they brought you back home, I suddenly realized that no matter how outstanding I am, no matter how much they love me, I don't have their blood in me. They might realize one day and hand over the family fortune to you. Although the possibility is low, as long as there is a chance, I have to do this. Su Chen's mouth moved, not knowing what to say. Don't worry, when those 2 old folks are on their deathbed, when I have killed or completely controlled your 3 sisters, I will tell them the truth. Let them regret in hell, regret in this world for the rest of their lives. Even if it's me, helping you vent your anger. Suja shrugged and said, Su Chen, in return for helping you vent your anger, you should unconditionally hand over the copyright of that Dusk song to me, isn't that fair? Starting from 80,000 words, I earnestly ask all the readers who have reached this point to give a 5-star rating and add it to your bookshelf. Your positive feedback and adding to the bookshelf are very important for this book. Thank you for your support. I will kill your parents, inherit all the assets of your Su family, and I will take over your 3 sisters. But not only can you not stop me, you should also thank me. By unconditionally giving me the copyright of that Dusk song, you are showing your gratitude to me. The above is what Suja said to Su Chen at this moment. This 39-year-old LSP Su Chen was completely bewildered by Suja. Say that again. Su Chen stared blankly at Suja, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him, and quickly took out a cigarette. With a snap, he lit a cigarette, and then held the exquisitely designed lighter in his left hand. Su Chen's reaction was not unexpected by Suja. He. Suja repeated those words again. talented indeed. You're really talented. Su Chen finally woke up and praised sincerely. Hee, brother, you're too kind. I just helped you do what you wanted to do the most. Suja smiled elegantly and continued, since we've come to this point, let me tell you why I must obtain the full copyright of that Dusk song. Su Chen nodded, go on. If it was just Su Shi who wanted that song, I wouldn't bother coming to find you myself. Suja said, the person who truly wants it is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Huantu culture in Modu, Zhou Xingyun. Zhou Xingyun? Su Chen subconsciously tried to think of this person, but had no impression of him. Don't bother. Zhou Xingyun is the legitimate grandson of the Zhou family, one of the three major families in Modu, known as the Chen Kongzhou, and his status is extremely noble. His name, how could it possibly be something you, a country bumpkin like you, have ever heard of? Suja sneered and continued, Su Deshan, that old guy, made it very clear. This heir of the Zhou family in the Magic City, a lover named Ji Kaimei, is a top singer in the adult entertainment industry. Ji Kaimei fell deeply in love after watching you perform that song After Dusk, and said she must have it no matter what. Ji Kaimei? That name sounds nice. At least better than Yan Qingxin, Su Chen nodded. Young Master Zhou promised that as long as the old guy gives him this song, he will allow the Deshan group to enter the Magic City. If the Deshan group enters the Magic City, there is a possibility of going public there. Suja said, therefore, the Su family must obtain the full copyright of this song. Oh. Su Chen casually responded and asked, what if I don't give it to you? You will. Suja said slowly, because you want to go to college. I want to go to college? What kind of college am I going to? Su Chen, who had long forgotten about the admission notice from Tsinghua University, was puzzled. Su Chen, you must give me that song, and only then will I give you the admission notice. Only then will I allow you to take the Su family's household register to report to school. Suja opened his backpack and took out the admission notice first. With a confident look on his face, he said, you must not tell anyone. You would rather not go to college than give that song to the old guy. Because no one understands better than me how much you long for college life. And no one understands better than me that you want to prove you are even more outstanding than me by going to college. And no one understands better than me that you already have feelings for teacher Qingyuzhen. She is at Tsinghua University, waiting for you. What? You're saying I already have feelings for teacher Chen? Nonsense. Are you a mind reader? Su Chen was once again shocked by Suja's words. My dear brother. Suja smiled and said, I have shown you all my sincerity. Now it's your turn to show yours. I hope you won't disappoint me. He was not lying. He did show full sincerity. And he was 100% sure that Su Chen would give him that song. After observing Su Chen for 4 years, Suja had already figured him out. Even though Su Chen was almost beaten to death that evening and woke up like a changed person. Hey, my dear brother, you really understand me. Su Chen sighed and said, alright, I will definitely show my sincerity and not let you down. That's more like it. I'll help you get rid of those two old guys. I'll inherit the Su family, and you go to college. After graduating from college, you can live the good life you've always wanted. Who knows, you might even catch up with teacher Chen, who is still single. Suja laughed, it's a win-win situation for us. Oh, by the way, after I help you get rid of those two old guys, I will inform you specifically. Then, the two of us will go have a drink at their graves. Before Suja could finish his sentence, Su Chen suddenly punched him in the nose. Full force. Crack. Suja's fragile nasal bone couldn't withstand Su Chen's full force blow, and it collapsed with a sour cracking sound. Suja, who thought he had the upper hand, was pushed back violently by Su Chen's powerful punch, and a sharp scream escaped his mouth. Blood gushed out of his nose. Do you like my sincerity? Su Chen grinned and once again punched Suja hard on the left cheek. The impact of a fist is not comparable to a slap. When Su Chen used all his strength to slap Suja's face, at most, it would only make half of her face swell rapidly. If at that moment, Su Chen also used his fist to deal with Suja, then Suja would definitely end up like Suja now, with two molars directly knocked out. Bang! Before Suja fell, Su Chen delivered a standard left hook, hitting him hard on the left side of his face. Puff, two bloody molars flew out of Suja's mouth. Su Chen, a veteran fighter for over 20 years, knew exactly where to hit to cause injury without risking someone's life. He was about to strike Suja's right cheek again when a shrill scream came from nearby. Su Chen instinctively looked up and saw Meng Jelly rushing towards them in a panic. She had lost one of her shoes and was completely disregarding it. At the same time, wailing police sirens rapidly approached the entrance of Wandogwen Square. It turned out that while the two brothers from the Su family were having a friendly conversation, the uncle who received Su Si's report also arrived. With the arrival of the uncle, Su Chen would be crossing a line if he continued to act. Ignoring Meng Jelly's approach, He quickly picked up Su Zhe, who was still conscious, and held him in his arms. He bent down and picked up the blood-stained acceptance letter. After glancing at the almost unconscious Su Zhe with a faint smirk, Chen raised his hand and tore the acceptance letter to shreds. He dared to hit me. Even worse, he tore up the acceptance letter. Does he really not care about changing his fate? With this deep question from Su Zhe, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Xiao Zhe. Seeing Su Zhe's eyes roll back, Meng Jelly was terrified and frantically tried to shake him awake. However, Su Zhe lay limp on the ground like a noodle. You killed my son, you beast. I'll fight you to the end. Meng Jelly collapsed, screaming and rushing towards Su Chen. Her 10 manicured fingernails were like knives under the scorching sun, slashing fiercely at Su Chen's face. Bang! Su Chen, with a cold gaze, did not let her off easy. He raised his foot and stomped heavily on her stomach. Ah! Meng Jelly screamed in agony as she fell backward. Su Chen raised his hands, facing the two approaching uncles. He shouted, "Uncle, I was acting in self-defense." Updated daily at 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. Currently updating 2 chapters a day. The new book is being written slowly, please understand. Please give a 5-star rating and add to your bookshelf. Thank you. What? This was self-defense? Well, it's true. We all saw that it was only when this lady was about to scratch this guy's face that he acted in self-defense. The two uncles who rushed over were slightly confused after seeing Su Chen raise his hands to show that he did not use excessive force. Arrest this beast. Shoot him. Let him rot in jail. My Xiaozhang Meng Jelly, who had been kicked hard in the stomach, was almost going crazy but dared not provoke Su Chen again. She realized that Su Chen didn't care who she was to Su Zhe. If she provoked him, Su Zhe would truly act in self-defense. Meng Jelly could only scream hysterically and crawl to Su Zhe, hugging him, and shouting to the approaching Su Ci, "Quick, call an ambulance. Hurry, call your dad." Seeing Su Zhe covered in blood, looking like a dead dog, Su Ci was also frightened. Ignoring the pain in her cheek, she quickly took out her phone and called for an ambulance. Su Chen watched coldly. "Young man, come with us." Since Su Chen's attitude was very proper, the uncle did not give him a hard time, just grabbing his arm. When someone is almost beaten to death, they definitely have to go with them. Su Chen nodded, looked at Meng Jelly crying and holding Su Zhe, silently smirked, and once again gripped the lighter in his hand, obediently getting into the car with the uncle. In the market, there is an electronic product. It can be used for lighting cigarettes and recording. Early on, after agreeing to meet Su Zhe, Su Chen bought such a product. This is because he felt that Su Zhe might tell him some very interesting things. Everything, just as he expected. Otherwise, how could Su Chen dare to injure him when Su Zhe would never strike first? After all, real life is not about beating someone to serious injury on the street, nor will Uncle Hat appear in brainless novels. In real life, one must understand the law and abide by it. Handle things according to the law. However, after being taken to the police station, Su Chen did not intend to immediately use this recording lighter to find an excuse for hitting someone. He wanted to use this incident to test the reaction of the Su family. If the Su family still has a little bit of affection for him out of respect for the original owner, Su Chen will also give a little bit of return. If the Su family is heartless, Su Chen will make them understand what is truly shocking, what is truly bewildering. Cunning people, who the hell isn't? The original owner had a problem with his brain, but the current Su Chen is an old hand in the Jianghu. Another dusk. Inside the office of the director of the Square police station. Bang! Su Desan raised his hand fiercely and slammed it heavily on the table. His eyes were bloodshot, shouting at Director Zhang Damon, "Director Zhang, I, as a father, and a taxpayer who makes outstanding contributions to Qingshan every year, strongly, without any hesitation, request the police to strictly and severely punish Su Chen." Director Zhang now knows that Su Chen is Su Dishan's biological son, and Su Zhe, who was beaten into the hospital by Su Chen, is just Su Dishan's adopted son. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even if he broke Director Zhang's head, he wouldn't believe that Su Desan would react like this after his biological son injured his adopted son. Ahem. Director Zhang coughed. "Mr. Su, I know you are an outstanding entrepreneur in Qingshan, but no matter what, Su Chen is your biological son. I shouldn't say this, but I suggest that after your two sons have conflicts, it's best to close the door and handle it yourselves." "Ha!" Su Desan sneered. Before he could say anything, Su Chu, who came with him, sharply said, "Director Zhang, Su Chen is no longer a member of our Su family. Here, please take a look." Su Chu, who came prepared, took out a document from his bag and slammed it on the table. Director Zhang picked it up and saw it was the document where Su Chen demanded 5 million, signing and sealing the severance of the parent-child relationship. "Su Chen is a stranger who disgusts us. Su Chu said coldly, today, he not only hit my mother, hit my second sister, but also caused my brother to be seriously injured. He must pay the most painful price. Oh, with this severance document, our hope of mediating the conflict between the two sides and the police is slim. When Director Zhang was somewhat headache, the door opened. It was the last one to receive the news, Su Shi, who hurriedly came. She was about to enter when she heard Su Deshan roaring and slamming the table. Then she heard Su Chu take out the severance document and demand Director Zhang to punish Su Chen strictly and severely. She quickly pushed the door open and walked in front of Su Deshan. Dad, calm down first. After all, Su Chen is your only biological son. Su Zhu is just your adopted son. Before she could finish her sentence, slap, she was slapped hard on the left side of her face. It was Su Deshan. He angrily roared, Su Shi, is your brain caught in the door? Why do you always speak up for that little animal? What time is it now? He not only hit your mother, hit Cici, he even seriously injured little Zhe. But you are simply too disappointing to me. In the future, if you still speak like this, then get out of the Su family. The head of Su Shi, who was pulled to one side, had blood slowly seeping out from the corner of his mouth. It can be seen from this that Su Dishan's slap was so fierce. Su Shi, however, did not feel too much pain. She just kept laughing bitterly in her heart, feeling that she deserved to be slapped. Su Chu looked into his eldest sister's eyes, but there was no trace of pity, only anger. She couldn't understand how could her usually clever eldest sister recently seem to be acting like she had taken the wrong medicine, always defending that despicable scoundrel. Mr. Su, I really didn't expect Su Deshan to hit someone, Zhang Su, in astonishment for a moment, then frowned and said, I can understand your current mood, but please remain calm. Even if this lady is your daughter, you cannot hit someone in front of us police officers. Oof. Su Deshan looked at the blood flowing down from his eldest daughter's chin and felt a little sorry. But thinking of her words defending Su Chen, his anger immediately surged again. After giving a cold snort at her, Su Deshan looked apologetic and forced a smile at Zhang Su. Zhang Su, I really couldn't control my anger just now. Ah. Just as Zhang Su was about to say something, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. The door opened. Meng Jelly, with tears on her face, and Su Ci, with a swollen left face, walked in quickly together. Zhang Su, this is my wife and second daughter. After seeing them, Su Deshan introduced them to Zhang Su first, then frowned and asked Meng Jelly, why did you come too? Why aren't you at the hospital taking care of Xiaozhe? Xiaozhe is having a nose correction surgery. I asked Lu Sa, the nanny, to help take care of him over there. I came because I was worried you would show favoritism to that little beast. Meng Jelly explained in a hoarse voice. She then said to Zhang Su, comrade police officer, can you see if that little beast can be sentenced to death? Please give a 5-star rating and add to your bookshelf. Because this new book is very important. Thank you. Ha? What's the big deal that you want to sentence someone to death? Besides, he is your own son. Most importantly, our police station does not have the authority to sentence people to death. Zhang Su was a bit confused by Meng Jelly's request. But from her request, he could see how much she hated Su Chen. Jelly, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Deshan, not like Meng Jelly, who only knew how to shop and do beauty treatments all day, whispered, the police station is not a court. How can we sentence a little beast to death? He immediately wanted to tear Su Chen apart, but Su Ci quickly said, but we asked the police to handle that despicable scoundrel as a criminal case. Is this request unreasonable? Street conflicts are divided into criminal cases and civil cases. Detention is also divided into criminal detention and civil detention. Generally speaking, street fights belong to civil cases. Before the police handle such cases, they will try to mediate between the parties as much as possible. If the parties reach a settlement, then everything is fine. After all, civil cases are internal conflicts among the people, and everything should be handled according to the provisions of the civil procedure law. But if it becomes a criminal case that is a social harm, it belongs to the nature of class contradiction. It should be handled according to the relevant provisions of the criminal procedure law. The incident of Su Chen beating Su Zhou on the street can be classified as a civil case or a criminal case. In addition to the harm caused by Su Chen to Su Zhe, the strong demand of the injured party is also crucial. Therefore, when Su Ci said that this matter should be classified as a criminal case, Zhang Su really couldn't say anything. Also, Su Ci said, in addition to Su Chen, there is a woman who claims to be his sister, who is also his accomplice. Alas, Yan Xingshan only stood in front of Su Chen, saying a few words of seeing injustice on the road, drawing a sword to help. The words spoken by Su Ci, who suffered a liver explosion today, were firmly remembered in her heart, even making her hate Su Ci. Yes, yes. Meng Jelly also thought of Yan Xingshan and nodded quickly, I suspect that woman said something to Xiaochu before leaving. Xiaochu dared to harm my son. Another person? Jiang Su frowned and asked, do you know who the woman with Su Chen is? She just claims to be Xiaochu's sister. But I think she should be the mistress that Xiaochu found outside. Meng Jelly cursed and said, in any case, that woman must be caught. Faced with the strong demands of the Su family, Jiang Su also felt a headache. He looked at Su Deshan, Mr. Su, regarding the nature of this incident, I hope your family will carefully discuss it first. No need to discuss. Su Deshan waved his hand, this matter must be punished as a criminal case. Wait. Su Shi wiped the corner of her mouth and looked at Su Deshan, Dad, Mom. Have you ever considered, if we really pursue Su Chen heavily, can you get what you want? Also, we haven't figured out why Su Chen would harm Suja so severely? This statement, Su Deshan felt that it made sense. Meng Jelly sternly shouted, sure. I'm warning you officially. If you speak up for Xiaochu again in the future, then don't call me Mom again. Also, Xiaochu must hand over what we want. He was born to me, everything he has is mine. Why would Xiaochu harm Xiaoxia? It's just because he feels that Xiaoxia, this adopted son, took away what should have belonged to him. Su Ci and Su Chu nodded together. Looking at Su Shi coldly, Su Ci said, elder sister, Mom is right. Ah. Su Shi sighed secretly and asked Jiang Su, can I meet Su Chen alone? No. Before Jiang Su could say anything, Su Deshan, worried that she would find a way to help Su Chen, immediately refused. He furrowed his brow, looked at Su Shi, and said slowly, sure, don't disappoint us, especially Xiaoxia. Especially not to disappoint Xiaoxia. This sentence was like a steel needle, piercing Su Shi's heart fiercely. She couldn't control herself anymore, she screamed, Xiaoxia. All you care about is your Xiaoxia. Have you ever thought that the things we lost over the years might have been stolen by Suja? After doing disgusting things, he blamed Su Chen? Do you know that I have already, smack? Meng Jelly, who hated Su Chen, couldn't stand her eldest daughter defending him and even trying to frame her beloved Xiaoxia. She was instantly furious, slapped her hard, and cut off her words. In just a few minutes, Su Shi was slapped by Su Deshan and his wife. This slap finally woke Su Shi up. It made her realize clearly that she, who used to be the most outstanding daughter in her parents' eyes, was just as dispensable as Suja. The key is, she finally deeply understood how helpless and desperate Su Chen had been in the past 4 years. If you dare to speak up for that little animal again and hurt Xiaoxia, I will immediately kick you out of the house too. Meng Jelly, like a cat with its tail stepped on, showed her fangs to Su Shi. Bang! Jiang Su was really angry this time, slammed the table, and sternly shouted at Meng Jelly, what are you doing? Ha! Do you treat our police station as your own home? Do you treat me, the station chief, as a wooden man who doesn't care about anything? Jelly, calm down. Su Deshan quickly pulled Meng Jelly behind him and then tried to smooth things over with Jiang Su. If it's your own family, you can make as much noise as you want, and no one will interfere. But at the police station, there are no mother and daughter, only law-abiding citizens, Zhang said coldly to Meng Jelly. Whoever dares to lay a hand here again, I will not be polite to the assailant. Yes. Zhang, I'm sorry. I promise this kind of thing will never happen again. Su Deshan, who had never looked up to a police chief, kept speaking kindly because his wife had hit his daughter. If this matter escalated and spread, he would feel very embarrassed. Zhang snorted and picked up a glass of water. Sure, your recent condition is very bad. You are not suitable to go back to work at the company. Su Deshan looked disappointedly at his once proud eldest daughter and said lightly, starting tomorrow, just rest at home. Let Chu Chu temporarily manage the work at Qingshi Entertainment. Anyway, Chu Chu is currently studying for a master's degree and has plenty of time. Su Shi was stunned. Su Chu's eyes lit up. Alright, it's settled. Jelly, you take them to the hospital to take care of Xiaoxia first. Su Deshan said to Meng Jelly, I'll stay here and have a good talk with the little animal. I promise, even if he hands over the things, he will be given the most severe criminal punishment. The company's lawyer, Lao Shang, will be here soon. Impressive. To push your own son to the brink of death, you even called the company lawyer. Zhang secretly gave a thumbs up. It's best to sentence that little animal to death. Meng Jelly said angrily, then glared fiercely at the dumbfounded Su Shi and left with her second and third daughters. You go back too. Su Deshan said coldly to Su Shi, then said to Zhang, please take me to see Su Chen. Seeking a 5-star rating, to be added to the bookshelf. Thank you. According to the normal procedure, the family members of Su Deshan, the victim, cannot easily see the assailant. But who made the victim and the assailant both Su Deshan's sons? Zhang scratched the back of his head and could only take Su Deshan to see Su Chen. One day, you will regret it like me. No. By then, you may regret it even more than me. Su Shi walked out of the police station like a walking corpse, with a vacant look in her eyes, muttering to herself incessantly. She even forgot about the car she drove here. When the lawyer Lao Zhang greeted her at the police station, she had no reaction. Strange, what's wrong with Su Shi? Lao Zhang shook his head in confusion and stopped the car. Because Su Chen's attitude was good, after being brought to the station, he was not locked in a detention room or handcuffed. Instead, he was taken to a room specifically for mediating conflicts between the two parties. A police officer watched him. As for the station, how should I put it? Su Chen had visited this kind of place several times when he was on Earth. Those times were when he went out of town to play, was attracted to a pretty girl, and ended up in trouble. Damn it! Even if you set up a trap with your wife, at least let me have some fun, right? Neither up nor down, what's the point? It can only be considered as asking for a beating. Because he had some experience, coupled with the age of this 39-year-old old dog, Su Chen was not nervous at all after being brought to the station. Instead, he felt somewhat at home and chatted enthusiastically with the officer guarding him. He was only waiting for Zhang to bring Su Deshan and lawyer Lao Zhang before he smacked his lips in anticipation. Mr. Su, please remember this is in the station. Say what you need to say, but don't get physical. Because they were father and son, Zhang casually instructed a few words and then left with the officer. When Su Deshan arrived, Su Chen, sitting in a chair, just raised his eyelids. Su Deshan was the original owner's biological father, but not Su Chen's. Zhang's footsteps had just walked away. With a glance at lawyer Lao Zhang behind the door, Su Deshan quickly walked to Su Chen's front, his cheeks suddenly bulging, and he fiercely slapped Su Chen's face. Smack! The explosive slap had a decibel level of 90, almost as loud as thunder. In fact, at the moment Su Deshan raised his hand, Su Chen could have dodged in advance. But he didn't. This was not out of filial piety for a son must die if his father orders it, but because he also wanted to fiercely slap Su Deshan's mouth. However, Su Chen was a law-abiding citizen. Of course, he couldn't suddenly slap him in the mouth without Su Deshan causing him physical harm. It's a lose-lose situation. So, just as Su Deshan's slap landed on his face, Su Chen suddenly jumped up and delivered an even fiercer slap to Su Deshan's left cheek. Smack! Su Chen's fierce slap on Su Deshan, maybe it had a decibel level of 110? Anyway, Su Deshan's head jerked. Lao Zhang, leaning against the door, ears buzzing. Lao Zhang was dumbfounded. Su Deshan was stunned. And Su Chen? After shaking his hand, he cursed under his breath, damn, that really hurt. Ah, this body is still too weak. I need to eat beef every meal from now on to improve my physical fitness as soon as possible. Buzz, finally, an invisible plane flew slowly away from Su Deshan's ear. Only then did he feel a salty taste in his mouth, and his teeth seemed a bit loose. You. Su Deshan slowly turned his head, looking at Su Chen as if he had seen a ghost, and asked hesitantly, you dare hit me? What a thing to say. It left Su Chen unsure how to respond. You dare hit me. Su Deshan suddenly raised his right hand again, but Su Chen stared at his eyes without blinking. He was hoping Su Deshan would make a move so he could act in self-defense. If it weren't for being in the office, Su Chen would have to be a law-abiding citizen. Su Deshan's right hand, just as it was about to come down hard, the burning sensation on his face reminded him in time, Great Master, if you dare hit him, he will dare hit me. Think twice, you must think twice before acting. Su Deshan's hand stopped in midair. He slowly lowered it, turned back slowly, and looked at Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang, did you see that? He hit me. I saw it. Lao Zhang casually said, Mr. Su, according to Article XX of the Civil Code, you can file a civil lawsuit against him. Of course, you can also file a criminal lawsuit. Su Chen looked at Lao Zhang and asked, are you a lawyer? Lao Zhang, sober, nodded, yes, I am a lawyer. According to the Civil Code. The F***CK? Idiot. Su Chen rudely interrupted Lao Zhang, you, as an idiot, dare to be a lawyer. Do you know Article 20? Suddenly, Su Chen felt sincerely fortunate to have watched the movie Article 20 before coming to launching. Ha! Lao Zhang was stunned. Article 20 is from the criminal law. Su Chen's tone was serious. It specifically refers to the Legitimate Citizens Act of stopping unlawful infringement in progress to protect the state, public interests, oneself, or others' personal, property, and other rights from unlawful harm. If the act causes harm to the unlawful infringer, it is considered legitimate defense and does not incur criminal liability. Ha! Lao Zhang's cheek trembled, thinking to himself, is this guy in the same profession? Idiot. Su Chen scornfully cursed at Lao Zhang again, then said to Su Deshan, the moment that document severing the parent-child relationship was signed, I have no relationship with you. If you dare to cause harm to my personal safety, I have sufficient reason to give you an equivalent or even more severe blow. Afterwards, I have nothing to do with it. If you don't believe me, ask this idiot lawyer of yours." Su Desan, subconsciously, looked at his stupid lawyer. Stupid lawyer nodded stupidly. Su Desan gritted his teeth, looking at Su Chen hoarsely. "You little beast." Su Chen retaliated directly. "You old beast." Su Desan closed his eyes, took several deep breaths in succession, quickly lowering his blood pressure that was about to burst his liver to a safe level. He sat across from Su Chen, lightly stroking his cheek with his left hand, and said coldly, "Su Chen, you have seriously injured Xiaojia. Just wait, you'll go to jail." "I don't care." Su Chen was indifferent. "Anyway, when I come out of jail, I will make sure to kill him directly." Su Desan, this little beast, showed the face of a desperado, which made him very helpless. Su Desan took a deep breath again and said, "Give me that song." Su Chen looked up. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Su Desan really wanted to explode on the spot. He could only say in a resentful tone, "Otherwise, don't even think about going to college. And don't even think about getting forgiveness from our Su family." "Ha, I never planned to go to college." I tore up the acceptance letter. Su Chen laughed. "A family of stupid beasts to the extreme have the qualifications to forgive me? Su Desan, stop talking nonsense with me here. See you in court." Su Chen was looking forward to the police station assigning responsibility, and then going to court. In court, he would bring out that recording lighter. When the Su family, a bunch of fools, were completely shocked and confused, he would explain why he had to beat Suja so severely. "Respected judge, ladies and gentlemen who are watching the show. It's because I couldn't stand Suja's despicable way of treating my dear family that I had to take such ruthless action against him." Su Chen's tough stance left Su Desan helpless. He could only stand up, and as he quickly walked out, he said to the lawyer Lao Zhang, "The criminal law must handle this matter according to criminal cases. Whatever weight this little beast carries, let him bear it. Plus please give a 5-star rating and add to the bookshelf." "Thank you." Su Desan left. There was a clear palm print on his left cheek. This slap from Su Chen also made Su Desan understand a few things. 1. Su Chen really didn't treat him as a father. 2. He couldn't get the full copyright of that Twilight song. 3. He had to quickly call Master Zhou in the Magic City and express deep regret. "Mr. Zhou, hello." Sitting in the car, Su Desan instinctively nodded and bowed when the call connected. "I am Su Desan from the Qingshan Deshan Group, Little Su. Do you remember me?" Su Desan was more than 20 years older than Zhou Xingyun, but when he called himself Little Su, he showed no embarrassment. "Oh, Little Su. Of course, I remember. I entrusted you to help me get that Twilight song." A voice that felt like a warm breeze came through the phone. "Did you get it? How about this, within 3 days?" "No." A woman's voice interrupted Zhou Xingyun. The woman's voice sounded sweet. "Now. I want him to send over the original score of that Twilight song right now. I really like that song and urgently want to see the original score. I want to familiarize myself with it carefully and strive to make a stunning debut." "Ah, you, okay." Zhou Xingyun sounded affectionate on the other end, sighed, and then said to Su Desan, "Little Su, immediately send the original score of that song to Lao Huang from Huangtu Culture." "I will keep my promise to you." "Alright, that's it. I'm still busy." "Wait." Su Desan quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Xingyun immediately let out a surprised sound, then asked lightly, "What's wrong, Xiao Su? Can't you handle such a small matter?" "Ah, it's hard to explain in a few words. Mr. Zhou, please listen to me carefully. For this song, that little beast in my family not only hit me, hit my wife, hit my daughter, but also seriously injured my other son. And he would rather go to jail than give up that song. What a tragedy." Su Desan briefly told Zhou Xingyun the story. The young master's name is Su Chen, right? That's a good name, I'll remember it. Since the young master is so persistent, I won't insist. Xiao Su, if you have time to come to the Magic City in the future, let's meet again." After Zhou Xingyun politely finished speaking, without waiting for Su Desan to say anything, he ended the call. Su Desan sat in the car, staring blankly at the setting sun in the west for a long time without moving. He knew that Desan Group had missed the best opportunity to enter the Magic City and even go public, just because his own son refused to dedicate that song to the Su family. As for Zhou Xingyun remembering Su Chen's name, Su Desan didn't care. "Damn beast, you made me lose the opportunity to strive for a few more years. Just wait, I will make you rot in jail sooner or later." Su Desan cursed through gritted teeth and started the car. Something had lowered the intelligence of the Su family. They overlooked one thing when threatening Su Chen. They forgot about the word profit representing money. As long as Su Desan offered 5 million, Su Chen would definitely sell that song to him without any hesitation. As for Yan Qingxin also liking that song, was it important in relation to Su Chen? Or to say, has Yan Qingxin, who has already upgraded from a stupid tenant to a stupid partner in Su Chen's mind, become worth 5 million? But, strange. Whether it's Su Deshan, the old ladies, my mother and sister, why didn't they mention money? Haven't they realized that family means nothing to me? In front of money, do I have little resistance? Su Deshan left the meeting, and Su Chen was still puzzled by this question. Zhang Su came. He brought concern for Su Chen. Young man, your family, and you are in a big conflict. The lawyers of Deshan Group are putting pressure on us, not allowing you or anyone to bail you out. But you have the right to let us help you contact your other relatives and friends. Tell them about your situation. Look, who are your other relatives and friends? I can make a call for you and have them come over? Su Chen currently doesn't have the right to make outgoing calls. He has to let the police handle it. But he had just arrived here a few days ago, except for a few weird family members, where else could he find other relatives and friends? However, he had to tell the stupid partner not to delay helping her make money, right? Zhang Su, please make a call and tell her about my situation. Su Chen took the phone, opened the contact list, pointed to the contact labeled stupid tenant, and said to Zhang Su, okay, wait a moment. Zhang Su took the phone and quickly left. He arrived at the staircase, looked down at the contact list. There were only 4 people: Teacher Chen, Agent Lao Wang, Internet Celebrity Girl, Stupid Tenant. The number he just pointed to me was the stupid tenant? Impossible, how could a tenant care about his affairs? The agent and the internet celebrity are just strangers. Only Teacher Chen seems to be normal. Zhang Su couldn't figure out who Su Chen was referring to, shook his head, and dialed Teacher Chen. Ding ding. When Chen Yuqing's phone rang, she was practicing hard on the yoga mat. Call. She breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to pick up the phone. Su Chen? Seeing Su Chen's name on the caller ID, Chen Yuqing suddenly became nervous and even more guilty. Could it be that he knows that I am Lu Ruyan? After all, I know where he lives now. Would he think that my attempt to engage in online dating with him is disrespectful? Lost in her thoughts, Chen Yuqing answered the phone. The tone was as friendly as ever, gentle, and filled with a strong sense of protection. Su Chen, what's the matter? However, a strange man's voice came through the phone. Teacher Chen, hello. I am Zhang Damon from the Dongcheng District, Plaza Police Station. The thing is, Su Chen was brought to the police station for injuring someone. What? Su Chen was brought to the police station for fighting? Chen Yuqing was stunned, her overflowing eyes immediately turning cold. The mature scent emanating from her body was also blown away by the strong wind. Comrade Zhang, hello. When Chen Yuqing spoke again, her voice had turned into a clear, but cold mechanical female voice. May I ask if Su Chen is injured? He was slapped by someone. Zhang Damon said, Teacher Chen, can you come over now? Right away. After saying these 2 words, Chen Yuqing promptly ended the call. Plus please add to your bookshelf and give a 5-star rating. Thank you. Why did Su Chen get into a fight? Surely someone bullied him. After all, he was so delicate and slender, never had a conflict with his classmates in 3 years of high school. He was a well-behaved good kid. At most, he would do some naughty things like me, out of physiological needs. After thinking about this, Chen Yuqing had already changed her clothes. Thinking about the delicate and well-behaved Su Chen being bullied, Chen Yuqing could no longer stay calm. With me, Chen Yuqing, who would dare to bully Su Chen? No matter who it is, I will not agree, and I will retaliate. Chen Yuqing quickly changed her clothes, put on her gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly twisted her hips, stepped on her high heels, and walked out with a fierce aura. Dusk. Spring Garden on Olympic Sports Road, Villanova. 58. Because she stayed up late chatting with her aunt last night, Yan Qingxin, who didn't rest well, didn't even have lunch after returning home, she just went to bed. She intended to sleep for only an hour at most, then get up and find the little rascal to demand an explanation. Why did he lie to her that he was an orphan? Waking up from a nap, she found that the setting sun had outlined a beautiful picture in the western sky. Why did I sleep so long? Yan Qingxin wrinkled her nose and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, she felt a rumble in her stomach. She was hungry. Yan Qingxin walked out of the bedroom, into the empty living room, and called out sweetly, Little rascal, is dinner ready? No one answered. Huh, hasn't the little rascal come home? Yan Qingxin, who went downstairs quickly, became a little upset after calling out for Su Chen several times without a response. Su Chen was in the police station, very hungry. Didn't even have lunch, right? Fortunately, Director Zhang on duty tonight understood him very well and bought him instant noodles. Thank you, Director Zhang. Su Chen repeatedly thanked and wolfed down the instant noodles. While he was enjoying his meal, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Su, who planned to have a good chat with Su Chen after he finished eating, immediately said, "Come in." The door opened. Before the police officer who knocked on the door could say anything, a person rushed in. She was an intellectual beauty with gold-rimmed glasses, a red blouse, a hip-hugging skirt, black high-heeled leather sandals, and a superb figure. "Wow, she's so beautiful," Zhang Su thought to himself. Su Chen, who was eating, also looked up. He felt his heart skip a beat and quickly evaluated her. 96 points for looks, 101 points for figure. Her waist is slightly plump but her legs are long and shapely. If she charges 3,000 for an overnight stay, people would fight over her. Why does she look familiar to me? When Chen Yuzhen entered quickly, she immediately saw Su Chen. She anxiously asked, "Su Chen, who hit you? Are you hurt? Why didn't you call me when they bullied you?" Her voice had a hint of urgency and was easily recognizable. Su Chen suddenly remembered who this elegant lady was. "Oh, she's Chen Yuzhen, the teacher who took special care of him during his 3 years of high school." "Teacher Chen," Su Chen quickly stood up. "Why are you here? How could I not come when you've been beaten up?" Chen Yuzhen walked up to Su Chen and was about to check his injuries when she remembered something. She turned her head and looked at Director Zhang. Her voice, which was silky when talking to Su Chen, suddenly became stern and mechanical. She asked, "Officer, I am Su Chen's teacher, Chen Yuzhen. Who hit him? Please give a 5-star rating and add to your bookshelf." During the verification period, only 2 chapters can be updated per day before reaching 100,000 words. After the verification period, more updates will be added. Did he really lay hands on his mother and second sister? How is that possible? Su Chen not only has a handsome appearance and a kind heart, the key is that his character is weak and timid. Chen Yuzhen's eyes were full of disbelief, but she didn't say anything, instead patiently listening to Director Zhang's objective account. But when Director Zhang mentioned that Su Chen's mother and second sister actually requested the police to sentence him to death, Chen Yuzhen finally broke down. Her delicate body trembled. She asked in a trembling voice, "Is this true?" Setting aside the fact that the brothers fought in the street, which is already a big deal, the distance to the death penalty is still a long way off. Just the fact that they are Su Chen's blood relatives should prevent them from saying such heartless words. "I feel the same way." Director Zhang sighed, but that's the reality. It seems that Su Chen may have done something that angered them, something unforgivable. Oh, by the way, maybe Su Chen took something crucial from the Su family, because his family members all said that he should hand over something. I spent 3 years with him in high school, and I never knew he had such a cold-blooded family. No wonder he was so frail. I always thought it was his innate constitution. I, as a teacher, have really failed. Chen Yuzhen frowned and said to Director Zhang, "Director Zhang, please wait a moment, I need to make a phone call first." The person injured by Su Chen, who was so heartless as to want to kill him, of course, cannot be forgiven. Without the forgiveness of the victim, even if Chen Yuzhen offers money, she won't be able to bail out Su Chen. She needs to call for reinforcements. After understanding what she was thinking, Director Zhang nodded, indicating she could proceed. Click, click, click. Chen Yuzhen hurriedly walked in her small high heels, went out to the corner of the stairs, and took out her phone. She directly called her brother-in-law Yan Mingdao. "Brother-in-law, are you off work now?" Yan Mingdao, who was still at work, smiled and said, "Not yet, I have another meeting later." "Yuzhen, what's up?" "Brother-in-law, I'm at the Guangchang police station in Dongcheng district right now." Chen Yuzhen said, "I have a very promising student who got into a conflict with his family." She briefly explained the situation to Yan Mingdao in the most concise words. Finally, she said, "Brother-in-law, I can assure you that this student of mine is very obedient, even timid in character. If it weren't for his eccentric family members pushing him to a dead end, he would never resort to violence. And, he also has symptoms of hypoglycemia. Therefore, I want to bail him out first and deal with this matter slowly later." Yan Mingdao was somewhat surprised. In the 4 years he had been in Qingshan, his niece had never caused him any trouble, but now, for a student, she was calling the distinguished mayor of Qingshan to intervene in a minor dispute. After all, his niece appeared intellectual and low-key on the surface, but in reality, she was proud and never asked for help. However, he didn't think too much about it. He nodded. "Okay, Yuzhen, the person in charge of the Guangchang police station will receive a call in no more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Ha! Yan Mingdao really underestimated his influence as the mayor. Just 4 minutes and 47 seconds later, Director Zhang received a call from the main leader of the sub-bureau. "Damon, are you at the office now?" "Well, here's the thing. I just received a call from Director Shi of the Municipal Bureau himself. He said that your police station is currently handling an incident of 2 brothers fighting in the street." "Ha? The Director Shi of the Municipal Bureau personally paying attention to this matter? Wow, Who exactly is this teacher Chen? Seeing Chen Yuzhen sitting on the sofa, elegantly crossing one leg, holding a paper cup in both hands, taking a sip of water, Director Zhang's cheek suddenly twitched. He quickly agreed on the phone. End of call. Director Zhang's gaze at Chen Yuzhen completely ignored her sexy and glamorous appearance, showing a clarity that had never been seen before, even with a hint of awe. A woman who could alarm the leaders of the municipal bureau with just one phone call had enough reason for Director Zhang to treat her with such an attitude. 10 minutes later, following the procedure, Chen Yuzhen helped Su Chen pay several thousand yuan in bail money. Under the personal guidance of Director Zhang, she appeared in front of Su Chen once again. Su Chen, come with me. After saying this to Su Chen, Chen Yuzhen turned to Director Zhang and extended her fair and delicate hand, saying, Director Zhang, I'll trouble you tonight. Teacher Chen, you're too polite. Director Zhang quickly reached out and lightly touched Chen Yuzhen's hand before quickly letting go. Oh, I didn't expect Teacher Chen to have such good connections, actually managing to bail me out smoothly from those fools at the Su family who were clamoring for my death sentence and refusing to forgive me. Should I hold on to this lifeline in the future? After all, no one can guarantee that I won't resort to violence in the future. Su Chen thought to himself, subconsciously looking at Teacher Chen's legs. Just as he finished exchanging pleasantries with Director Zhang, Chen Yuzhen happened to look at him. In an instant, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat as he keenly realized where Su Chen's gaze had landed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, a bit sweet, and a bit nervous, because Teacher Chen felt that Su Chen might have already guessed who Lu Ruyan was. I can help him online under the alias Lu Ruyan, but I cannot have any real relationship with him. 1. I am not a casual woman. 2. If that were the case, I would harm him. Chen Yuzhen thought to herself silently, bid farewell to Director Zhang, and briskly walked out of the office building with Su Chen. It must be psychological factors at play. Otherwise, why did Chen Yuzhen feel like Su Chen's gaze was constantly fixed on her buttocks as she walked out of the police station? It almost made her unable to walk properly. Feeling even more embarrassed, she had actually misunderstood Su Chen. After leaving the mediation room, Su Chen began to focus on the matter at hand. According to his original plan, since those fools from the Su family were determined to push him to the brink, it would be best to take him to court. He would present the audio file in court. From a legal perspective, an audio file alone cannot be considered conclusive evidence because voices can be easily imitated by professionals. However, Su Chen would request to review the surveillance footage of Wanda Square's Gate C. By matching the lip movements with the surveillance footage, especially the angry roar from Meng Jelly in the audio file, which not just anyone can imitate, would be enough to prove the authenticity of the audio. In any case, Chen Yuzhen's appearance disrupted Su Chen's plans. However, it was clear that Su Chen would not stay in jail when he could be bailed out. He was not a despicable person. Forget it. When the Su family comes looking for trouble again, I'll throw the audio file at them. Whether they believe it or not is none of my concern. Su Chen looked up at the sky, walked to the car with Teacher Chen, and just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly bumped into something. What was it? Su Chen was stunned and instinctively looked down. As for Teacher Chen, feeling increasingly embarrassed and nervous in her heart, she took out the car keys from her bag and was about to press the remote to unlock the car door when, due to her inner embarrassment and nervousness, the keys fell to the ground. She instinctively stopped in her tracks, bent down to pick up the keys. In that moment, Su Chen, who was looking up at the sky lost in thought, unceremoniously bumped into her. Ah! Just as Chen Yuzhen, who had just picked up the keys, let out a soft exclamation, she stumbled forward when she was bumped into, instinctively reaching out to support herself. In her current state, with Su Chen standing behind her, how should I put it? Chen Yuzhen, who was already embarrassed, suddenly blushed even more, and a sense of grievance surged up in her heart like a tide. Even if he might know, she is the proactive Lu Ruyan who wants to have an online relationship with him, but she can't treat him like this in reality. Su Chen's behavior towards her is the greatest humiliation to her, treating her as a worthless woman. Su Chen, how can you treat me like this? Feeling something in her heart, Chen Yuzhen, who was shattered, couldn't control herself and screamed, suddenly stood up. Turning around and raising her hand, Chen Yuzhen's fair and tender little hand drew a phantom under the street lamp and slapped Su Chen's face. What's going on? Realizing that he was distracted, Su Chen was stunned after bumping into Teacher Chen, who was picking up things with a bent waist, and was about to apologize and say it was not intentional, but Chen Yuzhen's right hand slapped his left face. Smack! Su Chen timely raised his hand and accurately grabbed her wrist. Yes, Su Chen admits that he did offend Teacher Chen, but he didn't mean to. She should give him a chance to apologize. Su Chen is even more grateful to her. After making a wrong call, she rushed to the police station at the fastest speed and, in the shortest time, arranged for his release as a protective disciple. Su Chen also wants to hold Teacher Chen's ultra-thin black silk legs in the future. But this is Teacher Chen, not giving him a chance to explain, is the reason to slap him in public? This is too domineering. Let go of me. After Chen Yuzhen's wrist was grabbed, she instinctively struggled, feeling humiliated, tears gushing out. It was just an accident, I bumped into her. How could she react like this? This is too much. Can't hold on to these legs without worry. Su Chen looked astonished, let go of Chen Yuzhen's wrist, and quickly stepped back 7 or 8 steps. Then he bowed deeply to Chen Yuzhen. Teacher Chen, I'm sorry. I was looking up at the sky, lost in thought, and accidentally bumped into you. Please forgive me. Ha? You were looking up at the sky and lost in thought, but I can clearly feel that all the way, you were staring at my butt. Chen Yuzhen was stunned, with an expression of I can't believe it on her face. Her instinctive reaction was caught by Su Chen, who straightened up. He sighed in his heart and didn't want to explain anymore. There's no need to check the surveillance again to prove his innocence, right? Forget it. Su Chen suddenly raised his hand, as if fulfilling Chen Yuzhen's wish, and gave himself a big slap. Ha? How did he slap himself? Chen Yuzhen was stunned. Teacher Chen, please believe me, I really didn't mean it. Thank you for getting me out of the station tonight. 5,000 yuan for bail. I will repay you from the green bubble. I apologize again. Su Chen looked at Chen Yuzhen with clear eyes, said these words, then turned and left. Chen Yuzhen stood in front of the car, dumbfounded for a long time, slowly coming to her senses. Blinking and looking again. The road was bustling with traffic, pedestrians coming and going, but there was no sign of Su Chen. But the pair of clear eyes that Su Chen looked at her with before leaving, without any evil thoughts, were deeply imprinted in her mind. Her heart gradually sank. Oops. I misunderstood him and hurt his fragile self-esteem. Ding dong. A message came to her phone. She subconsciously opened her phone. It was a notification from Su Chen on Green Bubble, transferring 6,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan was for bail. 1,000 yuan was Su Chen's small gratitude for Teacher Chen's efforts for him. The transfer also had a note. Please go check the surveillance. The quality of the surveillance at the police station entrance must be very clear. And just with a phone call from Chen Yuzhen, she could alarm Director Shi, and Director Zhang would never refuse her request to check the surveillance to see if Su Chen was indeed looking up at the sky before bumping into her. But how could she possibly access the surveillance footage? She just lowered her head and quickly typed, "Where are you? Come back to me. I have something to ask you." Sent. However, a bright red exclamation mark, like a needle, fiercely pierced Chen Yuzhen's eyes. The system clearly reminded her that she was not yet a friend of Su Chen and needed to pass verification to add him as a friend. He actually deleted me from his friends list? Chen Yuzhen's eyes widened suddenly, her face full of disbelief. The cold hard fact told her, oh, you are right. Because you misunderstood him and hurt his fragile ego, he deleted you. Her eyebrows trembled. She quickly found Su Chen's phone number and dialed. The next second, a cold mechanical female voice came. Sorry, the user you are calling is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Please add to your bookshelf. Give a 5-star rating. Thank you. Su Chen not only removed Chen Yuzhen from his WeChat, but also blocked her phone number. This was not because Su Chen was sensitive after being misunderstood. He had 3 reasons for doing this. 1. He was not the original Su Chen, so he had no reason to accept Chen Yuzhen's care like the weak original owner. After all, he had graduated from high school and was considered a proper adult. The key was that Chen Yuzhen, besides being beautiful, was reportedly a single young woman. If Su Chen got closer to her, it would definitely cause misunderstandings. This was not a good thing for Chen Yuzhen, who was capable of easily pulling Su Chen out of trouble. 2. Su Chen, who was essentially a scumbag, and Chen Yuzhen, who exuded a noble air in every gesture, were not on the same level. In addition to the age difference, they had no common language other than discussing knowledge. 3. Su Chen would never go to college, so there would be no chance or reason for any further interaction with Chen Yuzhen. In conclusion, after being misunderstood by Chen Yuzhen, Su Chen thought of these things after slapping himself in the face and then apologized, transferred money to Chen Yuzhen, and decisively removed her from his phone. However, these were things Su Chen thought of, but Chen Yuzhen did not. She just closed her eyes in pain after confirming that she had been blocked by Su Chen. She murmured, Chen Yuzhen, it's your own dirty thoughts. Using dirty thoughts to analyze Su Chen. So when he was treated strangely by his family and needed care the most, you slapped him with a scream, hurting his fragile ego. After understanding what had happened, Chen Yuzhen, full of regret, decided to go find Su Chen. She knew exactly where his house was. But just as Chen Yuzhen was about to get in the car and go to Su Chen's house, she suddenly remembered something. Su Chen, who had just been deeply hurt by her, was definitely not in a calm state of mind. In this state, effective communication between the two would be difficult. Anyway, I am a dedicated entertainment investor. I will have plenty of excuses to find him in the future. There is no need to rush. After muttering to herself, Chen Yuzhen's eyes gradually lit up, and she started the car. Su Chen was definitely unaware of Chen Yuzhen's thoughts. After removing all of Chen Yuzhen's contact information from his phone, he had forgotten about her. With his hands in his pockets, whistling, he walked briskly home. 8 o'clock. As soon as Su Chen entered the house, he saw Yan Xingxin carrying a bowl of noodles out of the kitchen. Bang! Yan Xingxin placed the noodles heavily on the table, then put her hands on her waist and pointed at Su Chen's nose, scolding, "Where have you been fooling around? Ha! You're only coming home now. Do you know how hungry I am?" Su Chen, "Mother, why do I see this idiotic mature sister looking like a shrew scolding her husband for coming home late?" He was speechless about it. Glaring, he said in a harsh tone, "Yan Xingxin, you are just my tenant and business partner. You are neither my mother nor my wife. Where I go and when I come home is none of your business. What right and qualification do you have to interfere with my freedom? Hungry? Cook for yourself. What, do you want me to feed you mouth to mouth?" Miss Yan suddenly felt that the words of the idiotic mature sister made sense. But she couldn't admit that the hoodlum made sense. She immediately retorted, "Who cares if you feed me mouth to mouth? Of course, I can cook for myself. The problem is, since you took my meal money and promised to provide me with 3 meals a day during our partnership, you should come home and cook when it's time to eat." Su Chen suddenly felt that the words of the idiotic mature sister made sense, but he couldn't be bothered with her. He just sat at the table, picked up the bowl of egg noodles, picked up the chopsticks without hesitation, and started eating hungrily. He was really starving, his desire for food far exceeding his thick skin. Yan Xingxin stared blankly at Su Chen, and after a long time, she suddenly came to her senses and shouted, "Hoodlum, that's the meal I cooked." Su Chen mumbled in response, "I know. Only someone like you, a life idiot, would cook eggs this old and put so much salt. If I weren't so hungry, not even a pig would eat it." Yan Xingxin, furious, she lifted her slipper and kicked it over. "Hoodlum, those are my bowl and chopsticks." With a bang, Su Chen's left leg received a legendary shadowless kick. But this force was nothing compared to a bowl of food that could fill his stomach, much more important. Without lifting his head, he said, "Yes, I know these are your bowl and chopsticks. Don't worry, I won't find you dirty." Yan Xingxin, really angry and on the verge of going crazy, she really wanted to rush into the kitchen and take out a kitchen knife to chop off the hoodlum's head. Forget it. Considering that the hoodlum was a partner, especially since Yan Xingxin wanted to know the gossip that he was not an orphan, the fire of curiosity continued to burn. She decided to reluctantly forgive him once. Anyway, Miss Yan, who cooked for the first time, accidentally cooked a pot of noodles and was worried about where to find a pig to feed. Too salty. After eating 2 large bowls of egg noodles in a row, Su Chen finally began to be picky about the taste of the food. He quickly drank water. "If the food is not good in the future, I'll feed him. At least, I won't waste food and incur divine retribution." Yan Xingxin, sitting across from him, with her legs crossed elegantly, kept frowning, thinking like this in her heart. Full of food and drink, Yan Xingxin immediately got down to business. "Hoodlum, let's calculate whether you dare to deceive me with this account. Speak. Why did you lie about being an orphan? Also, why do your family treat you like that? None of your business." Just as Su Chen was about to say this, he changed his mind. The fire of gossip in the eyes of the idiotic mature sister could ignite the whole world. If he refused to reveal his family secrets, she would continue to ask in the future. To avoid trouble, Su Chen lit a cigarette and said, "When I was about a year old, I was lost by that family. The couple was heartbroken, and to alleviate their pain, they adopted an abandoned baby from the orphanage at the suggestion of others. That abandoned baby is my dear brother, Su Jia." "Oh, I see. And then?" Yan Xingxin nodded repeatedly, indicating Su Chen to continue. "For years ago, by a very accidental chance, they found me and brought me back to the Su family from the orphanage. Because we had no emotional connection, I, as an adopted son, had long been regarded as their own son. And since I grew up in the orphanage without any family education." Su Chen sneered disdainfully. "Anyway, although they acknowledge me as their biological son, they despise me. The most important thing is, the adopted son is well aware that my return will inherit what should have belonged to him. So he tried every means to drive me out." Yan Xingxin asked, "How did he manage to successfully drive you out?" "In recent years, he has been stealing things from my 3 sisters. Su Chen said, subconsciously glancing at Yan Xingxin's legs, and then placing them in my room. Yan Xingxin subconsciously flinched and stared. "What are you looking at?" "He framed you, can't you explain?" The first time, the adopted son told me it was just a game. Chen sneered again. I hope that as an elder brother, even if wronged by the Su family, I won't reveal the truth. The key is, at that time, I had no idea that girls' things could serve other purposes for men. Yan Xingxin couldn't help but curse, idiot. You admitted it the first time. So no matter how you defend yourself later, it will be useless. No wonder people will increasingly despise you. Yes. A few days ago, the adopted son escalated things. He stole Mang Jelly's belongings and framed me again. That crossed his father's bottom line, and he dealt with me ruthlessly. Chen said lightly, I have to say, the adopted son, at such a young age, can play such tricks. He is quite a character. I am curious, who are his parents, to have raised such a creature? Who are the parents of Suja? In the Magic City, inside a certain villa, a woman, now 35 years old, with a beautiful appearance and a great figure, said to the man beside her in a sweet voice, Xingyun, when can we bring our son back from Qingshan? 18 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I really miss him. 19 years ago, Zhou Xingyun was 17 years old, and Jia was 16 years old. Both were students at a prestigious high school in the Magic City, one in the second year and the other in the first year. Whether it's a blossoming girl or a young boy, at this age, it's a time of first love. Jia, who came from an ordinary background, quickly won the title of the most beautiful school flower shortly after entering school, attracting many young men's admiration. Zhou Xingyun, 1 year older and in his senior year, was one of them. And he was the most powerful one. Coincidentally, Jia, who appeared beautiful and innocent on the surface but actually was a full-fledged gold digger, didn't want to change her faith through studying hard but instead aimed to marry a wealthy husband to climb the social ladder. So when Zhou Xingyun, with a halo of higher class on his head, emerged from many suitors, the two hit it off. They soon had a child together. Zhou Xingyun just wanted to have some fun, but Jia, who was quite scheming, quietly dropped out of school after he persuaded her to abort the child. From then on, she disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xingyun didn't take it seriously, but in his senior year, he received a call from Jia. I am now at my aunt's house in Tiandongqingshan. I have given birth to a son for you. As for the specifics of the future, it's up to you. Zhou Xingyun was shocked. What, is this even possible? Realizing he had been tricked by Jia, Zhou Xingyun knew he couldn't keep this a secret, so he quickly told his father. What, is this even possible? Zhou's father trembled at the news. After some calculations, he said, no, this child cannot appear in the Magic City, because Jia's status is lowly and she is not worthy to be the legitimate wife of the Zhou family. Most importantly, we have already agreed with the old Chen family to form an alliance. Your wife can only be Chen Yuzhen, who is 7 years younger than you. This matter must not be exposed, but Jia will definitely not let it go. After 3 days and nights of careful consideration, the highly intelligent Zhou father finally made a decision. That is to make Jia Ji, who is definitely unwilling, quietly return to the magic capital to continue her studies. In the future, she can be kept as a concubine. But that illegitimate child, no. But the child of the Zhou family can only be placed in an orphanage or given away. But he is ultimately the flesh and blood of the Zhou family, and he cannot be abandoned like that. Lao Zhou began to plan for a good family to raise the child on behalf of the Zhou family. After careful selection in secret, Su Deshan, who had just started his business, was chosen. Lao Zhou first sent someone to take away Su Dishan's 1-year-old son, and then, while they were in deep sorrow, sent someone to persuade them to adopt a son. This son is the Zhou family's child. After Su Deshan and his wife adopted the Zhou family's child, they secretly placed their own son in a certain orphanage. Whether he lived or died would depend on his fate. In order to thank Su Deshan for raising the son named Su Zhou on behalf of the Zhou family, Lao Zhou arranged for people to secretly help Su Deshan expand his business. At the same time, Lao Zhou also arranged for a master to tell Su Deshan and his wife fortunes, letting them know that the Su family could expand their business all because of the adopted Su Zhou, who was said to be a child who brings wealth. In this way, Su Deshan and his wife would not mistreat Su Zhou, the child they were raising. In this way, through Lao Zhou's secret operation, Su Zhou, the child who brings wealth, settled in the Su family and received the high favor of his foster parents. However, Lao Zhou, who was quite cunning, did not tell Zhou Xingyun about the whereabouts of the Zhou family's child and who the foster family was, because he was afraid that Zhou Xingyun, being young and immature, would secretly go see the Zhou family's child. Lao Zhou was even more afraid that Jia would bring the child back to the magic capital ahead of time, ruining the marriage alliance between Chen and Zhou. Therefore, until now, Zhou Xingyun and Jia do not know where their beloved child is being raised and how he is doing. However, in order to appease Jia, Lao Zhou promised to secretly bring her son back to the magic capital after Zhou Xingyun and Chen Yuzhen's wedding, to be secretly groomed as the heir of the Zhou family. Jia is not only beautiful and scheming, but also very pragmatic. She is very clear that she must not go against Lao Zou's wishes, and only by being obedient can she have a good ending. Therefore, she has not caused any trouble in these years. In fact, in order to keep Zhou Xingyun's wandering heart, Jia introduced him to her equally beautiful and charming younger sister, Ji Kaimei. Zhou Xingyun was greatly pleased. Thus, the Huangtu culture was established. Worried that Jia's appearance would have a negative impact on himself, Zhou Xingyun specially arranged for Lao Huang from the Zhou group to serve as the head of Huangtu culture. However, the real person in charge of Huangtu culture was actually Jia. In order to ensure her own position, Jia not only introduced her younger sister Ji Kaimei to young Master Zhou but also helped him turn Huangtu culture into the legendary Imperial Palace backyard. She paid special attention to her appearance, fitness, and always maintained her fair and beautiful skin, exuding a strong allure to men. Jia succeeded. Even though Zhou Xingyun had 3,000 beauties, he still visited Jia every week for a night of pleasure. This is the true daily life of the children of wealthy families, simple and unadorned. Zhou Xingyun absolutely adored this woman with fair and beautiful skin who was particularly good at playing games. Goji berries are bought by the ton. Jia is very satisfied with her current life. The only regret is that Zhou Xingyun has been reluctant to marry, so she cannot bring her son from Qingshan. Actually, I miss him too. Many times I have imagined what he looks like, whether he is as handsome as me. Zhou Xingyun played with the object he loved and said with emotion, but Chen Yuzhen is very dissatisfied with the arranged marriage at home, always finding excuses to delay. 4 years ago, she even went to Qingshan. That damn woman. Jia cursed inwardly, but on the surface, she dared not show any hint of emotion. Because she was very clear, Zhou Xingyun really likes the noble Chen family's legitimate daughter. Jia has also seen Chen Yuzhen once, and couldn't help but admire teacher Chen's beauty, especially her figure that surpasses her own, and the noble and elegant temperament that Jia, who has tried her best, couldn't cultivate. Oh, right. Jia suddenly thought of something. Xingyun, Nini said she really likes that song. I have come up with a way to fulfill her wish while also earning more money for our company. Tell me. Zhou Xingyun lit a cigarette. Su Chen was also smoking, sharing his life experiences with the idiotic elder sister. You really are a pitiful child. Miss Yen, after listening, had a compassionate look on her face, stood up and patted Su Chen's head. Don't worry, as long as you behave well in the future, sister will protect you. Seeking a 5-star rating, thank you very much. Take your hands off. After pushing away Miss Yan's hand that was about to touch his head, Su Chen walked towards the stairs. Go wash the dishes. Humph, just washing dishes? What's so great about that? Pa! Glancing at Su Chen's back, Miss Yan sneered again, then happily started washing the pots and dishes. After being maliciously exploited by the little rascal for a few days, Miss Yen unexpectedly found pleasure in it, something she had never discovered before. That is, through her own hands, making the pots, dishes, dirty clothes, and even the house clean and tidy, Miss Yen felt a great sense of accomplishment. Su Chen really didn't expect that. His exploitation not only didn't cause pain to Miss Yen, but instead brought her joy. Truly a foolish elder sister. Just as she was about to lie down and carefully think about today's events, Su Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't updated the Toon rating today, and the tomato is at 12 o'clock, updating the back-end data. Because of the conflict with the Su family, he forgot about the important matter. He quickly went to the study, turned on the computer, and logged into the novel's back-end. Although Su Chen was confident that the Toon rating, which had attracted countless followers in the original world, would also be liked by the readers in the Blue Star, he was still shocked when he saw the back-end data. Just starting the recommendation yesterday, the number of readers who added it to their library exceeded 80,000. The completion rate of the 10,000 words was a terrifying 73%. In other words, out of 100 readers who opened this novel, 73 of them read all the way to the 10,000 word mark, which was the latest updated chapter. Daily sales. Looking at the amount, Su Chen couldn't help but drool. Indeed, original works are still the best. No, it's making money by moving classic novels. Just recommended yesterday, and achieved this result. In the future, there will definitely be more readers and more earnings. The cultural atmosphere of Blue Star is much better than Earth's. This is because the cultural and entertainment aspects are much more backward than Earth. There are no massive classic music, novels, variety shows, and movies from Earth. Even short videos are not available. There's no data ride-hailing dash. I can't make money even if I don't want to. Make big money, find young models, revel in debauchery every day, living in luxury. This is my ultimate dream. The key is, the possibility of realizing the dream is very high. Tempted by the powerful allure of the ultimate dream, Su Chen was filled with an indomitable spirit. Upload new chapters. Type. As long as I don't die from typing, I'll keep typing. Su Chen's fingers flew. It was dawn. 10 in the morning. Suja, who was sent to the hospital yesterday after being observed overnight, was confirmed to be fine and could be discharged to rest at home. Xiaojia, rest assured and rest. Su Deshan, who personally brought him back home, looked at his swollen and bruised adopted son with heartache, almost dying, gritted his teeth and said, I will put pressure on the police myself to make them punish the little beast severely. Dad. Mom. Suja weakly said, don't blame my brother. He hit me because I was eager to get that song and said something that made him unhappy. In fact, I don't blame my brother at all. Dad, Mom, can we bring my brother back home? What's the point of bringing that inhuman little beast back home? Meng Jelly, with red eyes and a hoarse voice, said, Xiaojia, you are too kind. You always treat that little beast as your brother, but he doesn't reciprocate. Lao Su, you call Zhang and demand that he deal strictly with that little beast. Okay. Su Deshan agreed, ignoring the dissuasion of beloved son Xiaojia, took out his phone and called Director Zhang. He clearly expressed his intention to pressure the police to punish Su Chen severely. But the next moment, what? Su Deshan exclaimed, Su Chen, that little beast, was released on bail last night. Director Zhang. Su Deshan, full of anger, whispered, Su Chen, that little beast, almost killed someone. When I was at the station yesterday, I made it clear several times that Su Chen must be severely punished. No matter what he does, we will not accept any forgiveness. But you, the police, actually let him be released on bail. I ask you, what kind of work attitude is this? Yes. Yes. Now, whenever Meng Jelly thinks of Su Chen, she can't help but grit her teeth and snatch the phone from Su Dishan's hand. Holding it to her mouth, she shouted sharply, this is your negligence, serious negligence. We will accuse you of releasing a criminal suspect who could be sentenced to death without authorization. Mrs. Su. Director Zhang on the phone also became a bit angry. 1. Su Chen's actions yesterday did not warrant the death penalty. 2. He is only on bail and can be summoned to the station at any time. 3. After all, you are his biological mother. Without hesitation, Meng Jelly retorted, I don't have such a beastly son. Suja, lying on the bed, looked at the reactions of Su Deshan and his wife, suddenly feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. I have never seen a mother like you, who would sacrifice her biological son for the sake of her adopted son. Director Zhang also sneered, saying, 4th. How the police handle things doesn't need your interference. If you are very dissatisfied with how I handled things yesterday, you can complain to my superiors at any time. Before Meng Jelly could say anything else, Director Zhang ended the call. Lao Su, complain about him, you must complain about this Zhang surname. Use your power for personal gain. Meng Jelly, provoked by Director Zhang's comment about her being an unusual mother, shouted at Su Deshan, I want to skin him alive. Su Deshan snatched the phone, reprimanding in a low voice, enough, who do you think you are? Do you think you can really skin him alive just by saying so? It's simply a woman's foolishness. Have you ever thought about it carefully? Why would Director Zhang release the little beast without special circumstances? Su Deshan was still Su Deshan. Compared to Meng Jelly, who was always obsessed with beauty, his mind was a bit stronger. Meng Jelly was stunned. What do you mean? In the 4 years that the little beast has been living in Qingshan City, besides our family, who else does he know? Who else cares about him? Who can provide money to guarantee his bail and get him released? This question Meng Jelly didn't know either. Most importantly, Su Deshan continued, Director Zhang knows very well our attitude of not sparing the little beast, but still let the little livestock be released on bail, which proves that the person who bailed out the little livestock is someone Director Zhang can't afford to offend. Is that so? Who bailed out the little livestock? Meng Jelly's face was full of confusion. Dad, Mom. Suja spoke, the person who bailed out my brother, isn't she the girl who claims to be his sister? When I saw her yesterday, I felt she was not an ordinary person. The girl who claims to be his sister? Meng Jelly suddenly realized, yes, it must be that little bitch. Damn little bitch, daring to meddle in our family's affairs. The door opened. Su Ci, with slightly swollen cheeks, walked in. Because of his bad mood, Su Ci did not go to the company today. Upon learning that Su Chen was bailed out last night, Su Ci immediately became excited. Well, it was more like furious. Compared to the mother-son relationship between Su Chen and Meng Jelly, the sibling relationship was undoubtedly more strained. This was also the reason why siblings often ended up in court. Yesterday, I saw that little bitch, she's not a good person. She must be a little livestock, finding half-hidden doors outside. Su Ci seemed a bit hysterical. Who does she think she is, meddling in our family's affairs? Find her right away and slap her mouth. Su Deshan, when Suja's head was a bit dizzy, his phone suddenly rang. Su Ci subconsciously shut up. Suja took the phone and looked at the caller ID, then said to Su Desan, "It's our high school class teacher, Mr. Chen." Su Desan, feeling agitated, waved his hand, indicating that he should answer the call. Suja casually turned on the speakerphone. "Mr. Chen, hello. May I ask what you need from me?" Although his voice sounded strange due to his injured nose, he remained polite. "Suja." Chen Yushin's voice came through the phone, cold and no longer the bubbly tone Suja liked. "I'm calling to tell you a few things." "Ha? Why is she talking to me in this tone?" Suja was stunned but still polite. "Mr. Chen, please go ahead." "First, it was me who bailed out Su Chen last night," Chen Yushin said bluntly. "Second, I don't care how big a misunderstanding your Su family and Su Chen have. This matter ends here. Third, even if your Su family doesn't provide Su Chen with a household register, it won't prevent him from going to college. Fourth, you can ignore my advice, but bear the consequences." Click. Before Suja could react, Chen Yushin ended the call. Suja, the four people in the room, and Su Shi, who had been eavesdropping outside, were all stunned. No one expected that Su Chen's high school class teacher bailed him out last night. Is a high school class teacher really that influential? If not, why did director Zhang ignore the strong pressure from the Su family and allow Su Chen to be bailed out? Why did Su Chen's class teacher interfere in a student's family affairs? And in such a domineering way, warning the Su family to let go of the matter or face the consequences. What is going on? This Ms. Chen is just Su Chen's high school class teacher, right? At most, she was caring towards Su Chen during his 3 years in high school. So how could she handle this matter for him as if she were his real mother? Su Desan and his wife and 2 daughters were completely baffled. But Suja's heart suddenly ached. He silently roared, "Chen Yushin, you slut! Who do you think you are, being so good to Su Chen? Did you two have an affair in school? I'm much better than Su Chen. Your attitude towards me should be the same as towards other students." Little Zhe. Su Desan woke up and hurriedly asked Suja, "Who exactly is this teacher Chen? And why is she protecting the little animal?" "I don't know either." Suja looked puzzled. At 11:30, on the first day replacing Su Shi, Su Chu, who was in charge of Qingshi Entertainment, took the advice of assistant by and picked up the phone. "Beiji Restaurant? I am Su, the general manager of Qingshi Entertainment. I want to change my lunch menu today." Okay. General Su, rest assured, we will deliver it to your company as soon as it's ready, Mr. Zhu, the owner of Beiji Restaurant, politely said before ending the call. He sighed secretly. General Su, don't blame me after you are poisoned. If you have to blame someone, blame your dear brother for giving me too much money. I just don't have the courage to refuse. Please give a 5-star rating and add to the bookshelf. Thank you. After the 1-week verification period, there will be more updates. Mr. Zhu, the owner of Beiji Restaurant, has several characteristics. He is skilled in cooking, greedy but not lecherous, addicted to gambling, and especially cunning. The key is that he dares to do anything to make money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold his wife and house. It was Mr. Zhu's excellent cooking skills that impressed Su Shi when she came here for a meal a few years ago. In addition, Beiji Restaurant is only 100 meters away from the office building where Qingshi Entertainment is located, so Su Shi would come here to eat or pay extra for delivery. Well, in this world, there are no ride-hailing services or food delivery apps. A few days ago, Mr. Zhu was once again on the verge of collapse at the gambling table, and he also owed a high-interest loan. The loan shark threatened him that if he didn't pay back the money within a week, they would chop off one of his hands. They were not joking, they were serious. Mr. Zhu was well aware of this, so he was afraid and borrowed money everywhere. His relatives and friends who had been scared by his borrowing would not give money to a reckless gambler again. Just when Mr. Zhu was desperate, Pang Jai, the top singer of Qingshi Entertainment, secretly approached him. Mr. Zhu's ex-wife was Pang Jai's cousin. Pang Jai introduced him to a business to secretly meet a young master who was only 18 years old. The young master asked him to add something to the meals he delivered to Su Shi every day that would gradually cause kidney failure. The reward for doing this made Mr. Zhu unable to resist, even if it meant dying immediately. Who is the 18-year-old young master? Su Shi. Su Shi did not know Mr. Zhu, but he had eaten at Beiji Restaurant with Su Shi before. Why would Su Shi's good brother plot against her? As long as the money is there, would Mr. Zhu care about these things? And so, starting today, Mr. Zhu began to add something extra to Su Shi's meals when ordering from the general manager of Qingshi Entertainment. The added ingredient was also provided by Su Shi. General Su, after you die, go find your good brother, don't come looking for me. I am innocent. After personally adding the ingredients, Mr. Shu thought of something else. He needed to keep evidence of Suja bribing him to harm Su Sure. In case things were exposed in the future, Mr. Zhu could also shift the blame to the maximum extent. What Mr. Zhu did, Su Chu, who just took over Qingshi Entertainment today, didn't know. Su Sure, who was dismissed by Su Deshan yesterday and was idle at home, also didn't know. What about Su Jia, the behind-the-scenes mastermind of Mr. Zhu? He certainly knew. However, Su Jia, who was brutally beaten by Su Chen yesterday, was so angry that he forgot about this. Especially when Chen Yuzhen suddenly called and arrogantly warned the Su family, Su Jia was extremely angry. If it weren't for Su Deshan and others present, he would definitely have smashed the phone into pieces. Alright, Xiaojia, take good care of yourself at home. I will just meet with Zhang Suo to clarify the situation before saying anything. After receiving a serious warning from Chen Yuzhen for no reason, Su Deshan was also very angry. But he maintained basic rationality and would not act impulsively like Meng Jelly. At least, he needed to figure out who Chen Yuzhen really was. It happened to be noon. Su Deshan called Zhang Suo and invited him to meet. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Suo agreed to come. 12:30. In a very decent restaurant, Su Deshan met with Zhang Suo. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they sat down. Zhang Suo, please forgive my wife for what she said to you on the phone. Su Deshan said with a bitter smile, she's a woman with long hair and short sight. Mr. Su, you don't need to say more, I understand. Zhang Suo interrupted Su Dishan's apology on behalf of Meng Jelly and asked directly, Mr. Su, you invited me out for lunch today to find out who got Su Chen released on bail, right? Su Deshan nodded. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I can't tell you about this matter. Zhang Suo didn't know that Chen Yuzhen had already warned Su's family over the phone. After a moment of contemplation, he said, but I can tell you that the person who came to bail out Su Chen yesterday made a phone call that alarmed Director Sher of the Municipal Bureau. What? A woman's phone call could alarm Director Sher of the Municipal Bureau? Su Deshan was shocked. Despite being a billionaire with assets of 30 billion, he was well aware that in front of Director Sher of the Municipal Bureau, he was just an ordinary person. If Director Sher treated him as an enemy, the Deshan group would soon be mired in various troubles. After all, the majority of billionaires were not exactly clean. Could it be that Chen Yuzhen is Director Sher's lover or daughter-in-law? Su Deshan thought to himself, furrowing his brow as he lifted his teacup. Mr. Su, I worked the night shift last night. I'm tired, I need to go home and rest. I won't have lunch. Zhang Suo also took a sip of water and said, but before I leave, I have a sincere suggestion for you. Zhang Suo, please go ahead. Su Deshan used the respectful form of you when speaking. It's best to settle the matter of your two sons fighting like this. Don't pursue it any further. Otherwise, the consequences won't be friendly to you. Because, considering Su Dishan's status as an outstanding taxpayer, Zhang Suo lowered his voice, the person who bailed out Su Chen last night was a woman. I can see that she seems to care for your son as if he were family. After Zhang Suo finished speaking, he got up and left quickly without waiting for Su Dishan's reaction. He had said what needed to be said. As for what Su Deshan would do, it was not something Zhang Suo could control. After Zhang Suo left for a while, Su Deshan sat there motionless. He had never expected that Su Chen's high school homeroom teacher would have such extraordinary abilities. She treated Su Chen as if he were family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have alarmed Director Sher with a phone call, and even warned Su's family directly after bailing out Su Chen. Su Deshan had never seen Chen Yuzhen and didn't know what she looked like or how old she was. But in his mind, an image of a middle-aged woman with possibly good taste but a bulky figure emerged. Xiaozhe and Xiao Chusheng were classmates for 3 years in high school. Why didn't Xiaozhe receive the favor of Chen Yuzhen? If Xiaozhe could be treated as family by Chen Yuzhen, wouldn't that be equivalent to me climbing up to Director Sher? Ah, that damn Xiao Chusheng, clearly having such a strong connection, never told the family. He muttered under his breath and got up to leave quickly. Early the next day. After returning home yesterday, I persuaded my wife and daughter to give up pursuing Su Deshan, who was responsible for Su Chen's assault, and went to the Square police station again to withdraw the lawsuit. The incident of Su Chen beating Su Zhou on the street quietly came to an end. All of the above, Su Chen, of course, did not know. His favorite thing to do is to log into the novel websites backstage at noon every day and watch the daily sales figures. In the blink of an eye, it has been a week since Su Chen beat Su Zhou on the street. Su Chen eats beef every day and strengthens his physical exercise. His efforts have yielded immediate results. During these days, Su Chen's dedicated worker Yan Qingxin goes out early and returns late every day, and no one knows what he is busy with. At dusk, Su Chen spent half an hour hitting the sandbag in front of him, completing today's fitness goal. Just as he was about to take a shower, his phone rang. It was a call from Ma Xiaoma, a fan with millions of followers. In a hurried tone, Su Chen, Jia, the deputy general manager of the Magic City Yellow Picture Culture, suddenly contacted me. She wants me to invite you out to discuss the handling plan for the accusation of plagiarizing the singer Ji Kaimei and the hard work of composing the song Dusk from the Yellow Picture Culture. The recommendation may officially start from today, and I don't know how the results will turn out. I'm feeling a bit nervous. I hope it goes well. Please give a 5-star rating. Thank you. Starting today, I will try to update 3 times a day. Let's give it a try. At 6 in the morning, 12 noon, and 6 in the evening. Extra updates can be added according to special circumstances, for example, generating electricity for love, enough to make the sun dizzy. Thank you. What? The deputy general manager of the Magic City Yellow Picture Culture said that I plagiarized their singer Ji Kaimei in the song Dusk that she painstakingly composed? Before I broke my adopted son's nose, he mentioned this Yellow Picture Culture and Ji Kaimei, wanting to get this song. The Su family didn't help the Yellow Picture Culture get Dusk, they took matters into their own hands. Interesting. Thinking of the words Suja once said to him, Su Chen laughed. He has seen shameless people, for example, bringing dusk from Earth to this world and claiming to be the original creator. But he has never seen someone so shameless. Unless this chick in Taimei is the original author of Dusk and also came from Earth. Su Chen. Ma Xiaoma said again, the reputation of the Yellow Picture Culture in the entertainment industry has never been good. But I've heard many people in the industry say that the behind-the-scenes boss of this company is quite capable. Su Chen asked, how powerful can they be? Let me put it this way. Don't be fooled by my millions of fans as an internet celebrity. Ma Xiaoma fell silent for a moment before saying, but if a certain big boss wants to suppress me, it might just be a phone call away. Therefore, Jia, the deputy general manager of the Yellow Picture Culture, just found me and asked me to invite you out. I didn't have the courage to refuse. Su Chen, I'm sorry. Are they that powerful? Su Chen nodded and said, Ma Xiaoma, you don't need to apologize to me. By telling me that you didn't have the courage to refuse Jia, you are already treating me as a friend and being honest with me. So, when will I meet the people from the Yellow Picture Culture? Thank you for your understanding. After thanking Ma Xiaoma, he said, tonight at 8 o'clock, room 1202 at Lisa Hotel. Lisa Hotel is also in the East City District, not far from Wandar Square to the east. Okay, got it. Su Chen said, tell Jia that I'll be there at 8 o'clock sharp. Beep. The call ended. Su Chen casually threw his phone on the sofa and whistled as he walked into the bathroom. It seemed like he didn't take this matter seriously. But does it matter? Whether it's Earth or this world, one cannot escape the rule of the jungle. After the strong see something they want from the weak, they will do everything they can to get it, regardless of how the weak feel. Is Su Chen a weakling? Looking at the still slender figure in the mirror, and thinking about his lonely situation, Su Chen had to admit that he was indeed a weakling. The first thing a weakling learns to survive in this world is to keep a low profile, and even lower profile. But Su Chen was already low-key enough. Except for going out to buy daily necessities, he never stepped out of the Spring Garden community 24 hours a day. But why did the so-called strong still come knocking on his door? Is this a case of trouble coming from sitting at home, or is it a case of the innocent being blamed for the guilty? Who knows? Anyway, trouble has already come knocking, and this weakling Su Chen has only 2 choices. 1. Submit obediently to the strong and do as they say. 2. Resist. When the emperor is angry, blood flows like a river. When a commoner is angry, blood splatters 5 steps. Su Chen rolled up his right arm in front of the mirror, showing off his pitiful biceps, but nodded in satisfaction. After half a month of high nutrition supplementation, especially scientific training from weak to strong, he successfully gained 3 kilograms, and the force of his punch was about 50 to 60 kilograms. Of course, this was far from Su Chen's strongest period on Earth, when the force of his punch could reach over 100 kilograms. However, despite having a weak body, Su Chen had over 20 years of practical combat experience. Due to his lean body and lack of strength, his footwork was very agile. To put it this way, with agile footwork and over 20 years of practical combat experience, Su Chen believed he could face an ordinary professional bodyguard without fear. Many bodyguards were seen as tough guys in the eyes of ordinary people. But what about facing a professional combat athlete with rich combat experience? The fate of a bodyguard would be nothing short of a tragedy. After all, bodyguards in their prime were like a sign that said, "Don't mess with me, I'm really good at fighting like a wooden man." After taking a shower, Su Chen changed into loose sportswear and opened the drawer under the wardrobe. Su Chen ordered a metal finger tiger online. When a boy leaves home to explore the world, he must learn to protect himself wherever he goes. He put on the black finger tiger and threw a few punches in the air. The state was still very good. Ding ding ding, the idiotic elder sister called. I'm not coming home tonight, don't make my dinner. Oh, Su Chen casually asked, you haven't been eating at home much in the past week. You leave early and come back late every day. What are you busy with? Yan Qingxin was stunned. Su Chen, you're asking me what I'm busy with? Yes. Su Chen nodded. Is there a problem with my question? You little rascal. The idiotic elder sister suddenly lost her temper and scolded. For the past week, I've been getting up early and staying up late, all for the sake of running the company. Finding an office space, decorating, buying office supplies, hiring people, and so on. I did it all myself, right? And you don't spend money. You don't help. You just lie there and suck my blood. That's fine. You don't even know what I'm busy with. How did I get so confused and go into business with you? That's it. While Su Chen suddenly realized, he didn't know how to respond. But he had to say something in return. So, Su Chen asked confidently, when did I lie on top of you? When did you bleed? Oh, you really know how to bleed. Get lost. You little rascal, go to hell. Yan Qingxin angrily cursed on the other end and ended the call. Look, this is women. They always manage to end a conversation quickly with unreasonable behavior when they are in the wrong. Su Chen shook his head and walked to the window to look outside. The night fell, and the lights began to shine. 7:59, 59 seconds. Su Chen, looking quite gentlemanly, entered Suite 1202 of the Lisa Hotel. There were 3 people inside, 2 women and 1 man. The man in the black shirt who opened the door for Su Chen had a label on his forehead that read I am a super bodyguard. The woman standing next to the bodyguard, around 40 years old, had an ordinary appearance and average figure, but she was dressed in a high-class manner, and it was unclear what she did. The room was spacious with plenty of seating, yet only one woman was sitting. Su Chen looked at this woman. Around 30 years old, wearing a designer suit dress and black high heels. Her face was bright and beautiful, even while sitting there, she exuded her voluptuous yet elegantly curved figure. You are Su Chen? Jia, holding a cigarette in her left hand and crossing her legs, slightly assessed Su Chen and asked with her lips slightly parted. Yes, Su Chen nodded and was about to say these 2 words when Jia, with a queenly gaze, raised her hand to interrupt. She said lightly, transfer the copyright of that song Twilight to me from the copyright website for free. Then you can leave. In the evening at 6 o'clock, there will be another update. Wishing everyone a happy lunch break and a 5-star rating. When Ma Xiaoma called Su Chen, she made it very clear. Jia, the deputy general manager of adult content, came to Qingshan to talk to Su Chen about the alleged plagiarism of Ji Saimei's original song Twilight. Leaving aside whether Su Chen actually plagiarized Ji Saimei's original work. Just talking about discussing this matter after the 2 parties met. Discussing, Su Chen had just answered yes when Jia interrupted him and, in her pleasant queenly voice, told him that after transferring the copyright of the song, he could leave. Is this a discussion? Even though Su Chen's real mental age is mature at 39, and he was a scumbag who had seen storms before coming to launching, he was still confused by Jia's words. What, didn't you hear what our General Ji said? The female assistant standing next to the bodyguard glanced at Su Chen after giving him instructions, then scolded Jia, who was sipping wine from a tall glass, with a frown. Hurry up, hand over the copyright of that song and leave. Su Chen, no. Even if you are the strong ones with the absolute right to bully me as a weakling, please show some patience and respect for the weak, okay? For example, if you offer a low price to buy the copyright of my work, and I refuse, and then you threaten me that if I don't sell it, you will send my father to jail, send my mother and sisters to nightclubs, break my legs, and make me a spokesperson for a certain brand's wheelchair. Su Chen, looking bewildered, looked at Jia again and asked with a smirk, Miss Ji, you invited me to see you tonight to discuss something, right? Why are you telling me to hand over the copyright of Twilight and leave without a word? Ha! Jia smiled with a charming demeanor, swaying her black high-heeled leather sandals, and looked at Su Chen. Kid, you are too weak. I came all the way from the Magic City to see you in person, which is already giving you a lot of face. You are not qualified at all, and it's not worth my time. Oh, I see. Su Chen turned around and looked at the black-shirt bodyguard who was already standing behind the door, blocking it. He then said to Jia, General Ji, aren't you just robbing me? Jia remained silent, just raised her glass again and took a sip. What nonsense are you talking about? The female assistant, who was clearly experiencing early menopause, was full of anger. Hand over that song quickly and leave. Su Chen ignoring the female assistant, he just stared at Jia's red lips and asked again, General Ji, what if I don't follow your orders and do as you say? Ah, you are quite interesting. Ji sighed and finally looked at him again. Little boy, you can refuse Su-desan, but you don't have to worry about being harmed, because Su-desan is your biological father. However, I am not your mother. Therefore, I will never spoil you like your mother does. If you don't behave, Auntie won't be happy. I'm sorry, Manager Ji, I really can't accept your coercion. After apologizing, Su-chen turned and left. The cool-looking bodyguard raised his hand. This way is blocked. Su-chen's face changed, finally mustered up the courage, and said in a low voice, "Are you not afraid that I will call the police?" He. The female assistant, like a night owl, smiled and said, "I can guarantee that even if your legs are broken and the sound of screaming shatters glass, no one will knock on this door." Is that so? That would be great. Su-chen finally heard the words he most wanted to hear. His eyes lit up. Turning to look at the female assistant, he casually reached into his pocket, and with a stern look, said, "Do you still have rules? Do you still have laws?" The bodyguard and the female assistant were vying to assert their presence. The cool voice said, "Kid, we are the rules, we are the law." Oh. Su-chen nodded and asked, "Do you know what I'm going to say next?" The bodyguard sneered. Before he could say anything, Su-chen, with his right hand in his pocket turning off the recorder and putting on brass knuckles, suddenly punched hard on the bodyguard's left temple. Bang! With a muffled sound, the cool-looking bodyguard, without even a groan, fell to the ground with his eyes rolling back. Su-chen was very satisfied with this surprise attack, in terms of speed, strength, and angle. He could completely knock out the bodyguard without worrying about taking his life. Ha! What did I just see? This skinny, obviously malnourished young man actually knocked out the bodyguard with one punch? Whether sitting on the sofa or standing next to him, Jia and the female assistant both widened their eyes with Su-chen's punch. What I'm going to say next is, it feels damn good to trample on the law and regulations. Su-chen, with a satisfied expression on his face, said this to the bodyguard before walking towards the female assistant. Looking puzzled, he asked, "How did your companion pass out on his own? Does he have epilepsy or something?" The female assistant, Su-chen, raised his hand. A slap landed hard on the female assistant's left cheek. Plop. Su-chen was puzzled. He clearly slapped the female assistant. Why didn't he hear the crisp smack sound? Instead, it was a plop. Oh. It turned out that he was wearing brass knuckles on his right hand. After this slap landed heavily on the female assistant's face, due to the gap created by the brass knuckles, Su-chen's palm could not directly contact the assistant's cheek, so there was no air explosion sound. But it did knock out two of the assistant's molars. Well then, if she doesn't want to hear the sound, then she won't hear it, as Su-chen wasn't too fond of it either. But the female assistant just cursed at him to get lost, so Su-chen had to give her 2 slaps as repayment. Before the shocked female assistant could react, Su-chen's right hand with the brass knuckles struck her right cheek again. Another plop, a sound like a fart, really unpleasant. Su-chen quickly stepped aside, avoiding the female assistant who was about to spit out another molar, and ignored her. There was no woman who had not undergone anti-assault training who could bear this kind of pain. Immediately passing out was the female assistant's best choice. Su-chen walked towards Jia. Witnessing Su-chen tear off his weak facade and defeat both the bodyguard and assistant, Jia was completely dumbfounded. However, the woman's awakening speed was quite fast. When Su-chen walked up to her, she woke up in time, reaching out to grab the phone on the desk. Snap! Su-chen preemptively raised his foot and kicked away her phone. Jia hurriedly pulled back her hand. She was indeed a woman who could manipulate Zhou Xingyun in the palm of her hand at the age of 16, whether it was her figure, appearance, intelligence, or reaction speed, she was extremely outstanding. Though flustered, she remained composed. She whispered, "Su-chen, what do you want to do?" He. Su-chen smiled and sat down next to her on the sofa, asking, "President Ji, can we have a sincere conversation now?" "Okay." Jia's eyes flashed, realizing that Su-chen dared to harm their bodyguards but did not dare to easily harm herself. She calmed down and said, "Now, let's have a sincere conversation." Su-chen made a gesture of invitation with his hand and politely said, "So now, please take off your clothes." Delivered at 3 in the morning, wishing everyone a happy evening. Bright red, seeking 5-star ratings, seeking tips. Shameless, what? You want me to take off my clothes? Jia was stunned. The calm she had just had disappeared instantly with Su-chen's request. "Yes, when I said to have a sincere conversation, I meant I don't like you wearing clothes." Su-chen calmly took off his ring and put it in his pocket. "President Ji, you seem cultured. You must understand the meaning of a sincere conversation, right?" Jia was indeed cultured, but her understanding of a sincere conversation was to speak frankly. "You can choose to say no because it's your right, but I also have my own rights. That is, When Su Chen reached this point, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. Ah! Ji screamed in pain. Snap! Su Chen's timely slap across her face was like a knife, silencing her scream abruptly and leaving her completely stunned. Some women, if not slapped every 3 minutes, wouldn't know their own last name. This was the case after 2 slaps. Jia realized that Su Chen was really willing to hit women and obediently followed his instructions. President Ji, you are truly beautiful. Su Chen curiously asked, you are in your 70s or 80s, how is your figure still so good? Haven't you had children? Jia automatically filtered out his nonsense about her being in her 70s or 80s and answered with a trembling voice, I have a son. Oh, what a pity. Su Chen muttered as he took out his phone, turned on the recording function, placed it on the coffee table facing Jia. Only then did he politely say, President Ji, now we can have a good conversation. I can't, Jia said, reaching out to grab the phone. Snap! Another thunderous sound rang in her ear, as Su Chen used a slap to stop her movement. I suggest we have a sincere conversation, as you agreed. Su Chen's previously calm and gentle face was now filled with a fierce smirk as he said, if you dare to go back on your word, I will slap your face to pieces. Jia stared blankly at this young man who was about the same age as her son, not knowing where he was. Suddenly, she thought of a word. Fear. In fact, she had known how to write the word fear since first grade. But in the 35 years since then, Jia had never truly understood the real meaning of fear. At this moment tonight, looking at Su Chen's face full of a fierce smile but with cold eyes, Jia finally understood what fear felt like. President Ji, please. Su Chen softened his unfriendly expression, helped the queen like President Ji pick up a wine glass and gently clinked it with hers. Took a sip of red wine, but with a pu sound, all spit out in Jia's arms. Cursed in her mouth. What the hell, red wine? Tastes like drinking horse urine. I really don't understand you silly bitches, how you all praise this thing. Jia was stunned again. It was her stupid appearance that greatly ruined Su Chen's good mood. Without wasting any more words, he simply said, Ji, if I'm not mistaken, you are the woman behind the scenes of the yellow picture culture. You are trying to take away that song after the sunset failure through Su Deshan, feeling unwilling. And because of this, you think I don't know how to appreciate. However, based on your style, it is impossible to take a song to heart. And I will never let you, Ji, come to Qingshan to find me just because I don't know how to appreciate it. He put down his glass and asked, Ji, am I right? Jia nodded blankly. You are here because the Ji Kai Mei urgently needs this song to boost popularity. Su Chen continued, that Ji Kai Mei may also be the woman of the big boss of the yellow picture culture. When the pillow wind blows, she must have it. Jia subconsciously nodded again. You have set a plan to seize it by trickery. You will say that this song is original by Ji Kai Mei, that I found it, or stole the original manuscript. And you sang this song first in Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast room. Su Chen lit a cigarette and said, you have also fabricated a lot of evidence to prove that I am a plagiarist. Anyway, you are the strong ones who can manipulate the Navy to attack me online. And I am just an orphan without parents, no background, how can I compete with you? At most, you can sue me. This is what you want. Because you can boost Ji Kai Mei's popularity by suing me. Jia's eyebrows and corners of her eyes trembled slightly. Looking at Su Chen's eyes, there was already obvious fear. Just because Su Chen actually said the method she came up with. To be honest, Jia's method was not too clever. It's just a matter of reversing right and wrong, bullying the weak. The old birds in the circle can see it at a glance. But the problem is Su Chen, who is about the same age as her son, an old bird in the circle. He's just a high school graduate. Especially according to Jia's understanding, Su Chen was weak and quiet in high school, not good at words, only good at studying hard. Such a big boy not only knocked down the bodyguard Gangzi with one punch, knocked out the assistant, forced her to confess, but also said the plan she came up with. Is this child who doesn't know the ways of the world? His actions are just those of an old hooligan. Who wouldn't be afraid if they were Jia? Su Chen doesn't care what she's thinking. He continued, you invited me to meet at 8 o'clock, probably because Ji Kai Mei is performing and uploading this song on a certain stage or app software at this time. Your trick is to act first and report later. Originally, you wanted to have a good chat with me, hoping I would be sensible and sell that song to you, then cooperate with you in the lawsuit to boost Ji Kai Mei's popularity. But, Su Chen sighed, raised his left hand. His tone was faint. When you see me in person, see me so young, thin, and easy to bully, you are convinced that I don't have the courage to cooperate with you in acting and suing, helping Ji Kai Mei boost popularity. So, you are too lazy to argue with me. Instead, in an extremely domineering way, you want me to hand over that song and then get lost. Jia didn't know what to say at all, but because of fear in her heart, or for other reasons, her body kept trembling. I'm sorry, Ji, my behavior tonight may damage your man's interests, please forgive me. Chen looked apologetic and picked up the phone on the desk. Turned off the phone. He stood up and said to Ji, since the chicken is already in action, I don't have time to investigate. The key is, I just violated the interests of your man. In return, I will cooperate with you to hype up that dusk heat. After it's hyped up, I will take it back. 3 days later, at 8 p.m., I will be in Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast room to prove that this song is my original creation. At that time, please support me, Ji. Jia still didn't know what to say. Ji, you are really beautiful. I really want to be a stepfather to your son. Chen admired Jia again, saying with emotion, picking up his phone. Beep, beep. After dialing a few numbers, his voice hoarse and with a tone of fear, he asked, Is Yao Ling there? I called your bodyguard and assistant. I will call the police again, because in my hand, not only do I have the recording before the conflict with the bodyguard and assistant but also our frank meeting video. Ji, you are a person with status and identity. I am an orphan with no parents, a miserable life. This is barefoot, not afraid of wearing shoes. Wait. Jia suddenly jumped up from the sofa and reached out to grab Chen's phone. Don't call the police, let's talk. She would never allow Chen to call the police. If things get out of hand, losing face at her grandmother's house would be secondary. Most importantly, Jia is well aware of how strong Zhou Xingyun's psychological cleanliness is, and how strong his self-esteem is. If Zhou Xingyun finds out, not to mention how he will deal with Chen, he will definitely not want her anymore. Without Zhou Xingyun, Jia will lose everything she currently has. Even her son, who she hasn't seen in 18 years, will not be able to return to the Zhou family in Modu. Therefore, tonight, Jia can only swallow this loss. Chen did not stop her from grabbing the phone, letting her take it away. After Jia grabbed the phone, she found that Chen did not call Yao Ling, but dialed 3 random numbers. Chen wanted to use the police to see if she dared to completely tear her face. Jia didn't dare. That's easy. Come on, Ji, please sit down. Let's continue chatting. I really want to be a stepfather to your son. Chen said sincerely again, but shook his head regretfully. But my first time, I can't give it to an old woman. Jia gritted her teeth, hoarse. Are you sure? You're only 19 years old this year? Just graduated from high school, about to enter university? I am indeed only 19 years old this year, but I will never go to university, because I'm afraid of tarnishing the image of the pride of heaven. Chen answered Jia's question seriously. Jia's mouth moved, not knowing what to say. Chen walked to the corner of the wall, picked up Jia's phone, and threw it into her arms. Jia quickly caught the phone. Just as Chen was about to say something, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Foolish Lady. Chen glanced at Jia, answered the call and put it to his ear. What's up? Chen, go to Douyin now, search for Ji Caimei's Douyin account. Yan Qingxin's voice was not loud, nor did it show the astonishment it had when she was at Chen's house, but it carried a clear sense of anger. She is live streaming on Douyin now. She's telling her fans that our song Dusk is her original creation. This matter? Chen had already guessed it. But he pretended not to know, just frowned, and quickly walked towards the female assistant. Is that so? You take a look now. Yan Qingxin said that Ji Caimei is simply shameless. Okay, I'll take a look right away. Chen walked to the side of the female assistant, raised his foot towards her head, and kicked hard. He found that the female assistant showed signs of waking up. This won't do. After all, Ji is having a frank conversation with him. If someone sees it, it will affect Ji's reputation for innocence. Standing in front of the sofa, Jia saw Chen kick the female assistant who was just waking up, causing her to faint again, which scared her. Looking into Chen's eyes, fear resurfaced once again. After ending the call with Yan Qingxin, Chen did not open Douyin, but watched Ji Caimei's live broadcast. Just looking at Jia, he said, Ji, I have a few requests, I hope you can fulfill them for me. Jia bit her lip and said, Go ahead. 1. Chen walked up to her and said, Please give me 1,000,000 yuan in mental damages, after all, you scared me tonight. What? Jia was stunned and said, Chen, you are extorting me. It's a criminal act. When I reason with you, you play rogue with me. When I play rogue with you, you talk about the law with me. Chen sneered, Actually, you're right, I am extorting you. If you dare, call the police now. Jia nodded, Okay, it's just 1,000,000, I'll give it to you. 2nd. Chen said, After the call I just received, I changed my mind. 3 days later, at 8 p.m., you let Ji Caimei and me connect on the live stream. At that time, I will invite Ma Xioma as a guest. I will prove to everyone in the livestream that the song Dusk is my original work. Jia immediately understood. You want to use Ji Kaimei and Ma Xioma, and this incident, to promote your Douyin account. Smart. It's all thanks to you, Ji, for the inspiration you gave me tonight. Su Chen praised. Come on, Ji, let's exchange contact information and add each other as friends on Douyin. This way, if there are any issues in the future, we can communicate in a timely manner. It also saves you from having to rely on others to pass messages to me. I really miss you. I dream of how to kill you. Jia cursed bitterly in her heart, and said coldly, I'm sorry, except for my family, I don't store any men's contact information on my phone. She wasn't lying. Because Zhou Xingyun was known as the jealous king, there were no other men in Jia's phone except for her family. Not even male colleagues in the company. To prove she wasn't lying, Jia deliberately opened her phone and showed Su Chen her contacts and Douyin friends. That's easy, Su Chen said indifferently. Delete your dad's contact. Change my nickname to your dad. Ha! Jia was stunned. Su Chen took her phone, dialed his own number, added each other as friends on Douyin, and changed both the phone and Douyin contacts to dad. He then simply deleted Jia's father's contact information and Douyin account. He labeled Jia's phone and Douyin as good daughter. Jia's eyebrows and eyes kept trembling. Ji, if I can't reach you, Su Chen threw the phone to her and said friendly, I will let the whole internet see how we negotiated. Don't think I'm joking with you, because I never joke with enemies. Phew. Jia let out a long breath and remained silent. Just as Su Chen was sure, she would never dare to delete him without permission, Jia was also sure that if she did delete him, he would expose her. Third. Su Chen continued, don't play any dirty tricks on me in the future, unless you are sure you can kill me in one shot. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Of course, within the limits of the law, you can use any means, and I won't turn hostile. Besides these 3 points, is there a fourth? Jia said coldly, if not, you should leave. Originally, there wasn't. But you reminded me, I thought of a fourth request. Su Chen asked shyly, Ji, can you dance a belly dance for me? Devil. Looking at Su Chen, who had a shy face and a small beard just growing on his lips, this term suddenly emerged from Jia's mind. After a full 10 minutes, Su Chen politely bid farewell to Jia and quickly walked out of Suite 1202. Before leaving, he sincerely welcomed Ji General and invited him to visit Qingshan again next time. How does Jia, who had to offer a dance to Su Chen, feel now? No language can describe it. Since she was 14 years old, Jia knew she was very beautiful, knew how to use her beauty to get what she wanted. She also knew which people to avoid even if it meant taking their own lives, and she knew which people, even if played to death, would not care. Tonight, as soon as Jia saw Su Chen in person, she was convinced he was the latter. But what was the truth? Jia silently dressed neatly. Humph, the female assistant finally let out a hum and slowly woke up from the endless darkness. She opened her eyes and saw Jia sitting on the sofa, calmly sipping red wine with a pair of slender black silk legs crossed. General Ji. The female assistant, missing her back teeth, quickly got up from the ground and asked incoherently, where is he? Who? Jia, who had just taken a sip of red wine, asked lightly. It's Su Chen, who can knock out Gangzi and hurt me. The female assistant was about to say this, but then suddenly understood something and quickly shut her mouth. Some things are best treated as if they never happened. Some people are best treated as if they never existed. Otherwise, it would be unsightly for everyone. Wake up Gangzi, Jia said lightly, setting down the wine glass. The female assistant dared not speak much and quickly brought a bottle of mineral water, pouring it on Gangzi's head. Gangzi suddenly shivered, opened his eyes, and sat up. He was about to say something when he saw Jia put her index finger to her red lips, gesturing for silence. Gangzi immediately held his breath. Jia began calling Zhou Xingyun. She even turned on the speakerphone so that both Gangzi and Zhou Xingyun could hear her clearly. Xingyun, Su Chen didn't dare to come see me tonight, but he sent someone to bring me a message. In 3 days, he invites Mimi and himself to do a live stream on Douyu. At that time, he will prove that he is the original creator of that song. After careful consideration, I will wait 3 days before making a decision for safety. Ha! Zhou Xingyun's disdainful laughter came clearly through the speakerphone. A dog abandoned by his parents, trying to struggle in his dying moments? Perhaps it's because he was abandoned by his parents that he's not afraid of anything. I'm worried that if I push too hard, he might risk his life and stage a suicide in Ma Xiaoma's livestream room. Jia said worriedly, that would put us in a difficult position. It's not worth it for just a song. You have a point. Let's do as you say. Zhou Xingyun said, Xiaoya, come back tomorrow, so that the old man won't suspect you went to Qingshan. Jia immediately frowned. The main reason she'd personally visited Qingshan this time was actually to secretly visit her eldest son. It was not Su Chen's appointment that she cared about. Zhou Xingyun saw her true intentions and reminded her to return tomorrow. She didn't want to leave, but she also didn't dare to go against Zhou Xingyun's wishes. Okay, I'll return to Shanghai early tomorrow morning. After Jia obediently agreed, she ended the call. She looked at the nervous female assistant and bodyguard, feeling a bit annoyed, and waved her hand. They left the presidential suite as if granted amnesty. Su Chen, at such a young age, how can he be so cunning and have such sophisticated methods? This kind of person was actually driven out of the house by Su Deshan. What should I do to kill him without being exposed? Jia stood up and walked to the window with a glass of wine in hand. The night view of the Green Mountains outside the window was beautiful, but Jia felt troubled. She pushed open the slanted window, and the night wind immediately roared in silently, blowing her hair. Thinking of Su Chen, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. You little rascal, you will pay for this. Su Chen, who returned home, suddenly shivered. Thinking about what he did in the hotel, Su Chen felt ashamed. But can he be blamed? If anyone is to blame, it can only be this young body. It's just a passing fancy, not a big deal. Su Chen, back home, called Ma Xiaoma. Of course, he wouldn't tell her about the altercation with Jia. Su Chen only said that after a friendly conversation with Jizong, they agreed to invite Ji Kaimei for a live broadcast in 3 days to prove that the song Twilight was his creation. Ma Xiaoma was very happy to hear this and agreed immediately. They also agreed to have lunch together tomorrow to discuss further. Okay, that's it, see you tomorrow. After ending the call with Ma Xiaoma, Su Chen went to the study. No matter how beautiful Jizong is, she is someone else's woman. Su Chen's words about being a stepfather to her son were just a casual remark. Making money by writing is the way to achieve financial freedom early. At 10:30 in the evening, in a luxurious apartment in CBD, Chen Yuzhen, who was reading the new chapter of the tomb-robbing novel, welcomed her nephew Yan Xingxin, who came to stay overnight. Xingxin, isn't it brother-in-law's birthday today? Chen Yuzhen asked curiously. Why aren't you at home to accompany him, but came to me? I wanted to be with him, but he's still working overtime and hasn't come home. Yan Xingxin casually kicked off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and said unhappily, Auntie, isn't your fiancé a bit too much? Ha? Chen Yuzhen was puzzled. What's wrong? A singer under the Huangtu culture, Ji Kaimei, claimed in tonight's live broadcast room that the song Twilight from our Qingxin Entertainment was plagiarized from her work. She said that when she came to Qingshan for a performance over half a month ago, someone stole her original music score. Ah, is this even possible? Chen Yuzhen furrowed her brows, took the phone, and carefully examined the screenshots. Honestly, she didn't believe that Su Chen could write a great original song like Twilight. After all, Su Chen had never shown any musical talent during his 3 years in high school. But Chen Yuzhen also didn't believe that Su Chen would steal or pick up someone else's original music score and claim it as his own. Auntie, call your fiancé and ask what's going on. After Chen Yuzhen finished looking at the screenshots, Yan Xingxin said lightly, if he thinks Su Chen is easy to bully, he's gravely mistaken. Su Chen may seem easy to bully, but if anyone wants to bully him, they have to ask me whether I agree or not. Please give a 5-star rating for love. Thank you. Chen Yuzhen suddenly realized 3 things. 1. Although Yan Xingxin had never met Zhou Xingyun, whenever she mentioned Zhou Xingyun in the past, she would respectfully call him brother-in-law. But tonight, when Yan Xingxin mentioned Zhou Xingyun, she referred to him as your fiancé. This proves that Yan Xingxin is truly angry with Zhou Xingyun. 2. When Yan Xingxin used to come to her, she was always innocent and carefree. But tonight, Yan Xingxin's tone was very flat, like plain water without salt. However, Yan Xingxin exuded a certain aura that even she herself didn't realize. In the end, she was the only beloved daughter of Mayor Qingshan, the little princess of the 3rd generation who was held in the hands of many men from the Yin family, afraid of dropping her. Yan Xingxin may not have realized that she had positioned herself as Xu Chen's guardian angel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that anyone who wanted to bully Xu Chen had to ask her for permission. Even if the person bullying Xu Chen was her aunt's fiancé, the legitimate grandson of the Zhou family in Modu, Yan Xingxin would not give him any face. Could Xingxin have feelings for Xu Chen? Chen Yuzhen's heart stirred. Then she secretly chuckled. How is that possible? Not to mention the age difference between Xingxin and Xu Chen, she is 6 years older. Even if the ages were suitable, the social status of both parties is incomparable. Xingxin protects him for different reasons than I do. I protect him because he saved me and is the only male lead in my dreams. Xingxin protects him because they are partners. She shook her head quietly, dismissing this absurd thought, and propped her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment. Only then did she say, Xingxin, I can't call Zhou Xingyun. Yan Xingxin looked at her puzzled. You should know why I came to teach in Tiandong. Chen Yuzhen patiently explained to her, I am avoiding him because I don't want to marry him. If I were to call him over such a trivial matter, not only would I owe him a favor, but I would also give him a legitimate reason to pester me. Yan Xingxin sighed. Auntie, you can't keep avoiding him forever, can you? Chen Yuzhen said, if I can avoid him for a while, I will. Yan Xingxin said, but you can't avoid him forever. Unless you dare to resist and cancel the engagement. If I can't avoid him, then I'll marry him, it's not a big deal. Bringing up this matter, Chen Yuzhen's mood visibly dampened, but she forced a smile and said, forget it, let's not talk about him. Oh, by the way, have you asked your partner how he wants to resolve this matter? I was too angry to ask him yet. Yan Xingxin picked up her phone, her spring onion-like fingers tapping on the screen, found the number labeled Little Rogue, and dialed. She put the phone on speaker and placed it on her snow-white instep. Her silkworm-like toes held the phone. Little Rogue? Did Chen ever make advances on Xingxin? Chen Yuzhen immediately sensed something but remained calm. After a few beeps, the call connected. Chen's voice came through. Idiot, why are you calling me so late? Yan Xingxin, the imposing aura of the noblewoman from that time, the aloof and unattainable image in front of others, all shattered by Chen's words, idiot. Enraged, she retorted, you're the idiot, you little rogue. Chen replied, it's nothing, just kneel down and don't bother me from doing good deeds. Good deeds? What good deeds have you done? Yan Xingxin casually asked, then pouted and said to Chen, have you watched Jitsai Mei's livestream? Do you have any countermeasures? Hey, this is not a big deal. Chen said, I have already asked Ma Xiaoma to contact Jitsai Mei. We agreed to connect in 3 days and have a live stream together. I will use practical actions in my live stream to prove who the real original creator is. With this incident, I can also promote my Douyin account. I originally wanted to be a quiet handsome man, but reality forces me to become an internet celebrity. Hey, idiot, do you think this is me selling out my principles for reality? Chen Yuzhen, she couldn't understand in secret. How is he speaking now so different from when he was in high school? Is this still the Chen I know? Who are you calling a person of principles? Yan Xingxin was used to Chen's way of speaking, spat again, and asked, what's your Douyin account? Chen replied, I haven't registered yet. Yan Xingxin immediately said, I have one. Use mine. He. Chen sneered, idiots are just idiots. Do you think I would bother to help you promote? TSK, no need, I'm not interested. Yan Xingxin chuckled, you register one, I'll follow you. What's your Douyin username? How about I love beauties? Ugh. Yan Xingxin immediately retched. Teacher Chen, however, thought to himself that I love beauties is not a bad username, at least it's realistic. Then let's go with family of idiots? Chen suggested cleverly. Yan Xingxin gritted her teeth, you little rascal, cough if you want to die. Cough, cough, cough. Chen coughed several times before saying, this won't do, that won't do either. Who are you to me? Why do you get to decide? How about family of elder sisters? Get lost. Yan Xingxin was about to curse, but then she thought that the name sounded nice. So she said, fine. Let's go with family of elder sisters. Anyone who changes it will regret it. Chen thought, shouldn't it be Long Road of the Jianhu? After all, when he registered the copyright for Twilight, he was the one who wrote the lyrics and composed the music. Especially when he used Ji Kaimei and Ma Xiaoma to promote himself, it was to argue who was the original creator of Twilight. Before Chen could say anything, Yan Xingxin urged, hurry up, download Douyin and register. I'll add you right away. Beep. Call ended. She said she would add him right away, but after the call ended, she stretched lazily and said, Auntie, I'm tired. I won't take a bath, I'll go to sleep. Without waiting for Chen Yuzhen to say anything, she ran to the closet, found a nightgown, and changed into it. Lying next to Chen Yuzhen, she hugged her arm and fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. Chen Yuzhen thought she was pretending, she really wasn't. These days, Yan Xingxin had been so busy that she was exhausted. She fell asleep quickly. Family of elder sisters? Is he really going to register this username? Why not family of master teachers? Chen Yuzhen picked up her phone and started refreshing, searching for the username family of elder sisters. It was dawn. 11:30 in the afternoon. Chen took a taxi to Ma Xiaoma's own Shaomo restaurant. Just as he got out of the car, Chen heard a sobbing voice from behind the road across the street. Zhang Lianghua, damn you! How dare you betray me? I'll fight you. Ha! This voice, why does it sound like real estate agent Lao Wang? Chen was stunned and turned to look. Chen hadn't misheard, the person shouting on the street was indeed real estate agent Lao Wang. Lao Wang's surname was Wang, named Wang Lufa, 29 years old, had been in the real estate agency industry for 9 years, and was considered a seasoned veteran who could talk the talk. With his ability to talk and charm, Lao Wang married a beautiful wife 3 years ago, also surnamed Wang, named Wang Hong. Wang Hong used to be a saleswoman and, like Lao Wang, came from out of town to Qingshan to make a living. After marriage, under Lao Wang's influence, she switched to the real estate agency industry. After a few years of hard work, Lao Wang became the manager of the Longxia housing area. He didn't want his wife to suffer at the grassroots level, so he pulled some strings and last year sent Wang Hong to the Qingshan branch of Longxia housing, securing her a position with a decent salary and good working environment. After settling his wife, Wang Lufa worked hard to make money, hoping to achieve the happy life of buying a house and having children soon. But just as Lao Wang was full of energy every day, he received a message through acquaintances at the company branch. It is said that your wife, Wang Hong, has an unusual relationship with the branch manager Zhang Lianghua. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Although my wife is a bit wild in bed, firmly believing that his beloved wife would not betray him, he began secretly following Wang Hong a few days ago. And in the afternoon today, he saw his wife being hugged by Zhang Lianghua and walking out of a certain hotel. Lao Wang immediately collapsed, roaring and rushing up, punching Zhang Lianghua. From a moral perspective, Zhang Lianghua would definitely feel guilty after being caught sleeping with someone else's wife. Getting beaten up, he quickly fled with his tail between his legs. No! Zhang Lianghua not only wanted to sleep with Lao Wang's wife, but also relied on his reputed taekwondo skills that could supposedly dominate the world, kicking Lao Wang to the ground with one kick. Before Lao Wang could react, Zhang Lianghua rushed up and continued to attack, righteously cursing, "I'm doing you a favor by sleeping with your wife. You dare to attack me in broad daylight without even bothering to find out who I am." Lao Wang went crazy, especially when he was being ruthlessly kicked by Zhang Lianghua. His wife just stood by, looking indifferent with her arms crossed, watching from the sidelines. Lao Wang went crazy again. What's the use of her being there? Facing Zhang Lianghua, a taekwondo expert who had knocked him down with a kick, how could he compete with him? A poor outsider who can't even afford a house dares to be arrogant in Qingshan. Watch me kick you to death. Zhang Lianghua sneered, lifting his foot to kick the bloodied Lao Wang who had just gotten up. Bang! Just as Zhang Lianghua's right foot was about to kick Lao Wang's face, a foot kicked from the side, landing on his ankle first. Oh my! Who is this? Zhang Lianghua staggered back a few steps, steadied himself, and looked up. He saw the handsome and tall Su Chen. Just by looking at Su Chen, Zhang Lianghua could tell he was just a kid. You dare to meddle in my business? Zhang Lianghua cursed, then suddenly twisted his body, lifted his foot, and unleashed an invincible taekwondo kick towards Su Chen's head. Bang! The muffled sound was not Zhang Lianghua's right foot hitting Su Chen's head, but Su Chen easily dodging the roundhouse kick and landing a punch squarely on Zhang Lianghua's chin. Fancy taekwondo may have an impact on ordinary people like Lao Wang, but against Su Chen, who had years of experience in competitive matches, it was almost ineffective. With one punch, Su Chen knocked out one of Zhang Lianghua's molars. Clang! Zhang Lianghua fell to the ground in a graceful manner. His head bounced on the road a few times, and his eyes rolled back. To be fair to Jia, Su Chen was never one to pick fights. He just happened to see Lao Wang being beaten by a lover on the street and rushed over to break it up, wanting to mediate and let both sides talk it out. After all, Lao Wang was one of the few contacts in his address book. They could be considered acquaintances. When an acquaintance was being beaten on the street, it was Su Chen's responsibility and duty to intervene. But who could have expected that after he stopped Zhang Lianghua, he would turn viciously on him as well? That was going too far. Su Chen had no need to be polite anymore, he just knocked him down with one punch. You dare to hit Mr. Zhang? Wang Hong, who stood by idly as her husband was beaten by a lover, saw Zhang Lianghua being knocked down by Su Chen and became furious, raising her right hand with sharp fingernails and rushing forward. This kind of woman with no bottom line, if not dealt with, would she not go bad? Su Chen was not polite either, delivering a big slap to Wang Hong's face. With a fierce crack from the slap, Wang Hong immediately spun in place. As the defense ended, Su Chen ignored the unconscious Wang Hong and the quickly gathering crowd. He bent down and pulled the old Wang, whose nose was bleeding profusely, up from the ground. Are you okay? Old Wang, didn't I tell you? Is it worth fighting with someone for such a woman? Whether you win and end up in jail, or lose and end up in the hospital. After being pulled up, the old Wang, who rushed towards Zhang Lianghua like a madman, paused upon hearing Su Chen's words. He suddenly felt that Su Chen was right. Brother, even though you are much younger than me, your insight into things is far more profound than mine. Old Wang wiped the blood from his nose and sneered at Wang Hong, who had just regained his senses. Bastard! Tomorrow, we will get a divorce. He shouted like a real man. Old Wang grabbed Su Chen's arm. Let's go. He didn't want Su Chen to stay at the scene any longer, to avoid unnecessary trouble. After leaving the scene, old Wang wiped the blood off his face with his clothes, handed Su Chen a cigarette, and began to tell him about his own situation. Su Chen then learned that old Wang's rival Zhang Lianhua was actually his boss. It was clear that as the district manager for Lobster House, he was done for. His wife sleeping with another man and helping him, along with the cruel reality of being betrayed, made it impossible for old Wang to stay at Lobster House any longer. Brother, thanks to you today. I won't say much in thanks. Although I won't be at Lobster House anymore, I will still stay and work hard in Xingshan. If you ever need my help in the future, just give me a call. Even if it's through fire and water, I will not hesitate to die. If I frown, I'm a dog. Old Wang, eager to go home and deal with things, patted Su Chen's shoulder and said so. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Su Chen took out his jingling phone, glanced at the message from Ma Xiaoma, and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He said to Old Wang, I see that you are exceptionally talented and unique. You must be a rare talent in acting. To be honest, I have partnered with someone to start an entertainment company, and we plan to shoot short dramas in the future. Are you interested in joining me? If you are, I will give you the most outstanding role. Ha? What short drama? What outstanding role? Old Wang quickly asked. Su Chen replied, The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. There are no songs from Earth, no popular online novels, and no short dramas on the Blue Star. Why is that? Su Chen has no intention of finding the answer to this question. Perhaps it was the sight of Yan Xingxin being busy like a thief every day that stimulated Su Chen. In the past week, he had been thinking about starting a short drama industry. How about the short drama industry? Compared to movies and TV shows that require millions or even billions in investment and the presence of celebrities to guarantee box office success, short dramas are low-cost and quick to produce. The requirements for filming short dramas, such as the set environment and the actor's popularity, are simply outrageous. As long as there is a good script, shooting a few minutes of a short drama is like playing a game. The most famous short drama characters on Earth are undoubtedly the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King, who is treated like a dirty sock by his wife, mother-in-law, elder brother-in-law, and sister-in-law, or the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King who defends the North Xinjiang but is shocked to hear that his wife is going to be auctioned off and his daughter is locked in a dog kennel. During his time on Earth, Su Chen had suffered a lot from the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Now, he has come to the Blue Star, where the entertainment industry and other industries are severely lagging behind Earth. If he doesn't let the general public of this planet appreciate the unique charm of the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King like the people on Earth, he might have trouble sleeping at night in the future. Su Chen has too many classic short drama scripts in his mind. As for actors? Just now, before old Wang dragged Su Chen away from the scene, the sinister smile on Wang Hong's face made Su Chen realize something extraordinary. Fortunately, his ears were in the way, otherwise old Wang's mouth could have reached the back of his head. Isn't he the best choice to play the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King? So, after Su Chen figured out Lao Wang's situation, he immediately reached out to him. Crooked Dragon King? Lao Wang was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay. Even if it's not the Crooked Dragon King, even if it's the Crooked Birdman, if you need me, I'll join you. That's it. After I settle things at home, I'll contact you. Lao Wang, I have a feeling that as long as you play the Crooked Dragon King, it will definitely be a hit. When you make money, your wife will definitely regret it. By then, let's go pick up some young models together. Su Chen patted Lao Wang on the shoulder and walked quickly towards Xiaomo's restaurant, his eyes shining. Making money and picking up young models, this was the ultimate goal he had always dreamed of on Earth but never had the chance to achieve. In the supreme private room of Xiaomo's restaurant. From now on, all meals here are free for you. Su Chen had just sat down in front of Ma Xiaomo when she took out 2 cards and placed them in front of him. With that song Twilight, Ma Xiaomo was now making a lot of money. Her fan base had skyrocketed by millions. Plus, last night, unable to withstand the pressure from the Magic City, she had to push Su Chen out, feeling guilty. So she decided to give Su Chen 2 cards. One was the gold card for the restaurant, allowing the holder to dine for free with a group of up to 10 people. The other was a bank card with 500,000 in it, as a token of her appreciation. She really is a rich woman. When will I be able to casually give someone 500,000? Su Chen sighed, but pushed the bank card back. Although he liked money, he also had the principle of a gentleman loves money, but must have a way to get it. He said, I'll accept the restaurant card. I can't take the money. After all, in any case, we are barely friends. Okay, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Ma Xiaomo didn't refuse politely and took back the bank card, picking up her chopsticks. While eating, they discussed business. Su Chen bluntly said that he had registered a Douyin account and decided to promote it through this opportunity. He would go live with Ji Kaimei and prove that the song Twilight was his creation through live performances of several original songs. For the promotional effect, Chen not only asked Ma Xiaomo to help in his live broadcast room but also asked her to announce to her fans that the day after tomorrow night, he would go live with Ji Kaimei for a showdown. Ma Xiaomo readily agreed to Chen's request. After all, Twilight was currently very popular, but the truth about who was the original creator had become widely known after Ji Kaimei's live broadcast last night. Ma Xiaomo's official announcement of the showdown at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow would also bring her a strong following. Chen, what if Ji Kaimei sees that you are promoting your Douyin account? What if she stands you up on the day of the live broadcast? Ma Xiaomo said, after all, she is a first-line singer with many fans and her own traffic. Moreover, after you set up the showdown, she might feel guilty and back down. Her concern was reasonable. Don't worry, I guarantee she will be on time for the live broadcast with me at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Chen said confidently, putting down his chopsticks with a sense of assurance. After chatting and eating their fill, it was time for him to leave. Okay, you can go. Don't worry, I will do as you say. Ma Xiaomo said, wait a minute, I will help you apply for the performance permit in front of Wandao Square the day after tomorrow at the relevant unit. My company's team will arrange all the performance instruments and personnel. But you need to be prepared for Ji Kaimei's random questions and be ready for your live original creation. Live original creation, for me, is as simple as drinking cold water. Chen Tian, who is shameless, sighed, who made me a musical genius who can sing in 7 steps. Ma Xiaomo picked up the phone on the table. What's your Douyin ID? I'll follow you first and do some promotion. Sure, that's fine. Chen also picked up his phone and said after opening it, my Douyin ID is. Ma Xiaomo was puzzled. Aren't you an orphan? How come there's an elder sister in your family? Also, isn't your name in the copyright library? Your Douyin ID should be this name. It's a long story, I'll tell you later. Chen vaguely replied, open Douyin. Ma Xiaomo tactfully stopped asking. Chen's Douyin ID was downloaded and registered late last night, but he already had 2 friends following him. One was Yan Xingshan with the username. The other was an unknown netizen with the username. Yan Xingshan's profile picture was of herself. The unknown netizen had a picture of a pair of long and round black stockings stacked together. These legs are so long and round, I like them. I wonder where I found this picture on the internet. Chen casually clicked on the image, admired it for a while, and then followed Ma Xiaomo. With the business settled, they went their separate ways. They waited quietly until 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Today was the evening of the day after tomorrow. There was still an hour and a half before the network battle with Ji Kaimei. Glancing at the twilight outside the door, Chen, who had just finished a call with Ma Xiaomo, returned to the study. He found his obedient daughter's phone number and dialed it. Buzz, buzz. When Jia's phone buzzed, she was having dinner with Zhou Xingyun. Purely by instinct, Zhou Xingyun immediately stopped eating and looked at the phone on the table, asking lightly, whose call is it? Jia picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and held it up to Zhou Xingyun. She said, it's my dad. Delivered at 3 in the morning, seeking a 5-star rating. Thanks. When Jia held the phone up to Zhou Xingyun, she was very nervous, because whenever she was with Zhou Xingyun, no matter who called her, he would pay close attention. If it was a strange man, even if it was a wrong number, Zhou Xingyun would immediately ask Jia to find out who the person was. If Jia couldn't figure out the person's identity within the time he specified to prove both parties were innocent, then Jia would face the fate of being hung up by Zhou Xingyun, stripped naked, and spanked. This shows how much Zhou Xingyun's love for Jia has reached. On the other hand, younger people like Ji Kaimei, as long as they don't mess around with other men in front of Zhou Xingyun and promise to be available at any time, he won't care how many men they interact with outside, because he treats Ji Kaimei and others as disposable playthings, but he treats the charming Jia as his forbidden fruit. Now, the little rogue who played with her has called when Zhou Xingyun suddenly arrived at her place. Can Jia not be afraid? More angry. She was well aware that when Dad called, it was the last reminder for her not to play around, violate their agreement, or stand him up. Is Jia a person who goes back on her word? Indeed. But she dared not violate the agreement with her father on this matter. Damn little rogue. If Xingyun asks me to put the call on speakerphone, let's not talk about how miserable you'll end up. Just for me, I'll have to shed some skin tonight. Despite being nervous and angry, Jia maintained a natural appearance. This old guy, is he asking you for money again? Looking at the flashing words Dad on the screen, Zhou Xingyun, who was having a meal, immediately pictured a gambler in his mind. His good mood for the meal was also affected. He frowned and casually waved his hand, signaling Jia to answer the phone on the side. Jia breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, nodded, and quickly stood up from her chair, holding her phone and went to the window. After answering the phone, Jia glanced at Jo Xingyun from the corner of her eye, and softly said to her father on the other end of the phone, "Dad, why are you calling me? I'm busy here." The word dad was spoken so smoothly and naturally, full of emotion. Chen was stunned for a moment. He immediately understood that it was inconvenient for Jia to talk on the other end. He silently smiled and said, "Good daughter, Dad is calling you to remind you that you should give me what you owe me. There is only an hour and a half left." "I know," Jia said impatiently. "Dad, can't you quit gambling?" Okay, stop talking. You just want money, right? I'll give you 10,000 yuan first." "Not enough?" "Not enough, even 10,000 yuan is not enough. I'll transfer it to you from Pao Pao right away, just like that." Without waiting for her father to say anything, Jia ended the call. Then, wearing black slippers, she walked to Jo Xingyun's side, opened Pao Pao, found her father's number, and transferred 10,000 yuan. Looking at the 10,000 yuan that came over on Pao Pao, Chen was dumbfounded for a moment, couldn't help but mutter, "Wow, is this the benefit of raising a daughter? Fun, and most importantly, filial. Where else can you find such a daughter? Give me a dozen." His self-talk, of course, Jia couldn't hear. After transferring money to her father, she continued to serve Jo Xingyun's meal. "I came here today to accompany you to watch Mei Mei and that Chen fight." Jo Xingyun put down his chopsticks and said, "Xiaoya, I don't understand at all. How could you agree to let Mei Mei fight with him? It's obvious, he's just using Mei Mei's popularity for publicity. Besides, how talented Mei Mei is, don't we know?" "Xingyun, I know everything you said." Jia picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of Jo Xingyun's mouth. "But we are in a situation where we have to act. We never expected that Chen would refuse to give up the copyright of Huang Hun. Mei Mei went live online that night. If we didn't agree to Chen's request for a fight, even a fool could see that Mei Mei was being difficult." Jo Xingyun nodded and lit a cigarette. Jia held the lighter in her hands and lit it for him. "I just feel that we must not fear the battle. During the live broadcast, Mei Mei won't argue with him. He will test his originality on the spot. Originality is simple. The difficult part is that no one can come up with a good song in a short time. After all, even a decent original song requires a lyricist and composer, taking at least a few days. Ji Kaimei and Chen's live broadcast time is only 2 hours. As long as Chen cannot come up with a decent original song within these 2 hours, it cannot be proven that the song Huang Hun was written by him. In this way, Ji Kaimei can continue to claim that she is the original creator of Huang Hun. Through this live broadcast, she can accumulate more popularity and heat. After listening to Jia's explanation, Jo Xingyun nodded and asked, "What if? If that Chen can come up with a good song within the specified time? Then it proves that he is a true genius." Jia smiled faintly. "Then we'll dig him up and let him help us make money with Huang Tuan culture. Sacrifice an upcoming Ji Kaimei for a genuine creative genius. Well, it all adds up." Makes sense. Jo Xingyun nodded again, but he wouldn't consider whether Chen would sign with Huang Tu culture if he were a genius. Because anyone locked in by Jo Xingyun, whether male or female, no matter how much resistance they put up, the ultimate result can only be his person. Chen didn't know that the word had already been affixed to his forehead. Just as he happily accepted his daughter's filial piety of 10,000 yuan, Chen heard the door being knocked on. Frowning, he asked in a harsh tone, "Who is it?" Yan Xingxin's voice came through, "It's me. It's already so late. Why aren't you going to the square? What bad things are you doing hiding in the house?" Chen replied, "Cleaning my gun." "What, you want to help?" Yan Xingxin said, "Get lost, disgusting little hooligan." Chen casually picked up a thermos cup, surveyed Yan Xingxin who was clearly dressed up meticulously after opening the door, and said, "I'm going to livestream and have a debate with someone. Why are you dressed up like this? Also, who let you come to my territory without my permission?" Yan Xingxin put her hands on her waist, with a proud and silly look on her face. "I like it, what's it to you?" Chen, forget it, only a fool would argue with a fool. Besides, tonight he was destined to be an original king, so it's normal to bring a mature assistant to show off, right? Let's go to the square. Chen handed the cup of wolfberry tea to Yan Xingxin and quickly walked out. Yan Xingxin hurriedly caught it with both hands. Skipping along behind Chen, she realized she was being used as an assistant by the little hooligan. Suddenly embarrassed, forget it. Seeing that he was a partner, Miss Yan decided to forgive him this time. In front of the door of Wandag Square, Suja had just arrived at this place and felt a slight pain in his nose. He quickly raised his hand to touch his nose and cursed under his breath, "Chen, I have firmly remembered this account in my heart. Even if I can't settle the score with you in the future, I will take revenge on your sisters, even on your own mother." While muttering to himself, Suja turned his head to look at Meng Jelly standing beside him. Like Suja, Meng Jelly, who was revisiting the old place, must have also thought of that day, her standard beautiful face looking somewhat distorted. How should I torture this old lady when the time comes? When Suja thought of this, a painful groan suddenly came from beside him. Who is it? Suja, Meng Jelly, Su Shi, and Su Ci all subconsciously turned to look. They saw Su Chu, the third son of the Su family, sweating profusely on his forehead, holding his stomach and slowly squatting on the ground. Ma Xiaoma, with millions of fans, still had a certain influence on the internet. At least, Su Chu had seen Ma Xiaoma's message about Su Chen wanting to have a debate with Ji Kaimei to prove who was the original creator of Huanghan as early as the night before yesterday. If she were still in graduate school, she definitely wouldn't have come to watch it live. But she had already taken over light poetry entertainment on behalf of Su Shi. As the saying goes, when in a position, one must pay close attention to matters related to one's profession. Moreover, she also wanted to find out if that despicable person who dared to harm the Su family really had the ability to create something original. So, after returning home from dinner at the company, Su Chu brought up this matter. Immediately, it attracted the collective attention of the Su family except for Su Deshan, who was disdainful of coming to watch it live. The three sisters, Meng Jelly, and the adopted son Suja all quietly came to the scene. There were many people at the scene. In addition to passers-by who came out for a walk or shopping after dinner, many of Ma Xiaoma's local fans also specially rushed over. They all wanted to see how Su Chen, who sang Huanghan in Ma Xiaoma's live broadcast room more than half a month ago, would prove that he was the original creator of that song. Besides, Ma Xiaoma, a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans, will also appear as a guest singer on stage? I never expected that this despicable person, after being kicked out of the house, would cause such a commotion. Su Chu stood behind Suja, watching Ma Xiaoma preparing with the team, and suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. In fact, a few days ago, Su Chu would have sudden stomach pains. It wasn't very severe, and as long as she drank some hot water in time, the dull pain would gradually disappear, so she didn't pay much attention to it. At most, she thought maybe she caught a cold from sleeping with the air conditioning on at night, or drinking cold milk tea that chilled her stomach. Now, the pain suddenly started again. And this time, the pain was particularly severe. It felt like an invisible knife was stirring in her stomach. The pain was unbearable, and she groaned, clutching her stomach and squatting on the ground. Xiu, what's wrong with you? Su Shi and Su Ci quickly bent down to support her, asking with concern, is it that time of the month? Or did you eat something bad? Meng Jelly quickly took out a thermos cup from her bag. Could it be that the dinner I had at the company tonight wasn't very fresh? My stomach suddenly hurt so much. Su Chu, who was sweating on her forehead in the blink of an eye, replied with trembling lips, Sister, should we go to the hospital? Hurry! Drink some hot water. Suja also timely offered his kindness. He took the thermos cup from Meng Jelly's hand, opened the lid, blew some hot air, tasted the water temperature, and then handed it to Su Chu's mouth. Sister, be careful, it's hot. Ah. Although Xiaozhe is not my biological son and is the youngest, he is the most caring for his family. Unlike that little animal, he doesn't act like a human at all. Meng Jelly watched Suja carefully help Su Chu drink water and felt relieved, but when she thought of Su Chen, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Suja's kindness is invincible. After drinking a few sips of hot water, Su Chu's abdominal pain quickly eased. Stomach pain is a very normal phenomenon. Moreover, after Su Chu drank hot water, the pain immediately subsided, and Meng Jelly and others didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, there was a noisy discussion among the onlookers. He's here. He's here. Which one is Su Chen? The tall and thin young man? Yes, that's him. I saw him at the concert that evening. Wow, the little brother has very fair skin, the sister likes it. Oh, the girl holding the thermos cup next to him is so beautiful. Oh, really? This girl is much prettier than those female celebrities. Is this girl Su Chen's girlfriend? It's true that good cabbage is being stolen by pigs. Amidst the discussions, Meng Jelly tiptoed and looked towards the well-prepared stage. Sure enough, at a glance, she saw that little animal. In just 10 days, the little animal who dared to beat his mother in public had clearly gained some weight. His smile when talking to Ma Shirma was more hearty than Meng Jelly had ever seen. This made her momentarily lost in thought, because after Su Chen gained weight, his smile was very similar to Meng Jelly's deceased father. In fact, he is my real son. Just as this thought surfaced in Meng Jelly's mind, she keenly caught the rebellious aura that Su Chen revealed when talking to Yin Qingshan. Even if he is my biological son, he is an unfaithful and unfilial little animal. He even dares to look at his three sisters with dirty eyes, a little rogue. He is not qualified to be my son. My son can only be sensible, kind-hearted, and determined by a superior as the child who brings wealth to my family, Xiaojia. Meng Jelly. At a certain moment, the mother-son affection that was just about to emerge was quickly extinguished by the arrogant aura revealed between Su Chen's eyebrows. On the side of the stage. By Yan Qingxin. Su Chen said, "Since you followed me tonight, I'll give you a reward." Yan Qingxin immediately perked up. "What reward? Hurry up and show me. Your voice and singing skills are quite good." Su Chen praised without hesitation, saying, "I've decided. Tonight, I'll write a song, and you'll sing it." "Really?" Yan Qingxin's eyes lit up, but then she immediately looked wary and threatened in a low voice. "But if it's inappropriate, I'll give you a left hook and knock out all your teeth." On the way here, Su Chen casually hummed the tune of Inappropriate Touching. Yan Qingxin found it pleasant and asked what song it was. The reply was Inappropriate Touching. Yan Qingxin was so angry that she almost smashed the thermos on his head. "Hee, Inappropriate Touching is my special program. I have to keep it for my future wife to hear." Su Chen chuckled coldly, suddenly thinking of something. He thought of a music internet celebrity on Earth who always wore a black robe when singing, the kind with a hat, covering most of the face with a black hat, only revealing the mouth and chin, adding a great sense of mystery. Deciding to fully exploit the foolish lady who came to him, Su Chen thought it was a good opportunity to help her create a new image, which would surely be a great success. So, he grabbed Yan Qingxin's wrist and as they walked towards the entrance of the mall, he said to Ma Xiaoma, "I'll be right back. When it's time, you can start the opening." "Hey, why are you dragging me? It's not proper to pull and tug in front of everyone. Believe me, I'll give you a left hook." Amid Yan Qingxin's struggling protests, Su Chen dragged her wrist and walked into the mall. On the east side of the mall entrance, a middle-aged beauty was full of astonishment and asked Chen Yuzhen, just now, did I see it right? Was the girl who was forcibly dragged into the mall by a young man Yan Qingxin? Just parked the car over there." Chen Yuzhen, who walked over with his sister, immediately recognized the two young people. God knows what's going on is seeing Su Chen and his nephew pulling and tugging. Chen Yuzhen's heart immediately felt uncomfortable. However, this discomfort quickly dissipated like the inexplicable rise of smoke. "Sister, you didn't see wrong." Chen Yuzhen raised his hand, pulled down the black mask on his face, and said, "It's Yan Qingxin." "Who is that young man?" After confirming, Chen Yuzhen frowned immediately. How can he be so casual with Qingxin? Could it be that Qingxin is dating someone behind my back? No. I have to go see what they're doing inside the mall. Without hesitation, worried that his innocent daughter might be deceived by young people in society, Chen Yuzhen immediately walked quickly towards the mall entrance. Despite being the little princess of the Yan family in Yanjing, Yan Qingxin is quite willful in front of her parents. But her lifelong matters, just like Chen Yuzhen, she can't make decisions on her own. This is both a characteristic of a wealthy noblewoman and a tragedy. Therefore, Chen Yuzhen, who came to shop with her younger sister tonight, saw her beloved daughter being forcibly dragged into the mall by a young man, and immediately worried that she might be dating someone outside. "Sister, wait." Chen Yuzhen quickly caught up and explained in a low voice, "The young man with Qingxin is Su Chen, whom I mentioned to you on the way here. He is not only my student but also Qingxin's partner, and he is only 19 years old. In a few days, he will be going to Tian University. Even if Qingxin is dating someone behind your back, how could she choose a child? Besides, Su Chen, even if he is in a relationship, it seems like he should find a girl of similar age, right?" "Ha? What are you saying? That sounds very reasonable." Chen Yuru was stunned for a moment, worried that his daughter might rebel, and quickly weakened. Still frowning, he said, "Even if he is still a child, he can't be so intimate in public." "Hey, the more they are intimate in public, the more carefree they are. It proves that the relationship is pure and won't develop into the kind of feelings you're worried about. I think, being intimate might be treating him like a little brother." Chen Yuru looked indifferent, but in his heart, he was thinking, "But I, a woman who could almost be his aunt, have developed those feelings for him. Ah, last night's dream was so beautiful." After being comforted by his younger sister, Chen Yuru finally came to terms with it. But he didn't feel like going shopping anymore, so he held Chen Yuzhen's hand and mingled in the crowd in front of the stage. Chen Yuru was prepared to closely observe Su Chen's expression when he was with his beloved daughter, to judge if he had any inappropriate thoughts towards her. If not, everything would be fine. If he did, Chen Yuru, who didn't believe that his daughter, who could achieve anything outside, would definitely make Yan Qingxin go home immediately, then he would draw his sharp sword and warn Su Chen not to have any inappropriate thoughts. Time passed by second by second. The crowd in front of the square grew larger and larger. The live stage tonight was about a meter high. It covered an area of more than 10 square meters, with various musical instruments placed on it. There were blue caution lines around the stage to prevent the audience from getting too close. In addition to a band of 6 or 7 professionals, there was also a dedicated lighting technician. The microphones and other equipment used for the live broadcast were also quite advanced. And all of this was arranged by Ma Xiaoma for Su Chen. Such a friend, Su Chen had to keep. Dear family members, audience friends, good evening to everyone. Thank you very much for coming to support us. At 8 o'clock sharp, Su Chen's guest singer, Ma Xiaoma, took the stage. The theme of tonight's live broadcast is Mr. Su Chen and Ms. Ji Kaimei from the Magic City Yellow Picture Culture, who will connect remotely to discuss and perform original songs. I am very honored to be invited as a special guest by Mr. Su Chen. I ask the viewers in the live room and on-site to pay attention to Sister in the Family. Sister in the Family? What kind of account is this? It sounds strange. Chen Yuru, who often browsed on his phone at home, subconsciously took out his phone and opened the account to search for Sister in the Family. Only on the phone could the onlookers see how many people flooded into the live room that Ma Xiaoma vigorously promoted. Ma Xiaoma's appeal is quite impressive. Zhou Xingyun was also following this live broadcast. It's only been a few minutes since the live broadcast started, and even before connecting with Mimi, tens of thousands of people have already entered this live room. After all, she is a music internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, and she still has a certain base of brain-dead fans. Jia, who was cuddled in his arms and holding his phone for him, said, "What matters is how many people will follow him after the live broadcast ends." He. Zhou Xingyun just lazily smiled and said nothing. Whether it's music or movies. In the eyes of Zhou Xingyun, a scion of a wealthy family, it's just a plaything equal to women. He doesn't take it seriously at all. It can be said without reservation, if the slender Ma Xiaoma is Zhou Xingyun's type, he just needs to make a phone call, guaranteed. A few hours later, Ma Xiaoma will have to clean up and obediently appear in his bedroom. From this perspective, Zhou Xingyun's aesthetic view is actually very similar to Su Chen's. Su Chen is here. Just as Zhou Xingyun was resting his eyes, Jia whispered, "The young man looks decent, like a human and a dog." Carefully examining Su Chen, Zhou Xingyun, who didn't hear what he was saying, nodded, "Hey, look at these pure eyes, clearly untouched by the harsh realities of society. They don't understand that in this world, only money and women are the most beautiful rookies." He may not have experienced the harsh realities of society, but he is not pure in his gaze, nor does he not understand that money and women are the most beautiful rookies. Because that night, he easily swindled $1 million from me. He even made me dance for him, Jia silently said in her heart, nodding to go along with Zhou Xingyun's intentions. Su Chen and Ji Kaimei successfully connected on the microphone. The show has officially begun. In the live broadcast room of Home with Older Sisters, the number of viewers has quickly risen to over 60,000. People watching on their phones can see both the man and the woman. The woman is mature and charming, every gesture captivating. The man is still wet behind the ears, his face full of innocence. If everyone knew that this little rogue smokes at home, hums lewd songs, and polishes his gun with scented silk, they definitely wouldn't be shouting "little brother" on the screen and laughing. Wearing a black hoodie and a cap that covers most of his face, leaving only his red lips and chin visible, Yan Qingxin looked down at the rapidly scrolling text on his phone screen, disdainfully pursing his lips. According to Yan Qingxin's judgment, those who like the little rogue and demand him to smile are all unmarried older women or unhappy young ladies. A young and beautiful girl like her would rather admire a successful man in his 40s than be interested in a 19-year-old boy. Su Chen, I don't want to argue with you anymore about who is the original creator of Twilight. Prepared Ji Kaimei took the lead, as a senior in the music industry and a woman. I ask myself, do I have the right to demand that you prove your ability and qualification to create Twilight through a live original song performance? Do you agree with what I just said? Before Su Chen could speak, countless comments with the word agree appeared on the screen at lightning speed. Water Army. These accounts that promptly supported Ji Kaimei are part of the Water Army of pornographic culture. Plus, many people don't believe that the pure-looking Su Chen can create a profound song like Twilight, so no one is speaking up for him in the live broadcast room. Fine, go ahead. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with Ji Kaimei and simply nodded in agreement. I'll give you the topic, and you'll create on the spot. The time limit is 2 hours. If there is no work within 2 hours, or if it's a subpar work, it will prove that I am the original creator of Twilight. Ji Kaimei said, "You must apologize to me sincerely in the live broadcast room. As usual, seeking a 5-star rating, thank you." Before Ji Kaimei's words even finished, the screen was filled with yes, 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 flashing rapidly. Su Chen truly couldn't be bothered with Ji Kaimei's nonsense. Isn't it more satisfying to slap with strength? He just smiled shyly and nodded gently. Okay, I'll do as you say, sister. Oh, they're bullying him like this, and he not only doesn't argue back but also politely calls her sister. This child is so polite and well-mannered. If Qingxin can do business with such a well-mannered child, what do I have to worry about? Of course, it's still necessary to be cautious. Chen Yuru, the future mother-in-law of someone, looked at Su Chen and couldn't help but nod. Her wariness towards him also greatly diminished. In the live broadcast room, when the water army saw Su Chen obediently following Ji Saimei's instructions, they tactfully stopped spamming. But immediately, different voices began to appear on the screen. Netizen Yan Qingxin, unfair. Why do you both come up with original ideas at the same time, with the other setting the topic and creating on the spot? Netizen Black Silk Cat, why should you stand from the perspective of Twilight originality and make Su Chen prove himself according to your ideas? Netizen Yan Qingxin, just because of your woman? Just because you are in your 30s this year, but still no man wants you? Netizen Black Silk Cat, just because you dare not show your true face? Ji Kaimei, please turn off the beauty filter, turn off the filter, turn off the slimming effect. Oh, the idiot lady is supporting me. And the first one to follow me, Black Silk Cat. I wonder if the pair of black silk legs in the profile picture belong to Black Silk Cat. It better not be a bunch of old men picking their noses while typing to support me. Su Chen looked at the left and right protectors that appeared quickly on the screen, blushing shyly, indicating that this handsome man is greatly comforted. But the next second, Su Chen's left and right protectors were quickly overwhelmed by the water army of yellow culture. Alright, since I promised you, you set the topic. Su Chen, who was also prepared, took out pen and paper. I really want to light another cigarette. Pretending to be cool without smoking is like a dead bird facing the sky. However, Su Chen must try to maintain his pure boy image as much as possible, and it seems that smoking is not allowed in the live broadcast room. This little animal. Who would have thought that under this seemingly pure appearance, there hides an unfaithful and unfilial ugly soul? Among the crowd, Meng Jelly stared at Su Chen on stage, her cheeks bulging uncontrollably. Suja, who was pure in body and mind, quietly asked Su Chu, third sister, do you think brother is really a musical genius? If so, I really hope he can go to our light poetry entertainment and help you. TSK. Su Chu, who was looking at her phone, sneered, this kind of scum, does he know how to sing that lewd song? That song Twilight, he must have plagiarized it. Second brother Su Ci also nodded, yes, I think so too. Everyone in our family has genetic shortcomings in originality. How can this scum, who grew up in an orphanage, produce high-level original works, unless he is a hybrid? That's a bold statement. Meng Jelly, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but darken her face. Su Shi, who quietly walked to a distance, quickly followed the elder sister at home, changed her Douyin username to Redeeming Angel, rushed into the live broadcast room, and started a fierce battle with Su Chen's two protectors against the water army. The 2 or 3 little cats on the screen made different sounds, but Ji Kaimei naturally didn't care. She smiled charmingly, but with a hint of malice, and said, Su Chen, I want you to stay in front of the camera for the remaining 1 hour and 50 minutes. Write a song with the word rat in the lyrics, but it must be a cheerful love song. What? Shocking. As Ji Kaimei made her original request, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. Even the water army stopped their actions. All because Ji Saimei's question was simply too damn outrageous. Even Jia, who personally helped plan this joint live broadcast with her, felt like she might have gone a bit too far. Chuckles, seeing the frozen screen in the live broadcast room, Jia couldn't help but laugh. Xingyun, do you think the topic I helped Mei come up with is good? Because she was too pleased with herself. Jia's round and tempting pinkness swayed seductively under Zhou Xingyun's gaze. What is love? In the hearts of many people, love is pure and sacred. And what about rats? What's that all about? Or rather, what does a rat represent? Rats live in the sewers, can't stand the light, are beaten by everyone, and are the most ugly, dirty animals that spread disease everywhere. But Ji Kaimei wants Su Chen to perfectly connect the purest love with the dirtiest rat and create a song. Forget about it in this world, there is simply no one who can compose such a song. Even if it could be composed, would this song be listenable? After all, many people with a cleanliness obsession, just thinking about mice, will make their stomach churn uncontrollably. Zhou Xingyun happened to be such a person. Ugh. He let out a dry heave and slapped Jia heavily on the body. Punishing Jia, he actually used mice that he didn't dare to think about to make things difficult for Su Chen. Smack! Jia shuddered, but showed no sign of dissatisfaction, only a hint of spring water quickly appeared in her eyes. But the next moment, Zhou Xingyun no longer looked at her. Jia bit her lip, disappointment flashed in her eyes, and she looked back at her phone. On the screen, netizen Yan Qingxin, shameless. Ji Kaimei, you are simply shameless. Netizen Black Silk Cat, Ji Kaimei, go home and ask your parents. How much courage did they need to create you back then? Netizen Redemption Angel, Trouble, this is blatant trouble. This is enough to prove that Ji Kaimei is definitely not the original creator of that Twilight song. Otherwise, how could she come up with such an impossible topic? The righteous netizens finally stepped forward to defend Su Chen. But the water army of yellow picture culture quickly launched an attack. The character of this Ji Kaimei is really worrying. No, I have to stand on the objective side of justice and speak up for Su Chen. Shen Yuru, who used the screen name whose mother-in-law, also lowered her head to look at her phone at this moment, frowned, muttered to herself, and immediately started typing. Netizen whose mother-in-law, Ji Kaimei, you are bullying people. Swipe swipe swipe, good. This test question is challenging. Countless Water Army members quickly overwhelmed the statements of the four major figures, Yan Qingxin, Black Silk Cat, Redemption Angel, whose mother-in-law, in a wave of shamelessness. Damn it, the yellow picture culture of the Magic City. It's already a well-known entertainment company. How can they use such despicable means to bully a child? Chen Yuru, using the screen name whose mother-in-law, felt a surge of righteousness and quickly called for reinforcements. Lao Yan, are you off work and at home? Hurry up and log in to Daodu, follow family with elder sisters. Come to his live broadcast room and stand with me to uphold justice. Received. Mayor Ching Shan, Yen Mingdao, promptly agreed. Quickly logged into Daodu. With the screen name whose father-in-law, he rushed into the live broadcast room of family with elder sisters and shouted, "Who the hell dares to bully my wife?" The arrival of whose father-in-law posed no threat to the overwhelming water army. It also broke the spell of husband and wife together, invincible for the first time. However, whether it was Jia, who always longed to be hit but was disappointed every time, or Zhou Xingyun whose stomach no longer churned, whether it was Meng Jelly, who cursed the little beast in secret, or the good child Suja who tried to persuade his two sisters to forgive his brother Suja, whether it was Yan Qingxin who lightly stomped her foot, or Black Silk Cat who wished to strangle Ji Kaimei with her legs, and other netizens who saw injustice, were surprised to find out in the next moment. They found the shy big kid in front of the camera was burying his head in a small table brought by Ma Xiaoma, writing furiously. Standing beside him, Ma Xiaoma took a glance, his face slightly changed, then raised his hand. The camera focused on Su Chen and his musical staff. Is he writing a song? The triumphant and sinister smile on Ji Caimei's face, along with Jia and Zhou Xingyun, froze together. He is writing a song. The century-old good mother Meng Jelly, the century-old good sisters Su Xiai and Su Chu, and the century-old good brother Suja, all stood still. He is actually composing a song on the spot with mice and love as the theme. Yan Qingxin, Black Silk Cat, Redemption Angel, whose mother-in-law, and other righteous netizens all widened their eyes, full of disbelief. The navy and black fans have also stopped rippling. The various viewers in the live broadcast room of the family's elder sister have already exceeded 100,000. With the most advanced big data, the backstage of the platform that sweeps the entire platform's hotspots also immediately captured the anomaly of the account family's elder sister. The speed of fan increase is too fast. Immediately, hurry to measure. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, no one would dare to believe that Su Chen wrote a song in just over 10 minutes, with dirty mice in the lyrics, but singing about pure love. Here, everyone please take a look. Still with a shy smile on his face, the big boy Su Chen raised the staff notation book. He faced the camera. This is a song I wrote on the spot based on the request of Sister Mei Mei. Its name is Mouse Loves Rice. I would like to ask the aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters in the live broadcast room of the family's elder sister to help me take a screenshot as proof that this song is my original creation. Click. Thousands of viewers at the live broadcast scene, in unison, took screenshots, preserving the handwritten version of this song. He. Ji Kaimei woke up and dryly laughed. I made it very clear. Just creating a song based on my request within the specified time is nothing. I can also write a song in a few minutes. But, whether it sounds good or not, I don't care. Sister Mei Mei, please give me another 10 minutes. I will communicate with the teachers of the band and the guest singer Black Robe Elder Sister on site. By then, you will know whether this song is a rough creation or not. After Su Chen finished speaking and walked towards the band, he waved to the Black Robe Elder Sister below the stage. Ji Kaimei, you are the most shameless person I have ever seen. After Yan Qingxin sent this message, she reluctantly put away her phone, pulled down her hat, revealing only her red lips and chin, and walked onto the stage. On the screen in the live broadcast room, what? Su Chen is not singing himself, but has specially invited a guest singer. What is a Black Robe Elder Sister? Could this Black Robe Elder Sister be the elder sister in family's elder sister? Why can't I see her face? But just by this small mouth, you can tell that this woman is extremely beautiful. I want to see her face. Chaos erupted in the live broadcast room. Zhou Xingyan looked at the Black Robe Elder Sister in the live broadcast room, his eyes flashing continuously. Although the black robe elder sister was wearing a large men's hoodie, not only did it cover most of her face, it also covered up the possibly exquisite upper body. But, based solely on the legs revealed by the black robe elder sister, Jo Xingyun, who is good at discovering beauty and especially understands women, could confirm that this woman is 80% stunning, and she is also the type he likes. Jia gently stroked his cheek and asked, "Xingyun, do you like her?" He. Young Master Xingyun chuckled lightly, vividly interpreting what it means to smile without saying a word. "Give me a few days, I will get detailed information about her." Jia said, "I hope she meets your aesthetic standards. Those who gave birth to me are my parents, those who know me are Xiaoya." Jo Xingyun sighed, took Jia's hand, and kissed the back of her hand in a gentlemanly manner. Chen Yuru didn't know her precious daughter Yan Xingxin had already caught the eye of her future brother-in-law. Just looking at the stage, she secretly admired, "Black robe elder sister, truly the love child of me and Lao Yan. Just by looking at those legs, you can tell how beautiful she must be. TSK, such a beauty, I wonder which little bastard will benefit from her." Others may not recognize who the black robe elder sister is, but as a mother, can Chen Laoshi not recognize her? Chen Laoshi, with the online name Black Silk Cat, naturally can recognize this big nephew. Watching her and Su Chen, their heads were completely close together, humming and gesturing, making the Black Silk Cat feel inexplicably uncomfortable again. As for the other viewers, whether in the live broadcast room or on site, they couldn't determine the appearance of this black-robed lady. This only fueled their curiosity even more. That's right. Su Chen, in order to exploit Yan Xingxin as much as possible, took the firm first step by creating plans for two well-known IPs, the stage and the internet, for her. Because the greater people's curiosity, the more they want to know, but when they are deliberately kept in the dark, the popularity of the black-robed lady will remain high. This little animal, Sheep Bone, hasn't learned anything good, but has learned how to deceive. I don't believe he can create a song that seamlessly connects a dirty rat with pure love in such a short time. When Meng Jelly and others cursed in a low voice, music began playing on the stage. The professional band members of Ma Xiaoma, following the quickly copied sheet music, began to play. After nodding at Su Chen, the black-robed lady walked to the camera. The camera could only capture her chubby red lips, neat white teeth, and a round chin. A sweet voice sang, "I hear your voice, it gives me a special feeling. It makes me keep thinking, afraid to forget you. I remember someone on the screen. Black Silk Cat, wow. Su Chen, amazing." In just a short 10 minutes, he wrote a song that meets Jeet Saime's twisted requirements, connecting rats and love. And it's so sweet, so pleasant to listen to. Su Chen, I love you, just like how a rat loves rice. Angel of Atonement, Su Chen, well done. Keep it up. Mother-in-law from another family, what a pity, I don't have a daughter. Otherwise, based on this song alone, I would marry my daughter to you. P.S. Song Rat Loves Rice lyrics, Yang Chungang music, Yang Chungang arrangement, Yang Chungang. This song Rat Loves Rice is an internet song. In the words of some music critics, it is a song of no quality, with no real value for singing along, let alone being a classic or not. But so what? Su Chen hasn't forgotten that when this song first came out, it was being sung everywhere. The key is that this song, in line with Jeet Saime's twisted requirements, can perfectly connect a dirty rat with pure love. Especially Yan Xingxin's voice and singing skills are indeed outstanding. Even Su Chen, who had long been tired of this song, couldn't help but admire, "This idiot has such a voice, it's really a gift from heaven." She just looked at the music score, listened to me hum it once, and could accurately control the melody, singing with such emotion. Feeling amazed, Su Chen took out his phone and looked down. The water army of yellow culture was silent at this moment. Countless netizens, following the comments of Black Silk Cat and others, began to flood the screen. Many people followed the example of Black Silk Cat, typing words on the screen. Everyone exclaimed amazing and other similar praises. Many people even said directly that based on this song that beautifies rats, they would become fans of Su Chen. Ma Xiaoma glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room, immediately covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of surprise. Even though she, a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans, had been promoting Su Chen and serving as a guest singer tonight, she never expected the number of people in the live broadcast room to be so terrifying. It can only be said that it's truly impressive how Douyin uses big data to capture hot topics. Looking at Ji Kaimei, who was on the mic with Su Chen, although she maintained the sweetest smile due to her screen image, even a blind person could see how forced her smile was. "Ji Kaimei, Su Chen has written this super catchy song live according to your twisted requirements." Netizen Black Silk Cat rushed into Jeet Saime's live broadcast room. "You finally have to admit, he is the original creator of Huanghun, right? I'm really surprised. How did you have the face to claim that you are the original creator of Huanghun? Chen plagiarized you. Hee, if I were you, I would have long drowned myself in a puddle of urine. Shameless, really too beautiful. This black silk cat is definitely a stingy man. Moreover, he is the kind of man who hides in the house, puts on black silk by himself, wears thin high heels, and poses in front of the mirror as a cross-dressing big shot. In the mind of Chen, suddenly appeared an image of a 40-year-old uncle with hairy legs wrapped in black silk, raising his orchid fingers, walking in high heels with a swaying gait, and coquettishly saying to himself, Chen, I love you. It gave him a sudden chill. Damn, should we blacklist this black silk cat? When Chen muttered to himself, he thought that this was his die-hard fan, and he definitely couldn't ignore the fact that the other party was a cross-dressing big shot who was actually helping him lead the attack on Ji Saime's reality. The rhythm brought by Black Silk Cat is just right. Countless netizens, along with Black Silk Cat, rushed into Ji Saime's live broadcast room. They started using words like shameless, too beautiful to crazily flood the screen. It's just a matter of having some rules for speaking out, otherwise the cross-dressing big shot Black Silk Cat leading the team would say even more offensive things. Ji Saime panicked. She was truly panicked. After all, she is one of the pillars of Huangtu culture and one of the top singers in the country. After interacting with an amateur, standing at an absolute advantage, and behaving in a perverted manner, she was already looked down upon, greatly damaging her style. But Chen only took a little over 10 minutes to slap her face hard with a good quality original sweet song. It can be confirmed. The live performance of the Black Robe Lady singing Mouse Loves Rice will become an internet hit from this moment on. The more widely this song is sung, the greater the damage to Ji Saime. The image that Ji Saime painstakingly built over the years will also collapse. She was almost cursed to the point of muting and going offline. Especially the words that Black Silk Cat later cursed out, although dirty, were strangely civilized. It's obvious that he's a cultured person. The water army of Huangtu culture couldn't even make a splash in this overwhelming wave. What to do? When Ji Saime was anxious, her assistant received a call. The deputy general manager of Huangtu culture, Jia, called Jia, who realized the situation was very serious, had no mood for romance with Zhou Xingyun at this time. Even Zhou Xingyun, who never took matters in the entertainment industry seriously, had a serious expression. After all, if Ji Saime's image collapses, she will lose all her commercial value, causing a great economic loss to Huangtu culture. When it comes to money, Zhou Xingyun has always held the highest respect. Tell Mimi, she must stabilize for me. I have already quickly arranged for professionals to start a counterattack in Chen's live broadcast room with this song Mouse Loves Rice. At most it's just a flaw in a catchy song. Jia remained calm. Clearly, let Nini use this to directly refute Chen, and demand that he create a truly original song on the spot. Only then will he admit in person that he is the original creator of Huanghun, and publicly apologize to him, willingly accept criticism from him and his numerous fans. The assistant immediately said, Okay, Deputy General G. May I ask, what kind of theme should Nini use to request Chen to create an original song on the spot? Jia silently smirked, her extremely charming face twisted into a somewhat frightening expression. Even Zhou Xingyun, who was so familiar with her, couldn't help but shiver when he saw it. Jia slowly said, You all saw today's hot search headlines, right? Today's hot search headline, a blind child who lost his father at a young age, relying on his mother for survival. When he was 9 years old, his mother, who was terminally ill and about to depart, said some words to her son. The gist is how much she hoped to accompany her son through life. But heaven arranged it differently, and all she could do was silently protect her son in the darkness, urging him to move forward alone with strength. This hot search is very touching, with countless people leaving messages in tears, praying for this mother. Many charitable people have donated money to this unfortunate mother and son. There are even people who told the mother that after she departs, they will take care of the blind child in her place. If a song were to be composed based on this hot search, a superficial song would definitely not suffice. Or to put it bluntly, on this planet, there is no musician who can compose a song for this mother and son that represents love, reluctance, helplessness, despair, yet remains strong, optimistic, and uplifting. Okay, Vice President G, I understand. After Ji Saime's assistant had an epiphany, she ended the call. Ji is sneered repeatedly, looking at Chen in the live broadcast room. Determined in her heart, I don't believe it. No matter how talented you are, you can't create a song on the spot that can be sung forever for this hot search. If you can really do it, I'll dance for you for the rest of my life. Do whatever you want. Send at 3 in the morning, wishing everyone a happy evening. Jia is indeed a high IQ scheming woman. Just when everyone on her side was on the verge of collapse due to Chen's actions, she came up with a new strategy in the shortest time possible. After hearing a few words whispered by her assistant, Ji Taimei's eyes lit up. Looking at Su Chen's live broadcast room, several influential musicians in the music industry were already standing from a professional perspective to critique this song. They focused on the quality of this song, Mouse Loves Rice, which is indeed catchy, but it couldn't compare to Twilight at all. Given a little time, they could produce countless songs like this. If Su Chen wants to prove that he is the original creator of Twilight, then he must produce a song of equal caliber. As for Su Chen managed to create the song, Mouse Loves Rice, in just over 10 minutes, they claimed they could produce countless such superficial songs, but after mingling in the music industry for so many years, they hadn't produced a song of the same level. Even if they gathered all the lyricists and composers in the music industry, it seems impossible to create a song of Twilight level in a short time, and so on. The most realistic things, they would never mention. Their shameless behavior, however, immediately had a certain effect. 1. They still have some influence in the domestic music industry. 2. Many netizens are always eager to stir up trouble. 3. Ji Kaimei is ultimately a top-tier domestic singer with millions of fans, while Su Chen is just an amateur. 4. The water army of pornographic culture acted promptly. So, the tone of the comments in Su Chen's live broadcast room quickly changed. Chen Yuzhen, no. It was Black Silk Cat who was furious and quickly typed, "A tree without bark will surely die." When a person is despicable, they are invincible. You despicable people who assist the tyrant, have you no shame? I find myself starting to like your father. Netizen Redemption Angel, setting aside the facts, but nitpicking at a hard-working child, doesn't your conscience hurt? Netizen whose mother-in-law, you so-called musicians, dare to tell me your detailed address? Netizen whose father-in-law, who the hell dares to bully my wife? Because Yen Qinshin was currently on stage, it was not convenient to confront the other party with a phone. But with the addition of Netizen whose father-in-law and Black Silk Cat and others, they formed Su Chen's new 4 heavenly kings. But what's the use? The enemy is coming fiercely. The key is that after new opposition joined, it attracted everyone's high attention. Netizen I am Su Chen's third sister, said, I am the boss of Light Poetry Entertainment, and also Su Chen's real third sister. I can prove that Su Chen had no musical talent at all before. But he is indeed a despicable habitual thief. This song Mouse Loves Rice is definitely a plagiarism of someone else's work. It was just a coincidence that it met the requirements of Ji Kaimei. Netizen I am Su Chen's second sister, said, I dare to guarantee with my integrity. Su Chen is just a piece of trash that deserves to be struck by lightning. I can tell everyone about the many disgusting things he did before we kicked him out of the house. Netizen I am Su Chen's real mother, said, no one understands Su Chen better than me. He is disloyal and unfilial, daring to beat his own mother. How can such a person stand in front of everyone and sing? Su Chen's real mother and sisters appeared in the live broadcast room and confronted him on the spot? Countless netizens became interested after seeing the statements of Su family 3 beauties. They flooded the screen with inquiries, asking if it was true. Netizen Hei Si Mao said, nonsense. These 3 idiots who crawled out of their pants are pretending to be Su Chen's family here. They must be sent by Ji Taimei. I wish they would be hit by a car when they go out tomorrow. Sorry, you have been banned from speaking. Chen Yuzhen, who typed furiously and cursed, saw the system ban her immediately for her bold words, and secretly cursed a dirty word. Teacher Chen, in front of the students, with every word and smile, is definitely a model of being a role model. But on the internet, she truly lives up to the indecent title of female hooligan. Haha, banning me? Trying to shut me up and please Su Chen? Dream on. Chen Yuzhen smirked secretly and immediately took out another phone from her bag. The reason she invited her elder sister to go shopping here tonight was purposeful. She had long been prepared to confront Su Chen and be banned by the platform when she cursed at him. For this reason, Chen Yuzhen specially prepared 5 phones, each registered with a different identity, for handling. After downloading the app, each phone would use the username Hei Si Mao. The new Hei Si Mao quickly entered the battlefield. During this time, Su Chen just had a shy smile on his face like a child, looking at the phone screen without saying a word. But Yen Qingxin, standing beside him, could clearly feel the cold aura emanating from Su Chen when the Su family 3 beauties spoke. Yen Qingxin immediately realized that the Su family 3 beauties, who were speaking boldly in the live broadcast room, might really be Su Chen's relatives. At this moment, Ji Kaimei launched a new round of attacks on Su Chen. This round of attacks instantly quieted down the boiling live broadcast room. It was because Ji Kaimei demanded that Su Chen, within the remaining hour, create an original non-trivial song for the mother and son who were in today's headline hot search. The lyrics and melody must closely follow the themes of a mother's love, reluctance, helplessness, and despair towards her blind son, yet also be strong, optimistic, and uplifting. This is too much, isn't it? Even if it's not Su Chen, those legendary top lyricists and composers wouldn't be able to create a song of the same caliber as Twilight based on this hot search in such a short time. This Ji Kaimei seems shameless. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room, after hearing Ji Kaimei's new demand for Su Chen, remained silent on the screen for more than 10 seconds before immediately flooding the screen with comments. Shen Yuzhen was even more furious. As a result, the second He Si Mao was directly banned from speaking. Yan Qingxin, standing next to Su Chen, couldn't help but lift her hat, put her hand on her waist, and point at Ji Kaimei while angrily scolding her. Su Chen's shy smile gradually froze. Su Chen. Ji Kaimei didn't dare to say much, just smiled and said in public, as long as you can create an original song for that mother and son based on this hot search, a song no less than the quality of Dusk, I not only admit it publicly, even if I turn black and white to compete for Dusk, I will publicly apologize to you. And I will also withdraw from the music industry from now on. Similarly, if you can't do it, then you have to apologize to me on the spot. Admit that it was you who stole my Dusk. You also have to compensate me for a certain amount. Ji Kaimei, you shameless bitch. I curse you and your whole family. As soon as the third Black Silk Cat posted this content, the system quickly captured it and decisively banned it. Su Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at Ji Kaimei and said with a smile, Sister Mimi, now you can prepare to leave the music industry. What? Su Chen actually told Ji Kaimei on the spot to prepare to leave the music industry now? What does this mean? It can only mean that Su Chen is absolutely confident that he can create a high-quality song on the theme of that tragic yet strong mother and son based on that hot search within just an hour, a song that is not inferior to Dusk. How is this possible? The live broadcast room and the on-site discussions came to a sudden halt. Ji Kaimei was also stunned. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She was truly afraid that Su Chen would create a high-quality song on the theme of that mother and son on the spot. If that were the case, in front of tens of millions of fans, if she said she would leave the industry and then went back on her word, she would become a disgrace in the industry. Even if her half-sister Jia was a key figure in the yellow culture, even if her crush was Zhou Xingyun, even if she was one of the pillars of the company, she would no longer be able to stay in the music industry. Otherwise, it would affect the entire yellow culture. What should I do? If I had known this, I wouldn't have insisted on getting that Dusk from my sister in Xingyun. But once the words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. When Ji Kaimei was panicking, Su Chen had Ma Xiaoma bring over a small table, buried his head in pen and paper on the staff paper, and quickly started writing. Su Chen is indeed writing a song. The fourth Black Silk Cat in the live broadcast room frantically commented, I can guarantee with my innocence that Su Chen will not disappoint us, the smokers who follow him. Su Chen, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. I am willing to dedicate everything I have to you for free. I am willing to have a bunch of monkeys for you. Username Redemption Angel, brothers and sisters, let's keep our eyes open and wait for Su Chen to once again offer us, the smokers, a musical miracle. Username whose mother-in-law, come on, all you smokers, let's shout together. We must always believe in miracles. Username whose father-in-law, who the hell dares to bully my wife? Username Su Chen's birth mother, hee, the little animal is showing off again. If he can really write a good song, I'm willing to hang myself on the spot. Username Su Chen's brother, come on. Love you, forever. Username at this time, Jia, with a furrowed brow, ignored the comments of these fans and onlookers, and just stared at Su Chen, whispering, Xingyun, do you think Su Chen can compose a song on the spot that is no less than Dusk? Hee. Zhou Xingyun, sitting behind her, hugged her plump yet soft waist with both hands, disdainfully chuckled, he may indeed be a musical genius, but he is not a god after all. Although I am too lazy to pay attention to cultural entertainment, I also know that no one can meet your requirements in such a short time. Jia asked again, but what if he really can do it? Zhou Xingyun thought for a moment and finally answered seriously, so, he only has two choices. 1. Obediently sign with Huangtu Culture and become the top gold medal lyricist and composer. 2. Or be blacklisted by Zhou Xingyun's family influence on major platforms. Even if Su Chen is a musical genius, he won't be able to make a splash in the music industry. Zhou Xingyun is 100% sure he can do this. After all, no matter how talented Su Chen is, he is just a small businessman's son from Qingshan. Su Chen's own father even called himself Little Su in front of Zhou Xingyun, right? No platform controlled by capital will create conflicts with the Zhou family for the sake of a small businessman's son. Besides the two paths planned for him by young Master Xingyun, Su Chen has no other way to go. Jia nodded, smiled charmingly, and chuckled. I hope this little, rogue, guy can understand the principle of mutual benefit and seize the opportunity to be a hero. Zhou Xingyun said, I think in the face of cruel reality, he may become a smart person. Jia added, however, if he really wants to write original songs that are no less than Huanghun, then Mei Mei can only temporarily announce her withdrawal from the music industry. After all, we cannot jeopardize the entire Huangtu culture for the sake of Mei Mei alone. Well, you handle the matters in Huangtu culture. Your word is final. When Zhou Xingyun's face was close to Jia's back, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, old Lu from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, when he came to Motu last time, met Mei Mei. He is very interested in Mei Mei. Jia raised her eyebrows and asked, are you saying that if Mei Mei really withdraws from the music industry, she will have to go to the Chamber of Commerce to serve that old man Lu Jianfei? Ah, I can't bear it either. Zhou Xingyun sighed, but Mei Mei, who is not willing to be ordinary, cannot make a name for herself in the music industry. The chance to switch to the film and television industry from the Chamber of Commerce is quite significant. After all, most of the current film and television investments come from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. As long as she can serve those old gentlemen well, the probability of becoming a movie or TV star in a few years is high. Jia asked again, are you willing? After all, she has followed you for so many years. Zhou Xingyun said lightly, in this world, besides my mother and my sisters, there are only two women I can't bear to part with. One is my true first love. The other is my destined wife. If any other man dares to look at them for a second longer, I will gouge out his eyes. Other women are just for fun, just to be discarded. Xingyun, I love you. Jia turned to look at Zhou Xingyun, her eyes filled with a drunken tenderness. Breathing became rapid. The footsteps of the storm were getting closer, but there was a tinkling piano sound coming from the phone. Chen has released the original song about that mother and son. Jia's delicate body trembled, her hazy eyes instantly cleared. Suddenly sitting up, she grabbed the phone. Zhou Xingyun, who was already focused, also disregarded his brother's feelings for once and quickly shifted his attention to the live broadcast room with a mature sister. Because he was also very curious whether Chen could, in a short period of time, create a positive and powerful song that rivaled Huanghun, based on the tragic experience of that mother and son. How many fans were in the live broadcast room at this moment? Ma Xiaoma couldn't believe it. Even when the top two ranked internet celebrities were live streaming together, the number of fans was far less than now. It was just that the capacity of the server for the shaking was quite abnormal. Otherwise, with countless fans still pouring in like a tide, it would have collapsed long ago. Phew! Chen stood beside Yan Qingxin, already blushing and smiling, watching the beautiful sister in the live broadcast room. The black-robed lady still only showed her red lips and chin to the camera, when the gentle, healing prelude flowed past like running water. The black-robed lady, influenced by Chen, immersed herself as the desperate yet brave mother. The celestial voice slowly sang out from her vermilion lips, with a slight tremor. Where will the fallen leaves go with the wind, leaving only a beautiful scene in the sky? The once dancing voice, like angel wings, glides over my happy past, to the places where love once visited. The fragrance of yesterday lingers, that familiar warmth. P.S. Angel Wings lyrics, Suyudeng composition, Suyudeng original singer, and who a good song not only has its own soul but also its own life. Angel Wings is undoubtedly such a song. Chen's favorite classic song on earth included this song. He personally believes that the female version of this song is easier to immerse people in the unique atmosphere created by this song compared to the male version, especially with ethereal, tender voices, more like angelic children's voices. Every time Chen hears it, his heart cannot help but tremble. The lyrics of this song actually have more depth and charm than the melody. It can easily break through the hard shell outside people's hearts and discover their softest spots, especially for those children whose mothers are far away. When they hear the lyrics, if life only goes this far, without me from now on, I will find an angel to love you for me. Believe that you are still here, never left. My love guards you like an angel. They can't help but shed tears. Seemingly straightforward, ordinary language, but it contains the love of a mother who is far away, for her children. Yan Qingxin trembled again as she sang, my love, guarding you like an angel, and crystal tears slowly dripped from under her black hat, down her chin. In the audience, Chen Yuru covered her mouth with both hands, tearfully watching her only beloved daughter. She just wanted to hold her daughter's life, her pride, her only future, tightly in her arms during the season when she was still well and her daughter was not married, gently stroking her hair, telling her, Mom's love will always guard you like an angel. Meng Jelly stared blankly at Chen. Suddenly she remembered her mother holding her hand tightly before she passed away, saying incoherently, Jelly, you must find my eldest grandson. Otherwise, I won't rest in peace. No matter how well-behaved and sensible Suzhou is, he is not your kind. I will help you find Chen in heaven. Meng Jelly's mother had already helped her find her kind in heaven 4 years ago. But how has Meng Jelly treated Chen all these years? Has she loved and protected Su Chen like the song sings, like an angel? No. The relationship between mother and son had reached an irreconcilable point. It's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame this little beast who has been doing disgusting things for 4 years. He is not worthy of being my son. But how could such a shameful little beast write a song like this? Meng Jieli clenched her hands tightly, murmuring to herself in her heart, "Mom, I miss you." Chen Yuzhen bit her lip hard, controlling the tears, looked up at the sky, and silently said, "Are you okay in heaven? Is your love for me also guarding me like an angel? If you were still alive, you would definitely not agree to me marrying Zhou Xingyun." Mom, ever since I was arranged to marry Zhou Xingyun by my family, I have never been happy again. But I have to pretend to be happy and ladylike in front of others. I'm going crazy. Only in my dreams, when Su Chen plays with me in various ways, can I feel that I am still alive. I am a living, breathing person. Son, Jia's eyes were red, her voice hoarse. Where exactly do you live? When can Mom see you? Have you felt Mom's love in these 18 years, guarding you like an angel? Ah. Zhou Xingyun sighed softly and handed a tissue to Jia. Silently, he left the live broadcast room where no one was speaking. He knew. Ji Kaimei lost. She couldn't lose anymore. This song Angel's Wings, written by Su Chen and sung by the black-robed lady, will definitely hit the headlines at the fastest speed. He found Ji Kaimei's number on Jia's phone. After clicking to call, he said lightly, "End the broadcast. Tomorrow night, go to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and find Vice President Lu Jianfei. From now on, you will be his woman." As for apologizing to Su Chen, let Huangtu Culture issue a statement. Ji Kaimei in the live broadcast room, upon hearing this, her delicate body trembled violently, her face changed drastically. Before she could say anything, the call ended with a beep. In that instant, Ji Kaimei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She was dumbfounded. The assistant who held her phone looked at her with lingering fear, closed the live broadcast room for her. At this moment, the black-robed lady had just finished singing Angel's Wings. However, whether it was the family members in the live broadcast room or the thousands of audience members on site, they were all immersed in their own feelings. No one spoke. The water army fell silent. Music critics were silent. Su Chen didn't say anything either. He just held Yan Xingxin's hand, bowed deeply to the audience below the stage and the countless netizens in the live broadcast room, then turned off the live broadcast. He didn't need to force Ji Kaimei to go live again, publicly apologize to him, and admit that the song Twilight was his creation. He didn't want to receive countless netizens' crazy worship and praise in the live broadcast room either. Act high profile, be low-key. Turning away at the most dazzling moment, hiding oneself and one's name deeply, could actually have the greatest positive effect. Su Chen glanced at Ma Xiaoma, nodded, and then led Yan Xingxin, who was still deeply immersed in a certain state and unable to extricate herself, off the stage quickly. Ah, why did the live broadcast end? Why did Su Chen and the black-robed lady leave? Oh my god, what did I just experience? Everyone online and offline who was following this live broadcast finally woke up. No one questioned anymore. Su Chen was the original creator of Twilight. Countless people online urgently searched for the video of the song Angel's Wings. After finally finding it, they began to frantically like and comment. Just half an hour later, topics related to Angel's Wings, Su Chen, family with the lady, black-robed lady surged to the top of the hot search list. The duty managers of various music platforms also placed this song Angel's Wings in the best recommended position. Almost all entertainment companies once again launched overnight actions to search for and sign Su Chen. If necessary, they could even buy the exclusive online broadcasting rights of Twilight, Angel, and that song about the mouse at a high price. 11:30 at night. Villa No. 58 in the Spring Garden. Su Chen looked at the teary-eyed Yan Xingxin and handed her a tissue again affectionately. Alright, it's just singing a song, not a big deal. Is it necessary to be so invested? So melodramatic. What did you say? Yan Xingxin was stunned for a moment, then screamed, "Is this just a song? Am I being melodramatic? This is the soul resonance between a child and a mother. You rascal, do you understand the true meaning of this song?" Su Chen looked astonished, muttered, "My dear silly sister, it seems like I wrote this song." Yan Xingxin was dumbfounded. Of course, the angel that had her deeply trapped was written by the little rascal. If he doesn't understand the true meaning of this song, how could he write it? Even if you wrote it, are you amazing? Can you casually say, "Isn't this just a song?" Yan Xingxin unreasonably lifted her foot and kicked Su Chen's left leg. Su Chen was furious. Yan Xingxin picked up her phone and dialed quickly. Her voice choked up, "Mom, I miss you, I want to go home and find you." Delivered at 3 in the morning, wishing everyone happiness. Yan Xingxin laughed. With red eyes and a tearful look, she drove back home to find her mother overnight. Chen, left with a dumbfounded look on his face, sat foolishly in the living room, wondering why the idiotic lady didn't come back after kicking him. Forget it. Considering she still has to work for Boss Chen forgave her once again. Shower. After charging his phone, he was too lazy to turn it back on. He went to bed. As for the angel's wings, how big of a storm they would stir up online, he didn't need to delay his rest for that. Handsome boys are made through sleep. It's dawn. The sun is up. I'm sorry, Director Lee. Ma Xiaoma, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, hoarsely said, Chen's phone is still off. I swear, I really don't know where he lives. I promise, as soon as I reach Chen, I will contact you at Wind Music. Tell Director Lee about your intention to visit Qingshan and discuss cooperation with him in person. Yes, that's it, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Ma Xiaoma screamed in despair, can't people let me sleep? From midnight last night until now, it's been a full 10 hours, and I've been answering calls non-stop. Why did I agree to be an official ambassador for Chen, a guest singer? And most importantly, why do I even know him? Xiaomo, according to your verbal agreement with Chen, you can freely cover any of his songs before purchasing non-exclusive commercial rights online. I think the fans, even more than you, envy and admire you for being friends with Chen. Ha, that sounds right. The almost collapsing Ma Xiaomo's eyes suddenly lit up, instantly turning sorrow into joy. She opened her phone again and checked the Douyin account of the lady with a sister at home. Wow. Since the live broadcast ended last night, in a total of 14 hours, 1 million people have already followed the account of the lady with a sister at home. And it can be confirmed that many people are following this account every second. However, the Douyin account of the lady with a sister at home has no content at all. I worked hard from 0 to 1 million for almost half a year, but he easily surpassed 1 million in one night. People are really incomparable, and goods are really disposable. Having such a large flow of traffic and not uploading any content is a waste. Ma Xiaoma looked at the empty Douyin account of the lady with a sister at home, gritting her teeth in frustration. Yan Xingxin, on the other hand, was knocking on the door. Chen, get up. What time is it? You're still sleeping in. I'm counting. After the countdown ends, if you're still playing dead, don't blame me. Just as Yan Xingxin shouted this, the door was suddenly opened. Chen, wearing only boxers, with a grumpy look on his face, stared at her fiercely. Yan Xingxin immediately put her hands on her waist, widened her watery eyes, and stared back at him without flinching. As if she didn't see Chen bare-chested, forgetting that she was the daughter of the mayor and shouldn't act like this. Chen asked in a muffled voice, "What's up?" Yan Xingxin asked directly, "Why did you turn off your phone?" Chen casually replied, "Whether I turn it off or not, what's it to you? Of course, it concerns me." Yan Xingxin said confidently, "Because we are partners. I have the qualifications to care about the amazing achievement we made last night, but you wasted it. In simple terms, your whole self belongs to me." Chen, for the first time, saw this kind of brutal dominance, crying and shouting but still being exploited by him. Truly a fool. Hurry up, brush your teeth, wash your face, change clothes, and come with me to the company to shoot videos and meet the fans officially. Do you know? The number of fans following the family with a sister has exceeded 1 million. We must seize this wave of wealth. Yan Xingxin said, grabbing his wrist without hesitation and pulling him into the house. Seeing her gesture of wanting to help him wash his face, brush his teeth, pee, and get dressed, Chen was really annoyed. After the successful live broadcast last night, he wanted to be lazy and sleep in. He didn't even get up for morning exercises. He planned to sleep until the afternoon, upload the tune rating video first, write for a few hours, and then consider the matter of releasing the product on Douyin later. But Yan Xingxin, who appeared calm on the outside, was actually impatient. He couldn't be rude to her just because she was eager to help him make money, right? At noon, Yan Xingxin drove her 2-door small car and brought Chen to an office building in the CBD area. Yan Xingxin, who had received a large investment from Chen Yuzhen, had been spending money like water these days. Qingxin Entertainment claimed to be a company, but it was actually just a studio. But despite the studio occupying an area of only 250 square meters, Yan Xingxin had managed to set up a professional recording studio. Although Chen was not familiar with the audio equipment on Blue Star, he could tell at a glance that the equipment in this recording studio must have cost several million. She was really a spendthrift. On the other hand, the various professional personnel she had recruited in more than 10 days were all newcomers in the industry, and they were quite pleased to mention that their salaries were much lower than those at Light Poetry Entertainment. Oh well, as long as she was happy. Anyway, Chen didn't have to sit here, and when she found these people inconvenient to use in the future, she would naturally find a way to deal with it herself. It was her agent, Sister Wu, who seemed astute and capable. Especially when looking at Su Chen, there was a clear sense of vigilance in her eyes. Sister Wu, this is one of the two major shareholders of Qingxin Entertainment, Mr. Su Chen, Mr. Su. Dressed in a black suit dress, Yan Qingxin, who looked particularly bossy, casually introduced Su Chen to Sister Wu. She whispered to Su Chen, Sister Wu was introduced by an acquaintance, actually sent by the Yan family, and she has been working in the brokerage industry for more than 10 years, proficient in all aspects of the business. Mr. Su, I know you. Sister Wu, who was about 40 years old, smiled and reached out her right hand to Su Chen. After all, you became famous in one battle last night, and that song Angel now is currently at the top of the hot search list. In the circle, there are not many people who haven't heard of you. More people are searching for you everywhere. I am honored to be able to see you at any time in the future. Let's exchange numbers and add each other as friends later. Thank you for your praise, Sister Wu. I am not worthy. Su Chen also smiled, but ignored Sister Wu's hand and said, I never exchange numbers with strangers, especially those who are wary of me, and I won't add friends. And for things that are not particularly important in the future, I won't come to the company. Therefore, Sister Wu, you don't need to guard against me. Don't worry that I will cause any harm to Miss Yan Qingxin, either physically or reputation-wise. Ha! Sister Wu was stunned. Yan Qingxin raised her eyebrows. Let's start recording our work. But Su Chen, as if nothing had happened, yawned and casually said, Yan Qingxin, within 3 days, find a house near the CBD and move out of my house. Firstly, it's closer to the company here. Furthermore, it also allows your family to be assured of your safety. Thirdly, I genuinely enjoy peace and quiet. Mutual trust is the cornerstone of friendly cooperation. If the two parties cannot trust each other, not to mention a small company like Qingxin Entertainment, even a big deal could go sour. For an entertainment company, the importance of an agent is self-evident. Many companies' agents not only influence the careers of celebrities but can even change their families and destinies. The moment Su Chen and Wu Jia locked eyes, he realized from the caution in her eyes what his position was in this woman's heart. Generally speaking, when introducing two people to each other, one instinctively introduces the lower-ranking party to the higher-ranking party. Who is the company's boss, and who is the employee? Su Chen is the boss, and Wu Jia is the company's employee. However, Yan Qingxin, with all his heart, introduced Su Chen to Wu Jia first. Su Chen immediately deduced from Yan Qingxin's instinctive introduction that Wu Jia had an extraordinary background. Coupled with Yan Qingxin's statement that Wu Jia was introduced by an acquaintance, if Su Chen still couldn't figure out that Wu Jia was sent as a supervisor because her family was worried about her, then he would have wasted 39 years on this earth. Since Yan Qingxin's family harbored suspicions about Su Chen, how could the two sides cooperate in a friendly manner? In that instant, Su Chen made a decision. That is, considering that Yan Qingxin had already set up the business and there was a contract in place, he would continue to work with Yan Qingxin to run this small company, he would write songs for her and let her help make money. But that's it. He had no intention of continuing to work with Yan Qingxin on the short film project he was planning. He made it clear that Yan Qingxin should move out quickly. This was to prevent her family from worrying about him and causing trouble behind the scenes, accumulating a lot of conflicts that would ultimately destroy his and Yan Qingxin's working relationship. Wu Jia's expression changed drastically once again. She truly did not expect Su Chen, who could be considered a wet-behind-the-ears newcomer, to see through her wariness of him at a glance, to see the task she was shouldering, and to express strong dissatisfaction on the spot. Yan Qingxin, on the other hand, was stunned and immediately asked, Su Chen, what do you mean by this? Yan Qingxin, although you are a bit naive, you are not a bad person. The key is that you do have the talent to become a top-tier singer. Being able to live in the same courtyard with you and run a company together, I am actually quite satisfied. Su Chen looked at Yan Qingxin and said very seriously, but I don't want your family to have a negative impact on our working relationship just because you are renting a place in my house. Therefore, please move out of my house. Our future cooperation will only take place within the company. This way, your family can be at ease, and we can proceed with our plans to work together. Su Chen's words were absolutely sincere. After a moment of silence, Yan Qingxin bit her lip hard and asked calmly, what if I don't move out of your house? Then it's meaningless, isn't it? Su Chen smiled and said, your family is worried, and I am unhappy. Besides, based on our relationship, it seems unnecessary for us to live in the same courtyard, right? Well, you're right. In fact, there's no need to wait 3 days. I can move out today. Yan Qingxin said coldly and turned to point at her office desk, you sit down, I'll have someone film you and meet with fans in a video. However, Su Chen thought for a moment and said, let's forget about it. Because I want to operate my Douyin account independently. Of course, the copyrights of those songs belong to the company. If I use them on my Douyin account, I will pay a reasonable fee to the company. Okay. You can leave now. Yan Xingxian didn't look back, and her voice sounded as bland as unsalted water. Okay. If there are any problems, let's contact by phone. Who? Chen was really afraid that Yan Xingxian would be as capricious and unreasonable as she was at home. Seeing her so calm now, Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly smiled and said a word, then turned and hurried out. Yan Xingxian had her back to him. Of course she couldn't see his expression, but she could clearly hear his relieved sigh when she agreed to move out and only cooperate with Qingxin Entertainment in the future. Wronged. Suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, Yan Qingxin was quickly engulfed. She was beautiful. She was of noble birth. She had an outstanding temperament. She was kind-hearted, lively and private. She also had a heavenly voice and exceptional singing talent. According to Su Chen, she was a top-notch mature woman. But why did he not want her to live in his house, or to cooperate more deeply with her? Just because the little rascal saw that she was extraordinary, saw that Sister Wu was wary of him, and he had a fragile ego or felt inferior? Absolutely not. Just based on Su Chen's ability to produce classic songs like an angel in just a short time, to attract millions of fans in a short period of time, especially at the age of only 19, he had no reason to feel inferior in front of anyone. Fragile ego? Clearly a little scoundrel, but pretending to be a shy big boy in front of the camera, he didn't have such a fragile ego at all. The only answer is Su Chen really didn't want Yan Qingxin, whom his family was wary of, to live in the same courtyard. Or simply put, Su Chen didn't care at all whether he could cooperate with Yan Qingxin, how beautiful she was, or how prestigious her background was. Su Chen only cared about whether he would be happy when he was with her. If he was happy, they would be together. If not, they would go their separate ways. Su Chen had no attachment. Yan Qingxin stood by the French window, quietly watching the sky outside, not moving for a long time. Ahem. Behind her, Sister Wu's light cough came. Qingxin, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not controlling my emotions, causing his displeasure, and ruining your bright career. I will resign out of guilt. Sister Wu, what are you talking about? Yan Qingxin turned around, smiled gently, and said softly, you bear the heavy responsibility of my safety and well-being. As for Su Chen, he is just a business partner I've known for 20 days. It would be strange if you weren't cautious of him. Alright, you go out first. It's okay. When I adjust my state, we'll record the song again. Okay. With a heart full of self-blame, Sister Wu agreed and left the CEO's office. Yan Qingxin let out a long breath, gritted her teeth again, picked up her phone and called her mom. Mom, I've made up my mind. I'm quitting the company. I'm going home now, waiting for you to pick a suitable husband for me. As long as it's someone you find for me, I have no objections, whether he's a person or not. Ha? Shen Yuru was shocked. Qingxin, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything, I just don't want to work anymore. Because I've realized that I can never become a singer. I'm only worthy of marrying any man. Have children early, play mahjong and go shopping at home, and live a life of eating and waiting to die. After saying this, Yan Qingxin ended the call with a beep and shut down her phone. She lay on the table and fell asleep. She hadn't slept all night due to excitement. Tired to death. 11:30. Su Chen strolled casually to the office building of Qingshi Entertainment. He looked up in the direction of the 8th floor, recalling the first time he came here based on the memories left by the original owner. Su Chen remembered Su Shi's disdainful expression and contemptuous sneer. He hadn't had breakfast yet. Really hungry, Su Chen looked around and headed towards a small restaurant called Beiji Restaurant. At 11:30, there weren't many customers in Beiji Restaurant. Su Chen casually found a table to sit down, facing the menu on the wall, ordered 2 signature dishes, and asked for a bottle of beer. The sun was quite strong today, and there was no wind. Su Chen walked from the office building of Qingxin Entertainment to this side, sweating all over. It was necessary to have a bottle of beer to cool off. He wasn't just taking a leisurely stroll, he wanted to see if there was a 4S store nearby. It's too inconvenient to go out without his own car. Oh, the original owner seems to not have a driver's license yet. However, for Su Chen, getting a driver's license is just a formality. This restaurant doesn't look big, but the chef's cooking skills are quite good. Coupled with the good mood that can make Yan Qingxin move house easily, Su Chen's appetite opened up, slurping, as if feeding pigs. Su Chen burped, patted his belly, stood up, and walked to the curtain in the back kitchen to call the busy boss inside to settle the bill. But suddenly, he heard the boss making a phone call behind the curtain. The voice deliberately lowered, with a clear sneer. Jiayi, you tell that Suja de Shao. He must send me another 100,000 before dark today. If he dares to refuse. I will expose the fact that he let me poison the CEO of Qingxin Entertainment in his food. Chen, who was about to lift the curtain, was suddenly stunned. He seemed to have heard of the name Su Zhu and knew the CEO of Qingxin Entertainment. But how did the boss of Beiji Restaurant, driven by Su Zhu, poison the CEO Su secretly? And this Jiayi? Chen remembered that the idiotic elder sister once said that there was a female singer named Pang Jiayi who stole a song she liked. Chen immediately became interested and pricked up his ears. Jiayi, don't blame me. Uncle, I really have no choice but to do this. And don't think I'm bluffing you. To prove that I'm not joking, I had my men add several times the usual amount of poison to the food I sent to CEO Su just now. The restaurant owner continued, if I'm not mistaken, she should have finished eating by now. After all, she always eats lunch half an hour earlier than you guys. She will have severe stomach pain, and her kidneys will be damaged more than you harm her. It's too late for you to find her now. Remember, throw away the leftovers she ate. Otherwise, if it's found out that she was poisoned by my food, you won't be able to run away. Also, quickly notify Su Zhu. Otherwise, I will hand over the evidence I prepared long ago to the police. Without waiting for Pang Jiayi to say anything, Boss Zhu ended the call. Actually, Boss Zhu didn't want this to happen, right? After all, his gambling and character were still good, and he respected his niece Pang Jiayi. If not, Pang Jiayi wouldn't have introduced Su Zhu to him directly. But what made Boss Zhu's luck so bad the night before? Not only did he lose all the money given by Su Zhu, but he also owed a high-interest loan of 80,000. If he couldn't pay back the 80,000 before midnight today, the lender would first chop off one of his little fingers as interest. 3 days later, if he still didn't repay the money, not only would the interest accumulate, but he would also lose another finger. Damn! Isn't it painful to chop off a finger? In order to keep his fingers, Boss Zhu could only deceive his conscience and deceive his niece once. After all, the young master of Dim Mountain Group would never take 100,000 or 80,000 seriously. Even Boss Zhu felt that he could treat Su Dishao as a permanent ATM. I don't believe I always lose. One day, I will dominate the table and shake the gambling world. Boss Zhu muttered to himself, lifted the curtain with his hand. And then, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Bang! This was the sound that Boss Zhu heard when he was knocked unconscious by a punch. It seems that he fatally heard the sound of an ambulance. Yes, it was an ambulance, speeding past the front door of the Beiji restaurant. After knocking out Boss Zhu with a punch, Chen walked to the restaurant's front door, closed it, and hung a sign that read closed for renovation. As he pulled down the curtains, he saw the ambulance speeding past and stopping below the office building where Qingxin Entertainment was located. It seemed they were taking Su Shi to the hospital. Chen, who had replaced Su Shi with Su Chu, smirked slightly. Chen didn't care whether Su Shi lived or died. He only cared about figuring out why his dear brother, Su Zhu, had poisoned Su Shi. Then he planned to use Su Zhu to plot against Su Shi, along with the recording, to make his dear brother suffer eternally as their dear parents. Just sending the adopted son in isn't satisfying enough. After all, he was the main culprit in the death of the original owner. Besides, with the way the couple Su Deshan and his wife dote on Su Zhu, they might not even be willing to send him in. But I am a law-abiding good kid. I can't personally make Su Zhu a eunuch and then send him in to suffer for life, can I? If there's someone who can help me secretly turn Su Zhu into a eunuch, that would be best. That way, I won't bear the consequences. But in this world, where can you find such a good person? After closing the curtains and windows of the fast food restaurant, Chen moved a chair and sat at the back kitchen door, looking at Boss Zhu, who was tied up with his thumbs bound together like a dead pig, feeling a headache. Chen didn't dare to entrust important tasks to someone with Boss Zhu's character. Ding ding dong dong, Chen's phone suddenly rang loudly in his pants pocket. Ma Xiaoma? Intermediary Lao Wang? Or Yan Qingxin? Chen muttered to himself, calmly took out his phone, and smiled after seeing the caller ID. He answered and put it to his ear, speaking in a very affectionate tone, Jizong, what can I do for you? Jia on the other end of the phone said, if you don't want to talk, forget it. I will delete your number and messages. After all, I have proven that Twilight is my original creation. You are of no use to me anymore. Rest assured, as long as you don't secretly plot against me, I will never let that video see the light of day. Jia coughed on the other end and said, Chen, I was just thinking about how to talk to you. Well, I called you this time to ask for a favor. Chen chuckled, okay, just tell me what you need me to do. Write a song for one of our company's pillars over here. Jia got straight to the point. Because of the Twilight copyright issue, Ji Kaimei not only withdrew from the industry, but Huangtu Culture has officially apologized online to you. The key is that the company's reputation has been severely damaged. If you can write a song for our company, it will help Huangtu Culture get through this crisis to the fullest extent. As for the reward, you name it. Even if you cheat me, I'll accept it. You're being too sentimental, Chen said, looking down at Boss Zhu. Smiling, he said, you help me send someone to the palace in secret, and I will write an excellent original song for your company for free. Because of teacher Chen's behavior, he was put in a small dark room. How embarrassing. Please supervise me so I don't go off track again. Seeking all kinds of comfort, Chen likes Jia, a ruthless character who can quickly regain composure after being controlled, and even call him daddy when needed. This kind of woman is indeed very dangerous, like a venomous snake. If you don't handle her well, she will give you a fatal bite. However, Chen would rather deal with her than with the women of the Su family. Dancing with a venomous snake will only make you sharper. Dealing with fools will only make you foolish. And dealing with a stupid older sister? Out of the blue, Yan Xingxin's figure appeared in Chen's mind. Being with an idiot will only make me more naive, affecting the speed at which I make money. Chen shook his head, shaking off the image of Yan Xingxin. Tell me, who do you want me to deal with? Jia did not ask any nonsense questions like why do you want to deal with someone. She always got straight to the point. If the person Chen wanted her to deal with might bring trouble to her, she would refuse without hesitation. On the contrary, if dealing with that person would not cause her any trouble, she wouldn't care about that person's life or death. This is what Chen admires most about her, Jia. Chen also straightforwardly said, you must know who he is and what relationship he has with me. Get ready. I will inform you when to deal with him. Your good little brother? Jia chuckled, quickly analyzing that after turning Zhu into a eunuch, the negative impact on herself would be almost zero, and immediately said, okay, no problem. Just turn him into a eunuch, simple. Now you can arrange for people to come to Qingshan. Once the personnel are in place, give me a signal. Chen changed the subject. Who do you want me to write a song for? Send me the information about that person. I need to study his characteristics first, then customize a song that suits him best based on his voice, style, and other characteristics. Once I confirm that Zhu has become a eunuch, I will give you that song immediately. I guarantee with my integrity that the song I write for him will not be just for show. A little rogue, now you have integrity? Jia sneered. Before Chen could say anything, she changed the topic. Chen, sign with my Huangtu culture. If you come to me, I will definitely provide you with the top treatment of a gold medal composer. Not interested. Chen refused outright. 1. I already have my own entertainment studio. 2. Shanghai is too far. 3. You are too dangerous. Chen. Jia said leisurely, if you refuse to sign with Huangtu culture, the result may not be good. Don't think that you became famous overnight last night, with that song Angel trending at number 1. Your Douyin account with a mature sister has already exceeded 1 million fans. Your songs Twilight, Angel, and even the live version of The Rat have appeared on the charts of major music platforms. Many platforms, including Douyin, hope to sign with you. However what? She deliberately left it hanging. Chen didn't rush to ask, just lit a cigarette and watched as Jia woke up slowly but couldn't speak because of the cloth in her mouth, only able to look in horror at her boss Zhu. Chen. Before Jia could speak, she simply said, to be honest, the big boss behind Huangtu culture is the biological father of my son. I am just a mistress. If you don't sign with Huangtu culture, or work in our company's composition department on a temporary basis, providing high-quality songs to our company on a regular basis, then, I can guarantee, no platform will dare to release your work, dare to sign you. Ah. Chen sighed softly, good kid, do you think I will fight in the music industry? Ha? Jia was stunned and blurted out, you don't want to make it in the music industry? Chen said lightly, writing songs is just a hobby of mine. Jia purely by instinct. She could be sure that Chen was not joking with her. After a moment of silence, she asked, what is your main business? Open a restaurant, start a taxi company, be a writer, or be a film director. Chen casually mentioned a few industries, then asked sarcastically, no matter how great your Huangtu culture is, it seems like you can't shut down all the industries I'm involved in, right? Jia unwillingly said, but are you willing to give up the popularity you have accumulated? Are you willing to give up the path to making a fortune in the music industry? What is there to be reluctant about? Chen stepped on, stopping the restless Zhu boss. If you're reluctant, I would have already uploaded my work on the Doudu platform. Jia remained silent. She truly couldn't understand how Chen, a genius in the music industry, had so little interest in it. She couldn't help but ask, what is your greatest pursuit? Chen smiled, making money, finding beautiful women. Jia said, you should join the adult entertainment industry. Our company not only sings, makes movies, hosts variety shows, but also has a modeling agency. I guarantee that as long as you can show me your true talent, I can not only offer you the highest treatment but also provide you with countless beautiful women, however you want to enjoy them. Things given by others can never compare to what you earn through your own hard work. It's more satisfying and gives a greater sense of achievement. Chen said, "Alright, it's settled, I have other matters to attend to." Without waiting for Jia to say anything, Chen ended the call. Looking down at Boss, he bent down and pulled the cloth out of his mouth. "Who the hell are you?" Just as Boss was about to shout this, Chen lifted his foot and pressed down on his neck, exerting force. Boss immediately opened his mouth wide, his face turning red. "Watch your language, clean up your mouth. Otherwise, I'll send you to the police station right now. Let the officers investigate how you tried to poison the CEO of Light Poetry Entertainment." Chen released his foot and said calmly, "Do you know who I am? My surname is Su, and my name is Chen. I have a stupid brother named Suja." Boss, he didn't know how many children Su Desan had, nor did he know that Suja had an older brother. He didn't even know why Suja wanted to poison Su Sure. But he could tell that Chen was not joking with him. Because Chen had no reason to joke with him, right? "I heard everything you said to Pang Jiayi in the kitchen." Chen didn't bother with small talk and said directly, "Now I'll give you a chance, it's your last chance. Give me the evidence that Suja gave you money to secretly poison Su Sure. Then get out of Qingshan. Go wherever you want, I don't care. Of course, you can choose not to leave. But after the incident, be prepared to go to jail. You know better than me how many years you'll get for taking money to poison someone." If Boss accepted money and poisoned Su Sure, that would be intentional murder. Even if Su Sure didn't die, he would still be sentenced to at least 10 or 8 years. Boss's expression changed constantly. Chen was getting impatient. He stood up, lifted his foot, and kicked heavily on Boss's mouth. "Ah!" With a suppressed scream, Boss's 2 front teeth immediately fell out. Chen picked up a knife from the cutting board, squatted down, grabbed Boss's left hand, and raised the knife abruptly. "I'll talk." Boss screamed in fear. "I'll talk, isn't that enough? Some people are just despicable. Take Boss for example." Chen tried to reason with him, but he just cursed. But as soon as Chen kicked out his 2 front teeth and raised the knife to cut off a finger, he immediately did whatever he was told. Disgusting. After obtaining the evidence from Boss hidden in the kitchen, a medicine bottle with Suja's fingerprints, as well as other evidence proving that Suja hired someone to poison Su Sure, Chen still felt it wasn't enough. He opened his phone's camera and had Boss, in his broken Mandarin, narrate in detail how Suja found him through Pang Jai, and how Pang Jai transferred a large sum of money to him, recounting the whole process. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. "Boss, get out of Qingshan quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave when the time comes." Without waiting for Boss to say anything, Chen smirked and turned to leave. Chen's visit to the CBD area this time can be said to be quite fruitful. Not only did he discover the hidden dangers of cooperating with Yen Xin, he promptly set boundaries and effectively avoided conflicts in advance. He also inadvertently discovered Suja's plan for suicide, using his good daughter in the Magic City to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Why did Suja want to plot against Su Sure? Boss Ju didn't know what was going on, but Chen could guess. He had warned Su Sure before to be careful of Suja, who might harm her. Because Su Sure had taken Meng Jelly's black silk stockings from Chen's room and stupidly lost the evidence after doing a D&D appraisal. Chen immediately realized that Su Sure had leaked the news and might have been taken by Suja. It was normal for Suja to plot against Su Sure to ensure his good image. However, Chen did not expect Suja to personally meet with Boss Ju, leaving a fatal flaw. However, upon further thought, Chen could understand why Suja had to personally intervene. No matter how cunning Suja was, he was ultimately an almost 18-year-old prospective college student with little social experience. The fact that he could think of using money and Boss Ju to plot against Su Sure already surpassed most children his age. Today's visit to the CBD area was definitely fruitful. Chen hailed a taxi, stated the destination, and began to consider Jia. With Jia's dominance, especially her ability to blacklist a singer with just one phone call, it wouldn't be a big deal to make Suja disappear from the world. But Chen didn't want his dear brother to die too easily. He had tormented the original owner for 4 years. In order to help the original owner and repay his favor, Chen wanted him to live a little longer, deeply immersed in a different yet helpless pain, which was necessary. Chen didn't have to worry about Jia betraying him. After all, the behavior of Chen secretly harming Suja was just like Suja hiring someone to harm Su Sure. Both were criminal acts that could land them in jail. He held Jia's weakness in his hands. At most, he was just handing over his own weakness to her. Both of them had reservations, but they could trust each other more and achieve deeper cooperation in certain areas. This was also why Jia immediately agreed when she learned that Su Chen wanted to harm Suja without leaving any hidden dangers for her. Ah, my deep cooperation with Jia is mutually beneficial. Su Chen sighed contentedly and opened a green bubble. Jia had already sent detailed information about a certain singer. It was somewhat unexpected for Su Chen. Was it because the singer was a woman, and also the type he liked to dominate? Of course not. What surprised Su Chen was that this slightly plump goddess of a female singer was actually a K-pop star named Park Young-eun. Su Chen didn't know that Hwang Tuan Culture was able to sign Park Young-eun and elevate her to a top-tier singer in just a few years because Zhou Xingyun, the behind-the-scenes big boss of Hwang Tuan Culture, discovered her from a trainee at a K-pop entertainment company during a business trip to Korea. Zhou Xingyun liked this kind of slightly plump, delicate-faced, sweet-voiced woman. He effortlessly signed Park Young-eun to Hwang Tuan Culture. From the moment she became a trainee, he positioned Park Young-eun's future development in China, where she could speak fluent Chinese. During her time at Hwang Tuan Culture, she sometimes sang K-pop songs and sometimes Mandarin songs. Alright, this girl's petite figure and voice are both good. Su Chen looked down at Park Young-eun's performance collection and knew how to write a song for her. Alive! This song on Earth was once widely popular and considered one of the representative works of the later Hallyu era. On Earth, Hong Jining, who sang this song, is also the bedroom goddess in the hearts of countless young people. There is also her original cake dance, which was once all the rage. If Kimchi were a man, I could write the Jiangnan horse riding dance for him. Actually, women can also dance the horse riding dance. After thinking of this, Su Chen's mind conjured up Park Jining, with short shorts, black stockings, and hands on the horse. Very eye-catching, just do it. After returning home, Su Chen first searched online to ensure safety for the familiar classic foreign songs he knew. Alive, Jiangnan Pack 4, Yesterday's Reappearance, and so on, none of them were found. That's good. A massive amount of foreign golden songs is also the biggest help for Su Chen to make big money and attract young models. Su Chen immediately started making samples. Although he didn't have a ding system like other peers who crossed over to Blue Star, he had a super strong and terrifying memory. Otherwise, when he was originally robbing the tomb, he wouldn't be able to replicate the entire book's content 100%. Soon, Su Chen sent the live sample to Jia from the bubble. Ding dong. When Dad sent a bubble message to Jia, she had just called Zhou Xingyun to report the deal with Su Chen. Of course, Jia definitely wouldn't dare to tell Zhou Xingyun that she could communicate directly with Su Chen by phone. She only said that she exchanged phones and added friends with Ma Xiaoma as an intermediary, even lowering her status for it. After listening, Zhou Xingyun was also surprised. He never expected that Su Chen, a dropout, would have no interest in the music industry after becoming popular overnight last night. This made Zhou Xingyun, who had already prepared to ban Su Chen from the entire network, feel like he was punching the air. Similarly, Jia would never tell Zhou Xingyun that she had agreed to let Su Chen mess up Suja's song in exchange for a new song for Park Jining. This was a little secret between her and Su Chen. Jia only said that Su Chen was somewhat aware of the situation and demanded a hard fee of 300,000 to write a song for Park Jining. In the busy commercial empire at Zhou's house, Zhou Xingyun didn't take it seriously. He casually told Jia to handle it herself. Jia opened the green bubble and, upon seeing the sample sent by Su Chen, did not feel any surprise. She had witnessed firsthand how talented Su Chen was at creating original songs last night. Alive? Or a bilingual version of Chinese and kimchi? This name is so tacky. That damn little hooligan, he wouldn't just write a song to fool me, would he? Jia muttered to herself, tapping on the kimchi sample. Soon, her eyes lit up. As the true person in charge of yellow culture, Jia could be considered an expert in identifying songs. After a while, Jia couldn't help but exclaim, "Little hooligan, truly a musical genius." The song he wrote for Park Jining is definitely a tailored hit. She uploaded the sample to the computer, saved it, and cleared the chat history with her dad. Picking up the phone, she called her female assistant. "General G, do you have any orders?" The female assistant quickly appeared in front of her. "Take this card." Jia placed a card on the table, her tone indifferent. "Let Gangzi find a ruthless person in the Dao, go to Tiandong Qingshan, and turn someone into a eunuch. Remember, you arrange for Gangzi to do this." Su Chen didn't want to have any involvement in Suja's promotion to eunuch. Jia didn't want to either. The only people involved in this matter were Jia's absolute confidant, the female assistant, and the bodyguard Gangzi. The female assistant said it was no problem. After Jia mentioned the target to be messed up, she picked up the card and left the office. Jia then picked up the phone and called the artist department, composition department, and other departments to hold a meeting. Listen to the living sample first. 4:30 in the afternoon. Tiandongqing Mountain Hospital. After Su Chu was promptly rescued, a series of examinations were performed. The examination results finally came out. Chief Physician Wang called the patient's family members who rushed over to the vacant consultation room. Chief Wang. Meng Jelly, who was heartbroken for her daughter, asked impatiently, "How is my daughter's condition? What exactly is the illness?" "Poisoning." The chief physician glanced at the Su family of 5 and didn't hide anything, and said straightforwardly, "Poisoning?" Su Deshan was stunned and quickly asked, "Chief Wang, how did my daughter get poisoned? What kind of poison? Where could the source of the poison come from? Will there be any sequelae after this rescue?" Su Xiai was also full of curiosity. Su Shi's heart suddenly trembled, and she glanced at Su Jia from the corner of her eye. She thought of Su Chen's warning. Su Jia's face turned pale. His fleeting instinctive reaction made Su Shi break out in a cold sweat behind her. "Sir," Chief Wang, from an absolutely objective perspective, explained to the Su family what poison Su Chu was exposed to, which was ingested directly through food. In other words, someone may have secretly poisoned the patient's food. Chief Wang paused and said, "Mr. Su, I suggest you report to the police immediately and investigate the source of the poison." "Okay, I'll report to the police immediately." My daughter's assistant made it clear. She collapsed directly after having lunch sent from a small restaurant at noon today. "It seems." Su Deshan took out his phone, his face grim, and said, "Someone from the small restaurant is trying to harm my daughter. Hurry up and call the police." Meng Jelly urged, but also asked with concern, "Chief Wang, will my daughter have serious sequelae after being poisoned?" "Ah." Chief Wang sighed and said in a particularly gentle tone, "Because the patient's poisoning this time is quite severe, it may cause serious damage to the liver and kidneys, leading to renal failure, uremia, and other diseases. It may also affect her fertility." "Ah." Meng Jelly's face changed dramatically, and she stumbled under her feet. Renal failure, uremia, and other diseases are too terrifying. Moreover, Su Chu's condition may mean she can never be a mother again in the future. Any mother who loves her daughter, upon hearing this terrible news, would be unable to bear it. Su Deshan, who was about to report to the police, was also stunned on the spot. "Mom, be careful." When Su Xiai hurriedly supported Meng Jelly, she suddenly saw Su Shi, as if gone mad, raise her hand and fiercely scratch Su Jia's face, shouting sharply, "You are a real beast. Did you poison your third sister? You wanted to harm me." "Ah." Caught off guard, Su Jia was deeply scratched on the face by Su Shi's sharp nails, causing him to scream in pain. Shi, what are you doing?" Su Deshan was shocked and quickly pushed Su Shi away, shouting, "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy." Su Shi's eyes were red, pointing at Su Jia, and screamed again, "I already know that in the past few years, it was this little beast who stole our things, framed and blamed Su Chen. I have evidence." Crack! Before Su Shi could finish speaking, Su Deshan, who was heartbroken by his youngest daughter being secretly attacked and his stepson being scratched all over his face, and especially when he heard Su Chen's name, raised his hand and gave her a hard slap. Su Shi almost fainted. Meng Jelly was also excited and shouted at Su Shi, "What are you doing at this time? You're still mentioning that little beast? Get out of here." Su Xiai hurriedly hugged Su Jia and checked the injuries on his face. Su Shi raised his hand to cover his cheek for a moment, finally woke up. When he opened his mouth to say something again, Su Jia cried in time, "Big sister, why did you hit me? Why did you say I framed my brother, said I poisoned the third sister? Big sister, why are you doing this? Do you want me to leave this house? I'm leaving right now, is that not okay?" The crying of the adopted son made Su Deshan even more furious. He raised his hand again and gave Su Shi a hard slap, roaring, Get out of here." Su Shi was desperate. Allowing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth, she staggered out of the consultation room. "It must be Su Jia who secretly bribed Zhu, the boss of Beiji restaurant, to poison my food. Su Jia didn't know that Chu Chu took over the management of Qingshi Entertainment for me. Or maybe, he forgot about it after being injured by Su Chen. But as long as I find Zhu, yes, I'm going to find Zhu right now." Su Shi, with a vacant look in her eyes, brightened up as soon as she left the hospital. She rushed to Beiji restaurant at the fastest speed. "Mr. Zhu, come out for me." Su Shi burst into the slightly ajar door of Beiji restaurant, shouting in a mournful voice. But there was no one. There was no one in the kitchen or the small rest area. However, Su Shi saw that many things were scattered all over the floor. It looked like it had been ransacked. Woola, the sound of a police siren came, and the police officers from the local area who received the report quickly arrived at Beiji restaurant. Still, no one was found. According to the on-site investigation, the police could basically conclude that Zhu, the boss, had already fled after Chu Chu was taken to the hospital. Moreover, the hard drive of the restaurant's surveillance system had also been removed, making it impossible to retrieve the footage. But according to the surveillance footage from nearby shops, the police saw that shortly after noon, the anxious-looking Jew hailed a taxi with a bag in hand. According to the surveillance video, the police immediately found the taxi and asked the driver where he had taken the passenger during a certain time period. Zhu went to the train station. The police could conclude that Zhu had fled to avoid punishment. As for the matters on the Su family's side, apart from the parties involved and the local police, no one else would know for the time being. This trivial matter is not worthy of alerting Mayor Yan Mingdao. But after receiving a call from his wife, Chen Yuru, he had to cancel a social engagement that evening and hurried back home. In the living room, his wife and daughter, as well as his younger sister-in-law Chen Yuzhen, and the three of them from the Yin family were there. Yan Xingxin, barefoot, sat cross-legged on the sofa. With a calm expression, she lowered her head and played with her phone, not caring who came in. "What's wrong, Xingxin?" After exchanging a glance with his wife and nodding to his younger sister-in-law, Yan Mingdao, with a gentle and pleasant demeanor, walked over to his daughter, took her phone, and said, "Why aren't you working at the company anymore?" "Nothing, I just don't want to work there anymore. Help me pay back the investment you brought from Auntie. Help me sell the equipment in the company." Yan Xingxin remained calm and took back her phone again. Continuing to play the game, she said, "I'll listen to you and Auntie, find a man to marry casually. Hurry up and have a child, and then focus on being a useless person who plays mahjong all day, goes shopping, and goes to the beauty salon." Has Miss Yan Xingxin awakened? Does she realize that life is just a game, just a dream? Requesting a free small gift. Thanks. From childhood to adulthood, Yan Xingxin has been an outstanding and obedient girl in all aspects. Even though the dream of becoming a singer gave old Yan a headache, she only entered the music industry after completing her postgraduate studies. Can such a gentle and beautiful girl be associated with a useless person who only knows how to have children and go shopping? But she insists on calling herself a future waste, looking at her daughter who is full of disappointment and lack of vitality. With the online nickname Yan Mingdao, it really makes one feel heartache. Quickly sitting down, waving a pair of little pink fists, she hits her daughter's legs and asks, "Xingxin, what's going on? Can you stop playing games and explain it to Dad?" Spoiling her daughter like crazy. Seeing her brother-in-law who was domineering in front of others, but acting humble in front of his niece, Chen Yuzhen suddenly thought of these 4 words. Even more envious. If her father spoiled her daughter like Yan Mingdao, she wouldn't have to be forced to marry that guy who was said to have been a father 17 or 18 years ago, creating pornographic culture, purely for the convenience of playing with women, Zhou Xingyun. However, Chen Yuzhen, who was summoned by her elder sister, also didn't know why her niece suddenly backed out. When asked what was going on, she didn't explain either. Helpless, Chen Yuzhen had to call Yan Mingdao back with a phone call. Sigh. Seeing her father acting so servile, Yan Xingxin also stopped, saying, "Dad, Mom, Aunt, do you think I could be conquered by a child 6 years younger than me? Who?" Yan Mingdao was stunned, looked at the Chen sisters, and looked puzzled. Chen Yuzhen immediately realized what was going on and asked, "Xingxin, someone suspects your relationship with Su Chen, not just as business partners?" "Yes." Yan Xingxin bent her knees, hugged her hands, and looked at the table softly, saying, "Otherwise, how could Wu Jia, who came with a mission, be so vigilant when she first saw Su Chen?" Yan Mingdao suddenly understood. He was about to say something, but Yan Xingxin timely said, "You know, when Su Chen went to the company today, he was immediately suspicious when Wu Jia, the worker, looked at him vigilantly. When he found out, I was so embarrassed." The 3 of them, Yan Xingxin continued, "You know, Su Chen immediately terminated our deep cooperation and ordered me to move out of his house within 3 days. How humiliated I felt." The 3 of them, Yan Xingxin smiled and continued to stare at the table. "You know, when I pretended to be calm and said I would move out of his house today, he felt relieved as if a burden had been lifted. How lowly I felt." The 3 of them, Yan Xingxin whispered, "You don't know, that boy 6 years younger than me never took the Miss Yin you thought of seriously. But he presumptuously worried that he would steal my heart. You don't know, his biggest dream is not to find a wife from a prestigious family to restrain him. It's to make big money and date young models." The 3 of them, in the next hour, Yan Xingxin recounted how she met Su Chen, how they lived together, how she found out he was an abandoned son of the Su family but was strong, optimistic, and talented, and how they decided to start a company together. Finally, she suddenly hummed softly, "Later, I finally learned how to love, but you had already gone far away," disappeared into the crowd. Later, finally understood in tears, "Some people once missed will never return." Yan Xingxin suddenly felt that the song later written by Su Chen for her was especially suitable for her current state of mind, although there was no love between them. But this did not prevent Yan Xingxin from feeling that only this song could express the pain in her heart at the moment. Since receiving this song from Su Chen, Yan Xingxin would practice it repeatedly every day when she had free time, hoping to find the feeling of cherishing someone after breaking up. Before, Yan Xingxin often sings this song. No matter how well she performs, she always feels like something is missing. Tonight, she found that something, because this song, at this moment, was infused with Yan Xingxin's soul. Just like last night in Su Chen's live broadcast room, when she sang that song like an angel, completely immersing herself in the music. The ethereal, melancholic voice gently echoed in the living room. As the song ended, it continued to linger in the air. Tears, crystal clear tears trickled down Yan Xingxin's cheeks. She stood up, stepping on her slippers. Then she bowed deeply to her parents and aunt, softly saying, "Dad, Mom, Auntie, I'm sorry for making you worry about me. Please rest assured, I will be the most obedient daughter in the future. I will never sing again, because, last night, I deeply experienced the treatment that only top stars receive. This life, no regrets." After saying this, Yan Xingxin's eyes brightened. She was reminiscing about the feeling she had last night in Su Chen's live broadcast room, singing passionately in front of countless fans. Yes, last night, Yan Xingxin deeply experienced the glory that only top singers can have. Her dream came true. This life is not in vain. Now that my dream has come true, I have no regrets in this life. So, before I get married, I won't move out. Yan Xingxin pursed her lips and said again, "I have learned what kind of Yan Xingxin everyone wants to see. Don't worry, I will live in a way that everyone likes." Yan Mingdao and the others watched Yan Xingxin in a daze, then turned and slowly walked upstairs, entering her bedroom and gently closing the door. What kind of Yan Xingxin do the Yan family want to see, and like the most? Whichever it is, from the perspective of Yan Mingdao and his wife, it is not giving up on her dreams, no longer pursuing her own goals, and just following the family's arrangements to marry, have children, and live a mundane life as Yan Xingxin. Ah! Yan Mingdao let out a soft sigh, breaking the silence in the living room, saying, "Yuru, you have made a mess of things." Was it a blunder for Chen Yuru, as a mother, to worry that her daughter's heart might be stolen by someone, and to bring Wu Jia from the Yan family to be by her side, constantly guarding against Su Chen's actions? Shouldn't she have done that? But who could have imagined that this matter would have such a big impact on Yan Xingxin? It made her realize in an instant she cannot ignore her parents and the Yan family's reputation and interests for her own dreams. The key is, her dream was realized last night. This life has no regrets, and it is time to live in a way that her parents and the Yan family like. Living in a way that her parents like is Yan Xingxin's responsibility and duty. Ah! After understanding this meaning, Chen Yuru closed her eyes in pain. Who knows a daughter better than her own mother? Yan Xingxin may look obedient and gentle on the outside, but she is actually quite stubborn. Once she has made up her mind, she will not change it. Just like how she studied hard to pursue her dream of singing. Yan Xingxin has made the decision to retire from the music industry tonight, so she will not debut again. But now she has no dreams. A child without dreams can only be a walking corpse. Elder sister, brother-in-law, I'm going to find Su Chen now. Chen Yuzhen, who knows her nephew very well, stood up and said, perhaps only Su Chen can help Xingxin regain her dream. Chen Yuzhen volunteered and decided to go find Su Chen tonight. She was confident that as long as Su Chen and her nephew resolved their misunderstandings and worked together, Yan Xingxin would be able to recover. It's already dark. Besides, you're a girl going to see him at night. What if something goes wrong or it causes a misunderstanding? Chen Yuru looked out the window at the darkening sky and said, Yuzhen, isn't Su Chen your student? Give him a call first and communicate well. I don't have his phone number. Thinking that she was misunderstood by Su Chen, Chen Yuzhen felt extremely depressed after deleting both the phone and the chat bubbles. Chen Yuzhen said, there must be a reason. Let's go. Let's find the reason and talk to her nicely. Ah, this child is just too stubborn. It's also my fault. I was too hasty in arranging an agent for her this time. Yuzhen, don't leave tonight. Stay and help me persuade her. The net name whose mother-in-law chattered and dragged her younger sister upstairs. The net name whose father-in-law frowned for a while, picked up his phone and went to the study, calling his secretary Xiao Zhao. Help me investigate a person secretly. This person is called Su Chen. His shaking number is called sister in the family. Yes, I want all detailed information about him from childhood to adulthood. In the bedroom. Xingxin, Mom wants to apologize to you for not considering everything. Chen Yuzhen, as a mother, was really caring for her child. As soon as she entered, she apologized to her daughter without saying a word. I promise that in the next year, I will never interfere with your dreams. I will rearrange the agent for you. Mom, what are you doing? Yan Xingxin quickly held her mother and said seriously, after I have said everything in my heart, I won't be angry anymore. This afternoon, I thought a lot. After all, I can have the superior living environment today, it's all thanks to you and my dad, and the Yen family. I can't enjoy the resources you give me and only pursue my own goals. Qingxin, what you said is not right. Chen Yuzhen raised her hand to adjust her golden-rimmed glasses, sat next to her and said, as parents, why do we have children? Is it just to make the child a machine for the interests of the whole family? Parents who truly love their children will only support them in pursuing legitimate dreams. Children are everything to parents. Whether the child can be happy is the greatest hope of parents. The two sisters of the Chen family worked on Yan Qingxin's thoughts together. But despite the relieved sigh from the little rascal, Yan Qingxin, who was deeply hurt, refused to pick up her dreams again and would not actively call him. The two sisters of the Chen family looked at each other, what to do with this stubborn girl. 9 o'clock in the evening. Su's house. Su Deshan, with a tired face, returned home from the district bureau. As soon as he sat down heavily, he said to Meng Jelly with hatred, it's confirmed now. At around 11:30 noon today, Su Chen, that little animal, went to Beiji restaurant. I've seen the surveillance video. The key is, the boss of Beiji restaurant, at noon, took a high-speed train to a certain city, and just after leaving the station, he had a car accident and died. Now, he can no longer point out who instructed him to poison. What? Boss Zhu is dead? Ha ha, good, he's dead. Only when he's dead, I can be safe. This is called no evidence of death, and I can finally rest assured. After a moment of confusion, Suja laughed in his heart. Boss Zhu is dead? Serves him right. Meng Jelly's attention was on Su Chen. Could it be that the little animal resents our family, so he secretly colluded with Boss Zhu to poison Su Xiu? Before Su Desan could say anything, Su Ci interjected, it must be like this. Besides him, who else has a motive to harm Su Xiu? Suja, with several scratch marks on his face, said in time, no way, right? How could my brother do such a thing? After all, he and the third sister are biological siblings. The suspicion on this little animal is the greatest. The district bureau will investigate his whereabouts thoroughly tomorrow. Once he is found, he will be interrogated rigorously. Su Desan lit a cigarette in annoyance and casually asked, what about Shirshir? Has she been taking care of Xiu Xiu in the hospital? Su Ci answered first. After the eldest sister left the hospital, she never came back home. I have called her many times, but her phone is always off. I will go to the hospital to take care of Chu Chu later. Ah, it's all because of that despicable person. He has caused trouble for our once happy family. I hope Chu Chu won't have any terrible consequences. Shirshir has been acting strange lately, always siding with that little animal. Su Desan took a deep drag of his cigarette and said, for now, the most important thing is to figure out how to find that little animal. Assist the police in uncovering his plot against Chu Chu. This time, even if that teacher Chen intervenes, he won't be able to save him. If she continues to meddle, I will go directly to the city bureau to get some answers. Suja suddenly felt a sense of self-blame, blaming himself for forgetting that he had once conspired with Pang Jiayi to secretly bribe Zhu Laoban and poison Su Shi. If he hadn't forgotten, then upon learning that Su Chu had replaced Su Shi, he would have immediately stopped the poisoning. But he was even happier. Just as Zhu Laoban, in his greed for 10,000 yuan, increased the dosage of the poison, leading to his exposure and escape, Su Chen happened to have visited the restaurant. Now, the poisoning of Su Chu was completely pinned on him. Dad, that time when my brother asked me to meet him, and last night during the live broadcast, were both at Wandao Square. Suja suggested, from this, we can infer that my brother may be living near Wandao Square. Yes. Su Dishan's eyes lit up. Tomorrow, I will inform the police of this clue. Even though Zhu is dead, we cannot let the little animal who hired the hitmen get away. Xiaozhe, if you have time tomorrow, you can go there and investigate. Maybe you can find the trace of the little animal. But be sure to prioritize your safety. Okay, I will take care of myself. But I don't think my brother will hurt me like last time. Suja immediately nodded obediently and changed the subject. Dad, Mom, you've both had a busy day. Rest early, my second sister and I will go to the hospital to keep our third sister company. Ah, what a good son. Why can't that biological one be even a fraction as good as him? Su Deshan and Meng Jelly sighed secretly. 9:30 in the evening. Just as Su Chen had finished uploading the new chapter of Grave Robbery for tomorrow, he received a call from the intermediary Lao Wang. He asked if Su Chen was free now. If he was free, he suggested soaking his feet and having a drink to talk about his feelings. Soak his feet? Of course, he was free. Even if the sky fell, he couldn't miss soaking his feet. Su Chen immediately agreed, eagerly leaving the house. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, his phone rang. He took out his phone. Jia was calling. The hitman you wanted is in position. I will give you his contact information. You can contact him and provide him with detailed information about your brother. You decide when to act. After it's done, he will quickly leave Qingshan. Jia was efficient. Chen had only sent her a sample in the afternoon, and she had already sent a hitman by the evening. Chen was surprised. So fast? It worked out. Jia said casually, I paid an organization, and one of their key members happened to be visiting Qingshan. It's best if you get a number without an ID from the black market to contact him, as the contact information he provided is disposable. This way, both parties' safety can be ensured. Makes sense. Chen nodded. It seems like you have a lot of experience in this line of work. He. Jia chuckled, then provided a disposable number. Chen noted down the number. Jia added, oh, by the way, I showed the sample to Park Jin-young and others, and they were all very pleased. I hope you act quickly on your end and send the entire song over. The sooner the song is released, the faster the damage control for the explicit content culture. I understand. I won't keep you waiting too long. Chen asked casually, anything else? Jia asked, are you busy? Chen didn't hide anything from Jia either, and smiled, yes, busy soaking feet with friends. Jia asked again, are you going for women? Chen was stunned for a moment and asked back, if it's not for women, who the hell would spend money to soak their feet? Just get a big basin and soak at home, right? He. Jia sneered, can the women in the foot massage city really handle it? This is all you're capable of. Or maybe, you're only fit to play with the girls in the foot massage city. Chen thought to himself, who is she looking down on? The girls in the foot massage city also earn money through hard work, right? But what this woman said seems to make sense. The current Chen is not the one who can accept any woman on earth, but a 19-year-old young flower. If he goes to find a girl who is actually a sister or an aunt, not only would it be lowering his standards, but it would seem like he's giving out benefits. Jia said again, isn't your dream to make money and date young models? Do you think there are young models in the foot massage city? Aren't there? Chen subconsciously thought, Chen. Jia said sincerely, come to the yellow picture culture. I guarantee you a fresh young model every 3 days. You've seen the information on Park Jin-young, she's very feminine, right? As long as you want, she can be yours. Even if you want her to have your child, it's fine. Only a big star can match up with you, the musical genius. Really? Chen was moved by her words. Of course, he understood that Jia looked down on his behavior of going to the foot massage city to find girls, just to tempt him to go to the magic city with a star. I'm not picky about women. Okay, you kneel down. Without waiting for Jia to say anything, Chen ended the call. He said to himself, but his thoughts were indeed cleansed by Jia, feeling that his whole person's style instantly elevated. Absolutely cannot go to such a place as the foot massage city. Plus, he had to contact a certain ruthless person, first deal with his dear younger brother properly, and had no mood to soak his feet. He called Lao Wang and said he couldn't go out due to some sudden matters, and would reschedule. Okay. Wang Lufa sniffed on the other end and asked, brother, the day you said I should shoot a short film, is it still valid? I've divorced, and can't find a job at the Lobster Real Estate, or even the entire real estate agency in Qingshan. After all, I've become a laughingstock in the industry. Lao Wang was right. His own bicycle that he couldn't bear to ride was taken and ridden by his immediate superior, a matter that became widely known in the industry. Without waiting to be retaliated against by Zhang Lianhua, whom Chen had beaten up that day, he simply resigned. He had just completed the divorce procedures today, found a new house, and finished packing up until now. Of course it's still valid. Chen said, I'll call you tomorrow morning at 8. After making an appointment with Lao Wang, Chen didn't go home but walked quickly out of the spring garden. He had to go to the night market to buy a disposable phone card. It's easy to buy, 100 yuan each, with options for China Unicom, China Mobile, and China Telecom. He spent another 200 yuan to buy a second-hand phone and used the card. When Chen returned home, for safety reasons, he installed voice-changing software and started contacting a certain ruthless person. That ruthless person called herself Purple Cloud Fairy. Damn. Hearing the obviously disguised voice on the phone claiming to be Purple Cloud Fairy, Chen almost jumped off the sofa. Who is Purple Cloud Fairy? She was one of the 100 dream lovers Chen had locked in when he watched A Chinese Odyssey on Earth. A killer who takes money to do things, also has the nerve to call herself Purple Cloud Fairy? Even if it's a code name, Chen still felt that his 1% dream lover was being humiliated. He couldn't help but ask, are you a man or a woman? I am a man or a woman, does it matter to the business? The voice, like a machine, said without hesitation, you have 3 minutes. Add me on this app, send over the detailed information of the target. No delays. Before Chen could react, Fairy Zixia ended the call. Damn, seems like a high-level person. Su Chen cursed, realizing he was a law-abiding citizen and couldn't personally deliver Suja to the palace, so he reluctantly added Fairy Zisha's contact on the app. It was quickly approved. Su Chen sent over the prepared information. "I will notify you when it's time to act," he typed and sent. The profile picture of Fairy Zisha, with a dog head, replied, "Within 3 days, do not call me. No delays." Su Chen was annoyed and typed, "Just do it if you want, if not, get lost. Sending failed, the recipient is not your friend, please verify first." Damn, this operation does seem high level. Su Chen cursed and put down his phone. In the east of the Spring Garden, about 30 kilometers away, there is a media school. It is called Tiandong Media College, which sounds grand but is actually just a mediocre school. Despite being mediocre, the school is dedicated. With more than 10 days before the start of the semester, the handsome guys and beautiful girls of the Tiandong Media Performance Department have already started. Every year at this time, aspiring directors with dreams will audition actors and shoot some self-proclaimed online movies as a gift for the National Day. On the school's playground, a petite girl with a doll-like face, innocent and cute, but with a perfect figure, opened the information sent by a user named Sejia. Suja? Looks handsome, but there is a gloomy aura between his brows, clearly a short-lived ghost. Before dying, he must end his bloodline. He. When the girl coldly smiled, she heard her roommate's voice not far behind. "Huanghai, what are you doing? Come, let's team up for a game, we're waiting for you." Coming. The girl known as Huanghai turned around to look at the two roommates coming from the cafeteria, her face now full of innocence and smiles. Truly our campus belle, Qin Huanghai. Walking with a ponytail swaying, the granary sways even more. "Hey, so envious, ah. Huanghai, spare me." After teasing Qin Huanghai, the roommate was quickly subdued and begged for mercy. The crisp laughter of the girl echoed across the playground, gradually dissipating in the night breeze. It was dawn. Su Chen, who had a dreamless sleep last night, finished washing up and having breakfast when Lao Wang called. "I was just about to call you." Su Chen asked, "Lao Wang, do you know where to find cost-effective actors?" High-quality secretary online. Everyone happily seeks free gifts. Thanks. Real estate agents, insurance agents, and taxi drivers are not only smooth talkers but also well-informed. If Su Chen wants to shoot a short film and find cost-effective actors, asking Lao Wang is the right choice. Indeed. After Su Chen asked the question, Lao Wang almost instinctively replied, "If you want to find actors with low pay but excellent appearance and physique, you should go to an art school. The more famous the art school, the higher the quality of actors and the more brilliant their acting skills. That's what we call professional training. However, they also have high aspirations and will consider the type of film or who the director is." Su Chen nodded. "We don't need professionals for our short film. As long as they look good on camera and act naturally, that's enough. The key is that the actors we find should not have high aspirations." "Is that so?" After thinking for a moment, Lao Wang said, "I know there is a media college in Longshan. In simple terms, it's a mediocre university. But inside, there are plenty of pure and invincible beautiful girls who are unwilling to work hard and love to dream. The advantage is that they are easy to coax, but the downside is that they are materialistic." Ha ha. Su Chen laughed. "Okay, let's go to that media college. Where are you now?" "Oh, you can take a taxi directly to the Spring Garden. I'll wait for you at the entrance." End the call with Lao Wang. Su Chen walked towards the entrance of the community with his hands in his pockets, whistling. Making a short film is troublesome. It's actually not easy at all. Besides finding actors, you at least need to register a company, right? You need to find a director, a location, and professional staff for sound, lighting, and stage design, right? Originally. If you don't fall out with the idiotic mature sister, you can just hang the short film department under Qingxin Entertainment, and let her find these professional talents, while Su Chen only needs to write, copy, the script. Oh, right. It seems like you also need to find software professionals to develop an app specifically for playing short films. On Blue Star, there are only entertainment platforms like Doudu, AI, and Wangfeng, but there is no platform specifically for playing short films. Su Chen originally planned to develop a short film app and then invest money to attract traffic through Doudu, but he has already fallen out with Yin Qingxin. Thinking of Yin Qingxin, Su Chen felt a bit depressed. He even had to personally handle all these troublesome matters, regretting that he shouldn't have fallen out with the very capable idiotic mature sister. But can you blame him? If deeply bound partners cannot trust each other, it will inevitably leave many hidden dangers. The key is, after realizing how influential Yin Qingxin is, Su Chen is afraid that all his current efforts will only end up benefiting her family. After thinking about this, the slight depression in Su Chen's heart instantly dissipated. Just as he walked out of the Spring Garden on foot, Lao Wang arrived in a taxi. They greeted each other, and Su Chen got into the car. As the brake lights of the taxi lit up 100 meters away due to a pedestrian crossing the road, a white sedan slowly stopped in a parking space on the side of the community entrance. The car door opened. Chen Yuzhen, wearing a tight dress and high heels, got out of the car. She looked up at the community gate, took a deep breath quietly, suppressed the inexplicable nervousness, then carried her small bag and walked towards the entrance in crystal high-heeled leather shoes. The community gate was open. The two security uncles who were chatting suddenly straightened up their eyes. With a fierce look, they stared at Chen Yuzhen's elegant swaying figure as she gradually walked away. Only then did they suddenly remember that this beauty seemed not to have shown any owner's pass or registered. But that's okay. At a glance, this beauty doesn't seem like a dangerous person. Qingxin was right, Su Chen is not at all sensitive. He refused to deeply cooperate with Qingxin, just like that night when he misunderstood me and immediately blocked me, the same reaction. This only proves that he has a great sense of caution towards the world and won't easily trust anyone. This makes him misunderstood or guarded against. He will immediately turn and leave, without any hesitation. This is what we call decisive action, a basic requirement for achieving great things. He is like a clam that tightly protects himself with a hard shell, never easily revealing his vulnerable side to others. He can form such a worldview because his family has caused deep wounds to his young heart. But if you can break through that hard shell and gain his absolute approval, he will show you all his sincerity. How can I break through his hard shell? Lost in thought, Chen Yuzhen arrived at the northwest corner of the community and saw the small lake. Yan Xingxin had once told her that there was a small lake in front of Su Chen's house. This is Su Chen's home. Chen Yuzhen suddenly felt a little nervous. What will his reaction be when he sees me coming in uninvited? Will it be fake politeness? Or polite but distant? Or should she just directly throw the things she sent to her face, scold her for being unworthy of being a teacher? Or should she just pick up her legs? Chen Yuzhen's heart was pounding as she arrived in front of Villa No. 58. She raised her hand to press the doorbell on the side of the courtyard gate. No response. Could it be that Su Chen is not at home? Chen Yuzhen inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, then pressed for a moment before looking through the crack in the door. The courtyard was quiet. The living room door was slightly ajar, not like someone was at home. Is he out having breakfast? Or doing something else? Chen Yuzhen raised her hand to adjust her gold-rimmed glasses and decided to wait for Su Chen on a bench by the small lake. After all, she came to find Su Chen today, carrying the burden of helping her great-nephew regain his dream. Just as she sat down, the phone in her bag rang. It was actually Zhang from the Square District Police Station, calling based on the contact information she left when she bailed out Su Chen that day. Teacher Chen, hello, I'm Zhang Damon from the Square District Police Station. Zhang? Hello. Chen Yuzhen was stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly and elegantly raised a black silk leg. May I ask, what can I do for you? Well, Teacher Chen, Zhang got straight to the point. The police want to find Su Chen, but his phone has been set by a friend, so we can't reach him. The key is that when that kid registered at our station, he only left Spring Garden, but didn't say which building. I thought I'd trouble you to inform him to come to our station for questioning. What? Asking Su Chen to come to the station for questioning? Chen Yuzhen immediately stopped swaying her slender high heels casually. Zhang, can you tell me what this is about? If Chen Yuzhen were someone else, Zhang would definitely not tell her. But she was someone who could alert Director Sher of the Municipal Bureau with just one phone call, so Zhang had to treat her with respect. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang whispered, Teacher Chen, Su Chen is suspected of hiring someone to commit murder. What? Chen Yuzhen was stunned, then retorted, Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could Su Chen hire someone to commit murder? Because that night, she had witnessed firsthand Chen Yuzhen's attitude towards Su Chen. So when she heard the police suspecting Su Chen of hiring someone to commit murder, Zhang did not find it strange. Zhang. Chen Yuzhen quickly calmed down and politely asked, Can you tell me what exactly happened? Zhang hesitated, then said, Su Chen is suspected of paying to have the owner of the Beiji restaurant in the CBD area and the CEO of Qingshi Entertainment, Su Chu, who was his third sister, poisoned. Because at the time of the incident, Su Chen had visited the Beiji restaurant. The key is that people from the Su family are adamant that it was him. But the restaurant owner who poisoned them fled in fear and was later involved in a car accident near the city. Still looking at Chen Yuzhen, who could alarm Director Sher with just one phone call, Zhang went against protocol and briefly explained the situation to her. It's impossible. Su Chen is not that kind of person. Chen Yuzhen instinctively retorted again before saying, Zhang, to be honest, because of a small misunderstanding between me and Su Chen, he has also blocked me. Now, I can't contact him either, but I can find someone else to try to reach him. Your attitude towards him that night was like that of a son, and he blocked you? Ha ha. Teacher Chen, are you trying to take advantage of my lack of education? Zhang smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that Chen Yuzhen refused to help, and there was nothing he could do. After a perfunctory thank you, the call ended. The phone call from Zhang made Chen Yuzhen lose her patience to wait quietly for Su Chen to return home. She immediately called Yan Qingxin. When Miss Yan's phone buzzed, she hadn't gotten out of bed yet. Looking dazed and confused, she just wanted to keep sleeping, but she had to put on her wedding dress and go to the day of getting married. Ah, a girl without dreams, no matter how beautiful she is just a salted fish. Auntie, is there something you need from me? Yan Qingxin asked with a heavy nasal tone after answering the phone. Chen Yuzhen, with an indifferent attitude, said, Qingxin, Su Chen is in trouble. Ha! Yan Qingxin smiled weakly and lazily asked, if he's in trouble, what does it have to do with me? Knowing very well the current state of her nephew, Chen Yuzhen straightforwardly said, the police just called me, saying Su Chen is suspected of hiring a hitman to kill someone. What? The little rogue suspected of hiring a hitman? Impossible, right? Yan Qingxin was stunned and immediately sat up. A few minutes later, Chen Yuzhen briefly told Yan Qingxin what Zhang had told her. Perhaps out of guilt, Chen Yuzhen did not tell Yan Qingxin about the incident of her going to the police station to bail out Su Chen. She only said that the reason the police called her was because they found out she was Su Chen's former teacher and hoped she could help them contact Su Chen. Finally, Chen Yuzhen said, although I went to the front door of Building 58 in Spring Garden according to the address you provided, Su Chen was not at home. I couldn't contact him, so I called you. He might be out eating or buying something. That little rogue is actually a homebody and never goes out unless necessary. After thinking for a moment, Yan Qingxin said, Auntie, please wait, I'll call him now. Beep. Call ended. Yan Qingxin started calling Su Chen. When Su Chen's phone rang, he was on his way to Tiandong Media, chatting with Lao Wang. Seeing that the caller ID was from the idiot tenant, Su Chen didn't pay much attention and answered, What's up? Yan Qingxin asked harshly, Why aren't you at home? Where did you sneak off to? Su Chen, just about to say where he went, he thought that Yan Qingxin was calling to move out of his house. Although Yan Qingxin had the key to Building 58, moving out definitely required the owner's presence. I have something to do and I'm on my way to Longshan. Su Chen patiently explained and asked, What, are you moving out? Feel free to move. I trust your character, you won't steal from me. Who would steal from you? Yan Qingxin said, Hurry back, you're in trouble. Su Chen frowned, What trouble am I in? You're suspected of hiring a hitman to assassinate your third sister, Su Chu. After briefly telling Su Chen what Chen Yuzhen had told her, Yan Qingxin said, Now, the police are looking for you everywhere. They've called me, your high school teacher, and Chen Yuzhen. I happen to know teacher Chen and have told her about our plan to start a company together. I hired a hitman to kill Su Chu? Ha, ridiculous. Su Chen sneered, You don't need to worry about this. When the police find me, I'll explain to them. While it's every citizen's duty to cooperate unconditionally with the police investigation, I can't neglect my own business while carrying out my duties. Yan Qingxin asked, What are you doing in Longshan? Finding a beautiful woman to marry and bring home. Su Chen casually replied and ended the call. Yan Qingxin was so angry that she wanted to slam her phone hard on the floor, but she could only call Chen Yuzhen, Auntie, come back. That little rogue went to Longshan, and we don't know what he's up to. He won't be back for a while. We don't care about his affairs. If the police arrest him, it's best for him to sit in jail until he's worn out. After finishing the call with Chen Yuzhen, Yan Qingxin casually threw her phone aside. She lay down heavily, pulled over a pillow, and tried to fall asleep again. But no matter how she tossed and turned, she couldn't fall asleep. Annoyed to death, feeling uncomfortable all over. What does the little rascal's matter have to do with me? Why am I so irritated because of his matter? So annoying. Twisting and turning like a worm for a long time, Yan Qingxin lost all interest in sleeping. Suddenly sitting up, she got out of bed, stepped on the floor, and rushed into the bathroom. Just over 10 minutes later, Yan Qingxin was dressed neatly, carrying a small bag, wearing white sneakers, and quickly walking down the stairs. Qingxin, awake? Hungry? Chen Yuru, who was watching TV in the living room, saw his beloved daughter walking down the stairs quickly and immediately showed concern on his face, even trying to please her. Mom, I'm not hungry. Yan Qingxin, in a hurry, walked directly to the living room door and said casually, Su Chen has gotten into trouble. I need to go to the Gaoxin sub-bureau to understand the situation. Chen Yuru subconsciously asked, Didn't you and Su Chen terminate all cooperation and have no relationship anymore? Ha? Yeah. I have already terminated all cooperation with the little rascal, and we have no relationship anymore. So why does his trouble concern me? Yan Qingxin hesitated for a moment but then said, Even if the deal didn't go through, there is still righteousness. Although he is heartless, I cannot be unrighteous. Considering that he composed that song later for me, it's normal for me to show concern after his incident, right? Is it normal? Why do I feel like it's not normal at all? Is this still my proud and stubborn daughter? Watching her beloved daughter's back as she walked away quickly, Chen Yuru looked pensive. After a while, Chen Yuru picked up the phone and called the old Yen family. After confirming that the old Yen was available for a call, Chen Yuru worriedly said, "Old Yen, your daughter may be experiencing her first love. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father, and no one knows a daughter better than their mother. Especially for Yen Qingxin, who has been well protected since childhood. In the 25 years before completing her postgraduate studies, she strictly followed the requirements of her family and did not date any boys. So, when her delayed teenage feelings finally quietly opened up to someone without her noticing, it was normal for Chen Yuru, as a mother, to immediately sense something." "What?" Yen Mingdao, who was in the office, was stunned at the words. Then he asked slowly, "Su Chen?" "Yes, it's Su Chen." Chen Yuru seemed confident and said, "Su Chen may have gotten into some trouble related to the Gaoxin sub-bureau." Originally in a state of extreme depression, Qingxin, who somehow received the news, immediately shook off her depression and exuded a fighting spirit, and left in a hurry. Yen Mingdao thought, what fighting spirit? However, Yen Mingdao still believed in his wife's judgment of their daughter. After waiting for a moment, Chen Yuru asked, "Old Yen, if that's really the case, what do you mean?" Yen Mingdao countered, "Yuru, do you want our daughter to be happy for the rest of her life? Or do you want to sacrifice her love for the overall benefit of the Yen family, like Yuzhen did?" "Of course, I want our daughter to be happy for the rest of her life. But Su Chen, although he has some musical talent, is still an immature child both mentally and emotionally. Especially with his strong wariness towards the world, he is not likely to easily reveal his true feelings. If Qingxin, who may be experiencing her first love, continues to be involved with him, she will definitely get hurt in the future." Chen Yuru frowned and carefully analyzed Su Chen to her husband. Yen Mingdao listened intently. "The most crucial points are three," Chen Yuru said. "First, the two children have known each other for too short a time and do not understand each other at all. Second, your daughter is impulsive. From Su Chen's attitude towards Xiao Wu, Yan's agent, it can be seen that there is no intention towards your daughter. Thirdly, Su Chen's background is too low. He is not worthy of Yen Qingxin. The Yen family will never allow the only little princess of the third generation to marry a commoner." He. Yen Mingdao smiled and asked, "Yuru, do you still remember the difficulties we encountered more than 20 years ago in order to be together? We have made sacrifices and paid a lot, haven't we?" Chen Yuru was stunned. More than 20 years ago, by chance, she, in her prime, met him, young and youthful. But she was just a commoner, while he was the legitimate son of the Yen family in Yanjing. The Yen family strongly opposed him marrying a commoner. In order to be husband and wife with her until old age, he used many tricks. This included Yen Mingdao secretly seeking his grandfather and grandmother, making many promises for the future. Only then did she, born a commoner, change her name to Chen and become the eldest daughter of the Chen family in Modu. The legitimate son of the Yen family marrying the eldest daughter of the Chen family in Modu is a perfect match. Old Yen. Chen Yuru's tone was low. "It is precisely because of my commoner background that I know the suffering of marrying into a wealthy family. Since I changed my name to Chen, I haven't been able to see my biological parents. Every time I go to the Chen family in Modu, even the young people like Yuzhen don't know that I have no blood relation with the Chen family and treat me as their elder sister. But I can see things I don't like from the older generation of the Chen family." "Yuru," Yen Mingdao asked, "if you had the chance to choose again, would you change your name to Chen, named Yuru?" "Yes," Chen Yuru answered without hesitation. Yen Mingdao asked, "Why?" Chen Yuru's eyes gradually lit up with great tenderness. "Because you love me, and I love you too." Yen Mingdao asked again, "Yuru, have you been happy in our marriage all these years?" Chen Yuru replied firmly, "When I close my eyes in old age, I will also feel that I am the happiest woman in the world." Yen Mingdao ended the call. The couple had already spoken to this extent, and he didn't need to say anything more. Yen Mingdao also believed that his wife would understand how he viewed the attitude of loving a commoner. Yen Mingdao would not stop his daughter from loving a commoner. He only cared about whether his daughter could be happy after falling in love with a commoner. As long as she is happy, Yen Mingdao will support his daughter in pursuing happiness at all costs. As for the length of time his daughter has known Su Chen, the 6-year age difference, and the significant difference in background, compared to lifelong happiness, none of that matters. Of course, Su Chen must be a decent person. If he is someone with musical talent but questionable character, Yen Mingdao would strongly object. Knock knock. A soft knock on the door was heard. It was Secretary Xiao Zhao. Boss, the trusted secretary in his career. Privately they all call their leader like this. This is all the information on Su Chen that you asked me to investigate. Xiao Zhao walked to the desk and placed a printed document on the table. He smiled and said, a few days ago, Xingxin entrusted me to help her apply for the I Am a Singer Qingshan Division qualification on TV, and I have done it. She applied as an artist under the Qingxin Entertainment contract, and no one knows she is your daughter. Xiao Zhao was efficient in his work. After Yan Mingdao called him last night, he immediately started using his connections to thoroughly investigate Su Chen. After digging up information on Su Chen's ancestors for generations, he compiled it into a written report and presented it to Yan Mingdao. Xiao Zhao would never ask why the boss wanted to investigate Su Chen so thoroughly. Well, you've worked hard. Yan Mingdao picked up the materials at hand and said, oh, right. Xiao Zhao, ask around at the Gaoxin Sub-Bureau. Su Chen seems to have gotten into some trouble. Okay, boss, I'll go do it right away. After nodding, Xiao Zhao quickly walked out the door. Half an hour later, Yan Mingdao, after carefully reviewing the materials, furrowed his brows slightly and muttered to himself, are there really such unreliable parents in this world? Just because the adopted son brought great wealth to the Su family after being adopted, they treat their biological son as an enemy? The key is, did Su Chen do those disgusting things while at the Su family? Su Chen had no idea that his detailed information had appeared on the desk of the Qingshan boss, nor did he know that the idiot tenant, who had miraculously come back to life, had rushed to the Gaoxin Sub-Bureau for his sake. He was just standing with Lao Wang at the edge of the Tiandong Media Campus playground, watching the youthful and beautiful young men and women shaking their heads constantly. Damn, this is clearly a third-rate university. Clearly a bunch of trash who came over here to freeload with their parents' hard-earned money under the guise of studying, but they look down on the cheap salary we offer. Su Chen sneered disdainfully, looked up at the sun in the sky, and said, Lao Wan, let's go. This place is full of a bunch of arrogant and out-of-touch waste. Let's leave. Let's find a place to have lunch first, and then we'll go somewhere else in the afternoon. Wait, brother. Oh, no. It's General Su. After quickly changing his words, Lao Wan's eyes quickly showed a hint of dirtiness and a sly smile. Perhaps this ponytail girl is the second founding elder of our Bean Bun short play? After Su Chen pondered for a full 18 seconds, he came up with the company name. Although it was not registered yet and had no office address, it didn't stop Su Chen from calling himself the Bean Bun CEO, and generously appointed Lao Wang as the vice president of Bean Bun. Just as the impatient Su Chen was about to leave, he saw a fleeting look of dirtiness in Lao Wang's eyes. What ponytail girl? Su Chen followed Lao Wang's gaze and turned around. He saw a girl who was at most 152 centimeters tall, with a small round face that was innocent and pure, but she couldn't see her own toes when she looked down. She was wearing a black and white JK outfit, and her silky smooth ponytail swayed as she walked. Her curious eyes were fixed on the job recruitment notice at their feet. Oh, this girl is definitely a beauty. Su Chen, who could be called an experienced driver on Earth, also brightened up. He quickly raised his hand and pulled the dirty-minded Lao Wang aside. With a face full of kindness and friendliness, he said, Little girl, are you a student at this school? Or are you here with adults to play? Do you want to become a famous movie star, living a luxurious life with luxury cars and mansions, with countless little puppies vying to lick your feet with just a snap of your fingers? Bean Bun Vice President Lao Wang, the ponytail girl, rolled her eyes and snorted, Humph, if you can't talk, then shut up. Oh, this little girl speaks so harshly, but her voice is really nice to listen to. It even carries a hint of sweetness. Su Chen chuckled, prepared to leave after the girl pouted. However, to Su Chen's surprise, the girl tilted her head and looked at the poorly made recruitment sign, carefully reading it for 5 minutes before asking, what is a short play? The Bean Bun CEO glanced at the Bean Bun Vice President. The Bean Bun Vice President understood and immediately eloquently explained to the girl what a short play was, with a flurry of words and gestures, in a great state. The big pancake kept drawing nonstop, all right. The girl waved her hand, interrupting Lao Wang, are you the CEO of Beanbag? Classmate, please allow me to introduce you solemnly. Lao Wang straightened up and pointed at Su Chen. This handsome and elegant, outstanding gentleman is the CEO of Beanbag. Oh, right. Lao Wang suddenly remembered something and slapped the back of his head heavily. Su Chen was startled. Lao Wang asked the girl, excuse me, have you heard of the celestial voice that appeared out of nowhere the night before, the wings of an angel? Upon hearing this, Su Chen thought to himself, oops, how could I forget about this? When so many people came to watch me in Lao Wang, I should have said that I am the owner of 1 million fans overnight. This golden signboard is still very attractive to young people who are not yet mature. However, why did no one recognize me when so many people came to watch me? Could it be that my image in reality, being too outstanding, is completely different from the shy big boy in front of the camera? Despite Chen being narcissistic, he hit the nail on the head. In the live broadcast that night, he portrayed himself as a shy big boy. And now, holding a cigarette, with one hand in his pocket, his slick appearance made it impossible for people to associate him with the shy big boy. Coupled with Lao Wang, the vice president of Beanbag, always smiling mysteriously, it was normal for no one to recognize him. The wings of an angel? Of course, I've heard of it. The girl replied, then couldn't help but hum a few lines on the spot before asking, but what does this super catchy song have to do with you two beanbags? Chen Lao Wang ahem. Chen cleared his throat and said lightly, I am just a humble creator of the wings of an angel. Ha! The girl was stunned. She looked at Chen intently, then took out her phone and found a video clip. The video was of Chen and Ji Kaimei composing the Angel song live that night. Ah, you are the original creator of the Angel, Chen, also known as the Black Robe Sister on Douyin? The girl held up her phone, compared it with Chen for a moment, and exclaimed in surprise, is this what it feels like to be a star? Chen started to feel elated and nodded slowly. Ha, I can't believe it until you said it. How could a slick guy like you be the original creator of an angel? The girl happily jumped a few times, her twin ponytail swaying, and reached out her hand to Chen. Let me introduce myself, I'm Qin Huang. Qin, from the Qin dynasty. Huang, swaying back and forth. Qin Huang? The name does seem to match her personality. Chen glanced at Qin Huang's twin ponytails behind her head, feeling emotional, lightly touched her hand, and let go. This gesture was a sign of courtesy. Of course. If Qin Huang was a foot massage parlor attendant, Chen would use both hands to gently touch her hand, like a caring older brother, asking about her altitude and if she had any issues with 200 millimeters. Because that's the enjoyment a professional girl should receive after spending money. But when facing a decent person, Chen would only show the respect they deserve. Chen. Qin Huang's eyes sparkled as she asked, if I join your beanbag now, can the base salary of 2,400 be raised to 3,000? Can you provide accommodation for me in the Qingshan district? After shooting a short film, can I get a share of the profits? Also, if I perform well, can you write a song for me too? Qin Huang may be small in stature, but her demands are high. But then again, Chen and Lao Wang had been standing here for a long time, and finally, someone was willing to join them, which could be considered a good start. The first customer always receives a significant discount. Okay. Chen and Lao Wang exchanged a glance before saying to Qin Huang, but you need to start working as soon as possible, because time waits for no one. Now, I can go with you. Anyway, our school encourages us to find internships on our own. The condition is that you need to calculate my salary from today and arrange accommodation for me. Qin Huang could make a quick decision for a reason. Last night, she received a job offer. The target is in the Qingshan district. Originally, she planned to go to Qingshan this afternoon. But she accidentally overheard people from the performing arts department saying that two idiots had come to the playground, trying to sign them up for shooting some short plays at a super low monthly salary of 2,400, with accommodation and meals provided in Qingshan. Qin Huang thought to herself, oh, isn't this job specifically prepared for me? If the job is good, I'll do it. Anyway, I'm just a poor child that no one wants right now. If the job is not good, after castrating Suja, I'll just leave and go back to school. And so, Qin Huang arrived here. Okay, go pack your things. Chen nodded, by the way, you can help introduce others. Qin Huang agreed and hurriedly ran off with her twin ponytails swinging. Finally found the third person of the beanbag. Celebrate. Chen and Lao Wang raised their hands and high-fived in celebration. Qin Huang returned to the dormitory. Her roommates were not there. Even if her roommates were there, Qin Huang wouldn't introduce them to Chen. The reason is simple, if all her roommates signed with Chen, they would definitely be arranged to live together. That would make it inconvenient for her to carry out her mission. Hey, a smart, clever, and cute girl like me shouldn't be an assassin. But why did the woman who gave birth to me and raised me have to train me like this? She did this just to make me help her get rid of the scumbag who deceived her feelings, impregnated her, and then went home to marry someone else. To fulfill her dream, while girls my age were dancing in pretty little skirts at kindergarten, I was locked in a dog cage fighting with vicious dogs. While they were studying hard and striving for progress in the elementary school classroom, I was fighting with large hunting dogs in the dog cage. While they were enjoying their teenage years in junior high school, I was fighting with hungry wolves in a foreign darkroom. While they were experiencing their first love in high school, I was in a foreign land, starting to kill people. My youth was wasted, my studies were delayed. I finally managed to come to this crappy university, but I still have to take her orders. Heh, damn bitch. After training me to be an assassin, she stubbornly won't let me achieve the ultimate goal of killing the scumbag, just to let him know that his daughter is doing the most evil thing in the world. In this way, to take revenge on him. If I get angry, I'll just kill this pair of scumbags. Xin Huang muttered through gritted teeth as she packed her bags. Ding dong. Her phone received a message. She picked up the phone, and as soon as she saw who the message was from, her face immediately turned ugly. The sender of the message was the person who gave birth to her but didn't deserve to be her mother. A voice message. How far along is the Qingshan job now? I gave the sponsor 3 days at the latest. Today is the first day. Xin Huang's voice in the voice message was sweet and pleasing, with a hint of caution. She hated and feared this woman again. Even though the woman looked fragile, Xin Huang could easily crush her temple with one punch, but she still feared her, because this was the suppression of bloodline. A new voice message came. After this job is done, prepare to start the second job. It's quite a coincidence, also in Qingshan. I have already received a deposit on this end. As for when to take action, wait for the sponsor to give time. Xin Huang's eyebrows and corners of his eyes trembled slightly. The still milky voice sent, okay, can I know who the next target is? The new voice came, coincidentally, also surnamed Su, named Su Chen. Ah, Su Chen? Xin Huang was stunned for a moment, and the image of Doubao's boss immediately surfaced in his mind. The new voice came, that Su Chen is the original creator who wrote songs live on Douyu the night before and became popular. It really is him. Damn, I am now his employee. Is it a bit unethical to earn his money but have to kill him or crush his eggs? Xin Huang looked embarrassed, but didn't have to worry about being seen by women. Just typed back, oh, okay. I will start looking for opportunities to get close to Su Chen from now on. The new voice came, there is one more thing, I will arrive in Qingshan tonight. Because tomorrow, I will start working in Qingshan. You are studying there, right? The scumbag helped me adjust my work specifically to take care of you more. Ha. You came here because I gave up the opportunity to study in the Magic City and came to Qingshan to study, and you can see that I want to break free from you, so you came to supervise me, right? Damn bitch, Xin Huang bit his lip hard and typed, what job are you taking on this time in Qingshan? The other side also typed back, director of the sub-bureau in Qingshan High-Tech Zone. Oh, I see. Xin Huang quickly sent a message, I'm going to have lunch now, that's it. After quickly deleting the chat history, she came to the window and looked towards the playground. She could see 2 idiots from her roommates standing under the tree, stretching their necks to scan the passing pretty girls. Look. Xin Huang smiled coldly and said to herself, I guess you won't have many days to freely look at beautiful women. As she continued to pack her bags, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes gradually darkened. What if I subtly suggest to Su Chen that Su Yiji, the new director of the sub-bureau in Qingshan High-Tech Zone, is actually a killer agent hidden in the police world? Although, this killer agent of hers is only responsible for me, a gold medal killer. Her eyebrows furrowed suddenly. Xin Huang subconsciously shook her head. That woman, who is only 38 years old, is extremely cautious in her actions. Even though Xin Huang is her biological daughter, she has not been able to obtain any evidence of her illegal activities over the years. The key is, Suiji not only has an outstanding appearance but also a delicate and pitiful temperament that makes it impossible for people to associate her with a killer. Without any evidence, even if Su Chen points at her nose and shouts all over the world that she is a killer agent, who would believe it? Ah, Suiji, flawless. Xin Huang sighed, picked up her backpack in frustration, but froze again. On that face that was pure and innocent to the extreme, there was a wicked smile slowly blooming. Softly, yes, I dare not harm her at all. But, what if I set up a trap and let Su Chen sleep with that woman? Then, can I indirectly control her by controlling Su Chen? The wind blew. Su Chen, standing on the edge of the playground, suddenly shivered. Lao Wang laughed, General Su, on such a hot day, are you feeling cold? Not cold. It's just inexplicable that I shivered. I highly suspect that there are troublemakers trying to harm me. Su Chen raised his hand and stretched lazily, looking at the petite figure walking towards him from a distance, shaking his head. It seems she didn't bring anyone to us. This matter cannot be rushed. Lao Wang said, General Su, I was just thinking, in our short play, will there only be roles for young people? Actually, I think if we don't have high demands on actors, we can recruit from society. Let's not talk about others, let's talk about the taxi driver we hired. I think his appearance is so villainous that he doesn't even need makeup to play a villain. People in society, as long as the salary is low, it's fine. Ha! Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then felt a sudden realization. Isn't that right? In terms of selecting actors, he entered a misunderstanding. He only imagined that when directors of movies and TV dramas cast roles, they all went to specialized schools to select. But he overlooked the biggest feature of short dramas, which is mindless fun. Because the market group for short dramas is basically made up of housewives, old men and women, or laborers. Whether the male lead is handsome, whether the female lead is beautiful, whether the logic is smooth, whether there is depth, and so on, the audience group doesn't really care. They just want to have fun. Oh, I see. Lao Wang, why didn't you say so earlier? You made us waste half a day here for nothing. Chen slapped his leg and looked at the swaying twin ponytails. With an apologetic smile on his face, he said, Xin Huang, I have some unfortunate news for you. Just now, our deputy general manager of Do Bao short drama felt that you may not be suitable for our company's work. Chen didn't care about offering Qin Huang a salary of 3,000 yuan. What he cared about was that Qin Huang, who knew the industry well, was asking for a share of the profits. Short dramas like Crooked Dragon King, Awesome War God Son-in-Law, and Wife's Secret are sure to be popular. Chen has great confidence in this. The profit sharing after the short drama becomes popular, even if it's just 1%, is quite impressive and has the characteristics of long-term dividends. Why would Chen sign Qin Huang, who is clear about profit sharing, when he can find actors who don't covet the profit sharing? He's not stupid. Does he really think this young twin ponytail can take a lot of money from Mr. Su? Ha ha. So, Chen, who had a sudden realization, made a decisive decision. After Qin Huang approached, he immediately used the deputy general manager of Do Bao as an excuse to back out and refused to sign the young Qin Huang. What? I've already taken off my pants, and you're leaving without a word? What is this? Are you taking me for a fool? Qin Huang was stunned for a moment, then smiled coquettishly and said in a milky voice, Brother Su, are you sure you want to back out? Qin Huang. Chen's face turned serious, his tone stern. It's not that I want to back out. It's because our deputy general manager Wang has considered it and decided that you are not suitable for our line of work. Lao Wang standing beside him this is the cruel adult world. Just a few days ago, he was scolded by his superiors, and today he has to take the blame for the boss. Unfortunately, at this moment, he has no choice but to accept this blame. After all, taking the blame for the boss is the duty and responsibility of every subordinate. So Lao Wang could only smile subtly and nod slightly to Qin Huang. Qin Huang's eyes flashed, with the eyes of a killer. She could see that Lao Wang was just a scapegoat for Chen. She sneered in her heart, but on the surface, after just a split second, a mist of grievance appeared in her cute eyes, and she pouted, Brother, are you sure you want to back out? Or do you think that if I tear my clothes and shout indecent assault, you can still walk out of the campus unscathed? Ha! Little girl, are you threatening me? Ha ha! I, Chen, can eat anything, but I won't eat threats. Chen smirked slightly, about to turn around and leave directly. Lao Wang, let's close up and leave. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Huang grabbed her collar and shouted in a sweet voice, Help! Someone! Wow! She really dared to shout. Chen was shocked, and he quickly reached out to cover Qin Huang's mouth. Then, he turned around and scolded Lao Wang angrily, Lao Wang, it's not about you. In our business, the most important thing is integrity. Since I have already promised Qin Huang, how can you try to persuade me to back out? Last month's bonus, all deducted. Old Wang immediately nodded and bowed, his face full of sorrow. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Classmate Qin Huang, please forgive me for my despicable behavior this time. Please give me a chance to correct it. Disgusting. Qin Huang broke free from Chen's hand, spat on the ground and said to Old Wang, Alright, considering this is your first offense, I will forgive you this time. Now, immediately, according to our previous agreement, sign the contract. Old Wang subconsciously looked at Chen and signaled with his eyes, this girl, small-minded, what to do? When the enemy is strong and I am weak, I can only compromise. After Chen replied with his eyes, he lowered his head and lit a cigarette. He thought to himself, wait for the opportunity to take back the business later. I don't believe it. I, an old dog who has lived on this earth for 39 years, can't outsmart a little girl. After receiving Chen's hint, Old Wang immediately signed the contract with Qin Huang on the spot. During this time, many students gathered around to watch. When they saw this small struggling company signing Qin Huang, the media darling, for a monthly guarantee of 3,000 plus a certain percentage of profits, these people suddenly felt sour. They all asked Old Wang if they could also sign a contract with Do Bao short drama. That's how people are. When something is not sought after, even if you kneel down to beg for a contract, they will not even bother. But when someone signs a contract, and they, with a condescending attitude, try to ask if they can sign a contract too, only to be bluntly rejected, they immediately feel unbalanced, feeling like they missed a great opportunity. Too late. After Old Wang and Qin Huang signed the contract, Chen immediately packed up and left. After being taken advantage of by a little girl, Su Chen also felt unbalanced. When Yan Qingxin called and asked him to return to Qingshan immediately, he replied rudely that he was busy. This angered Yan Qingxin, who really wanted to climb through the phone and strangle this little rascal. After eating a bowl of spicy hot pot with old Wang and Qin Huang at a small shop near the school gate, Su Chen took them to the talent market. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, Yan Mingdao, who had finished his lunch break, walked out of the rest area. Secretary Xiao Zhao also came in on time and made him a cup of fragrant tea. Then, while organizing the files on the table, Xiao Zhao reported to Yan Mingdao in a low voice about the results of his investigation at the high-tech district police station. When I went there this morning, I saw Qingxin and teacher Chen. But at that time, I was in Deputy Director Lu's office, and they didn't see me. Deputy Director Lu said that the case of Su Chu being poisoned, along with the accidental death of Zhu, the owner of Beiji Restaurant, who fled in fear, has become more difficult after the clues were cut off. To find out who might have instructed Zhu to harm Su Chu, they can only investigate based on who would have a motive to kill her. The main suspect currently targeted by the police is Su Chu's younger brother, Su Chen. Because Su Chen not only visited Beiji Restaurant when Su Chu was poisoned, but also according to surveillance footage, shortly after Su Chen left the restaurant, Zhu hurriedly fled, and also, Su Chen's relationship with Su's family during the years he spent at Su's home was quite strained. On the night he left Su's house, Su Chen threatened Su's family members. And just a few days ago, he fought with Su's family members at Wandao Square. In short, Su Chen had a motive to hire someone to kill. Xiao Zhao looked at Yan Mingdao and continued, however, until now, the police have not found Su Chen's whereabouts. They have not been able to contact him either. Especially fearing that he might also flee in fear, they dare not take any major action for the time being. They can only use a stupid method and stake out near Wandao Square. He. Yan Mingdao picked up his teacup and asked, if we find that Ma Xiaoma, won't we be able to find Su Chen? Xiao Zhao replied, the police have already contacted Ma Xiaoma. She said she went out of town for an event. And she also contacted Su Chen, but Su Chen didn't answer the phone. Yan Mingdao nodded, picked up his phone in front of Xiao Zhao, and called his beloved daughter, Qingxin, can you still contact Su Chen now? Yes. Yan Qingxin replied straightforwardly, I can assure you, he definitely did not hire someone to commit murder. Otherwise, when I called him this morning about this matter, he would have fled long ago. He wouldn't have answered my call again and cursed at me on the phone. Yan Mingdao asked again, can you help the police go to his house to find him? He must be investigated for this matter. No. Yan Qingxin firmly refused, if I really bring the police to find him, wouldn't that be betraying a friend for personal gain? I will never do such a thing. Miss Yan is still very loyal. Thank you to all brothers and sisters for the gifts, thank you. I just advise you to assist the police in finding Su Chen for investigation. How did it become me asking you to betray a friend for personal gain? Yan Mingdao was not pleased with his daughter's response, clicked his tongue, and asked, where are you now? Yan Qingxin replied, just had lunch with my aunt and was about to go home. By the way, Dad, please don't tell the police that only I can contact Su Chen now. Even if you tell them, I won't cooperate with the police. I won't go find Su Chen to help the police gather information. In any case, I won't betray a friend for personal gain. Beep. Call ended. Yan Mingdao looked at his phone, then at Xiao Zhao, and smiled bitterly. Boss, I think Qingxin is right. Xiao Zhao said something flattering. After all, if Su Chen really hired someone to commit murder, he wouldn't have acted so nonchalant after Qingxin informed him. To be precise, I believe in Qingxin's judgment. I believe it too. My daughter, born and raised, has a keen eye for people. Yan Mingdao scratched the back of his head and said, Xiao Zhao, continue to follow up on this case tomorrow. Actually, you don't need to go there in person, because if you go there, it might affect the police's judgment. They might think there's some connection between me and Su Chen. He's right. The comrades at the Gaoxin Sub-Bureau may not know Yan Qingxin who went to inquire about the case related to Su Chen, but they will definitely know the first secretary of the Qingshan city government. Many times, when Xiao Zhao, representing Yan Mingdao, personally rushes to the Gaoxin Sub-Bureau to inquire about the case related to Su Chen, the Sub-Bureau will definitely take it seriously. Then they will suspect the relationship between Yan Mingdao and Su Chen, and investigate with caution. Okay, boss. Xiao Zhao nodded. In a seemingly casual manner, he explained, actually, I went to the Gaoxin Sub-Bureau because the former director of the Sub-Bureau was transferred. I only know him there. And I also heard that the new director of the Sub-Bureau will take office tomorrow. I also want to take this opportunity to find out who the new director is. After all, Qingxin's small company is in the CBD area. When Qingxin encounters any problems in the future, I can also contact the person in charge of the Gaoxin Sub-Bureau at the first time. Look, Why can Xiao Zhao become the first secretary of the Qingshan city government? It's because he not only provides the most comprehensive service to the leaders at work but also actively pays attention to the leaders' family needs. Yan Mingdao looked at Xiao Zhao and casually asked, "Who is the new director of the Gaoxin Sub-Bureau?" The Gaoxin Sub-District is a department-level unit. The district secretary and district head are at the department level. The members of the leadership team are at the deputy department level. Although the director of the sub-bureau is not also the secretary of the district political and legal committee, nor a member of the leadership team in the Gaoxin district, they are still a heavyweight figure that can attract attention just by stomping their feet. However, a transfer of a sub-bureau director is not enough to attract special attention from the mayor of Qingshan City. She is a female comrade from the Magic City, named Su, called Suiji. Xiao Zhao opened his mouth and replied, "Comrade Suiji is now 38 years old. It is said that when she just got married, she was a firm advocate of the dink lifestyle, with no children. But after her husband passed away due to illness 9 years ago, she did not remarry. She devoted all her energy to work. Maybe that's the reason? Comrade Suiji has achieved remarkable success in her work. She even earned the nickname of Goddess Detective in a certain district of the Magic City." Deputy Director Lu heard that she was able to come to Qingshan this time. There should be some connection with Deputy Secretary Qin Xian. Qin Xian. He is one of the 13 members of the Qingshan team, serving as the deputy secretary, a true third person in Qingshan, second only to Yan Mingdao. Qin Huan's relationship? Upon hearing this name, Yan Mingdao instinctively frowned. He and Qin Xian have different ideologies on many things. Therefore, the two are opponents. As for Suiji, who will take office tomorrow, and her relationship with Qin Xian, Deputy Director Lu of the District Bureau, why he knows their relationship, Yan Mingdao is not interested in knowing. He picked up the teacup. Xiao Zhao tactfully retreated. The day was nearing dusk. In a special care ward of a hospital, weak-bodied Su Chu was going crazy. It was as if she had gone mad, grabbing things from the cabinet and throwing them down fiercely. She collapsed and screamed, "It's definitely Su Chen, the despicable scumbag, who harbored a grudge against me for what I did to him before, and bribed someone with the surname Zhu to poison me. Dad, Mom, go to the district bureau and pressure them to catch that despicable scumbag as quickly as possible, and chop him into pieces." "No! I want to cut out his kidneys and give them to me. We are siblings, we must match in all aspects. Why are you still standing there? Go quickly." Her mad screams distorted her once beautiful face, making Su Deshan and his wife very scared. Old Su. Meng Jelly held her husband's arm and shook it forcefully. "Xiu is right, you must continue to pressure the police. Catch that little animal as soon as possible. Cut off his waist and give it to Xiu." Su Deshan suddenly pushed her away and scolded in a low voice, "Are you crazy?" Although Xiu's kidneys are severely damaged, the doctor said she is still young. With proper care for 10 or 8 years, even if she cannot fully recover, her normal functions can be ensured. If she really needs a kidney transplant, no matter how well matched the kidney is, there will still be rejection. In that case, Xiu will have to take medication for the rest of her life. He was right. Moreover, the biggest current threat to Su Chu is not the damaged kidney that can be adjusted with hope. It is the poison she was given, which may prevent her from becoming a mother and a complete woman. "Third sister, you need to calm down." Suja wiped away tears and comforted Su Chu, "Don't worry, no matter what, I will find my brother. If he didn't harm you, everything will be fine. If he did, I will confront him even if it costs me my life to help you find justice." "Xiao Zhe, I'm so pitiful." Su Chu collapsed and hugged Suja, crying loudly. Seeing her dear third sister crying like this, Suja felt heartbroken too. He comforted Su Chu for a moment and took out his phone. In front of Su Deshan and his wife, Suja called Chen Yuzhen, "Teacher Chen, this is Suja. Please, help me find my brother. Whether he harmed my third sister or not, I want to talk to him in person. Teacher Chen, please, I beg you. Sob, I beg you." Seeing his adopted son like this, Su Deshan and his wife were moved and almost heartbroken. Once again cursing the little scumbag, they couldn't help but curse Su Shi, their eldest daughter, who was so immature. Since the day Su Shi was beaten and left home, she never returned. Her phone was always off. If it weren't for the matter of Su Chu, which consumed all the energy of the couple, they would have to go find Su Shi no matter what. Under the setting sun, in front of the window of a luxurious apartment in the CBD. "Alright, I'll help you look for Su Chen, but I can't guarantee that I can find him for you." Chen Yuzhen fell silent for a while, whispered, and ended the call. In fact, she was too lazy to look for Su Chen for the Su family's matter. She was looking for Su Chen because of Yin Qingxin, and more importantly, for herself, for the increasingly uncontrollable throbbing in her heart. The sky darkened. At the entrance of the Spring Garden Villa community on Olympic Sports Middle Road, two security guards chatting suddenly stood alert. With a fierce look, they stared at the graceful figure as it gradually moved away. Only then did they suddenly remember that this beauty seemed not to have shown an owner's pass or registered. Within a day, Chen Yuzhen came to the Spring Garden twice to find Su Chen. When she came in the morning, Su Chen was not at home. When she came in the evening, Villa 58 had no lights on, proving that Su Chen had not returned yet. He won't be staying out all night tonight, will he? Chen Yuzhen stood in front of the door, her eyebrows furrowed, and subconsciously muttered, using the idiom staying out all night. In fact, she could have simply used the 3 words not coming home, which would have been more appropriate. After all, when a woman stands in the wife's position to complain that a man has not returned home yet, she would use the idiom staying out all night. She took out her phone, with a glimmer of hope, found Su Chen's contact information, and called again. The result was the same emotionless robotic female voice, saying the user she was calling was powered off. Please try again later. Powered off? Try again later? When Chen Yuzhen bit her lip hard, a strong sense of grievance suddenly surged in her heart. The restlessness she had been unable to suppress these days made her unable to control her emotions at this moment. She kicked the door hard with her foot and screamed softly, "Is it just because I misunderstood you? Do you need to be so petty and block me? Who do you think you are? Why do you have the right to treat me like this? You saved me, I fell in love with you. Is that wrong? No, it's not." These days, Chen Yuzhen has been reflecting on this question. She was not wrong. I have to keep a safe distance from you due to the harsh reality. Is that wrong? But in my dreams, I fell in love with you. Yet you are content. What do you want from me? You, a scumbag who plays with my love but is not responsible, I'll kick you to death. Chen Yuzhen went crazy, once again kicked the door with all her strength. Bang! Crack, then the world fell silent. Was that crack the sound of the heel of her little sandal breaking? No. It was the sound of her right ankle dislocating due to excessive force and incorrect angle. Pain. The piercing pain made Chen Yuzhen stunned for just a second before a surge of electricity-like pain came from her right foot. Cold sweat broke out on her smooth forehead. What grievances, what anger, what uncontrollable throbbing. With the rise of intense pain, everything instantly turned into nothingness. But there was regret of "Am I stupid?" An embarrassment of "I'm already this old, why am I still throwing tantrums like a little girl?" That quickly engulfed Chen Yuzhen with the onslaught of pain. What the hell am I doing? Chen Yuzhen held onto the door with both hands, her injured right foot hanging in the air, trembling with pain, and then she faintly heard voices behind her. The voice was very familiar. It's Su Chen. Oh no, what will he think when he sees me standing in front of his house like a fool, holding up one foot, in this glorious image? Can I still pee and drown myself in it? Chen Yuzhen's heart raced when she faintly heard Su Chen's voice. She didn't mishear. The faint voice that could be heard was coming from Su Chen. Su Chen was feeling very depressed today. As a 39-year-old veteran, he was being forced by a young girl who was the same age as his former owner to take the blame. What made him even angrier was that after inspecting several talent markets with the old king until sunset, Qin Huang made a new demand. "I'm timid, I dare not stay in a cheap hotel alone. Either provide me with at least a 3-star hotel, or take me back to your place. You can refuse, but I will tear my clothes and shout that you are molesting me. What is this nonsense? She looks innocent and cute on the surface, but is cunning and dark inside." Qin Huang must have seen Su Chen as a long-term meal ticket because of his youth and wealth. In this world, many young girls who are not very old and look good are actually the most materialistic. As long as they can hook up with a rich man, they would give up anything, even their dignity. Faced with Qin Huang's entanglement, Su Chen was at a loss for a moment and had no good way to push her away. After all, she would grab her own clothes at the slightest provocation and threaten Su Chen with false accusations. And the assistant manager, Lao Wang, was also a clean idiot. He even hinted to the general manager. According to Lao Wang's calculations, Qin Huang, who can be called a top-tier beauty, is 100 times better than foot massage girls all over the world. When such a top-notch beauty comes to you, you should not refuse, and even if you do, you should not refuse for free. After eating and drinking enough and getting tired of playing, just find the most appropriate excuse and kick her out. It was precisely because of Lao Wang's indulgence that the materialistic Qin Huang became more confident and brazen in her pursuit of Su Chen. Neither beating nor scolding worked. Qin Huang would often cry and threaten Su Chen by pulling her clothes. In this situation, besides taking her home, what else could Su Chen do? He couldn't really spend money to let her stay in a star-rated hotel, right? Damn, so annoying. He had no idea that Qin Huang was persistently entangling him in order to facilitate his future assassination. Cursing and grumbling, he reluctantly took her back home. Ha! Ha ha! Curse all you want. After that bitch gives you the order to mess with me, I'll ask you again if you dare to curse me. Chen Huang secretly smirked, but on the surface, she looked like a young girl being bullied, with tears in her eyes, tightly holding onto Su Chen's clothes, occasionally sniffing her nose, and following him to the front of Building 58. Ha! Why is there a person standing at my door? It's a woman. This woman is about 168 centimeters tall, with a bun hairstyle, slender shoulders, a wasp waist, round buttocks, and long, straight legs. Although she was holding the door with both hands and lifting her right foot, facing away from me, I could still tell at a glance that this woman was definitely a goddess in my heart. Who is she? What does it mean to pose like this at my door? Su Chen looked at the figure, his eyebrows shaking, his face full of suspicion and vigilance, and he stopped in his tracks. Unusual things must have a demon. Chen Huang also saw the woman, and even more keenly noticed Su Chen's alertness, but she didn't take it seriously, just showing curiosity on her face. Let go. After making sure there was no one around and no dangerous aura, Su Chen finally let go of Chen Huang's hand, which was tightly holding his clothes, and walked slowly towards the graceful figure. He said, "Excuse me, madam, what are you doing at my door?" Unable to drown myself in a timely manner, and nowhere to escape, I could only bravely face this little troublemaker. Chen Yuzhen sighed softly in secret, turned slowly, and looked at Su Chen. With the help of the street lamp's light, Su Chen saw Chen Yuzhen's enchanting face clearly and was stunned. Then he blurted out, "Teacher Chen? What are you doing here? Why, can't I come here?" Chen Yuzhen, who was trying to maintain a certain demeanor, glanced at Chen Huang and subconsciously frowned, asking lightly, "Who is she?" Su Chen, before he could say anything, Chen Huang raised his hand. The milky voice introduced herself. "This is Teacher Chen, I'm Chen Huang. I am Su Chen's newly recruited dual-role secretary for work and life." "A secretary, my ass? You're just a superficially innocent, shameless gold-digging woman who I hired only because I was blind. How can you call yourself my secretary?" After hearing Chen Huang introduce himself like that, Su Chen became furious. Chen Huang, however, quickly walked towards Chen Yuzhen and asked with concern, "Teacher Chen, are you injured? I see your right foot shaking uncontrollably." After hearing Chen Huang say that, Su Chen was stunned and also looked at the foot Chen Yuzhen mentioned. Indeed, the black silk foot that had already slipped out of the shoe was indeed trembling uncontrollably, and her face, under the light, was somewhat pale. There was sweat on her forehead, as if it was rolling down. "Teacher Chen, what's wrong with you?" Su Chen didn't have time to get angry at Chen Huang, nor did he have time to think about the incident where he blacklisted Chen Yuzhen, so he hurried over. Ahem. Chen Yuzhen, who had completely calmed down by now, coughed and said, "Accidentally sprained my foot." "Oh, let me take a look." Su Chen nodded, squatted down, held the heel of the exposed foot with his left hand, and smoothly moved his right hand up along the toes. He had been practicing free combat in the ring for over 20 years. Dislocations of joints such as arms, ankles, hips, and heads were common occurrences. Su Chen had long been accustomed to it and had developed a skilled technique of relocating in 1 second, comparable to an orthopedic expert. When examining Chen Yuzhen's right foot injury, he had to start from the toes and check upwards along the foot surface. Severe ankle dislocation could also cause misalignment of toe bones and damage to foot bones. In short, Su Chen's technique of examining Chen Yuzhen's injury was very professional. Chen Huang, who was standing next to him, had a gleam in his eyes, which quickly disappeared. As the saying goes, a true expert can be recognized at a glance. Chen Huang, who had been fighting with hunting dogs in a cage since childhood, was also an expert in orthopedics. Looking at Su Chen's skilled technique of examining injuries, he either studied orthopedics as a doctor or has a certain amount of combat experience. If he is a doctor, it's fine, but if he is the latter, this mission is finally getting interesting. This is what Chen Huang thought. Is he taking advantage of the opportunity to play with my foot? Damn it! How could he do this? Didn't he see that I'm in pain, shaking all over? This is what Chen Yuzhen thought. In embarrassment, she was about to jerk her foot back and scold him sharply. She was just about to make a move, but Su Chen timely retracted his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked up at her, saying, "Teacher Chen, don't worry. You just have a simple ankle dislocation, and the bones of your foot surface and toes are not damaged. I just need to relocate it for you, apply some external spray, rest for a couple of hours, and you will fully recover." So, he was just examining my injury. His eyes were so clear and pure, but I mistakenly thought he was taking advantage of the situation to play with me. My thoughts are really dirty. Chen Yuzhen, who lowered her head and made eye contact with Su Chen, felt ashamed secretly, but on the surface, she pursed her lips, nodded, and softly uttered a Regardless of any misunderstandings that may have occurred between Su Chen and Chen Yuzhen in the past, and regardless of what she came to do tonight, when she was injured and needed quick treatment, it would be difficult to relocate after the foot surface swelled up. Su Chen would only stand up, take out the key, and open the door. Bending down to pick up the thin high heel, Su Chen instructed Qin Huang again. Qin Huang, help teacher Chen back home. You are ordering me in an imperative tone to help this beautiful lady back home? Humph. Qin Huang sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he pitifully said, I am so short, and the key is that I am weak. Teacher Chen not only has a plump figure but is also wearing thin high heels. Mr. Su, do you think I can help her inside? If I can't bear her weight and her injured right foot touches the ground again, will it cause a secondary injury? Leaving aside Qin Huang's ability to carry Chen Yuzhen and still walk briskly, let's talk about her true strength. Just based on her petite and weak stature, compared to Chen Yuzhen, who is a head taller and has a plump figure, she really can't bear the weight of Chen Yuzhen, whose right foot is injured and cannot touch the ground. Moreover, Chen Yuzhen's left foot is still wearing thin high heels, so there is a high possibility of her twisting her ankle while walking one step at a time. Su Chen scratched the back of his head and looked at Chen Yuzhen. Chen Yuzhen blushed inexplicably but still held onto the doorframe with both hands, saying in a casual tone, It's okay, I can walk by myself. As she spoke, her injured right foot slowly touched the ground. Trying to take a step, she immediately felt a sharp pain, her vision darkened, and she let out a cry of pain, her delicate body falling towards the door. Instinct! The starry sky and Qin Huang could testify for Su Chen. Just as Chen Yuzhen was about to fall with her eyes darkening, Su Chen timely stepped forward and held her sideways in his arms, purely instinctual. It was not intentional to take advantage of her. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have hesitated after being enveloped in the familiar and sweet fragrance, entering his nostrils. Is it inappropriate for me to do this? After all, my most intimate princess Carrie can only be offered to the girls at the foot massage center for free. Should I let her go? Su Chen thought to himself, looking down. Chen Yuzhen, with her eyes tightly closed, instantly blushed from her pale face. Her delicate body trembled as if electrified. The feeling of being held sideways by Su Chen felt like floating in the clouds. Every cell in her body was screaming with joy, enough, enough. Let's find a bed, find a bed. Qin Huang, who witnessed everything, what was his reaction? Judging from his instinctive reaction to catch teacher Chen, this kid must have some martial arts skills. Because even if an ordinary person has such a quick reaction, it is impossible to use the force exerted by teacher Chen's body to hold her sideways. This not only protects her but also relieves the pressure she exerts downward, ensuring his own stability. Qin Huang tilted his head slightly. His gaze quickly swept over the yard and landed on the outdoor fitness equipment, especially the sandbag under the west wall. She was sure that Su Chen indeed had some martial arts skills. Su Chen, who called himself the personal secretary of Mr. Su, had no idea what was going on in her mind. He only knew, well, since I've already carried her, I can't just leave her because of propriety between men and women, especially since she used to be the original owner's teacher. I'm only providing a 5-star carrying service because of her injured right foot. But my intentions are pure and clear. However, this woman has a great figure. Su Chen muttered to himself, looking confident and composed as he held Chen Yuzhen sideways, his left hand hooking the thin high heel, and quickly walked towards the living room door. Open the door. Turn on the lights. Placed Chen Yuzhen on the sofa. Su Chen took out the family first aid kit, opened it, and squatted in front of Chen Yuzhen. Looking up with the clear and pure gaze of a young man at Chen Yuzhen's flushed cheeks, he asked, Teacher Chen, do you want to take off your stockings yourself, or should I help you? I specifically asked a professional, when resetting the ankle, you can't wear socks. Don't think too much. Seeking collection, seeking gifts. Thank you. Wearing stockings, of course, can also reset the ankle. However, Su Chen still had to give her a spray specifically for sprains and bruises. In order to allow the medicine to work best, she definitely had to take off her stockings. You turn around. I'll do it myself. Chen Yuzhen blushed on both cheeks, her voice sounding like a mosquito. In fact, she wanted to say, I'm already injured, can't you just take care of it yourself? Is it necessary to pretend to ask me, forcing me to choose? This woman's matters are really complicated. I treat her injuries, and she still has to ask me to turn around. Su Chen was secretly unhappy, but nodded, got up and quickly walked into the bathroom. He was a practical person. After holding his pee all the way, he had to sprinkle it in his own toilet no matter what. After finishing peeing, he washed his hands and face. Casually shaking his hands, Su Chen walked out of the bathroom. Through the window glass, he could see Xiaobaijin Qin Huang, looking curious, trying out the fitness equipment. He even posed as if he was boxing, scratching the sandbag a few times. Damn, Who would have thought she's such a clingy person? Su Chen cursed under his breath, looking at Chen Yuzhen on the sofa. For some reason, Chen Yuzhen lowered her head, looking visibly nervous, easily mistaken for a novice foot massage technician. Of course, it could also be because Chen Yuzhen knew that resetting the ankle would be very painful, causing her to be nervous subconsciously. What a pity, not a novice technician. Otherwise, with these legs, cough, cough. Su Chen muttered to himself, quickly walking up to her, squatting down. Still using his left hand, he held her slippery right heel, and with his right hand, he held her toes, gently shaking them while casually asking, "Teacher Chen, how old are you this year?" With no stockings blocking her, her own foot, held directly by Su Chen, made Chen Yuzhen extremely nervous. She could even feel goosebumps rising on her arms. Subconsciously, she replied, "Is a girl's age something you men can just ask about? But I can tell you, I'm 28 this year." A 28-year-old woman still calling herself a girl. Su Chen secretly smirked, slightly exerting pressure with his left hand, while gently shaking her toes with his right hand, asking again, "Teacher Chen, have you found a husband's family yet?" "Ha?" Chen Yuzhen was stunned, asking back, "Why are you asking this? Is it important to you whether I have found a husband's family or not?" "Ah." Just as her attention was subconsciously focused on Su Chen's question, his hand suddenly slipped. With a scream from Chen Yuzhen due to the intense pain, the dislocated ankle perfectly reset with a crisp sound. "Done." Su Chen shook his right hand, turned around and took out a bottle of spray from the first aid kit. Chen Yuzhen, with cold sweat on her forehead again, finally understood why Su Chen asked her those questions. It turned out to distract her attention, allowing her muscles and nerves to relax instinctively, aiding in the ankle reset. "Ah, little troublemaker. Did you have to ask if I found a husband's family? Can't you compliment my legs, saying they look good, or something like that?" Chen Yuzhen thought to herself, blushing again, slowly moving her injured right foot. "Ha! It doesn't hurt at all. How could he have reset the bone? With such skillful technique, he couldn't have practiced without breaking 100 feet. Little troublemaker, how many more secrets do you have that even I, your teacher who has been caring for you for 3 years, don't know?" Chen Yuzhen looked at Su Chen, who was evenly spraying the injured area with the spray, with a deep curiosity in her eyes. "Alright, don't rush to move for now." Su Chen put the spray into the first aid kit, then naturally picked up the artistic foot and placed it on the table. "Even if you walk with this foot in an hour, nothing will happen." Chen Yuzhen looked at the pink right leg, so exposed under the light in Su Chen's gaze. Looking at the left leg wrapped in black silk, the contrast of black and white, the sexy atmosphere exploded, even she was moved. Su Chen just glanced casually and walked towards the living room door. Actually, he also wanted to stare at those black and white legs straight, and appreciate them all night. But Teacher Chen is not the No.8 technician in the foot massage city after all. Moreover, Su Chen will not forget that night, after she bailed him out, she suspected him of staring at her buttocks, got angry, and wanted to slap him. Some women keep an appropriate distance from her, it's best not to have any further contact, that's for sure. After making money, hire a few young models, play as you like, no need to worry about being misunderstood, isn't it great? "Qin Huang, come here." Looking at Qin Huang with double ponytails, scratching the sandbag, Su Chen looked disgusted. "Take your luggage." He took Qin Huang to a room on the east side outside the living room. "This is your dormitory, tidy up yourself. Stay if you like, if not, get out quickly." This room was designed as a maid's room when the builder designed villas for the owners. The room is about 7 to 8 square meters, with spacious and bright doors and windows, and the glass is frosted glass. The previous homeowner had hired a maid. There is a small bed, a wardrobe, and a closet inside. This condition is considered move-in ready. Qin Huang actually wanted to live in the guest room and the living room, but seeing Su Chen's disgust, tears welled up in her eyes, and she weakly said, "Okay, Mr. Su, I am reluctantly satisfied with the dormitory conditions." "You are reluctantly satisfied? Ha ha, you, a little materialistic woman and drama queen, have the nerve to say that to me? If you dare to act in front of me again, believe me, I will treat you like a No.8 technician and kick you out." Su Chen looked at the pitiful Qin Huang and sneered, "Remember your identity, you are just a laborer. Even if I decide to hire a secretary, I won't use someone like you. You are barely bigger than a beanbag and have the audacity to want to be a secretary. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous." After that, Su Chen quickly left, slamming the door loudly. Qin Huang shivered, her face of grievance quickly turned into hostility. When the tears in her eyes dried up instantly, a continuous flash of murderous intent appeared. Smiling, she muttered to herself, "I hope that woman, Suiji, gives me a task to turn Su Chen into a eunuch. Only those who become eunuchs will not speak like this." Su Chen did not hear any of this. After he left, he went straight to the kitchen to cook. He had eaten outside before returning home. However, when he was treating Chen Yuzhen's injuries just now, he heard the rumbling sound coming from her stomach, knowing that she had not eaten yet. In any case, guests from afar are still guests. Su Chen personally cooked for Chen Yuzhen, which can be considered the highest level of hospitality. Soon, Su Chen brought a bowl of egg noodles to Chen Yuzhen. "Teacher Chen, I guess you are also hungry. I made a bowl of noodles for you to have a meal." Su Chen placed the noodles in front of Chen Yuzhen and sat down opposite her. Chen Yuzhen asked calmly but accusingly, "Just because I misunderstood you that night, you had to blacklist me?" Faced with Chen Yuzhen's calm but compelling accusation, Su Chen smiled and did not answer immediately, but skillfully lit a cigarette. Smoking in front of a lady is an impolite behavior, but this is Su Chen's own home. Chen Yuzhen not only came uninvited, but also came to question. Su Chen doesn't care about politeness, does he? He looked up at Chen Yuzhen and said sincerely, "Teacher Chen, you now know about my family situation. But you probably don't know that I have a principle of never associating with people who don't trust me." The original owner did not have this principle. If he did, he wouldn't have been beaten to death by his parents and relatives. But Su Chen does. It was precisely because the family members who favored Yin Qingshan were very vigilant towards him that he realized that the two of them could not completely trust each other, so he decisively turned away from her. This is a principle, not a fragile heart. A fragile heart can never be compared to principles. Looking at the mature Su Chen, Chen Yuzhen felt more and more strange as she looked at him. She whispered, "Su Chen, you have changed. You are no longer the Su Chen I knew at school." "Yes, I have indeed changed." Su Chen smiled and said, "Teacher Chen, if you were me, because you were falsely accused by a villain, no one believed your explanation, and you were almost beaten to death by your own parents. After tasting the taste of death, you might change too." He was right. No matter how weak a person is, their mentality will change after tasting the taste of death. Especially when the taste of death was framed by a younger brother in terms of reputation, and even bestowed by parents and sisters themselves. Chen Yuzhen, an educated person, could truly understand the pain in Su Chen's words. But when she thought about Su Chen's change before, she overlooked these things. As she looked into Su Chen's eyes again, a deep sense of heartache arose. Even her heart felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. "Teacher Chen." Su Chen was carefree, asking, "Do you want me to be the Su Chen at school? Or do you want me to be a strong Su Chen who is not bullied and does not trust anyone?" In Chen Yuzhen's mind, the Su Chen at school immediately appeared. Quiet, always keeping his head down, not good with words, and even afraid to make eye contact with the opposite sex, exuding a weak aura all over. The Su Chen at school always easily evoked Chen Yuzhen's maternal love. And the Su Chen in front of her? Although still tall and thin, his figure had become more robust, his face had a healthy flush, and even with one leg in front of her, Su Chen did not flinch at all. He no longer exuded a weak aura, but in his clear eyes, there was a strong self-confidence that said, "Never bow down." Chen Yuzhen quietly looked into Su Chen's eyes, and after a while, she softly said, "I like the Su Chen now." Yes. Although the current Su Chen looked very unfamiliar to her, but he gave her a sense of security that was indescribable. However, when Su Chen instinctively paused, he felt that Chen Yuzhen saying she liked him as he was now was not a grammatical error. Setting aside the misunderstanding she had, her careful care for Su Chen had been tested by time. So, Chen Yuzhen, who cared so much for Su Chen, liking his current self, was the same as her wanting Su Chen to remain as he was now. "Thank you, Teacher Chen, for your understanding." Su Chen smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat your noodles. If you wait too long, they'll get cold. If you have any more questions, we can talk after you finish eating." "I'll talk while eating." Chen Yuzhen brushed her hair behind her ear, and with one leg straight on the table, she effortlessly bent down and picked up the bowl of noodles. Truly a yoga practitioner. Her waist was so flexible. After blowing on the noodles, Chen Yuzhen seemed to suddenly think of something and opened her phone, placing it on the table. She said lightly, "Add me as a friend, release my phone number from the blacklist." Su Chen, all right. In consideration of Chen's words, "I like the current Su Chen," Su Chen decided to give her another chance. Su Chen silently picked up her phone and added her as a friend on Bubble. He also released her phone number from his phone's blacklist. "No matter what kind of Su Chen you are the one I have secretly admired. In this lifetime, don't think about locking me up in the blacklist again." Chen Yuzhen, who was eating noodles with her head down, felt pleased when she saw Su Chen obediently following her instructions and placing her phone on the table after completing the task. All the uncontrollable palpitations disappeared with Su Chen's actions. Her heart settled. She asked, "Do you know what the relationship between me and Yin Qingshan is?" "Ha? Do you know the idiot elder sister?" Su Chen was stunned when she mentioned Yin Qingshan. Chen Yuzhen said, The money she used to start her company was invested by me. As for the relationship between me and Yin Qingshan, you will know in the future. I came to see you tonight mainly for this matter. After you refused to cooperate deeply with Yin Qingshan, she suffered a great blow. She even neglected the company. After the company shut down, what about the large sum of money I invested? What? That idiot actually threw a tantrum because I refused to cooperate with her deeply that day? Damn! Doesn't this mean she can't help me make money anymore? Why is she like this? Chen was full of disbelief. He was not interested in knowing the relationship between Yin Qingshan and Chen Yuzhen, and he didn't even care if Chen's investment would go down the drain. He only cared that the idiot elder sister's tantrum would prevent him from earning a living. After all, an idiot partner, far more cunning than a monkey partner, is more likable. Chen, I know why you treat Yin Qingshan that way. It's just that you see her background, but her family doesn't trust you. You even consider that after the company grows, her family will use means to seize your hard work. Chen Yuzhen elegantly ate noodles and said, but no matter what, the one who is cautious about you is Yin Qingshan's family, not her. Treating her like that is hurting her. It's unfair to her. After all, she sincerely wants to cooperate with you. This statement seemed to make some sense. Chen smiled again. Chen, can you guarantee that Yin Qingshan's family won't deprive me of my hard-earned results in the future? Chen Yuzhen asked back, Chen, do you trust me? Chen silently extinguished his cigarette and looked at her eyes full of motherly love. After a while, he said, Chen, as long as you don't misunderstand me inexplicably and want to slap me, I think I will unconditionally trust you. Chen Yuzhen raised her hand and swore, if I ever misunderstand Chen again and want to slap him, then let it be. Stop. Chen quickly raised his hand and interrupted her oath. He. Chen Yuzhen smiled triumphantly. But then she said seriously, in the future, if Yin Qingshan's family tries to seize your legal interests, they must first ask for my approval. I, Chen Yuzhen, am putting it here tonight. If I don't care about Yan's family seizing Chen's legal interests in the future, then let me, Chen Yuzhen, be a prostitute for generations. Ah, is it necessary to swear? And this oath is so harsh. This will make me owe you a favor. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuzhen still swore, leaving Chen with a bitter smile. In the future, work with Anshin and Yin wholeheartedly. Whatever difficulties you encounter, or whatever obstacles you face, you can tell me. Chen Yuzhen put down his bowl and subconsciously patted his belly. After burping, he continued, as long as it concerns the two of you, whether it's obstacles or difficulties, I can basically help you solve them. My sincerity is big enough, right? Indeed, it's big. Just like Chen's gaze subconsciously swept over from an altitude of 180 millimeters, silently saying to himself, so big. Chen Yuzhen, who was reaching for his phone with his head down, didn't see Chen's gaze, being not honest. Otherwise, he would definitely feel embarrassed. Give her a call these days, express your apologies in a tactful way for leaving abruptly that day. Chen Yuzhen added, I can guarantee that after Yin wholeheartedly receives your apology, she will be forgiving. We will restart and work together to manage Qingshan Entertainment well. Apologize to her? Ha! Chen suddenly felt uncomfortable. Chen. As if knowing what he was thinking, Chen Yuzhen said, you are a man of integrity, while Yin wholeheartedly is a pampered girl. Men should not be as petty as women when doing things. This statement made Chen feel much better instantly. Ah, indeed, Teacher Chen is good at speaking. There is one more thing. Chen Yuzhen turned off his phone after confirming that he had reconnected with Chen as bubble friends. That is, this evening, Suja called me again. Suja called you again? Chen, who was about to make tea for Chen Yuzhen, sat back down. Chen Yuzhen crossed his slender legs, folded them on top of each other, gently swaying one foot, and began to narrate. She received a call from Zhang from the local police station this morning. She and Yin wholeheartedly, who actually cares a lot about a certain little rascal, went to the high-tech zone sub-bureau to find out more. The police have listed Chen as a suspect in a murder-for-hire case. Suja called her, begging her to come and talk to Chen about those things. She recounted everything. Finally, Chen Yuzhen said, in fact, it's easy for the police to find you. It's just that there will be a new leader at the sub-bureau tomorrow, and the morale of the sub-bureau is a bit unstable. Your case has been pushed back artificially. But no matter what, the police will eventually find you, because the Su family will definitely pressure the police. Therefore, I suggest that you either talk to Suja face-to-face or better yet, go to the sub-bureau tomorrow afternoon voluntarily and cooperate unconditionally with the police investigation. Regardless, both Yin wholeheartedly and I don't believe you would resort to hiring someone to commit murder. She's right. The key is, this is exactly what Chen has been eagerly waiting for. He's waiting for the Su family to pressure the police to investigate whether he is the mastermind behind the murder for hire. Since leaving the Beiji restaurant that day, Chen has been thinking that the police could track his whereabouts through surveillance footage. When the Su family learns about this clue, they will definitely suspect him of hiring someone to commit murder and pressure the police to prosecute him. If not for this, how could Chen bring up the heartfelt words Suja said to him in front of Wanda Plaza that day, or present all the evidence of Suzhou and Pang Jai conspiring to pay Zhu Laoban to commit murder? Of course, Chen never expected that the person hurt by Suzhou would be Su Chu. He also didn't expect that Zhu Laoban, who fled in fear, would die in a car accident the same afternoon. Okay, Teacher Chen, I'll follow your advice. After careful consideration, Chen said, please tell Suzhou that I will voluntarily go to the sub-bureau tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon to cooperate with the police investigation, because I have some personal matters to attend to at home in the morning. It's about starting a company, which is why I went out today to recruit staff. Qin Huang briefly explained to Chen Yuzhen about the first part-time job dog in the Doubao short play, except for Lao Wang. Okay, I'll go with you, Chen Yuzhen nodded. No need, right? Su Chen's mouth moved, but he didn't say the words. Teacher Chen cares about the good intentions of her students, so it's best not to waste them. Otherwise, she might be unhappy. Anyway, there won't be any negative impact if she goes alone. Chen Yuzhen said seriously again, I think you still need to go to college. Without education and a diploma, you may encounter difficult bottlenecks in your future development. Su Chen shook his head, Teacher Chen, I have no interest in going to school now. After all, I have died once and seen through many things. Ah. Just as Chen Yuzhen was about to say something else, she changed the subject after a sigh. Can you make money by setting up the Doubao short play company? I have never heard of such a short play. Su Chen smiled, there is a great chance of making money. Since you are so confident. Chen Yuzhen lightly shook her foot and said in a light tone, then take me with you. What? You want me to take you, to fly together? Where to fly? Su Chen was stunned. Chen Yuzhen said, I will invest 5 million in your Doubao short play. As for how much equity you want to give, you decide. Ha? You don't know anything about short plays, yet you dare to invest 5 million in me? I always thought you weren't short of money, but I didn't expect you to be a rich woman who can casually throw out 5 million. Su Chen was really surprised. Once you finish dealing with the matter of hiring someone to kill, the 5 million will be transferred immediately. Chen Yuzhen didn't care about Su Chen's surprised expression, raised her hand to look at her watch. It's been almost 2 hours, can my foot touch the ground now? Definitely no problem. Su Chen restrained his surprised expression and subconsciously looked at that foot. Teacher Chen, you can walk around. Chen Yuzhen bent down, picked up the high heel on the ground, put it on slowly touched the ground, slowly stood up, and slowly walked towards the door. 2 legs, black and white intertwined. It's really beautiful. Su Chen admired it generously, nodding continuously. When Chen Yuzhen reached the door, she suddenly turned back. She keenly caught Su Chen's innocent admiration in his eyes. Inexplicably happy. Is this the legendary saying, a woman's beauty lies in pleasing herself? Blushing, Chen Yuzhen said, it's getting late. Su Chen quickly stood up and politely said, Teacher Chen, you can sit for a while. Of course, it's also appropriate for you to go home early. I'll walk you. Chen Yuzhen looked puzzled and asked, it's so late, why should I leave? Ha? Your foot is better, shouldn't you leave? Do you want to stay at my house? Su Chen's brain was not enough again. Tonight, I will stay at Yan Xingxin's house. I will accompany you to the district bureau tomorrow. Chen Yuzhen said, taking Yan Xingxin's slippers from behind the door. After changing into the slippers, she ignored Su Chen's dumbfounded face, swayed her hips slightly, and walked to the stairs with a clatter. She asked, is Yan Xingxin's bedroom on the west or east side? It's a pity that Chen Yuzhen has an engagement. Please collect, give a 5-star rating, and receive a free gift. Thank you. Unconsciously, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Chen Yuzhen, such a beautiful woman, driving home alone at night, indeed had some safety risks. But is this the reason she actively stayed at Su Chen's house? And without giving Su Chen any chance to refute, she walked up the stairs, holding the railing with her small slippers, gracefully ascending to the 2nd floor. Not minding Su Chen's lack of brainpower, she walked elegantly, while Su Chen's eyes were fixed on her swaying hips. Ahem! After Chen Yuzhen went upstairs, Su Chen finally came to his senses and cleared his throat. Helplessly said, she lives in the 2nd bedroom on the west side. The door should not be locked. Oh, you should rest early too. Don't stay up late just because you're young. Chen Yuzhen glanced back and said lightly, then arrived at the door of the 2nd bedroom. She gently pushed the door handle, and indeed the door was not locked. Click! She walked in, turned on the light, then locked the door behind her before leaning against the door panel. She closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Muttering to herself, Chen Yuzhen, you are getting more and more crazy. How dare you stay overnight at his place? You are playing with fire. One wrong move could bring disaster upon him. But I just can't control myself. Besides, even though this is his place, it's the beloved bedroom. Is there anything wrong with me staying in the beloved bedroom? Reasons. Whether it's a man or a woman, when they clearly know they shouldn't do something but can't control themselves, they will find reasons to justify their actions. Once they find a suitable reason, they will do it with a clear conscience. After finding the reason it's normal for me to stay in the beloved bedroom, Chen Yuzhen's inner turmoil instantly dissipated. She looked down at her black and white legs, reminiscing about how Su Chen held her feet, giving her a healing sensation, especially when she liked being watched by him from behind. Feeling proud as she walked gracefully, Chen Yuzhen quietly smiled. Her smile was charming. The mature aura silently spread outward. Su Chen scratched the back of his head and walked into the kitchen, picking up the bowl and chopsticks. Anyway, I'm staying in the idiot's bedroom, so why should I care? What is the relationship between teacher Chen and the idiot? She invested 5 million in me all at once. How much stake is appropriate for her? What does her family do? Damn, I don't need to think about these things now. What I need to do is contact the Purple Cloud Fairy and send Suja to the palace tomorrow. Thinking about the important matters, Su Chen's dishwashing speed increased, and he smirked. He returned to the study, turned on the computer, and scheduled the upload of the new tomb robbing plot. Making money is the priority. Seeing today's daily income, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Tomb robbing is indeed tomb robbing. With just a short 200,000 to 300,000 words, the number of readers has already reached 1.5 million. It's definitely a hit. Moreover, editor Guagio left messages during the day, encouraging the slender and long-legged girls to update more. Several film and television companies have already secured the rights to this book. The platform is in talks with these companies about copyright matters. In short, Guagio said that as long as the later part of this book doesn't collapse, the sale of film, television, and game rights could reach tens of millions, which is very hopeful. For this reason, Guagio also slightly revealed the names of several film and television companies interested in buying the rights. Among them, there is the Huangtu culture in Modu. Huangtu culture? Hee, isn't that the company of the obedient daughter? Su Chen chuckled, thanked Guagio and the platform in a message, then closed the chat box. After browsing through the daily sales figures, he casually clicked on the interactive income and the novel earnings. That is, the rewards. Oh, who just sent 2 King of Gifts? Seeing a reader who just sent 2 King of Gifts, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. After all, 2 King of Gifts is $1,000. Black Silk Cat? Seeing that the reader who had just sent 2 King of Gifts a few minutes ago was named Black Silk Cat, Su Chen immediately thought of the Black Silk Cat who had fought alongside him in Jitsai Mei in the live broadcast room. So, is the Black Silk Cat reading the novel the same person as the Black Silk Cat who fought alongside him in Doyu? Not necessarily. At least the profile pictures are different. The Black Silk Cat in Doyu has a profile picture of 2 black silk legs stacked together. The Black Silk Cat who reads novels is a cartoon pattern of a black cat. Su Chen opened the reward management, which has a function of leaving gifts and messages. Sure enough, he saw the Black Silk Cat who had just given him a large sum of money, leaving a message, author, can you add me as a QQ friend? Don't worry, I am also a girl, this is my QQ number. You are also a girl? Well then, in consideration of your generous support for me, I will add you. Su Chen is still responsible for his fans, so he opened QQ and added the reader Black Silk Cat. His bubble net name is his real name. In order to match the pen name of the Tomato Novel Network, QQ was changed to Slim Waist Long Legs. Even the profile picture was changed to a cute little girl. A proper cross-dressing expert. After adding Black Silk Cat as a friend, Su Chen did not wait for the verification to pass or not, and then exited QQ. Focus on writing. Daily sales are in the tens of thousands. This is the motivation. 1 a.m. Su Chen, who was still excited, turned off the computer and left the study. In the second bedroom on the west side, the light was faintly visible through the curtains on the window. Teacher Chen, who was told not to stay up late, was staying up late. Whatever. Anyway, I can't control it. Su Chen returned to the bedroom, took a quick shower, and took out the second-hand phone. Call Fairy Zixia, buzz, buzz. Qin Huang, who was sitting on the bed playing games, heard a buzzing sound coming from his backpack. It seems that the person with the screen name has called me. Qin Huang immediately turned off the game, picked up his backpack, and took out a phone. It was indeed the person with the screen name calling. She first clicked on the voice-changing software before answering the call, and asked indifferently, is it settled? In the master bedroom of Building 58. Su Chen, who also used voice-changing software, said straightforwardly, start tomorrow afternoon. As for where the target is, how you should act, whether you can retreat successfully after acting, etc. I don't care. I just want Su Zhe and that mess to be completely separated, never to be brought back. Also, a friendly reminder, he may be at the Qingshan Central Hospital. Okay, I got it. Qin Huang said coldly, as long as he's in Qingshan, he won't be able to escape. After speaking, Qin Huang ended the call. She then took out the SIM card, broke it, and put it back in her backpack. After the mission is completed, Qin Huang will not contact the person with the screen name again to say that the mission was successful. For Qin Huang, who has successfully assassinated dozens of people abroad and has rich experience, sending Su Chen into the palace is the simplest task. But early tomorrow morning, she will have to find a reason to ask for leave from Su Chen and investigate the specific whereabouts of Su Zhe. Looking up at the ceiling, Qin Huang picked up the official version phone and found a bubble number with the screen name Auntie, and sent a message, "Are you asleep?" Auntie replied instantly, "Just about to sleep." Qin Huang asked, "Have you arrived in Qingshan?" Auntie replied, "I'm currently at the guest house in Qingshan High-Tech Zone." Qin Huang asked again, "Taking office tomorrow?" Auntie replied, "Around 9 o'clock, officially taking office." Qin Huang, "Oh, I will start targeting Su Zhe tomorrow." Auntie, "Okay. By the way, can you help me investigate a person?" Qin Huang asked, "Who?" Auntie said, "It's Su Chen." Qin Huang was puzzled. "What do you want to investigate about him?" Auntie replied, "He is suspected of hiring someone to commit murder. After I take office tomorrow, I will make this case the top priority. But I heard that he is currently hiding and the police have not found him. It is said that he is currently living in Chun Tian Garden on Aoti Middle Road in the high-tech zone. The police have not found Su Chen? He is swaggering around outside. How could they not find him? I guess it's because you are coming to Qingshan, so the people at the high-tech sub-bureau temporarily don't have the time to look for him, right?" With a little knowledge of career development, Qin Huang, looking at the message sent by Su Yizhi, smirked slightly. He replied obediently, "Okay. After I finish that task tomorrow, I will help you search for Su Chen immediately. I will try to make your first fire burn brightly. After all, if he is really the murderer who hired someone to kill, the police will definitely make him sit in jail until he confesses. In that case, it will save me the trouble of looking for him." "Well, it's getting late, go to bed early," Su Yizhi replied. "Good night." After sending the message, Qin Huang habitually cleared the chat history. Then she lay down and stared at the ceiling blankly. She hated and feared that seemingly fragile woman again. If she could go back decades, she would definitely get rid of Su Yizhi and the scumbag surnamed Qin at the first opportunity. Then she wouldn't have to be born, but every night before going to sleep, Qin Huang would habitually think about this woman. This woman not only lacked the qualifications to be a mother but also never deserved to be loved by a man. She always declared to the public that she was firmly in the child-free camp. To hide that scumbag, she even married a man who could get things done for money and established a so-called family. But when that man died of illness 9 years ago, he never had the chance to hold Su Yizhi's hand. It can be seen that Su Yizhi has always been guarding herself for a certain scumbag. The more she hated the scumbag Qin, the more she loved him. For 19 years, Su Yizhi has always hoped that the scumbag Qin would change his mind and marry her. Therefore, even though Su Yizhi allowed Qin Huang, the daughter of the scumbag Qin, to be trained as the most professional assassin with the huge compensation left by the scumbag Qin, she never dared to let Qin Huang kill anyone within the borders of China or kill a Chinese person abroad. In China, the contracts Su Yizhi arranged for Qin Huang were all about breaking people's arms and legs. This time, Su Yizhi allowed Qin Huang to castrate Su Zhe, which was the most harmful task she had ever carried out in China. Su Yizhi did this so that when the scumbag Qin changed his mind, she wouldn't have to worry about him having any objections to her daughter being trained as a killer who would harm her own people, thus affecting her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. I don't look like Su Yizhi or the scumbag Qin. I am petite, just inheriting the early deceased mother of Su Yizhi. It is precisely because I am nothing like Su Yizhi that no one believes that I was born to her after 10 months of pregnancy. If I hadn't secretly done a few DNA tests, I would never have believed that I am this woman's daughter. Why did you bring me into this world? Since you brought me into this world, why don't you love me? Just treating me as a tool for your love-hate relationship? Why did I come to this world? There are so many people in this world, why is there no one to love and cherish me? Let me live happily like a child from an ordinary family? Why is there no one who can truly love me? Inaudible murmurs accompanied Qin Huang as she slowly slipped into a dream, stopping at a certain moment. A large crystal tear rolled down the girl's pure face. 5:30 in the morning. Su Chen sat up from the bed, washed up, drank a glass of warm water, changed into sports shorts, and quickly went downstairs. He ran around the lake for half an hour. When he returned home, he went to the west wall, first did pull-ups on the high-low bar, then push-ups, and sit-ups. Covered in sweat, Su Chen, with his bare arms, showed off his well-toned body, punching and kicking the sandbag. In the maid's room, Qin Huang squatted behind the door, looking out through the crack. Her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, this kid may have a skinny physique, but his movements are quite agile and flexible, lacking only in strength. Especially the defensive posture of throwing punches, the speed and angle are all in place. Surprisingly, he is not inferior to those professional free fighters. If he can adjust his body weight to over 65 kilograms, not only will his strength be sufficient, but his speed will also increase. Strange, how could he have such rich combat experience? Of course, even though Su Chen's practical experience made Qin Huang feel very surprised. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. Even if Su Chen's weight could reach 65 kilograms, his speed and strength were quite sufficient, and his combat experience was becoming more and more abundant. But if he were to face the petite Qin Huang, Su Chen might not even survive for a minute. Because, no matter how rich the combat experience is, no matter how perfect the speed and strength are, it is ultimately standardized combat skills. And standardized combat skills, the ultimate goal is only to defeat the opponent, and will form muscle memory. When making a move, the fists and feet will subconsciously avoid fatal areas, or when striking the opponent's fatal areas, they will subconsciously reduce force. Qin Huang is different. She has no teacher to teach her combat, boxing, judo, or any other skills. Her teacher is not a hunting dog, but a wild wolf or even a python. No matter how good Su Chen's condition is, there are some performance aspects that can never be erased. When Qin Huang makes a move, it is a killing technique. For Su Chen to take down Qin Huang, he would have to also adopt a killing attitude, activating the bloodthirsty factor from harvesting lives. Compared to Qin Huang, who squats behind the door and secretly observes Su Chen through the crack in the door, Chen Yuzhen is much more graceful. Chen Yuzhen, wearing a sleeping robe, leans on the windowsill, exuding a lazy spring-like atmosphere between her eyebrows, quietly staring at Su Chen like this. Exactly 7 o'clock. Qin Huang, who had eaten and drunk to his heart's content, with a timid look, asked Su Chen for leave. She said she had to go back to school because she forgot to complete the leaving procedures yesterday, but she promised that she would definitely be back before dark to have dinner together. Hurry up and leave. It's best if you don't come back. Su Chen, who also had to go out today, impatiently waved his hand, indicating for her to scram. Chen Yuzhen, who was elegantly dining, ignored their conversation, neither seeing nor hearing. After Qin Huang left the courtyard, Chen Yuzhen, who had just finished eating, stood up to wash the dishes. Watching teacher Chen, wearing a small apron and stepping in small slippers, voluntarily washing the dishes, and then conscientiously picking up the clothes Su Chen had changed out of in the past few days from the sofa, and washing them in a large iron basin in the yard, Su Chen suddenly felt that it would be great if teacher Chen could stay at his house for a few more days. Looking pleasing to the eye, cost-effective, at least much better than the idiotic elder sister. Especially at noon, after teacher Chen cooked lunch, Su Chen's thoughts became even stronger. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chen, who had napped for half an hour in his room, and Chen Yuzhen almost simultaneously walked out of the bedroom. Let's go, teacher will take you to the Gaixin sub-bureau. Don't be nervous and don't be afraid, with teacher here, no one can harm you. Chen Yuzhen said calmly, leading the way downstairs. Graceful figure, paying no attention to Su Chen behind her, shamelessly admiring her. Teacher Chen, shall we go directly to the district bureau? Su Chen caught up with Chen Yuzhen. Walking side by side with her, you should call the police station at the square and inform Officer Zhang. When I came back by taxi last night, I saw someone loitering at the entrance of the community. I think it might be plainclothes officers from the police station looking for me. They didn't notice me when I was in the car last night. But now, it's daytime. Hee hee, what you can think of, I've already thought of it. When you were practicing boxing this morning, I had already informed Officer Zhang that I would guarantee to take you to the district bureau for investigation today. Officer Zhang's people are good, he also doesn't believe you could do those things. Ah, teacher Chen not only has a great figure, a beautiful face, can cook and do laundry, but also has a meticulous and thoughtful heart. Such a beauty, I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry her. Glancing at Chen Yuzhen, Su Chen casually lit a cigarette. Chen Yuzhen suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? Su Chen, who had just lit the cigarette, blurted out, I was thinking, I wonder which scumbag would fake a grave to marry you. Chen Yuzhen was stunned, then her eyes quickly dimmed, and she quickened her pace. Watching her hurried figure, Su Chen scratched the back of his head and realized, it seems that teacher Chen's emotional issues are not going well, even quite bad. This topic should not be brought up with her in the future. The two walked out of the community gate one after the other. As Chen Yuzhen had said, Su Chen did not find any suspicious individuals at the gate. The car started. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Chen noticed that Chen Yuzhen's mood remained low, So he tried to make conversation. Teacher Chen, even though you are a wealthy woman who can throw out 5 million without batting an eye, why are you driving a car worth only tens of thousands? No matter how good the car is, it's just a means of transportation. Chen Yuzhen smiled and said, don't try to cheer me up by pretending to notice my low mood. It's just that my marriage is not going well, but it's not a big deal. Su Chen, do you want to hear about my marital situation? Su Chen replied, as long as you're willing to share, I'll listen attentively. He. Chen Yuzhen smiled faintly and said, I am from Shanghai. My family is powerful, a so-called wealthy family. In many wealthy families, marriages are not a matter of choice. Su Chen understood, there are many such cases in novels, marriages for mutual benefit. Yes, my fiancé and I were engaged in a marriage of convenience 20 years ago. Chen Yuzhen gripped the steering wheel with both hands, looking ahead. In a calm tone, she continued, since I was young, I knew that my future husband would be chosen by my family. So, whether in school or at work, I have never been in a relationship and have turned down countless suitors. If my fiancé's private life wasn't so decadent, or if his character didn't repel me, I wouldn't have come to Qingshan to teach a few years ago. Su Chen thought for a moment and asked, Teacher Chen, did you come to Qingshan to escape from marriage? Not to escape, but to delay. Chen Yuzhen shook her head, because escaping is resisting marriage, and I can't resist. All I can do is delay. Su Chen remarked, but constantly delaying is not a solution. I know. Chen Yuzhen smiled sadly, lowering her eyes, but what else can I do besides delaying? If I can delay for a day, that's one more day. Maybe as I keep delaying, that person will. Will what? Su Chen instinctively perked up his ears. Chen Yuzhen looked ahead again and dreamily said, maybe that person suddenly dies? Su Chen suddenly felt sorry for the beautiful and sexy teacher Chen, but what could he do? Even if Su Chen tried his best to help her find happiness, he didn't have the ability. Maybe that person suddenly dies? After Chen Yuzhen said this, the two fell silent. 7 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. Chen Yuzhen's white car slowly stopped in front of the high-tech district police station. I'll call Officer Wang, who is in charge of the case involving the poisoning of Su Chu. I contacted him this morning as well. Chen Yuzhen unbuckled her seatbelt, took out her phone, and dialed Officer Wang. Soon, Officer Wang answered the call, his voice low. Teacher Chen, hello. Did you bring Su Chen with you? Yes. Chen Yuzhen nodded. We are right at the police station entrance. Let's go to the criminal investigation department to find you. Teacher Chen, I'm sorry, but Officer Wang said, I am not in charge of this case anymore. Ha? Chen Yuzhen raised her eyebrows. Before she could say anything, Officer Wang said again, the new director Su just called me and said she will personally handle this case. Teacher Chen, please take Su Chen and go directly to the director's office on the 3rd floor at the far east. Director Su, who is expecting Su Chen to come in the afternoon, is waiting there. Okay, thank you Officer Wang. After thanking Chen Yuzhen, she ended the call and looked at the entrance of the district police station, her eyebrows furrowing even tighter. Yesterday, when she and Yan Qingshan came here to investigate the case of Su Chu being poisoned, they overheard Officer Wang and others chatting, saying that a new director would be arriving at the district police station this morning. However, at that time, neither she nor Yan Qingshan paid much attention to it. The leadership changes at the district police station had nothing to do with them. But now Chen Yuzhen muttered to herself subconsciously, this director Su hasn't even warmed the seat yet. Why would she personally handle a case that is not that complicated with the status of a director? Su Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, smirked slightly. He thought he might know why this new director Su was paying attention to this case personally. Let's go, we're getting off the car. Su Chen, I'll say it again, as long as you are innocent, don't be nervous or afraid. With me here, no one can harm you. Chen Yuzhen, who still didn't understand why Director Su was doing this, said this to Su Chen specifically when getting out of the car. Well, I am upright and law-abiding, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Chen nodded and got out of the car. It was 5:02. Qingshan Central Hospital. Xin Huang, petite in stature, wearing a pair of platform shoes that added 7 to 8 centimeters to her height, dressed in a white coat, wearing a mask on her face, hiding her twin ponytails in her nurse's cap, walked out of the changing room with her hands in her pockets and approached the glass door of the special care floor, taking out her access card to swipe. With her skills figuring out Suja's current whereabouts, sneaking into the nurse's changing room quietly, opening the locker of the off-duty nurse, dressing up as a nurse, and obtaining the access card, was not difficult at all. Drip. With a pleasant drip sound, Xin Huang opened the door and walked into the special care floor. She hurried past the nurse's station, arriving at the door of the westernmost ward. She looked inside through the window. A pale-faced girl was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. A young man with a delicate and handsome appearance was sitting by the window, playing with his phone. So this is Suja. Ah, look at his delicate face, he's a good candidate for a eunuch. Qin Huang shook her head with pity and walked in. Suja's nightmare began. Please give a 5-star rating, please give a free small gift. Thank you. Ah. After Teacher Chen took him to the interrogation room, his parents couldn't recognize him anymore. Teacher Chen, I hate you. Half an hour ago, Su Desan called Suja. He said that he and his wife, as well as Su Ci, would go to the district police station together to wait for the investigation results of a certain little animal. He asked Suja to take care of his third sister here. If there is any good news, Su Ci will inform him immediately. In fact, Suja most wanted to go to the district police station to see Su Chen, the prime suspect in Su Chu's poisoning case, being handcuffed. But he felt guilty. He told Su Ci, who was taking care of Su Chu, that he couldn't bear to see his brother possibly being prosecuted, so he stayed here to take care of Su Chu. Su Ci was very touched by this and kept complaining to him, saying he shouldn't treat that scumbag as a brother. Xiaozhe, I have good news for you. Su Ci sent a message. After strong requests from me and our parents, the new director Su at the district police station will personally handle this case. Wait a moment, Chen Yuzhen will bring the despicable scumbag to find Suju, second sister. If it's true that my brother is the mastermind behind the poisoning of the third sister, you should also consider that he is our relative, and request the police to handle it leniently. I don't want to see siblings fighting each other and causing our parents heartache. Su Zhifei quickly typed and sent this message, and the door of the ward opened. A nurse, about 160 centimeters tall, walked in. He didn't pay much attention, just politely smiled and nodded at the nurse. The nurse also nodded back politely, raised her hand towards the restroom, gesturing. In her hands, she held 2 small plastic cups for urine testing. In a gentle and tender voice, she softly said, "Family member of the patient, please come over. Let me explain to you the basic process of sampling for the patient." Does the nurse need to explain the basic process of sampling to the family member of the patient, and is it necessary to go to the restroom? However, since the nurse said so, Suja didn't think much about it, casually placed his phone on the windowsill, and walked over quickly. Family member of the patient. When the patient wakes up later, do not let her drink water. The nurse, with small hands wearing medical gloves, placed the 2 plastic cups on the sink and turned to look at Suja standing at the door. Okay, Suja had just said this word. The gentle and tender voice of the nurse suddenly punched him hard in the temple. Boom! Suja felt like he had been hit by a high-speed train at 380 kilometers per hour, completely losing consciousness. Even though he had lost consciousness completely, he could still feel an indescribable intense pain at a certain moment. Suja suddenly opened his eyes and gasped. Bang! Another heavy punch landed on his head, causing him to roll his eyes passively and faint again. How long had passed? Was it a century, or just a second? Suja was pulled out of the deep darkness by a terrified scream. Help! Someone, come quickly! What's wrong? Su Chu, who was dozing off, woke up in a panic and struggled to sit up. He saw a nurse rushing out of the ward, standing at the door and shouting in distress. Hurried and rapid footsteps approached. Several medical staff hurriedly ran in. What's going on? Where's Xiaozhe? Ah, is this the person who was carried out of the restroom by the medical staff, Xiaozhe? But why is there blood flowing down his pants? Su Chu widened his eyes, looking at Suju as he was carried out of the ward by several panicked medical staff. Quick! A medical staff member's shout came from outside the door. Hurry back to the restroom and find his SCQ. What are you waiting for? If we act promptly, we can perform surgery to reattach it. Oh. The nurse who first discovered Suja's accident rushed back in. I searched and searched in the small restroom. I even wanted to dig up the toilet, but still couldn't find Xiao Su. Where did Xiao Su go? Qin Huang, who had changed out of the nurse's uniform, put on a coffee-colored baseball cap, a black face mask, and packed the surgical knife, elevator shoes, and other tools used by Xiao Su into a backpack, calmly left the hospital. She hailed a taxi and quickly disappeared into the streets. From the moment she started to act until she safely evacuated, it only took a few minutes. 2:13 p.m. Accompanied by Chen Yuzhen, Su Chen arrived at the corner of the 3rd floor of the district police station office building. Shouldn't that purple cloud ferry start soon? Su Chen glanced at his phone and looked up at Chen Yuzhen, who was about to climb the stairs to the 3rd floor. Professor Chen, please wait. What's wrong? Chen Yuzhen turned around and looked down at Su Chen. Teacher Chen, I suddenly thought of something. If I'm not mistaken, the non-famous businessman Mr. Su Deshan from my city, along with his eccentric family, may currently be in the office of the Su Bureau. Su Chen said, you'd better not accompany me to face the personal interrogation of the Su Bureau. Otherwise, Mr. Su and his family may say some offensive things to you on the spot because you are protecting me. Chen Yuzhen understood. She said lightly, it's precisely because of this that I must stay by your side. With me here, they will have to restrain themselves. Teacher Chen, please go to the car and wait for me, Su Chen said earnestly. I'll say something disrespectful. In my heart, you are a perfect and untouchable goddess. I don't want to see my goddess being offended by a group of fools. Or rather, if they really offend my goddess, I might lose my temper on the spot. That would only make things worse. Chen Yuzhen's eyes suddenly lit up as she blushed, and a proud aura emanated from her. Indeed, whether it's Teacher Chen or the girls at the foot massage parlor, when praised as a goddess by a man, they will feel elated in an instant, Su Chen thought to himself. Despite his disrespectful words, it was all nonsense. But he sincerely hoped that the Su family wouldn't say anything offensive to Chen Yuzhen while she was trying to protect him. Especially that Meng Jelly, she has no filter. Most importantly, Su Chen didn't want Chen Yuzhen to see his fake modesty and subtle insults towards the Su family in front of the police, as it would damage his image as a good boy in Teacher Chen's eyes. Alright, I'll wait for you in the car. Chen Yuzhen patted Su Chen's shoulder and said softly as she hurried down the stairs, I am your goddess, as you said. What? What do you mean? I was just talking casually, and you took it seriously? At this age, you still believe in sweet words from men. That's women for you. Watching Chen Yuzhen walk away gracefully in high heels, Su Chen scratched the back of his head and went upstairs. He arrived at the office door on the far east side and lightly knocked. The door opened. Su Chen instinctively looked up. It was as if something was controlling his gaze, allowing him to see the woman sitting behind the desk in an instant. Such a delicate and beautiful young lady. Su Chen instinctively admired in secret. The person who opened the door for Su Chen was a young female police officer. After a brief glance at Su Chen, she asked softly, Are you Su Chen? Su Chen's current shy expression was completely consistent with his persona from that night in the live broadcast. Su Xiaomeng, who came to Qingshan with Su Yizhi to serve as the bureau chief's secretary, liked to listen to music and even idolized stars in her spare time. She had watched the live broadcast of Su Chen and Ji Kaimei sparring. She admired Su Chen, the musical genius. Therefore, when she saw Su Chen's disgustingly shy expression, Su Xiaomeng immediately confirmed his identity. Yes, I am Su Chen, Su Chen said with a shy smile, his gaze quickly scanning the office. The bureau chief's office was very impressive in terms of size, decoration, office supplies, and so on. It was certain that the woman sitting behind the desk was the new head of the Su bureau. Sitting on the sofa in the guest area were two women and a man. It was the Su couple, who had been pressuring the police to arrest Su Chen since Su Chu was poisoned, along with their second daughter, Su Ci. Come in, don't be nervous, Su Xiaomeng whispered to Su Chen as she let him in. She had been following Su Yizhi for several years, and she could be considered an expert in the field, training her eyes to be good at distinguishing good from evil. Therefore, based on Su Xiaomeng's judgment, she didn't think Su Chen, who had a pure look and a shy appearance, could commit crimes like hiring someone to kill or buying birds to be killed. Instinctively, she released a little goodwill towards him. Thank you. After Su Chen thanked her, he walked into the office. The three members of the Su family sitting on the sofa, upon seeing Su Chen, all had fierce looks in their eyes. If not for the current situation, they would definitely have angrily questioned the little animal for daring to walk into the trap. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to look at their faces. Quietly scrutinizing the beautiful aunt sitting behind the desk, was she not much stronger than looking at a few ugly faces? This face, this skin, this figure, this temperament. If not for the clothes she was wearing, one would really want to hold her in their arms and take care of her. Can a woman like this control all kinds of criminals? Su Chen, quietly scrutinizing Su Yizhi, expressed doubts about this. Director Su. Su Xiaomeng quickly walked to the desk and said, Su Chen is here. With her hands crossed on the table and a pair of small shoes under the table, Su Yizhi, who casually swayed, subconsciously narrowed her eyes slightly when Su Chen appeared at the door, focusing on him with a series of professional data floating in her mind. After all, she was a well-known goddess in the Magic City. Having worked in a certain district police station in the Magic City for so many years, her own expertise was still very strong. At least, Su Chen's shy demeanor could deceive Su Xiaomeng, but not Su Yizhi. The reason is simple. Su Yizhi, who looks delicate and beautiful on the outside but is actually ruthless and decisive on the inside, is the highest-ranked hypocritical mask master. Su Chen's shy demeanor, under Su Yizhi's discerning eyes, instantly fell apart. The more someone can pretend, the more dangerous they are. Strange, he's only 19 years old, how can he be so skilled at pretending to be harmless? The kid is quite interesting. It's a pity his luck is bad. He met me, Su Yizhi. What's even more amazing is that he's the next target after Su Zhe. Who would have thought that Suija would be disabled first, and then him? These two brothers really have bad luck. As Suiji's thoughts turned, Chen arrived at the desk and respectfully bowed. "Auntie, I am Chen." He didn't address Suiji as Director Su or any other title. Instead, he placed himself in the position of Suiji's junior and called her auntie. Generally speaking, this can effectively bring the two sides closer and gain the person's favor. This little animal is really good at pretending. Looking at Chen, Desan thought of his appearance as a fugitive when he was kicked out of the house, especially the slap he had received in the mediation room of the square police station. He wished he could smash Chen's shy mask with a big slap. Just thinking about it. Even if Desan had 8 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to act out in Suiji's office. "Well, hello, Chen." Suiji smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Chen, hand over your backpack, phone, and other belongings to the lady next to you for safekeeping." Although this was not an interrogation room, the police only asked Chen to cooperate with the investigation and could not violate his civil rights. But she had to follow the interrogation process, and Chen could only cooperate. In fact, even the 3 people with Desan had their phones and other miscellaneous items confiscated by Suiji and placed in a nearby cabinet. "Okay." Chen nodded, following Su Xiaoming's instructions. He turned off his phone and handed it over, along with his backpack, to her. "Xiaoming, you take Mr. Su and the other 2 to the room next door to wait. I want to have a private conversation with Chen." After Su Xiaoming put things away, Suiji instructed, "Mr. Su, please follow me." Su Xiaoming agreed and led the 3 people with gloomy faces, including Desan, out of the office quickly. Click. The door closed. Suiji released her intertwined fingers, leaned back on the chair, and the gentle smile on her face disappeared instantly. The eyes that seemed to have flowing spring water at all times also emitted a sharp light, staring firmly at Chen's eyes. Chen was surprised in his heart. How did this girl suddenly change? Chen, Suiji's tone was cold, getting straight to the point. "Don't pretend to be shy in front of me. Your deceptive tricks have no use here. I didn't expose you in front of your parents just now because I am new here and wanted to give you some face. This girl seems quite formidable." Chen looked at Suiji's expressionless face but still charming, and after a moment of silence, he smiled and asked, "Auntie, may I sit down and talk?" He didn't panic even after I tore off his fake mask, but instead requested to sit down and talk. This 19-year-old kid has quite the composure, doesn't he? Suiji's eyebrows trembled slightly, her tone even colder. "Do you think you have the right to make demands of me?" "But I have that right." Since she didn't give him face, Chen stopped being polite. "What?" Suiji was stunned and asked, "You think you have the right to sit and talk in front of me? Chen, do you know where you are? Do you know who you are? Do you know why you are here? Do you know who I am?" A series of questions were thrown out. "This is Huaxia Tiandong, Qingshan High-Tech Sub-Bureau." Chen spoke clearly, without any fear. "I am Chen, a legal and law-abiding citizen. I came to the Sub-Bureau this time voluntarily as a law-abiding citizen to cooperate with the police investigation. You are Suiji, the director of Huaxia Tiandong, Qingshan High-Tech Sub-Bureau." Suiji's delicate eyebrows trembled again. Subconsciously, she straightened her posture. "Suiji," Chen frowned and called her by name. "Please always remember, you are a public servant serving the people, not a lord sitting high and interrogating law-abiding citizens." Even if the original owner had 10,086 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to question her in front of Suiji. It's even more unlikely to say such reasonable words like Chen did. Suiji, shocked. She already valued Chen, right? But she underestimated this 19-year-old kid, especially after he caught her off guard with his questioning, leaving her at a loss for words. However, Chen had more to say. "Suiji, it's fortunate that you are only a deputy now. If you were to advance to a higher position in the future, would you want to be like Wu Zetian? I advise you to wake up and stop dreaming. This is a civilized society, not a feudal era where people are treated like livestock. Of course, if you already have evidence of my crimes, that's a different story. But your police only suspect me without any evidence to prove I'm a bad person. Do you find it ridiculous to put on this lordly air in front of me?" Chen chuckled, turned around, and walked quickly to the reception area. He sat heavily on the sofa, casually picked up a cigarette from the reception desk, tore it open, put one in his mouth, and crossed his legs. Suiji stared blankly at him, feeling like she might be dreaming. If it's not in a dream, a child who has just walked out of high school campus, still full of pure dreams. But in front of her, she behaves more like many seasoned social veterans, even more so. Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. Looking at the still silly Suiji, he continued, "Actually, I am very clear. You just arrived this morning, the big bureau chief whose chair hasn't even warmed up under your butt. The reason why you are so eager to personally take over the not-so-complicated case of Su Chu's poisoning is simply to use this case as the first fire of your new appointment, to find an opportunity to do something. Shocked. Suiji was shocked again. Just because what Su Chen said was completely correct. She wanted to use the Su Chu poisoning, this not-so-complicated case, as the first fire to ignite. Only when the fire is ignited can she dispatch the criminal police, public security and other departments legitimately according to her orders. During the period when the various departments follow her orders, Suiji can quickly identify through their enthusiasm which people can take the opportunity to get close to her, which people are against her in a hypocritical manner, belonging to the ranks of those she will strike against, and so on. Many seasoned veterans in officialdom can definitely see through the trick Suiji is playing. But is Su Chen a seasoned veteran in officialdom? Of course not. He is a simple-minded prospective college student. Su Chen can see through Suiji's methods because he has lived on Earth for 39 years and has read countless officialdom novels online. After he said these words with full force, he casually picked up today's newspaper and started reading it with his head down. Moderation. Excess leads to error. Don't chase a desperate enemy. Su Chen is very clear about these idioms. Slowly, Suiji, who was repeatedly surprised, finally came back to her senses. Looking at Su Chen's eyes again, there was less of that sharp brightness that wanted to see through his essence. But there was more of a sense of being offended but having to endure it. Su Chen, Suiji said softly, your brilliant performance just now really surprised me. You might secretly feel proud of it. You. Wrong. Su Chen raised his head, interrupting Suiji's words. Director Su, this statement is wrong. I am an orphan, without siblings, without power or influence, only deserving to struggle at the bottom as a commoner. Only someone with a brain kicked by a donkey would feel secretly proud of confronting you, the big bureau chief, face to face. Do you really think I don't know that if you want to deal with me, all it takes is a glance, and countless people will flock to me like moths to a flame? Suiji remained silent. She just picked up the water glass with her tender white hand and took a sip of tea. I dare to confront you like this because you, for your own benefit, don't care at all about a child's feelings. Su Chen's face was full of undisguised disgust. Looking at her, he said, I wear a shy mask in front of you, so what? Have I eaten your rice, or broken your glass? Do you really need to unceremoniously tear off the mask that sustains my existence and expose my delicate facial skin to this dangerous world? Suiji still didn't know what to say. Director Su, you can wear a fragile mask in front of Su Deshan and the others. Why can't I also wear a mask to protect myself? The key is. Su Chen flicked the cigarette ash with his fingers. He continued, I am here to cooperate with the police to thoroughly investigate the Su Chu poisoning case. Based on Director Su's intelligence, you must be very clear that I dare to come. I can definitely produce ironclad evidence that this case has nothing to do with me. Do you need to tear off my mask? Whether I wear a mask or not. He. The more he spoke, the more Su Chen resented this woman. The key is, he had already offended this woman. The biggest characteristic of a woman is being petty. Su Chen was very clear that even if he begged for forgiveness now, Suiji would still firmly remember him. Since that's the case, Su Chen sneered coldly, muttered under his breath, what's it to you? Suiji's face changed drastically. She wanted to slam the table and stand up. She even thought about opening the drawer and taking out her gun. One shot to shut this kid up, but she suddenly took a deep breath, causing her altitude of 170 millimeters to fluctuate rapidly, holding back her impulse. Slowly standing up, she walked around the table. Stepping in her small leather shoes, she clicked her way to the reception area. She bowed slightly to Su Chen and whispered, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for my behavior earlier. All right. She made sure to remember Su Chen firmly in her heart. However, Su Chen didn't seem to care too much. After all, he didn't want to live a stifled life after crossing over. Despite Suiji being a high-ranking official, she couldn't control everything in the high-tech zone. If Suiji really pursued him relentlessly, Su Chen, a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans, could still fight back. Besides, Su Chen had a goddess backing him up. If things didn't work out, Su Chen might as well go to the Magic City and dance with Jia, the devil. In any case, Su Chen didn't feel a sense of belonging anywhere in the world. Alright, Director Su. Su Chen waved his hand, we've torn our faces apart, there's no one else here, do you really need to pretend with me? Let's get down to business, and once it's done, I'll leave. Do you think we, the common people, can just ask for whatever we want and get it, like you sitting in your air-conditioned room drinking tea? I still have to work hard to earn money for my next meal. Suiji had the strong urge to pounce on him and bite him to death, but she held back the thought, knowing he would soon become disabled. Alright, Director Su. I'll be naive once again. I thought that after helping you solve the case of Su Chu's poisoning, you would at least treat me with some respect and let me go. Forget it after that. Su Chen looked at her and asked, what do you think of this deal? Suiji instinctively ignored his vulgar language and narrowed her eyes. Are you sure you can help me solve this case? Su Chen replied, every minute and every second. Good. Suiji slowly reached out her fair, delicate hand. I accept this deal. Clap. Su Chen raised his butt, high-fived Suiji, and said, now, you can have Su-desan come over. Various experts began to shine and set the stage for the future. Thank you all for your appreciation. Suiji glanced deeply at Su Chen, then turned back to her desk, picked up the phone. Su Chen immediately stood up and walked quickly to the table. The shy and quiet Wenjing, Suiji glanced at him, about to call Su Xiaoming over, but the door was lightly knocked. Come in. Suiji put down the phone and said to the person at the door. The door opened. Su Xiaoming walked in quickly. After glancing at Su Chen, she walked to Suiji's side and whispered a few words. What, Suja? Suiji's face changed, subconsciously looking at Su Chen. In fact, Suiji was well aware of what would happen to Suja today. Just as she could control her overwhelming anger and apologize to Su Chen, it was because she knew the next unlucky person would be this guy. Why bother with a future disabled person like Suja? However, after receiving the news of Suja's injury, Suiji would have to pretend to be shocked. It would seem more natural for her to look at Su Chen seemingly unaware of anything. Suiji's abruptly stopped low exclamation let Su Chen, who was slightly lowering his head, know what had happened. The so-called purple cloud fairy had completed the task he assigned. He thought to himself, my dear little brother, the eldest and the second have split up. Okay, very good. Let the two brothers split up first, and then go to jail happily. This is the only way to make up for what he did to the original owner in the past 4 years. Original owner, your spirit in heaven can finally rest in peace, right? Or should I help the original owner by killing his parents and a few sisters? When Su Chen had this idea in mind, he heard Suiji instructing, Xiaoming, bring Su-desan and the others over. Okay. When Su Xiaoming hurried out, she couldn't help but glance at Su Chen. She felt that Su Chen was definitely not the murderer. In the past half an hour, the big child who had been shy with a respectful face standing in front of the table, how could he be the murderer? Soon, the Su family trio, whose communication devices had been temporarily confiscated, followed Su Xiaoming back to the office. Mr. Su, please have a seat. Suiji also regained her gentle appearance, with her hands interlocked on the table without any airs. After the Su family trio sat down, she went straight to the point and said, I'm sorry to inform you of some unfortunate news. Your youngest son, Su Zhe, was deeply injured at the central hospital half an hour ago. What? Zhe was injured at the hospital? And deeply at that. How deep? The Su family trio were stunned, and Meng Jelly, who loved Zhe the most, was the first to react. She stood up in a panic and asked urgently, Director Su, what happened to my son Zhe? There were some words that Suiji really couldn't bring herself to say. So she looked at Su Xiaoming. Su Xiaoming had no choice but to say, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, just now, the central hospital sent a message that your son's that thing was cut off by someone. Currently, the comrades from the City Central District Bureau are urgently investigating the unknown culprit. Crack! The news Su Xiaoming delivered was like a bolt from the blue for the Su family trio. It hit them directly in the head. It left them all dumbfounded. If Xia had been attacked by an unknown assailant and only had his arm or leg broken, Su Deshan and his wife could have reluctantly accepted it. But the injury inflicted on Xia by the unknown assailant was the cruelest form of destruction. And it was cut off. What does that mean? Cut off means it was cut off and taken away. Even if Xia is currently at the central hospital, if they can't find that thing of his in a short time, there's no way they can reattach it through surgery. Su Deshan and his wife, who loved and raised Xia so dearly, could not accept this devastating news. Maijin Meng Jelly, who was stunned, suddenly screamed and fainted on the spot. Su Deshan hurriedly held her and shouted, Darling, take it easy. Su Xiaoming also rushed over to help Su Deshan pinch Meng Jelly's acupoint. Su Chen! Su Ci suddenly screamed, jumped up from the sofa, and pounced on Su Chen. It's you. You're the one who harmed Xia, right? You damn bastard. I'll kill you right now. Su Chen just looked at her coldly, without any evasion or preemptive action. This was in the office of the director of the High-Tech Zone Bureau, where Suiji was sitting. If she allowed Su Ci to harm Su Chen and cause certain injuries, she would not only bear a certain responsibility but also damage her reputation in the bureau. Sure enough, just as Su Ci was about to reach Su Chen, Su Xiaoming, who had been helping Meng Jelly, raised her hand and grabbed her arm, forcefully throwing her onto the sofa. What are you doing? Calm down. Oh, It turns out this little girl's grappling skills are quite good. Chen secretly admired her. After being thrown onto the sofa by Su Xiaoming, Su Ci calmed down a lot. Next second, just woke up Meng Jelly, like a fake corpse, rushed up regardless of the rational restraint of Su Deshan, who still had some sanity, crying and cursing, rushing towards Su Chen. Little beast, how cruel you must be. First harm your third sister, then harm my little Zhe. Today, I must kill you, little beast. Bang! Suiji, who was delicate and weak, finally got angry. She raised her hand and slammed it heavily on the table. Meng Jelly was startled, paused the attack, and looked at Suiji. Suiji's face was gloomy, and she said to Su Deshan indifferently, Mr. Su, can you please make Mrs. Su quiet down? Jelly, calm down. Su Deshan, holding his wife, looked at Su Chun with red eyes and said, this little beast can't escape. Mr. Su. Su Xiaoming frowned and asked, when Suju was injured, Su Chen was in our district bureau. How could he be the one who harmed Suja? This question left Mr. and Mrs. Su at a loss for how to answer. Su Ci is indeed young and quick-witted. He immediately replied, he could hire someone to kill Su Chu. Of course, he could also hire someone to harm little Zhe. This statement is half true. Su Xiaoming asked again, where is the evidence? What evidence do you have to prove that Su Chen hired someone to harm Su Zhe? Do we still need evidence? Meng Jelly burst out, pointing at Su Chen and crying out. After the news of Zhe's injury came, this little beast remained calm. Zhe is his brother, his relative. When a relative is injured, he remains indifferent and calm. What does this prove? It can only prove that he hired someone to harm Zhe. That's why he remained indifferent to this news. This statement seems to make sense. Even Suiji, when she subconsciously looked at Su Chen, felt a stir in her heart. Could it be that Su Chen is the mastermind behind the task of cutting off Su Zhe? After all, he has the motive and money. No. Suiji immediately denied her own inference. The reason is simple, she does not believe that Su Chen has the qualifications and insight to place an order on the other side of the city. Meng Jelly, let me ask you a question. Su Chen smiled, if you heard that a dog was castrated, would you be shocked? What does Su Chen mean by asking Meng Jelly this question? Anyone with a bit of intelligence understands. In Su Chen's mind, Zhe is just a dog. Meng Jelly was stunned. Before she could react, Su Chen looked at the Su family trio and said coldly, forget about Zhe's incident. Even if all 6 of your Su family are in a mess, I will never have any reaction. A group of people who have nothing to do with me, what does it have to do with me? Su Deshan and others, in the future, if you dare to falsely accuse me, hire someone to kill, etc. Don't blame me for being impolite. After saying this, Su Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously. Do you want to quickly cry and wail for your good little Zhe? If you do it quickly. Because later, I'm afraid you won't be in the mood to cry. The Su family trio subconsciously looked at each other, not understanding why Su Chen said that. Miss, Su Chen said to Su Xiaoming, please, give me the things I brought. Because inside, there is evidence that Su Chu was injured, and it has nothing to do with me. Ha? Su Xiaoming was stunned, looked up at Suiji. Suiji nodded, take out Su Chen's things. Su Xiaoming quickly walked to the cabinet and took out Su Chen's things. Su Chen looked at Suiji, Auntie, I need to use your computer. Many polite children and E.G. immediately turned the screen of the all-in-one computer towards the door. Su Chen took a small USB drive from the keychain to connect to the computer. After the computer detected the USB drive, Su Chen opened an audio file and said lightly to the Su family trio, listen carefully to what your good son Suja said to me outside the Wanda Square that day. What does it mean? The Su family trio looked at each other. Soon, a young man's voice full of hostility came from the computer. I will kill your parents, inherit all the property of your Su family, and take over your 3 sisters. But you not only can't stop me, you also have to thank me. You unconditionally give me the copyright of that dusk. It's considered thanking me. Ha? Whose voice is this? Why does it sound so much like Xiaozhe? After hearing this voice, the Su family trio subconsciously trembled and their faces changed. Su Chen leaned on the desk, looking interested, watching the Su family trio. He listened carefully to the conversation between him and Suja that day. Su Chen suddenly felt that Suja's voice coming from the computer was so pleasant. Su Yiji and Su Xiaoming quickly glanced at each other. The Su family trio became more and more stunned as they listened. Soon, the audio segment came to an end. It was still Suja's voice. Su Chen, I will help you kill those 2 old guys and have fun with their daughters. As a reward, you give me that dusk, and we can both win. Oh, by the way, after I help you kill those 2 old guys, I will inform you specially. Then, we can go to their graves and have a drink. The audio playback stopped. The room was very quiet. No one spoke. Su Chen, Su Yiji, and Su Xiaoming all looked quietly at the Su family trio. The faces of the Su family trio turned pale and green. Just as they finally came to their senses, Su Chen spoke in time. I know you will still doubt this audio segment, but I found someone to imitate Su Zhu and me in the conversation. Just to frame him and sow discord among your great father-son, mother-son, and siblings relationship. But there must be surveillance at Wanda Square. Even if you can't hear what Su Zhu is saying, you can match the lip movements. Su family trio, Su Chen said again, if this audio is not enough to prove the great affection between you and Su Zhu, I have evidence provided by Zhu, the owner of Beiji Restaurant. Enough to prove that Su Chu was poisoned, and Su Zhu and Qingshi Entertainment's Pang Jai bribed him to do so. What? You said Xiao Zhe hired a hitman to kill someone. The eyes of the Su family trio widened. Su Chen opened another file. This file was the ironclad evidence left by Zhu. Everything about when Su Zhe and Pang Jai found him, how much money they gave him, what they asked him to do, and so on, were all there. Su Chen opened his backpack and took out a sealed plastic bag. Inside was a small bottle of poison with Su Zhe's fingerprints on it. Auntie. Su Chen handed these to Su Yiji and said, although Zhu has passed away, the fingerprints on this and the residual poison in the bottle will easily determine who poisoned Su Chu, whether Su Zhe bribed Zhu to do it. The key is Pang Jai, who was a witness to Su Zhe's wrongdoing. He was right. Based on this evidence, the police will soon be able to determine whether Su Zhe hired a hitman. Wait a moment. Su Yiji looked at Su Xiaoming. Xiaoming immediately informed the criminal police team to arrest Pang Jai from Qingshi Entertainment. Yes, Su Xiaoming replied and rushed out. She looked very excited. Just because Su Yiji solved an important case on her first day in office, it was considered effective and established her prestige. Su Chen. Su Yiji ignored the silly Su family trio and just asked Su Chen, how did you get the evidence that Su Zhu is suspected of hiring a hitman? The day Su Chu was poisoned, I was running errands in the CBD area. I got hungry at noon, so I casually walked into the Beiji restaurant. Su Chen half-truthfully recounted the day he went to the Beiji restaurant. Essentially, he accidentally overheard Boss Zhu calling Pang Jai to extort money. He didn't act rashly at the time, but instead, when Boss Zhu went to the restroom, he opened the cabinet in his lounge and found this crucial evidence. Then he quickly left. When Boss Zhu came out and found the evidence missing, he panicked and fled. So, Su Yiji asked, Su Chen, you actually had the evidence of Su Zhe hiring a hitman a long time ago, but you didn't hand it over immediately? Yes. Su Chen nodded, looking at the Su family trio and said, because I enjoyed watching them, dogs biting dogs. I even hoped that their good son Su Zhe would kill them all, but they kept pressuring the police, making it impossible for me to watch the show. So, I had no choice but to present this evidence. Sigh. He sighed regretfully. To the Su family trio, he said, you can't hide on the sidelines and watch your good son kill you. I really feel so sorry. In the face of strong evidence, Su Si's lips trembled uncontrollably. Meng Jili directly collapsed and sat on the sofa. Su Dishan's eyes were unfocused. Auntie, if I say that I had to wait for you to be transferred to the high-tech district branch before handing over this evidence, which delayed the police investigation and wasted resources, would you blame me for it? Su Chen looked at Su Yiji, his face full of anxiety, and said, you won't blame me for not handing over the evidence to the police in time due to my selfishness, right? Will Su Yiji blame Su Chen for not handing over the evidence to the police in time due to his selfishness? Definitely not. She would just smile gently and shake her head, thinking, this kid is young, not only an old hand in the underworld but also has such patience and cunning. He is definitely outstanding among the young. If I can bring him under my wing and nurture him for a few years, he has a great chance of becoming a valuable subordinate in my career. With this in mind, this woman developed a love for Su Chen's talent. As for the fact that she had taken on a job from a certain benefactor, she didn't care. Taking on jobs was just for fun, she could always refund the deposit if needed, and no one would dare to do anything to her. So, looking at the Su family trio who were still in a daze, Su Yiji said to Su Chen, Mr. Su told me that you tore up your college acceptance letter and didn't want to go to university. Do you want to become a proud police officer? If you are interested, you can come to the high-tech district branch. As long as you work hard, Auntie guarantees that you will achieve remarkable results within a few years. What? You want me to come to the high-tech district branch and be your servant, at your beck and call? Ha, you're dreaming. It's a prosperous era in China now, peaceful and prosperous. I don't need to wield a gun. I can make big money by running a company and live a life of luxury. Isn't that great? Moreover, following a woman like you who says one thing in front of people and another behind their backs, I might end up being sold off one day. Su Chen secretly sneered, but on the surface, he looked pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Auntie, for seeing me in a good light. But after my parents and sisters passed away, a fortune teller once told me that I was not destined to be a civil servant in this lifetime, but rather something like an internet celebrity. Maybe I can live to be 99. Suiji's gaze immediately darkened. She took the initiative to extend an olive branch to Su Chen, but he rejected it without hesitation, losing face. Originally, she was still thinking that if Su Chen could really come to the sub-bureau, not only could he avoid disaster, if his work was really outstanding, she would also consider secretly setting him up with Qin Huang, getting them together. A capable assistant and son-in-law. A genuine insider, very reassuring. But this kid, he rejected her without knowing what's good for him. Auntie, can I leave now? Su Chen, like a blind man, didn't see the displeasure in Suiji's eyes and asked, there are still many things at home waiting for me to handle. Suiji picked up the teacup and asked lightly, you're all alone, what could you possibly have to do? Look at what you're saying. Su Chen said, I want to start a company, I've already recruited many people, all waiting for me to go back and arrange work. No. Suiji said decisively, at least wait until Pang Jiayi is arrested and brought to justice, after the preliminary investigation. Because during the investigation, we may need your cooperation. Let me put it this way, you can't go home until tomorrow at the earliest. Su Chen cursed under his breath. He could see that Suiji wanted to close the case in one day, to boost her prestige on her first day at the high-tech district sub-bureau. Then I'll call my companion who came with me. Say that I have to cooperate with the police in the investigation tonight and can't go home, is that okay? Su Chen clicked his tongue, and could only make a new request. To avoid unnecessary trouble, make the call in front of me. Put it on speakerphone, I want to hear the other person's voice clearly. Suiji's request, while somewhat unreasonable, made some sense. Su Chen could only turn on his phone, find Mr. Chen in the phone book, and quickly change the note. Because this woman didn't seem like a good woman, Su Chen didn't want her to know that the person waiting for him outside was Chen Yuzhen. Otherwise, it might involve Chen Yuzhen. He renamed Mr. Chen to Goddess. After calling the goddess, Su Chen looked at the Su family trio who were still daydreaming, then turned on the speakerphone. Following Suiji's gesture, he placed the phone on the table. The call connected instantly, before Chen Yuzhen could say anything. Su Chen smiled and said, my goddess, rest assured, I'm fine. But because the police need me to cooperate with the investigation, I probably won't be able to leave the sub-bureau until tomorrow morning. Don't wait for me, go home first. Be obedient. If there's anything, I'll call you anytime. In the car outside the sub-bureau, after hearing Su Chen call her the goddess, Chen Yuzhen was stunned, her eyes suddenly lit up. But then she heard Su Chen say be obedient. If there's anything, I'll call you anytime. She trembled lightly, feeling dizzy for a moment. When her dazed eyes focused, she realized the call had ended. Mr. Chen was also a smart person. Even though she blushed and her heart raced because of the word obedient, she immediately realized after coming to her senses that Su Chen said it that way to keep the people around him from knowing who she was, and to urge her to leave. Phew! After taking a few deep breaths, the flustered yet sweet Mr. Chen immediately started the car. In the office, Suiji asked Su Chen, your girlfriend? Su Chen retorted, I said I'm the number 8 technician at Bilon Foot Massage City, do you believe that? Suiji frowned again. Just because Su Chen was playing games with her in response to her questions. But she was too lazy to argue with this future cripple. She took his phone and called her own phone. Save my number, I'll find you anytime. Because I'm not sure if that Su Zhe can withstand questioning in the next few days. What a hassle. Su Chen complained secretly, but also knew that he could not refuse Suiji's request, which was actually very reasonable. He could only obediently save her contact information and casually note old auntie in passing. Suiji, who was saving his contact information, inadvertently looked up and saw the note he had given her. Her face immediately darkened. Su Chen, am I very old? You can praise a woman as beautiful with a clear conscience, ensuring that there will be no hidden dangers. But if you say a woman in her 30s is an old auntie, the result will definitely not be good. Su Chen didn't even lift his head, his thumb quickly edited the note. Beautiful Auntie Su Su. One beautiful to describe Suiji's appearance, one Su Su to describe Suiji's youth. This move, played smoothly by the experienced Su Chen. The key is that he also realized that this was a good opportunity to diffuse Suiji's hostility, so he had to flatter her with a clear conscience and a straight face, hoping it would have some effect. Indeed, Suiji's expression immediately went from cloudy to sunny. She muttered under her breath, smooth-talking little thing. Su Chen immediately cursed in his heart, fake and pretentious old women. After being forced to save the phone number of the beautiful Auntie Su Su, Su Chen conscientiously turned off his phone. Turning around, Only then did he openly revel in schadenfreude, looking at the Su family trio who were slowly coming to their senses. He smiled and asked, Mr. Su, M.S. Meng, Miss Su Air, why haven't you gone to the hospital to visit your good son, Mr. Suja, your good brother? Hurry up. I believe that even if Mr. Suja is in a coma, he is still looking forward to his loved ones appearing by his side. Asking for free gifts, everyone is happy. But collapse of their worldview was complete. This was the most real feeling of the Su family trio after listening to that audio clip and seeing the evidence provided by Boss Shu. They were confused, angry, and heartbroken. After finally coming to their senses, they felt like they were going crazy. It was at this moment that Su Chen, with a smug look on his face, suggested they go to the hospital to visit their good son and brother. Yun Su Desan suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Su Chen, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. Nonsense! Meng Jelly, who couldn't accept this cruel reality, shouted hoarsely, this isn't true, absolutely not true. You're framing Xiaozhe. How could Xiaozhe, who is so obedient, sensible, and filial, do such a thing? You little beast. Tell me, did you arrange all of this? Su Ci instinctively wanted to help Meng Jelly accuse Su Chen, but then suddenly closed his mouth. Ha. Faced with Meng Jelly's accusations, Su Chen just smiled, casually picked up a newspaper from Su Yiji's desk, and walked to the corner of the southwest wall to squat down. He finally waited for Suja to arrive and revealed all the evidence that would crush the Su family, originally planning to strike at their hearts. But after seeing Meng Jelly's reaction, he found it tasteless. Finding joy in the misery of fools will only lower one's own standards. If the phone can't be used, then read the newspaper. If the Su family trio are in the guest area, then squat in the corner. Oh, I thought this kid would really strike at the Su family. I didn't expect him to disdain doing so. This broad-mindedness is quite something. He's someone who can achieve great things. How blind must the Su family be to leave a true dragon unraised and love a poisonous snake? Su Yiji glanced back at Su Chen, then at the Su family trio. She shook her head disdainfully in secret, gently swaying the pair of stacked little leather shoes under the table, and picked up the teacup. Director Su. Su Desan slightly calmed his emotions and hoarsely said, can we leave now? He wanted to rush to the central hospital as quickly as possible. At this point, Su Desan still held on to a glimmer of hope. That is, I'd hope to see Suja later, and Suja can produce evidence to prove that all of this was arranged by Su Chen. Not for now, Su Yiji said lightly, before the urgent arrest of Pang Jai and the end of her interrogation, you all have to stay here. Meng Jelly was anxious and said, but we also need to go to the central hospital to visit the injured Xiaozhe. He really needs us now. Su Yiji was stunned, but instinctively looked back at Su Chen. Su Chen, squatting in the corner, holding a newspaper in his hands, showed no reaction at all. It was as if he hadn't heard what Meng Jelly was saying. It was more like he already knew that even if there was plenty of evidence here, Meng Jelly would still refuse to believe that Su Zhe, who she loved so much, could be that kind of person. This woman is really stupid. Su Yiji felt disdain in her heart and smiled gently. Miss Meng, I hope you can cooperate with our police work. If the waiting time is unbearable, then carefully think back on what happened in your home. What should I think about? Meng Jelly was about to say something again, but Su Ci preempted, Mom. Director Su is right. Maybe we should really think back on some things. For example, on the day when Chu Chu was poisoned, why did elder sister lose control of her emotions, scratch Xiaozhe at the hospital, and curse him as the one who harmed Chu Chu? Maybe elder sister had discovered something before. Su Desan and Meng Jelly were stunned. Yes. Since Little Beast left the Su family, Su Shi's attitude towards Suja has changed 180 degrees. She has spoken well of Su Chen many times, and on the day of Chu Chu's poisoning, she went crazy scratching him. The Su family fell silent. Su Chen, who was reading the newspaper with his head down, spoke, since we have nothing else to do, I'll tell you something I've known for a long time. Go on. Su Dishan's voice trembled. A few days after I left your home, Su Shi found women's clothes in my room. Then she took mine and Suja's DNA samples to a certain institution for identification. It was confirmed that Suja and the dirty stuff above were a perfect match. Su Chen just looked at the newspaper. Unfortunately, that idiot leaked the news, leading to the loss of the most important evidence, the clothes. Now it seems that Pang Jai, who colluded with Suja in secret, inadvertently learned about this. She took the evidence first, making it impossible for Su Shi to prove what he had done. After Su Shi discovered the good deeds Suja had done, she developed murderous intentions towards him. But by a twist of fate, it was Chu Chu who was poisoned. The Su family trio all stared blankly at Suja. Even if they were foolish, they had to believe what Su Chen said, which was basically the truth. Oh, By the way. Su Chen looked up, puzzled. Why didn't your eldest daughter see this? Although she is also stupid, she is the smartest person in your family. The Su family trio MS. Meng, let me give you a small piece of advice. Su Chen couldn't help but be sarcastic. Why don't you divorce Mr. Su and marry Suja? After all, you love Suja so much, and he told me himself that he wants to sleep with you. Beast. Little beast. What are you talking about? Meng Jelly went berserk again, stood up and was about to pounce on Su Chen. Jelly, calm down. Su Deshan grabbed her arm. Although he was also angry at what Su Chen said, he knew that throwing a tantrum here would be useless. Su Ci couldn't help but scold. Su Chen, are you still a human being when you speak like this? He. Su Chen rolled his eyes and sneered. You guys don't even do human things anymore, and you care about how I speak? Su Ci, outside the door, there were hurried footsteps. Su Xiaoming walked in quickly and reported to Su Yiji, who was watching the show. The comrades from the criminal police team rushed to Qingshi Entertainment at the fastest speed and arrested Pang Jai. After asking a few questions, she was completely scared to death, crying and shouting to confess and seek leniency. Oh, Su Yiji's eyes flashed, looked at the three members of the Su family, nodded. Pang Jai, what did you say? Pang Jai confessed that it was Suja who colluded with her to find Mr. Chu, poisoned Su Shi, but accidentally injured Su Chu. As for why they hired someone to kill, it was because Su Shi discovered that Suja used Ms. Meng's clothes to do disgusting things, and then framed Su Chen. The DNA evidence collected by Su Shi was taken by Pang Jai under a false name. Su Xiaoming continued to report. The comrades from the criminal police team have obtained the chat records between Pang Jai and Suja negotiating to hire someone to kill on WeChat from Pang Jai's phone. The three members of the Su family were once again completely stunned. The last trace of luck also dissipated completely with Pang Jai's confession. Su Yiji asked again, did Pang Jai say why she helped Suja hire someone to kill? Pang Jai confessed that she had been secretly with Suja since 2 years ago. She did it to seek leniency. Su Xiaoming looked at Su Deshan and others. She couldn't help but shake her head. Pang Jai also confessed that on the night of the college entrance examination 2 years ago, Suja asked her to create an opportunity to help him get Su Shi. Suja's plan was to get Su Shi, then Su Ci, and finally Su Chu. After getting the three sisters, he would kill Mr. Su and his wife, take full control of the Deshan group, and marry Pang Jai. More than 2 years ago, Suja had just entered high school. When he went to play at Qingshi Entertainment, he met Pang Jai, who was still a trainee. Pang Jai learned that this delicate and handsome young man was the future heir of the Deshan group, and she immediately decided to use her looks to change her fate and quickly put her plan into action. It was a great success. The newly infatuated Suja was deeply in love with Pang Jai. It was also because of Suja's role that Pang Jai stood out among many trainees and enjoyed the resources of Qingshi Entertainment, becoming a pillar of the company. However, Pang Jai was quite greedy. She didn't want to just be a pillar of Qingshi Entertainment, she also wanted to be the lady of the Deshan group. Coincidentally, ever since Su Chen came to the Su family, Suja, who had a strong sense of crisis, always felt that familial ties were nothing in the face of blood relations. Suja was worried that one day the Su family would hand over the Deshan group to Su Chen due to a blood awakening. So, while secretly plotting against Su Chen, he also planned to seduce the three sisters of the Su family, kill Su Deshan and his wife, and completely take control of the family. Pang Jai, who fantasized about becoming the lady of the Deshan group, was a participant and accomplice in Suja's plan. The plan officially started after Suja's college entrance examination. But who would have known that the previously cowardly Su Chen would suddenly awaken? The awakened Su Chen completely disrupted Suja's plan and forced him to hire someone to assassinate Su Shi. Realizing that the conspiracy had been exposed, Pang Jai confessed everything in order to seek leniency. She sold out her future husband, Su Shi. Su Xiaoming finished speaking. The 6 eyes of the Su family once again lost focus. Mr. Su Yiji spoke, the case has basically been solved. You can leave the police station and do what you want. If there is anything we need your help with in the future, the police station will call you. Xiaoming, return the phones and other items to Mr. Su and his family. Okay. Su Xiaoming agreed and took out the belongings of Su Deshan and others from the cabinet, returning them. The 3 members of the Su family seemed to be sleepwalking as they slowly walked out of the office. Ahem. Su Chen, who was squatting in the corner, cleared his throat. Auntie, can I leave too? You can't leave until the case is closed. When Su Yiji shook her head, the landline phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and picked up the receiver. I'm Su Yiji, who is this? Hello, Director Su. A man's voice came through. I am Long Shucheng from the Municipal District Bureau. Wang Shucheng is the director of the Municipal District Bureau, and he and Suiji are colleagues at the same level. Hello, Director Wang. Suiji immediately became enthusiastic. May I ask, Director Wang, did you call me because of the incident where Suja, a resident of the high-tech zone, was injured at the central hospital? Yes. Wang Shucheng sighed. Director Su, the incident of Suja being seriously injured at the hospital is very serious and has a bad impact. In order to solve the case as soon as possible, I had to call you for help. Because besides Suja, who is a resident of the high-tech zone, I heard that one of the suspects in this case, Su Chen, is currently in your area. Su Chu was poisoned, and Su Chen is a suspect. Suja was tragically cut, and Su Chen once again proudly took on the burden of being a suspect. Why is this kid's relationship with the Su family so bad? The key is, after Su Chu was frightened by the incident, when he finally came to his senses, he firmly insisted to the investigating officers that Su Chen was responsible for this. The Municipal District Bureau will definitely consider Su Chen as one of the major suspects and immediately launch an investigation against him. It was only after learning that he is currently in the High-Tech Zone Bureau. Originally, I wanted to ask Director Wang for help with the case of Su Chu being poisoned, but I didn't expect you to call first. Suiji said, Director Wang, here's the plan. I will personally take Su Chen to the scene of the incident at the Central Hospital. Well, no need to be polite, this is what I should do. Okay, goodbye. The reason she personally took Su Chen there is twofold. 1. After solving the case of Su Chu being poisoned shortly after taking office, she quickly established her own prestige and needed to increase her exposure in a timely manner. The case of Suja, a resident of the high-tech zone, being tragically cut in the municipal district, is the perfect opportunity for Suiji to gain exposure. Suiji, who had just taken office, personally rushed to the jurisdiction of the municipal district to visit the injured residents of the area, which was an extremely responsible performance. 2. Suiji needed to personally go to the scene of the incident to get deeply involved in the case. In case Qin Huang reveals a flaw, or if the Municipal District Bureau discovers her traces, Suiji can remind her in time. This is the biggest mole, Su Chen, keep your phone off. Grab your bag and come with me. Suiji said to Su Chen, stood up, put on her hat neatly, and walked towards the door with a click of her heels. So damn annoying. But after this trouble, it should be a one-time thing, right? Su Chen stared at Aunt Su Su's swaying figure, sighed inwardly with distress, and reluctantly picked up his backpack and stood up slowly. After walking out of the office building, Su Chen realized that the sun was about to set in the west. Along the way, Su Chen noticed many police officers who said, if the new director doesn't leave, I won't leave either, greeting Suiji with complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some admired. Some were in awe, some had a hint of desire. The disdainful ones simply instinctively felt that a delicate little girl had no qualifications to lead a branch of a powerful agency. The admirers were impressed because on her first day in office, Director Su solved the case of Su Chu being poisoned in just one afternoon. The ones in awe could see that this delicate little girl really had some skills. The ones with desire, as long as they were normal men, whether they were 18 or 80, no one could see Aunt Su Su, who was perfect in color, fragrance, and taste, and not be moved. Especially when she was wearing the bureau uniform. It can be said that she perfectly combined the qualities of delicacy and fierceness, charm and iron will, sexiness and righteousness. Her own feminine charm instantly exploded. However, I have seen through her fake appearance, but very clearly, Aunt Su Su, the farther you hide, the better. But he just had to get into Aunt Su Su's private car in the midst of countless envious glances. It smells so good in this car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Chen fastened his seatbelt and sniffed, casually saying, the previous owner of this car was a manly man. The original smell inside the car was mainly tobacco. But with Aunt Su Su getting in, the sweet and refreshing scent quickly overwhelmed the tobacco smell. Suiji in the back seat paused upon hearing Su Chen's words. Looking at Su Chen's eyes, her friendliness diminished. Her instinctive reaction was keenly captured by Su Chen, who was fastening his seatbelt in the rearview mirror. Secretly muttering, what kind of world is this? Speaking sincerely, you still get suspected of being frivolous. Helplessly, Su Chen had to quickly say before Suiji, who was fastening the car door for Su Xiaoming, got in the car, sniffing again. He said, it stinks in this car. Who are you calling stinky? Suiji, who was called stinky by Su Chen, was stunned again and felt insulted. Anger surged. In a low, scolding voice, she grabbed Su Chen's left ear. Su Xiaoming, who was about to get in the car, happened to see Suiji blushing and grabbing Su Chen's ear, and was stunned. This is in the compound of the district bureau, right? Although the car had tinted windows, people passing by the front of the car might see this scene. The new beautiful female director was hiding in the car and getting physical with a big boy. If this matter spreads, it will have a bad impact. Just as two police officers passed by the front of the car and turned to look. Oh no! Su Xiaoming inwardly exclaimed oh no, but she didn't have time to remind Director Su to pay attention to her image, so she came up with a clever plan. She laughed and said loudly, Director Su, although Su Chen made a small mistake due to his youthful exuberance. As an aunt, teaching him, this younger generation, is also the greatest care for him. But after all, he is also a grown man and cares about his face. If you want to teach him, it's not too late to discipline him carefully after returning home. What? This Su Chen is actually Director Su's junior? I knew it. How could Director Su allow him to take the private car and even twist his ear at will? The two police officers passing by the car suddenly realized. One of them happened to be Officer Wang, who was originally in charge of the case involving Su Chu's poisoning. Officer Wang finally understood that Director Su had just taken over the sub-bureau in the morning and personally handled this case in the afternoon. It turns out they are relatives. By the way, I need to pass on this news to my old classmate, Director Zhang of the Square Police Station. As long as Director Zhang establishes a good relationship with Su Chen, it is equivalent to establishing a good relationship with Director Su. If Director Zhang can approach Director Su in a timely manner based on Su Chen's relationship, the benefits will be significant. Officer Wang is indeed very clever. He thought of all this in an instant. Director Zhang, the head of the Square Police Station, was the confidant of the former director. After the former director was transferred, the beautiful female director who was transferred from another province would definitely deal with the confidants of the former director first. Director Zhang is currently uneasy, thinking about how to approach the beautiful female director. If Director Zhang can successfully approach Director Su through Su Chen and gain her trust, then this old director might have a chance to compete for the position of Deputy Director of the District Bureau. Officer Wang, who timely passes on important information, may then succeed Director Zhang and oversee the Square Police Station. This is the path of officialdom. A seemingly insignificant matter, a casually spoken word, could potentially change the fate of many people. Officer Wang's thoughts. Su Chen, who was held by a small hand on his ear, had no idea. He only knew this fake old lady. Isn't she being unreasonable? People said the car smelled good, but she suspected they were trying to flatter her. When people quickly said the car smelled bad, she still angrily twisted their ears. So the question is, did Aunt Su hope people would say the car smelled good or bad? This question will be discussed later. After all, the owner of the ear twisted by Aunt Su was in pain. When Su Chen struggled and tilted his head, he raised his hand and grabbed that creamy little hand, squeezing it hard. Ah, it hurts. Aunt Su, who was black-hearted but delicate, felt like her right hand was being clamped by a tiger's pliers. The pain made her grimace and let out a low, tender cry. However, it was also at that moment that Aunt Su heard what Su Xiaoming said, suddenly realizing that twisting Su Chen's ear was indeed inappropriate. Fortunately, Su Xiaoming quickly rectified the situation. She successfully dispelled any potential harm to her. Let go of my hand. Su Yiji, full of embarrassment, struggled and whispered, do you believe I'll make you squat in the dark room? He. I don't believe it. Su Chen sneered secretly but obediently let go. After Su Yiji retracted her hand, she noticed a red mark on the back of her fair hand. No one had ever used force against her before. Feeling embarrassed and angry, she looked at Su Chen with a more intense sinister look. After Su Xiaoming timely resolved the crisis for Su Yiji, she got into the car as if nothing had happened and started the car. She couldn't understand, in just a short time, what did Su Chen say to Su Bureau that made her lose her cool? Su Xiaoming had followed Su Yiji for so many years but had never seen her personally resort to violence against a man. What did Su Chen, such an honest child, do wrong? That made Su Bureau keep giving him such sinister looks? After the car left the bureau, Su Xiaoming's eyes glanced at Su Chen through the rearview mirror. Su Chen held his backpack with both hands, his head slightly lowered, looking shy and nervous, which made Su Xiaoming feel sorry for him. Deciding to help him relieve the pressure of Su Bureau's gaze, she smiled. Su Chen, do you know? I really like the songs you wrote. I'm your fan. That night when you and Ji Kaimei were sparring, I was in your live broadcast room, cheering for you. Really? Su Chen immediately looked up at Su Xiaoming, shyly smiling. Thank you, Sister Su. Aunt Su in the back seat. Damn, why another Sister Su? Oh, by the way. Su Xiaoming suddenly remembered something. Have you seen the official announcement of the yellow culture this morning? They said the world's #1 musical talent Su Chen has composed a very nice song for the yellow culture's Park Shinning, which will soon be available on major music platforms. Su Chen, aren't you enemies with the yellow culture? We fans are still cheering for you and denouncing the yellow culture. But you betrayed us and collaborated with them. Now, many people online are criticizing you for lacking integrity. Chen, the song hadn't even been sent over, and Jia had already started promoting it extensively. This not only successfully diverted the negative attention from the yellow culture but also made people think that Chen was not principled. It might lead to serious loss of fans. However, Chen didn't take Jia's provocative actions seriously. It was normal for a woman of her intelligence to do such things. Besides, with a wealth of classic songs in his hands, Chen is destined to become the top musical talent of his generation, attracting a massive fan base. Those fans who have left him cannot escape the law of true fragrance. Chen. Seeing Aunt Su in the rearview mirror and not minding talking to Chen, Su Xiaoming asked again, "What song did you write for Park Young-un? As a loyal fan of yours in my spare time, can you sing a few lines for me first, so I can enjoy it?" Of course, this can be done. Miss Su is not only a fan of Chen, but also showed kindness to him when they first met. Chen will definitely be cautious of Aunt Su, but having a good relationship with Su is definitely beneficial and harmless. Okay, I will sing the Chinese version for Miss Su. Chen nodded, lightly tapping his knee with his left hand, and sang, "The more you love, the more you hurt," holding back tears from flowing. But can't help but be melancholic in the wine. There are many versions of this Chinese version of the song Alive. Chen's Chinese version for Jia uses the lyrics of Chen Yiming's version. "The more you love, the more you hurt," holding back tears from flowing. But can't help but be melancholic in the wine. Sitting in the back seat, Suiji, after hearing Chen sing these lines, was first stunned. Gradually, she felt the urge to cry. Suiji's love is that the more you love, the more you hurt.